In a world where every individual can forge their own divine realm, Li Yuan finds himself at a disadvantage, awakening to a realm filled solely with immobile flora, subjected to relentless bullying. Fortunately, he possesses the extraordinary ability to harness elemental attributes. As seemingly weak plants acquire golden attributes, he will reveal to the world what it truly means to be a deity. Chapter 1. The beginning of hellish difficulty. You are nothing but a worthless wretch. You expect to remain safe with a mere 50 points of faith daily. Do you still seek out the teacher to complain? You deserve a beating. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of waste are invariably waste themselves. Remember, if you fail to deliver 500 points of faith tomorrow, I shall raise your core domain to the ground. Chun Mo curled into himself, cradling his throbbing head, utterly devoid of the will to resist. At that moment, a torrent of fragmented memories flooded his mind. Had he crossed over? As the fragments settled, Chun Mo was overwhelmed with astonishment. Though reluctant to accept it, he was compelled to confront the reality before him. He had traversed into a world where everyone becomes a lord upon awakening their realm on their 18th birthday. The sheer volume of information inundated him, rendering him unable to fully comprehend the intricate relationship between awakening and deification. To be beaten upon arrival. How is it that misfortune strikes without recourse? Chun Mo muttered to himself, laboriously rising to his feet and watching the three figures depart. The moment he moved, a jolt of pain shot through his injuries, causing him to grimace. Relying on his memories, he made his way back home in this new world, retrieved a first aid kit, and tended to his wounds. After considerable effort, he finally began to piece together the fragments of his memory. This was a realm where everyone could ascend to godhood. Powerful lords could coexist with the heavens, ultimately achieving divinity. Upon reaching 18, each person would participate in an awakening ceremony, unveiling their combat class and core domain. Simultaneously, this world faced the imminent threat of invasion from extraterrestrial beings, poised to erupt into a cataclysmic conflict at any moment. The overwhelming majority were striving to enhance their powers, harboring dreams of becoming the saviors of the world. Damn it, what a deceitful affair. Not only had he arrived here only to be beaten, but he also faced the constant peril of annihilation at the hands of these otherworldly entities. Chun Mo, on the verge of tears, lamented his fate, yearning for the familiarity of his previous world. There, he had been a mere cog in the wheel, but at least his life was secure. The original owner's parents had vanished 3 years prior while responding to the national call to defend against the invasion in the Purple Flower Sea, their fates unknown. Since then, he had gradually withdrawn into himself, becoming increasingly reticent, ultimately leading to his peers viewing him as an outcast. The absence of parental support had rendered him a victim of bullying within the school. What a twist of fate to share the same name. Regardless of how formidable my tormentors may seem, I would rather gamble than await my demise. Could he merely stand by and watch as his domain was destroyed? Could he resign to being a dog, abused and humiliated? Absolutely not. Fully aware of the dire consequences should his domain be obliterated, without the intervention of a godlike figure sacrificing half their power to aid in its reconstruction, he would be reduced to a lamb, slaughtered without a glimmer of hope. However, relying on contributions of faith for mere safety, while his own strength stagnated, rendered him no better than a useless wretch. Now, as the new master of this body, he resolved to fight back with all his might. Better to die standing than to live on his knees. Before his crossing, he had been a mere pawn in the hands of his employer. Yet now, Chun Mo had awakened to his resolve, vowing never to become a lapdog to the bullies again. That experience was far too painful. With a mere thought, Chun Mo smoothly entered his realm as a lord. He possessed the divine perspective to survey the state of his domain. The expanse of his realm was modest, approximately the size of several football fields, and to the core, a sapling stood, unmistakably the heart of his territory. Level *1. Quality *white. Description the core of the territory. If destroyed, the domain shall collapse. Surrounding the core were peculiar plants of various shapes. In that instant, he comprehended why the original owner had abandoned hope. His core was merely the lowest tier. White at IT is known that the cores range from white to green, blue, purple, and gold, with white being universally recognized as the most inferior. To compound his despair, his followers were a motley assortment of immobile plants that a collection of green, carnivorous flowers. These plant followers were not only incapable of movement, but also offered a paltry amount of faith, veritable bottom-tier entities. Even dogs would disdain them. Starting off with such hellish difficulty, this situation was far from promising. He could only struggle through. Chun Mo felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Consulting the integrated memories, he accessed the information system of his domain. Lord, Chun Mo. Core, Level 1. Area, 10,000 square meters. Race, magical beings. Talent, random attribute, unique existence. Ability, Territorial expansion, follower fusion. Storage, no items. Realm, first stage. Followers, plant-based. Number of followers, 200. Random growth, increasing by 2 to 5 daily. Faith power, 200. Growth rate, 50 per day. The evidence was irrefutable. His domain was indeed a pitiful affair. While the followers' designation seemed impressive, encompassing all flora, the reality was that sheer numbers did not equate to strength. Lacking offensive capabilities relegated them to mere ornamental status. Regardless of their quantity, IT was no wonder the original owner had given up, preferring to suffer rather than resist. Whoever found themselves in this predicament would surely despair upon viewing the data panel. Chunimo hung his head in dismay, contemplating surrendering to fate, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited him the following day. Wait, as new and old memories converged, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. In the memories of the original owner, there was no mention of the talent or the ability for follower fusion. This missing element was likely the result of the extraordinary boon he had acquired upon his crossing. It appeared that he had yet to reach the brink of despair. There remained a sliver of hope for a breakthrough. Chunimo felt a surge of spirit as he opened the information panel on his talents to examine the specific details. Random attributes. For each level increase in the follower's rank, there exists a probability of randomly acquiring any attribute. The quality of these attributes is categorized into ordinary, extraordinary, epic, and legendary. The higher the level attained, the greater the quality of the attributes obtained. Follower fusion. The Lord can enhance the rank and combat prowess of followers by consuming faith power to fuse followers of the same level. Chunimo scrutinized the panel's descriptions with earnest attention, gradually realizing that the additional talents and abilities he had acquired made the awakening of his domain. Far from futile, there was still a chance for redemption. Particularly, the random attributes appeared to be a divine boon for enhancing combat capabilities. As for territorial expansion, it entailed the ability to annex a portion of an opponent's domain upon their defeat. Had it not been for the emergence of these new talents and abilities, this capacity would have been rendered virtually insignificant. The reasoning was simple. Without the augmentation of combat strength, one could hardly hope to contend with anyone, let alone aspire to expand one's territory. In light of this, Chunimo took a moment to silently mourn the original owner of this body for 3 seconds. Yet now, the circumstances had changed. He glimpsed a glimmer of hope for a triumphant turnaround from despair. Since he had assumed control of this body, it was only fitting that he cleanse it of the humiliation borne by its former owner. Chapter 2. The Rampant Man-Eating Flower. Let us take a gamble. From a bicycle to a motorcycle. Chunimo resolved to initiate a fusion, intending to elevate the level and combat prowess of his followers, hoping for fortuitous outcomes in the quality of the random attributes that would appear. To better contend with the bullies awaiting him the following day, this was his sole opportunity for a turnaround, perhaps even a means of survival. By expending 200 points of faith, he could randomly fuse 200 followers of the same level in a higher tier followers. Was there any hesitation? Absolutely not. Chunimo inwardly cursed. Would he simply wait for the bullies to warm him up tomorrow? Fusion. All of them. With a flash of golden light. His faith points plummeted to 0 in an instant, transforming 200 followers into a mere 40. The original 40 green man-eating flowers morphed into purple ones, their size doubling. Man-eating flower. Follower level, elite creature. Talent, devour. Speed, 1 ms. Faith points, 5, 1 day. Lifespan, 60 days. Characteristics, transformation. Allowing the devoured enemies to be converted into puppets for the user. Level enhancement grants either epic quality or random attributes. Attribute characteristics. Defense, additional damage. Attribute overview. When attacked, inflicts a sustained burning effect on the target, dealing 10 damage per second, with a 30 chance to cause a small area fireball explosion dealing 15 damage. Chunimo's eyes brightened. What a treasure. The advanced man-eating flower possessed the ability to convert its devoured foes. Was this not a strategy that grew stronger with each battle? The epic level attribute further enhanced the defensive capabilities of the man-eating flower. The frown on Chunimo's brow finally relaxed, and he promptly accessed the follower information panel. Rampant man-eating flower. Follower level, elite creature. Talent, devour. Each attack consumes a target. Speed, 5 ms. Faith points, 5, 1 day. Lifespan, 60 days. Characteristics, transformation. Allowing the devoured enemies to be converted into puppets, flame burn. Attribute overview. When attacked, inflicts a sustained burning effect on the target, dealing 10 damage per second, with a 30 chance to cause a small area fireball explosion dealing 15 damage. Through fusion, the combat power of the man-eating flower had significantly increased. Although it still paled in comparison to certain formidable species, such as aberrant beasts or demon races, this was merely the beginning. Concurrently, the production rate of faith points had notably improved, escalating from 1 point per follower per day to 5. That was a 5-fold increase. What use is rapid faith production if the core of the domain cannot be defended? One would merely become a slave providing faith points to others. Judging by the panel's statistics, combined with the random attributes, the combat power of the followers should be considerable. Yet, the efficacy in real combat remained uncertain. Resources were limited. Why overthink it? Whether fortune or disaster would reveal itself the next day? Chun Imo murmured to himself as he departed the domain. He retrieved a medicine box to apply some ointment, devoured 2 bowls of fragrant noodles, and drifted into slumber. The next day, at Wangqing No. 1 High School, the theory teacher leaned on the podium, passionately imparting knowledge to the students. The core of the domain was a crucial component, akin to the heart of humanity, sustaining the normal operation of the domain, while differing qualities of domain cores also determined the developmental potential of the domain to some extent. The domain core resided at the heart of the domain, and each individual's core was unique, classified into 5 qualities by color: white for ordinary, green for fine, blue for excellent, purple for epic, and gold for legendary. Those fortunate enough to acquire an ordinary domain core often led unremarkable lives, whereas those who obtained a legendary core could transcend species limits, becoming gods towering over all. Throughout the millennia, only a handful had achieved this. However, theory is theory. Exceptions exist. Those with low-quality domain cores can seize and devour others' cores to elevate their domain's level and area, thereby attaining a resurgence. Yet this path is fraught with challenges. Having already lost at the starting line, how could one easily overturn their fate? Listening to the teacher's discourse, Chun Imo recalled his own white domain core. It bore the mark of potential for upgrade, though he was unaware of others' cores. Nonetheless, he understood that this signified his journey was far from over. Ding ding ding. The bell rang abruptly, signaling the end of class. The theory teacher, clutching his textbook, dashed out of the classroom without a moment's pause. The arrogant Lu Lang, with his bleached hair, approached Chunmo's desk. 500 faith points. Will you part with them or not? Chun Imo turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the brash individual. I have faith points aplenty, but I won't be giving you any. What can you do about it? Fight me? Do you dare? The audacity of this once bullied student astonished the surrounding classmates, plunging the classroom into a suffocating silence. The timid Karlami had the audacity to mock the school's recognized bully, who granted him such courage. A spectacle was about to unfold. Amidst the astonishment, many students converged, all sharing the same thought. This lad is courting death, not valuing the chance to save himself. What leverage does he think he has to challenge me? Lu Lang scoffed at Chunmo's words, glancing at the Shamate boy seated at a nearby desk. Qin Shou, this weakling is not worthy of my effort. I'll use him to hone my skills. I want half of his domain core. Qin Shou, true to the name, he indeed resembled a beast. Observing the eager Shamate boy, Chunmo's memory immediately retrieved pertinent information. This individual was one of the scourges of Wangqing No. 1 High School, Lu Lang's most loyal lackey, notorious for bullying the weak. With Lu Lang's command, I shall be merciless. Chun, hand over your domain core if you know what is good for you. Qin Shou, brimming with arrogance, extended his hand as if everything were perfectly reasonable. Want my domain core? Come and take it. Chun Imo, shedding his usual submissiveness, directly provoked him. An unabashed challenge. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Qin Shou was thoroughly enraged. As he spoke, he retrieved a card from his pocket. The domain invasion card, valued at 10,000 faith points. Upon locking onto a target, it would generate a spatial portal within the opponent's domain, thereby enabling an invasion. Chun Imo furrowed his brow, acutely sensing the moment Qin Shou's invasion card vanished from his grasp. A spatial gateway forcibly opened above his domain, allowing a horde of sluggish zombie followers to invade. Their objective was clear, to seize his domain core. Such youthful audacity. Declaring an assault without regard, what difference is there from a sneak attack? Chun Imo silently scoffed, hastily entering the domain to mobilize his followers for a defensive counterattack. As the battle ensued, the confrontation projected into the real world. Chapter 3, Devour and Fusion. Ha. Is this the fool sent by the monkeys? This is all the followers you have. It is rumored that the domain awakened by that boy is the pinnacle of mediocrity. And upon witnessing it today, the rumors prove to be true. How dare he provoke the Qin beast, who possesses a core of unparalleled excellence? While Chun Mo's core is merely a pitiful white waste. If he had chosen to retreat like before, perhaps he could have avoided disaster. But this time he is doomed. Observing Chun Mo's domain through dimensional projection, the numerous onlookers could not suppress their laughter. Amidst the mockery, there were jibes laden with personal attacks. The Qin Beast's awakened domain boasts a blue core of high quality, with followers that are virus zombies. Though their movements are sluggish, they possess infectious capabilities, and their numbers exceed 500. It is precisely this formidable force that allows him to dominate in the renowned city. In stark contrast, Chun Mo, after merging, is left with only 40 man-eating flowers, appearing utterly feeble and helpless in the face of the Qin Beast's dense horde of virus zombies. Yet, quality prevails over quantity. Gazing at the autonomous virus zombies, Chun Mo's eyes glimmer with envy. Unlike his plant-based followers, which are rooted in place, resembling nothing more than inept brutes. Your followers, along with the domain core, I shall claim them all today. Due to the nature of his followers, Chun Mo is relegated to a passive defense. The 40 man-eating flowers encircle the domain core, creating an impenetrable 360-degree barrier. Can those lowly plants withstand my virus zombies for even 3 seconds? At the command of the Qin Beast, 500 virus zombie followers charge menacingly towards Chun Mo's domain core. Madness. Witnessing the Qin Beast's all-in strategy, deploying all his followers at once. As he watches the man-eating flowers being overwhelmed, Chun Mo is indeed taken aback. After all, facing 10 foes alone, even with superior talent, the odds are slim. Even if fire elements counteract most species, it is likely. Crackle. As the flames erupt, the battlefield transforms into a sea of fire, prompting Chun Mo to exhale in relief, realizing the epic-grade attributes are now in effect. The frenzied man-eating flowers, while under attack, ignite the bodies of the zombie followers, causing the flames to sporadically explode and spread towards the zombies behind. What in the world? How did the Qin Beast's zombie followers spontaneously ignite? Is this Chun Mo's secret weapon? Look, those man-eating flowers can actually devour the Qin Beast's followers. The crowd outside displays shock. Meanwhile, the Qin Beast, as the aggressor, quickly realizes that his zombies' vitality is dwindling, their colors turning ghastly. Even if your man-eating flowers can consume my zombies, what of it? I have hundreds of followers. While you possess only dozens, can you eat that much? Yet, before he can finish his thought, he watches as one after another. The man-eating flowers open their gaping maws and consume the zombies in the front. And it does not stop there. From the rear of the 40 man-eating flowers, zombies begin to slide out. What is happening? Are these man-eating flowers reproducing? What reproduction? These are just the Qin Beast zombie followers. Could it be they are regurgitating due to inability to digest? The crowd is filled with confusion, but soon they grasp the truth. As the 40 zombie followers rise, they join the fray, gnawing at the Qin Beast zombies. As the saying goes, one burst of energy leads to a decline, and then exhaustion. The Qin Beast, arrogant and conceited, attempts to rely on sheer numbers to crush his opponent, but with their full assault thwarted, their morale has already diminished significantly. Chun Mo watches the battlefield with composure, deciding to add fuel to the fire. Who was it that claimed they would crush me in 3 seconds? It seems we are now at 300 seconds. You have lost your credibility. What good is sheer quantity when Chun Mo's man-eating flowers possess buffs? The unfavorable odds of 40 against 500 have decisively shifted in his favor. Although there are casualties among the man-eating flowers, the rate at which the zombie followers are falling is alarmingly high. Chun Mo is acutely aware that it is now his time to shine. A petty person gaining fortune, yet the outcome remains undecided. Do not revel in triumph too soon. The Qin Beast's face reddens, his tone lacking conviction. Following the awakening of the domain, most humans are classified as divine species, with the quality of the domain core directly correlating to the likelihood of achieving divinity. His parents both possessed purple epic cores, with the vast resources at their disposal. The recently awakened Qin Beast has managed to elevate many of his followers to the extraordinary, bolstered by the virus zombies' potent infectious capabilities. Among those who awakened their domains simultaneously, he would not claim to be the strongest, but he could certainly defeat 80% of them. Yet, he has suffered a substantial setback at the hands of Chun Mo, whose followers number only 40. What a slap in the face. Such a monumental embarrassment. As he gazes upon the blazing battlefield, the Qin Beast's impotent fury brews. He cannot fathom what has transpired. Am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? You were so brash. Yet the time for my counterattack has come. With the ongoing betrayal of the zombie followers coupled with the enhancement from epic-grade attributes, the balance of power shifts against the Qin Beast's followers, whose numbers dwindle. Although Chun Mo's man-eating flowers are immobile, his zombies exhibit glaring weaknesses. Moving far too slowly to mount a direct assault, they are consumed before they can even scratch the surface. Moreover, his own followers are continuously betraying him. How can he possibly continue? Meanwhile, the multitude of students surrounding the scene are transfixed by the dimensional projection, erupting in incredulous exclamations. No way. That kid has turned the tables. Is the Qin Beast on the verge of defeat? The scene unfolding is indeed surreal. Chun Mo, utilizing the weakest plant-based followers, has vanquished the Qin Beast's virus zombies, an almost unbelievable feat. A quarter of an hour later, the enemy's domain core has been captured. Should it be devoured or destroyed? A celestial prompt resonates in the air above the domain. Is there even a choice? Chun Mo smirks with a sinister charm, having already found his answer. Do not act rashly. If you touch my domain core, my parents will not spare you. Do you think sparing you would lead to your compliance? What a joke. Chun Mo is no fool. Having reached this juncture, he cannot simply let it go. Destroy it? By all means, destroy my domain core. Do not devour it. I implore you to spare my life, and I shall acknowledge you as my superior, regularly offering you the power of belief. The Qin Beast finally realizes the dire situation, his face turning pale as he pleads for mercy. Do you think me a fool? To spare you would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. To hesitate is to invite chaos. Without hesitation, Chun Mo chooses to devour. In an instant, he feels a surge of formidable power coursing through the domain. Devouring and merging with the domain core elevates the domain level to 1, expanding its area to 80,000 square meters, with 500 followers activated, unlocking construction functionality, and acquiring the blueprint for a basic arrow tower. The ability to expand territory is triggered, expanding the domain area to 80,000 square meters. Defeating a formidable opponent elevates his lordship to level 2. An overwhelming fortune arrives unexpectedly. As he observes the continuously updating data, Chun-Mo nearly bursts into laughter. What a waste to destroy. Devouring and merging is far superior, not only enhancing various attributes, but also unlocking hidden functionalities of the domain. When resources are available, they must be utilized wisely. Chapter 4, Golden Attributes. The reason Chun-Mo disregarded the pleas of Qin Beast and resolutely sought to devour the core of his domain was due to an additional crucial factor. The destruction of the domain core could allow a god-level powerhouse to sacrifice a certain realm and reconstruct it. However, devouring it was an entirely different matter, offering no possibility of salvation. Given that boy's temperament, should he attain rebirth, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Furthermore, there were his parents to consider. A sudden realization gripped Chun-Mo as he sensed the looming threat. The exhilaration he felt dissipated in an instant, prompting him to hastily return to the real world. Under the astonished gazes of his classmates, he dashed out of the school in a flurry. Regardless of whether the domain core was destroyed or devoured, a subtle shockwave would emerge, transmitting from the domain to the real world. Within a 100-mile radius, individuals of higher realms would find it increasingly easier to perceive such disturbances. While the prospect of assimilating Qin Beast's domain core and reaping rich rewards was undoubtedly exhilarating, Chun-Mo was acutely aware that his own safety was now at stake. It was entirely possible that a powerful figure had already sensed the events unfolding in the classroom. This was no place to linger. The best course of action was to withdraw. As Chun-Mo had anticipated, no sooner had he left than their homeroom teacher, Li Yuan, rushed in. "Who did this?" she demanded, casting a fiery glare at the students surrounding the fallen Qin Beast, who lay there like a lifeless dog. Chun-Mo, came a timid response. "Where is he?" "He ran away." Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, before her fury ignited. "That scoundrel, causing such a great calamity and leaving me to clean up his mess. Once the facts are established, he shall face severe punishment." She was acutely aware that Qin Beast's parents were not to be trifled with. At this moment, Li Yuan was too preoccupied to concern herself with Chun-Mo's whereabouts, as she hurriedly drove Qin Beast to the emergency room, hoping to save his life. Meanwhile, Chun-Mo sprinted home in one breath and quickly locked the door behind him. He then retreated to his bedroom, entering his domain. Having wreaked havoc on Qin Beast's domain core, it was inevitable that his parents would seek revenge. The immediate priority was to swiftly enhance his strength. Lord, Chun-Mo. Core, Level 2. Area, 160,000 square meters. Species, Demonic Entity. Talent, Random Attribute, Unique. Abilities, Territorial Expansion, Follower Assimilation. Realm, Black Iron Level 5. Warehouse, Initial Arrow Tower Blueprint X1. Followers, Plant-Based. Number of followers, 542, grows randomly, increases by 4 to 6 daily. Faith Power, 1000, growth rate, 300 per day. Ah, indeed. That boy Qin Beast is truly swimming in wealth. It is said that fortune favors the bold, and this battle was worth it. Not only did he acquire a plethora of followers and faith power, but his own realm also reached Black Iron Level 5. The current amount of faith power may be modest, but Chun-Mo intended to utilize it all to fuse with first-level followers. Fusion. More fusion. The process continued. Unlike last time, he did not fuse them all at once. Instead, he fused only 5 followers at a time to maximize the acquisition of random attributes. Golden light glimmered. What a remarkable occurrence. Legendary attributes have finally graced me. Random attributes have a certain probability of reappearing, and the quality of the same random attribute varies, leading to different enhancement effects. Moreover, the higher the quality, the lower the probability of occurrence. The fused and upgraded followers would directly acquire the corresponding elemental attributes. To generate a golden attribute this time was indeed a stroke of luck. Chun-Mo expended 1000 faith power to fuse with first-level followers 50 times, resulting in random attributes classified by quality: 10 ordinary, 5 extraordinary, 3 epic, and only 1 legendary. Attribute, endless mutation. Quality, legendary. Description, can be bestowed upon any living entity, resulting in a mutation that significantly enhances attributes, rendering it extraordinarily powerful. Even if the attribute is stripped away, the effects will remain. Cooldown, 200 seconds. Chun-Mo was momentarily stunned. This was exceedingly formidable. He had no idea how powerful the term extraordinarily strong truly was, but generally, mutated life forms were of boss-level existence. The most critical aspect was that the endless mutation attribute would retain its effects even if severed. This was indeed remarkable, offering vast operational potential. Typically, an attribute could only be bestowed upon one organism, and once removed, its effects would be lost. Yet now, the endless mutation effect could be preserved. It truly deserved the title of endless attribute. What a delight. In high spirits, Chun-Mo closed the panel, contemplating further means to enhance his attack power. There remained a considerable number of first-level followers, yet the lack of faith power hindered any strengthening. Arrow Tower. After toiling for a while, Chun Imo nearly forgot about the unused Arrow Tower blueprint. Thus, he promptly opened his warehouse to review the pertinent information. Initial Arrow Tower blueprint. Used to construct an initial Arrow Tower. Required materials, 100 faith power, 50 wood. Construction time, 1 hour. No chance of that happening. Chun Imo closed the information panel and dispatched his followers to gather wood. Once he had amassed sufficient faith power, he would consider constructing the Arrow Tower. Subsequently, he returned to the real world and prepared a bowl of egg noodles to satiate his hunger. The next day, in the office of Principal Gua at Wanqing One High School. Principal Gua, look at the fine student you have raised. Among all of humanity, those who awaken domains are all divine beings, treating their kin with compassion. What of that Chin fellow? You are well aware in your heart that he has awakened as a demonic entity. The high-ranking officials of Wanqing have declared that he is a menace, yet you insist on giving him a chance because his parents supposedly died for the country. Their fate still unknown. Now, he has devoured the core of my son's domain, rendering him a permanent cripple. And you think a compensation of 50 million faith power can settle this? Is my son's future so cheap? If I do not receive an explanation today, do you believe I will level Wanqing No. 1 High School? Qin Beast's mother, Zhang Qin, stood with her arms crossed, her emotions fervent and confrontational. Had Chen Imo been present, she would have likely lunged at him. Madam Qin, please calm down, Lu Rian interjected, noticing Principal Gua's silence and swiftly taking over the conversation. Be quiet. You were the most enthusiastic in protecting Chun Imo back then. I truly suspect there is some undisclosed transaction between you two. Zhang Qin shot a piercing glare at Lu Ruyan, leaving her momentarily speechless. This woman is utterly unreasonable. Madam Qin, please mind your language. I too feel guilt over the incident involving your son, but according to our investigation, he often bullied and harassed Chun Imo alongside Lu Lang. The conflict that ensued was initiated by him. Bang! Qin Feng slammed his palm heavily onto the desk, interrupting Lu Ruyan's words. What do you mean by that? Am I unaware of how well-behaved my son is? Who are you to judge? Are you implying that his domain core being devoured is a consequence of his own actions? I see you are attempting to shirk responsibility. With a teacher like you, it is a tragedy for the students and for Wanqing. My willingness to sit down and negotiate proves there is room for discussion. Do not push me to anger. Qin's family holds immense influence in Wanqing, and Lu Ruyan was fully aware of this. If Qin Feng were truly enraged, she might struggle to protect herself. Yet offering 50 million faith power was already the limit for Wanqing No. 1 High School. Just as Lu Ruyan was at a loss, a mocking voice echoed from the doorway. Aren't you already furious? What difference does it make? Chun Imo calmly pushed open the door and strode into the office, casting a disdainful gaze upon the Qin couple. Chapter 5. Accepting the challenge. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like father, like son. In your eyes, Qin Beast is the obedient son, but in my view, she is aptly named. Qin Beast is indeed a beast. I merely made him pay the price for his arrogance. You should be grateful that I have disciplined your son, for he will no longer bully others. I truly cannot fathom how you both have the audacity to demand an explanation. Compensation? Don't even think about it. Having comprehended the profound essence of the innate plundering of the sacred body, Qin Imo harbored a belief in living through death. Lu Ruyan dared not offend the Qin couple, yet she regarded him with indifference. Since there was no escaping fate, it was better to regard life and death with equanimity. Either become a king or meet death. Within the office, everyone gazed at Chun Imo with peculiar expressions. This young man must be lacking in common sense. What rational person would mock the Qin couple, especially a fledgling, having just awakened their domain a mere week prior? The couple's status was formidable. They had obtained a purple epic quality domain core after over 20 years of cultivation, becoming powerful practitioners at the Emerald Tier 3. Defeating a novice would be as easy as drinking water. Indeed, upon hearing Chun Mo's words, the Qin couple not only displayed no anger, but instead burst into laughter. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of foreboding. The negotiations had completely collapsed, and not even the mightiest figure could save Chun Imo now. Who allowed you to enter? You have caused trouble, and yet seem proud of it? Get out and face the wall in reflection. We shall discuss your punishment after the school has negotiated with Mr. Qin. This impudent youth could not discern the gravity of the situation. Lu Ruyan was furious, but it was for Chun Mo's own good. In this world, the demonic species were considered outcasts. When Chun Mo awakened his domain, it had caused a considerable uproar, with many suggesting the immediate destruction of his domain core to eliminate the anomaly in its infancy. However, Lu Ruyan had opposed the majority and fought to preserve him, not only because Chun Mo's parents had fought valiantly for the nation, ultimately disappearing without a trace. There were deeper reasons at play. After expending tremendous effort to save Chun Mo, his current behavior was akin to courting disaster, and it was no wonder Lu Ruyan was incensed. There is no need for you to be angry, Teacher Lu. The youth is impetuous, and arrogance is a natural disposition. I do not blame Chen Mo. In Qin Feng's eyes, Chen Mo belonged to the category of ignorance. Dear, we have strayed from the topic. We are currently discussing compensation. No matter how arrogant an ant may be, it cannot withstand the might of a human finger. Zhang Qin regarded Chen Mo with disdain and redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. Principal Guo, you are aware of my son's current situation. He has utterly lost the possibility of reconstructing his domain core. 50 million in compensation is indeed insufficient. I believe the school should compensate at least 100 million and also be responsible for caring for my son for life. Daily needs, marriage, children, and ensuring his safety. All must be the school's responsibility. She truly dares to make such demands. Chen Mo was taken aback. To request compensation of 100 million in belief power was one thing, but to demand the school take care of Qin Beast's entire life was not merely outrageous. It was downright absurd. If I recall correctly, your followers belong to a class of professional support species, and the rate of growth for belief power far exceeds that of others. You should be more than aware of what 100 million in belief power entails. I am utterly powerless to comply. After finishing, Principal Guo leaned back against his chair, opting to lie flat, subtly indicating that Zhang Qin could take it or leave it. If one had 100 million in belief power, would the Qin couple even dare to act so brazenly in front of him? Agreeing to compensate with 5,000 points of belief power was already scraping the bottom of the barrel of the school's resources. Moreover, Principal Guo's motives differed from Lu Rian's. His efforts to protect Chen Mo were out of duty, and he would do what he could. Zhang Qin's proposed conditions far exceeded his capabilities, and if they were impossible to fulfill, he preferred to remain uninvolved. What is your attitude? Do you wish to evade responsibility? Or do you believe my son's domain core and life are not worth 100 million? Worth a pile of nonsense. Lu Rian remained silent, but could not help but curse inwardly, even if it were truly worth that much. Paying in belief power and then having to serve Qin Beast like a deity for the rest of his life was a purely losing proposition. Even if Lu Rian could muster 100 million in belief power, she would not be foolish enough to agree. Dear, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and express your stance. Seeing Lu Rian's silence, Zhang Qin turned to Qin Feng for assistance. Deep down, she knew the conditions she proposed were indeed excessive. Yet, having spoken, retracting her words would be a loss of face. Unfortunately, Principal Guo was not one for negotiation, leaving her without an exit. Teacher Lu, how about this? Qin Feng looked towards Lu Rian. Let us proceed with the compensation as you previously suggested, but I have a small request. Since Chen Mo has devoured the core domain of my son, if I do not take action to teach him a lesson, it would tarnish the Qin family's reputation. If Chen Mo can withstand my single onslaught, we can consider the matter of my son closed. What do you think? The disparity in strength was unmistakable. An Emerald Tier 3 against a Black Iron would be a clear case of lowering the dimensional barrier, not to mention a single attack. Even sending a few high-level followers could easily flatten the opponent's domain core. Qin Feng's intentions were transparent to all. On the surface, he appeared to make concessions. Yet in reality, his demands were even more ruthless than Zhang Qin's. He sought both the school's compensation and the opportunity to eliminate Chen Mo, avenging Qin Beast. Lu Rian furrowed her brow and glanced at Chen Mo. She did not dare to make a decision unilaterally. It depended on whether the individual concerned was willing to accept. Silence. You have no say in this matter. Chen Mo was about to agree when he was sharply interrupted by Lu Rian. Mr. Qin, if you wish to destroy or devour classmate Chen Mo's domain core, you may simply state it. Why go through the trouble of finding excuses? Challenging a novice at your level would bring disgrace regardless of the outcome. If it were me, I would certainly refrain from making such a foolish request. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the office grew peculiar. No one expected the usually composed Lu Rian to risk offending Qin Feng to protect Chen Mo. Time and again, she supported him, and whenever Zhang Qin spoke, it was never anything good. Dear, Qin Feng interrupted her. I was remiss in my considerations. Teacher Lu is correct. If I take action, I would inevitably bear the reputation of bullying the weak. How about this? I have a nephew, a senior in the second high school of Wangcheng, who has also recently awakened his domain. His level is not far from classmate Chen Mo's. Let him act on my behalf. What does Teacher Lu think? This was clearly a trap. Lu Rian intended to refuse again, but this time she was a step too late. All right, I accept. Fool. Lu Rian shot Chen Mo a glare, wishing she could slap him. Qin Feng was determined to avenge Qin Beast and was undoubtedly confident of victory. Who knows how far apart not much difference truly was. But since Chen Mo had agreed, Lu Rian could not oppose further. It's settled. Regardless of the outcome, there shall be no complaints. A sly smile crept across Qin Feng's lips, calculating the circumstances. The prowess of the nephew he mentioned indeed mirrors that of Chen Mo, differing by merely 2 tiers, yet possessing the coveted purple epic domain core. Wait a moment. I have a minor request. Chapter 6, The Twin Zombie Man-Eating Flower. This young man, could it be that he is contemplating surrender? Qin Feng fixated on Chen Mo, yet discerned not a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. A clever lad, he has finally come to an understanding. Lu Rian naturally hoped for Chen Mo to concede. The weak survive cautiously, while the strong strike with fervor. It is no disgrace to backtrack when one knows defeat is imminent. However, unbeknownst to him, the Chunimo standing before him is no longer the same defenseless Chunimo of yore. Though his body bears the same name, his spirit is utterly transformed. To ensure the integrity of the duel, I demand that the entire confrontation be publicly projected, with Principal Gua and Teacher Lu present as witnesses. A straightforward confrontation is easily avoided, yet a covert attack is challenging to guard against, regardless of the strength of the impending adversary. Chunimo shall never shy away from a direct confrontation. Should he lose, he will harbor no grievances. What he fears is an underhanded maneuver, a stealthy ambush during his focused battle. Very well, let it be as you say. The arena shall be set at the plaza of the first high school, commencing officially in 2 hours. Wishing you the best of luck. Qin Feng glanced at Chunimo with an amused smile before departing with Zhang Qin. He would personally travel to the second high school of Wansheng to fetch his nephew for the duel, seeking vengeance for Qin Beast. You. Best watch out for yourself. Lu Rian had intended to scold Chunimo, but swallowed her words at the last moment. This was destined to be an inequitable duel. Chunmo's reckless acceptance left her feeling powerless. Teacher Lu, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. After the duel, I am willing to accept any punishment. Although consuming the core of Qin Beast was a matter of desperation, it undeniably brought significant trouble to the school. Chunimo felt a pang of guilt, vowing to double the compensation for the 50 million faith power owed to Qin Feng and his wife. Alas, Lu Rian sighed, rising to stand before Chunimo, shaking her head in resignation. Let us not dwell on punishment. This matter shall be put to rest. With 2 hours remaining before the duel begins. If you have any wishes, now is the time to fulfill them, lest you leave life with regrets. The mention of arranging for posthumous matters reflected a lack of confidence in him. Chunimo felt quite dejected. The duel had yet to commence, yet it seemed as if he were already doomed to fail. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. On his way back to the classroom, Chunimo began to grasp why Lu Rian held little faith in his ability to win the match. The parents of Qin Feng were seeking retribution at the school. Compensation was secondary, as avenging Qin Beast was likely their primary objective. Given this context, the chosen nephew's strength was undoubtedly formidable. At least in the eyes of Qin Feng and his wife, he would be capable of crushing him with ease. Otherwise, they would not relent so easily. Upon returning to the classroom, Chunimo immediately became the center of attention. Wow, you're still alive. How incredible. And you're unscathed too. Do Qin Beast's parents have something on you? Given their level of indulgence towards their son, you consumed the core of Qin Beast and should have been severely punished. Yet here you stand, completely unharmed. It's rather unusual. Impressive. You're the first person I've seen to provoke the Qin family and emerge unscathed. It seems that gossip is a universal human proclivity. Chunimo, irked by the noise, lifted his head to survey the room, which fell into an immediate hush. His classmates perceived the chilling aura in his gaze, sending shivers down their spines. Half an hour later, news of the upcoming duel between Chunimo and the mysterious opponent had thoroughly circulated throughout the school. During the break, groups of students clustered to discuss who would win and the identity of that enigmatic figure. It was evidently a revenge match. The individual sent by the parents of Qin Beast represented the Qin family and was surely stronger than Chunimo. Rumor had it that this person ranked among the top 10 at the second high school. This was dire. The first high school was bound to suffer embarrassment alongside Chunimo. The notion of public projection was clearly a setup for a grand execution. Seeking solitude, Chunimo retreated into the domain. By chance, he stumbled upon an extraordinary new species, the man-eating flower that mutated after consuming zombies and contracting a virus. Zombie man-eating flower. Life, 300. Attributes, devour. Each attack consumes one target. Assimilation, when attacked, there is a 40 chance to spray venom in all directions, turning poison targets into allied puppet zombies. Speed, 5 ms. Additional damage, fire attribute. Although it merely possesses an extra attribute, it might yield remarkable results. Yet, this was insufficient for thorough preparation. Chunimo bestowed the endless mutation attribute upon the zombie man-eating flower. A flash of golden light enveloped the creature, and the zombie man-eating flower began to mutate, transforming from a single-mouthed flower into one with two. Twin zombie man-eating flower. Level, extraordinary. Life, 800. Attributes, devour. Each attack consumes one target. Assimilation, when attacked, there is an 80 chance to spray venom in all directions, turning poison targets into allied puppet zombies. Twin, possesses 2 mouths, allowing it to consume 2 enemies at once. Speed, 5s. Additional damage, fire attribute, wind attribute. Upon reading the description before him, Chunimo nearly burst into laughter. After evolving into the twin man-eating flower, not only had the number of attack targets increased, but its life force and overall attributes had also significantly improved. More importantly, the level of its followers had astonishingly risen to that of an extraordinary life form. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. The playground of the first high school was teeming with students and teachers, creating a scene of utter congestion. Chunimo stood at the center of the playground, arms crossed and eyes gently closed, patiently awaiting the arrival of his challenger. Moments later, a wave of astonished gasps erupted. Qin Tian, a prominent figure from the second high school of Wancheng, both handsome and powerful, was the type of person I find appealing. The owner of an epic quality domain core. It was said that he triumphed in 8 out of 10 simulated duels, with 1 draw and 1 loss. Predicted to rank among the top 50 of all senior students in Wancheng. It appeared to be a one-sided crushing match, with the outcome utterly predictable. Not only they, but the entire faculty and student body believed Chun Mo to be destined for defeat. After all, the tangible strength was evident. Following the acquisition of the epic quality domain core, Qin Tian had been nurtured as a key target by both the school and family, receiving ample resources to enhance his strength. In stark contrast, Chun Mo, having awakened his domain, was deemed an anomaly, nearly erased from existence, an orphan without family, forced to claw his way for resources to enhance his power. From any perspective, he seemed to be at an absolute disadvantage. Are you blind? Or are you afraid that opening your eyes will frighten you to the point of losing control? The opponent has arrived. Chun Mo opened his eyes at the sound. Seeing Qin Tian, flanked by Qin Feng and several classmates from the second high school, strutting arrogantly, as if surveying the land. That demeanor suggested he was not here for a duel, but rather to show off. I did not observe the aura of might. Rather, I recognized the presence of a punching bag. Chun Mo calmly retorted, striking at Qin Tian's inflated ego. Both brothers share the same arrogance, merely knowing how to flaunt their superiority. Do you know what kind of match this is? A life and death struggle for you, a pleasurable experience for me. I not only intend to seize your domain core, but also to demonstrate that the students of the first high school are inept, easily crushed before me. Qin Tian's emotional intelligence could not be described as low, it was simply pitifully lacking. With just a single sentence, he managed to offend the entire student body of Wancheng No. 1 High School. There is a time and place for arrogance. The seething glares from the students made it abundantly clear. Had it not been for the protection of the Qin couple, he would surely have been beaten to a pulp today. Principal Gua, let us commence. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Qin Feng hastily nudged Lu Ruyan. Are both parties ready? Begin. At Lu Ruyan's command, Qin Mo and Qin Tian stepped into the arena to duel. A colossal dimensional projection enveloped all spectators. Chapter 7. The Tide Turns. Boy, I shall show no mercy. Prepare to face your fate. Qin Tian declared menacingly, launching the first strike. The moment his followers appeared, every onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment. Wolf Knights, a formidable amalgamation of the dwarven race and wild wolves, renowned for their blistering speed and overwhelming impact, excelling particularly in surprise assaults. In stark contrast, Chun Mo's side was filled with mere flora and the so-called sewer-dwelling zombies. The disparity in defenses was glaring. The elite followers summoned from the epicenter of the domain indeed proved to be of the highest caliber. Chun Mo gazed hungrily at Qin Tian's Wolf Knights. He was determined to claim them. Charge! At Qin Tian's command, thousands of Wolf Knights surged like a tempest towards Chun Mo's domain core. Good heavens, they're so fast. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf Knights penetrated deep into his domain. Chun Mo, hold on. The students of Wancheng No. 1 High School shouted in unison. Rallying their spirits, the Wolf Knight's speed was overwhelming, and Chun Mo found himself momentarily at a disadvantage due to a moment's negligence. No one harbored hopes of his victory. They merely wished for him not to lose face too severely. This duel was no longer solely Chun Mo's affair. It was intertwined with the honor of Wancheng No. 1 High School. If he could merely withstand one round, it would challenge Qin Tian's audacity to belittle the students of Wancheng No. 1 Domain. Chun Mo's expression turned grave as he commanded his followers to fend off the assault of the Wolf Knights. Simultaneously, he discerned that Qin Tian's tactics mirrored those of Qin Beast, employing a relentless wave of attacks. The advantage of this strategy lay in its potential to utterly obliterate the opponent's chances of turning the tide, should it succeed. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. Should the initial onslaught falter, the resultant losses would render subsequent offensives nearly impossible, stripping away any semblance of control. Thus, this strategy was akin to a desperate gamble. Though Chun Mo understood that the key to victory resided in neutralizing Qin Tian's initial wave, the Wolf Knights were far from the sluggish plant monsters. There would be insufficient time to adjust his defense or rectify any vulnerabilities. From the outset, he had to ensure absolute precision. With 161 ordinary followers, 65 elite followers, and 5 extraordinary ones, facing off against thousands of Wolf Knights left Chun Mo in a bind. Each follower was invaluable. The demise of even one diminished his chances of victory. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan continued to bestow invulnerability shields upon the followers, preventing any casualties for the time being. However, many of these shields had cooldown periods, and numerous followers were perilously low on health. If this dragged on, defeat was inevitable. Although he could not see the data panels of Qin Tian's Wolf Knights, their sheer numbers were daunting. Even if a single Wolf Knight inflicted minimal damage, 1,000 of them would accumulate to a devastating total. Without the invulnerability shields provided by the willow trees, his followers would have undoubtedly fallen like dominoes. I see that your foolish and clumsy followers can take a hit. I won't play fair anymore. Followers split into 4 groups, launching an assault from all directions. Prepare to watch your domain core be devoured. Can your cumbersome followers keep up with my wolf knights? Under Qin Tian's command, the thousands of wolf knights divided into 4 groups, leaving one group to distract Qin Mo's followers. The other 3 utilized their speed to strike at the domain core from 3 different angles. Let us see how you counter this. Preoccupied with engaging Qin Tian in a linear confrontation, Qin Mo had concentrated his followers in a singular position. The other 3 directions were left defenseless, save for a few man-eating flowers. While their attack range was vast, he was confident that the rapid onslaught of the wolf knights would soon overwhelm Qin Mo. Moreover, with limited followers and a lack of speed, dividing his forces would only lead him further into Qin Tian's rhythm. Underestimating his opponent as a mindless brute, he had failed to recognize the strategic intelligence at play. By feigning a straightforward duel, Qin Tian had effectively orchestrated a diversion, skillfully utilizing speed to flank Qin Mo from multiple sides. Did you believe this would guarantee your victory? Dream on. Qin Mo commanded his plant-type followers with control abilities to hasten to the other 3 positions for defense, coordinating with the zombie man-eating flowers to buy as much time as possible. Ha ha ha. You think your meager followers can afford to divide their forces? Your desperate struggle only amplifies your suffering. Qin Tian's derisive laughter echoed above the arena, with the situation appearing overwhelmingly favorable. He awaited the moment when his followers would seize Qin Mo's domain core and revel in the spoils. But suddenly, the faces of the Qin couple turned ashen. The atmosphere in the square became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. All spectators were expressions of disbelief. A shift in the tide had occurred. In the footage, a single wave of assault had annihilated the front 2 ranks of the man-eating flowers. Yet, the twin-headed zombie man-eating flowers, lurking behind, now revealed their terrifying presence, snapping their gaping maws to devour the rushing wolf knights whole. The wolf knights may have been swift, but the man-eating flowers retaliated with relentless bites. Furthermore, as the wolf knights attacked, a blue liquid splattered from the flowers, causing many of those exposed to lose their sanity and turn on their comrades. In a mere 30 seconds, in coordination with several plant-type followers, they decimated the 200 wolf knights that Qin Tian had sent for the frontal assault. My heavens, am I seeing things? What transpired in less than a minute? Was Qin Mo about to stage a miraculous comeback? His man-eating flowers had somehow evolved into twin-headed versions, and astonishingly, they could infect Qin Tian's wolf knights without the need for reproduction. What a clever ruse. He was merely pretending to be weak. The fallen wolf knights, upon exposure to the man-eating flower's venom, were transformed into Qin Mo's zombie puppets. Under his command, they joined the fray, launching an assault against Qin Tian's wolf knights. In the blink of an eye, the balance of power shifted dramatically. The number of followers on either side had completely reversed, with Qin Mo's forces now surpassing those of Qin Tian. Chapter 8. Face-to-face showdown. Why are you not smiling? Qin Mo asked cheerfully, observing the ashen-faced Qin Tian. I remember a song that goes something like, I smile with pride, I smile with pride. If you won't smile, then I shall. Ha ha. It's infuriating, yet it costs nothing. You. Qin Tian pounded his chest, nearly overwhelmed by frustration. And this is not over. What is it? Are you reminding me that it's time to attack? Thank you. You are quite the character. Followers, heed my command. Surround and annihilate the enemy's wolf knights. Seize control of their core territory. Qin Mo's followers grew in number, launching a bold assault on Qin Tian's domain. Previously, due to the overwhelming number of Qin Tian's wolf knights, the elemental attacks of his secondary followers had gone unnoticed. Now, however, Qin Mo was about to showcase to the spectators what true artistry looked like. Various natural elements intertwined and exploded, resembling a magnificent fireworks display. The situation was settled, and the onlooking students relaxed, whispering among themselves about whether Qin Mo's followers possessed elemental attack capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, who had been anxiously holding her breath, finally exhaled. Against the odds, this young man had turned the tables and achieved victory. It was indeed absurd how such a promising young talent was regarded as an outcast and nearly eradicated. Shall Lu pinch me? Principal Wu clapped Li Yuan on the shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. Ouch, dear principal, please don't tease me. She lamented. I merely dozed off for a moment, and upon opening my eyes, Qin Mo is about to seize Qin Tian's core. Am I dreaming? You are not dreaming. When I urged you to help protect Qin Mo, did I not say this lad is not an outcast, but a genius of boundless potential? Do you not recall? Those labeled as outcasts in this world are not limited to Qin Mo alone. Li Yuan lifted her gaze, lost in contemplation. At this moment, within the domain, under the assimilative ability of the zombie man-eating flower's venom, Qin Tian's wolf knights were continuously transformed into Qin Mo's zombie puppets. What treasures! Qin Mo exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight of the wolf knights. Finally, he could claim them as his own, and he could not suppress his delight. 2 minutes later, under the relentless assault of over 1,000 followers, Qin Tian found himself utterly defenseless, helplessly watching as Qin Mo's army invaded his territory. After a desperate struggle, The core of his domain fell into the hands of Chunmo's followers. His strategy mirrored that of Qin Beast, a full frontal assault, believing it would be a simple victory. Little did he anticipate such an outcome. With the enemy's core now occupied, should he devour or destroy it? This question loomed large. It seemed destined that he would forge a deadly feud with the Qin family. What did it matter to eliminate another Qin Tian? It was a pity to destroy a purple epic quality core. To devour it would enhance his strength and increase his self-preservation capability. This was the true path. Wait. Just as Chun Mo was about to choose to devour, a figure forcefully intruded into Qin Tian's domain. The newcomer was none other than the projection of Qin Feng. At the turning point of the situation, he had anticipated the outcome. If Chun Mo were victorious, he would undoubtedly devour Qin Tian's core. Hence, he disregarded previous agreements to intervene. Second uncle, save me. I don't want to end up like my cousin, forever rendered useless. Upon seeing Qin Feng's figure, Qin Tian hurriedly clung to his leg, pleading for salvation. To seek revenge for Qin Beast, he had risked his own future, so in a sense, he was somewhat wronged. Do not worry, I shall ensure your safety. Qin Feng helped Qin Tian up, his tone resolute. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? Chun Mo asked coldly, feigning curiosity. Young brother, I implore you, for my sake, let this be the end. From now on, let our grievances be resolved, shall we? If anything happened to Qin Tian, he would indeed find it difficult to explain to his kin. After all, the duel with Chun Mo was meant to avenge the core's consumption. How laughable. Do you have any face left? A man who does not adhere to the agreements made before the duel speaks, as if it were not worth hearing. To trust you would be foolish. Chun Mo retorted, unyielding. The notion of reconciliation might work on naive high school students. But he had encountered too many hypocritical faces before his traversing. To give face, yet have none. Must you push me to take action? Qin Feng's expression darkened. A glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Throughout the city, it was nearly impossible to find someone who dared to disregard him. Being mocked by a high school senior was a humiliation he could hardly bear. We agreed before the duel that regardless of the outcome, you would not trouble me again. Mr. Qin, we are all intelligent individuals. Some words are best left unsaid. If you wish to act, feel free. Now is a dimensional projection. Let everyone witness what kind of person the second young master of the Qin family is, breaking promises and interfering in a duel, refusing to acknowledge defeat and threatening a high school student. Such news would indeed bring shame to the Qin family. Chun Mo stood unafraid, hands in pockets. As steady as a mountain. This was a life and death duel. Losing meant accepting one's fate. Qin Feng was rendered speechless by his retort, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. With over 2,000 eyes outside fixed on the dimensional projection, to breach the agreement would tarnish the reputation of the entire Qin family. Since Mr. Qin dares not take action, then please step aside and do not hinder me from collecting my spoils. Before Qin Feng, Chun Mo devoured Qin Tian's core. As the core was consumed, the domain collapsed instantaneously, and Qin Feng and Qin Tian were abruptly returned to the real world. Meanwhile, Chun Mo and his followers were transported back to his domain. By devouring and merging with the core, his domain level rose to 2, covering an area of 100,000 square meters, with 1,000 followers activated. He obtained the blueprint for a basic furnace and the item of Iron City walls. The ability to expand his territory was triggered, increasing the domain area to 100,000 square meters. Defeating a formidable opponent granted him 500 experience points. It seemed he had garnered quite a bounty, far superior to consuming the core of Qin Beast. Chun Mo did not hasten to tally his spoils, but returned directly to the real world. Upon his appearance, the square erupted in thunderous applause, as if welcoming a hero's return. How exhilarating. This is the most thrilling duel I have ever witnessed. Chun Mo, you have brought glory to our school. Thank you for sparing me, great one. I must admit, I was blind to have bullied you before. Please do not hold it against me. Qin Feng and several students from the second high school observed the scene unfolding before them, their faces dark as soot. They had anticipated Qin Tian's certain victory, only to be met with an unexpected reversal. It was as if they had been slapped across the face while toasting champagne in celebration. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. I may have been a bit too forceful. I hope you can forgive me. As for our agreement, while relishing in the cheers, Chun Mo approached Qin Feng. The onlookers were dumbfounded. This was not merely face-to-face confrontation. It was a direct taunt. Rest assured, I, Qin, always keep my word. I shall not trouble you again. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, cradling the barely conscious Qin Tian, and departed in a fury. This matter is far from over. Chun Mo watched Qin Feng and his wife leave, well aware that the Qin family would not let this go lightly. Yet, what he sought was for Qin Feng to publicly acknowledge their gentleman's agreement. As long as the Qin family refrained from acting personally, he could avoid a great deal of trouble. Chapter 9, Pea Shooter. You're quite something, showing no regard for Qin Feng at all. Aren't you afraid he'll agree in words, but seek revenge in secret? Lu Rian inquired curiously as she approached Chun Mo. What is there to fear? From the moment I devoured the core of the Qin Beast domain, there has been no turning back. Whether or not I show Qin Feng any respect, the outcome remains unchanged. It's either a life of kneeling or a death standing. If Chun Mo were to merely survive, it would be better to strike him down directly. Such clarity of thought, Li Yuan remarked. I spoke with the principal. For your safety, you need not attend school for the next 2 weeks. But do remember to participate in the internship assessment on time. With that, she gestured for the gathered students to disperse and return to class. Grateful for the principal's consideration, Chun Mo did not wish to squander his kindness. After returning home to wash and nourish himself, he entered the domain. Having devoured the core of Qin Tian, he acquired a wealth of resources that warranted careful utilization. Lord, Chun Mo Core, Level 4. Area, 360,000 square meters. Species, demonic beings. Talent, random attribute, unique. Abilities, territory expansion, follower integration. Level, 5, 400, 1200. Warehouse, 1 basic arrow tower blueprint, 1 basic furnace blueprint. Followers, plant type. Number of followers, 1380, random growth. Increases by 5 to 10 daily. Zombie puppets, 1000, wolf knights, unable to integrate. Faith power, 5000, growth rate, 800 per day. Chun Mo surveyed the data panel, feeling reasonably satisfied with his recent gains. Having narrowly avoided a significant loss at the hands of Qin Tian, the resources acquired were not exorbitantly profitable, but at least not a loss. However, the inability to integrate the zombie puppets left him somewhat disheartened. In light of this, he resolved to utilize them as a vanguard, or as fodder to absorb the initial enemy charge. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from rushing into integration. Instead, he accessed the warehouse to examine the newly acquired blueprints. Basic furnace blueprint, used to construct a basic furnace. Required materials, 500 faith power, 1000 iron ore. Construction duration, 2 hours. Among the required materials, faith power was abundant, but Chun Mo had yet to find a source for iron ore. Could there be hidden information? Remaining within the domain, he sought to uncover any concealed functionalities. For instance, how to obtain wood for constructing arrow towers, and where to locate iron ore for smelting. After searching for a considerable time, he found no relevant information. Suddenly, he realized he had fallen into a trap of ignorance. As the lord of the domain, was it necessary for him to seek out such information? Wasn't it simply a matter of issuing a command? Followers, heed my call and gather wood, Chun Mo directed, glancing at the forest within the domain. In an instant, over 1,000 followers and an equal number of zombie puppets surged toward the forest. Despite lacking suitable tools, their sheer numbers allowed them to gather a mountain of wood in merely half an hour. Upon inspecting the haul, he found it amounted to over 800, sufficient to construct more than 10 arrow towers. With ample materials at hand, Chun Mo commanded his followers and zombie puppets to scout and gather iron ore. Simultaneously, he commenced the construction of the arrow towers. Basic arrow tower blueprint, used to construct a basic arrow tower. Required materials, 100 faith power, 50 wood. Construction duration, 1 hour. Unlike the basic furnace blueprint, the basic arrow tower blueprint did not impose a clear limitation on the number of constructions. Chun Mo speculated that the absence of restrictions implied an unlimited potential for construction. Build. As it turned out, his assumption was correct. The first arrow tower began construction. Yet the blueprint did not disappear. However, while the arrow towers served defensive purposes, they were not necessarily better in greater numbers. Presently, he possessed only 5,000 faith power, necessitating a strategic enhancement across various aspects. After considerable thought and calculation, Chun Mo decided to construct 8 arrow towers, positioned at the cardinal points around the domain core. To safeguard its integrity, the remaining faith power would be allocated for follower integration and furnace construction. With everything planned, Chun Mo checked the status of iron ore collection. He detected a rich iron ore deposit, 100,000 tons. Extraction rate, 100 tons hour. The pace was not particularly swift. By the time they gathered the requisite 1,000 tons of iron ore for furnace construction, it would be the following day. Contemplating his options, Chun Mo resolved to use the remaining faith power designated for arrow tower construction solely for follower integration. With a growth rate of 800 faith power daily, he could afford to wait until the necessary iron ore was collected before constructing the furnace. Subsequently, Chun Mo reviewed the number of followers. After defeating Qin Tian, he received a reward of 1,000 followers, all of whom were first level. With 4,200 faith power remaining, integrating 5 first-level followers consumed 20 points, while 5 second-level followers required 40 points. After weighing his options, Chun Mo decided to prioritize the integration of first-level followers. With the internship assessment for the 3rd year fast approaching, his prospects for entering a prestigious institution hinged on this moment. Thus, he needed to enhance the combat prowess of all followers expeditiously. Through integration, first-level followers could gain the benefit of random attributes, resulting in a significant leap in combat effectiveness. The remaining time would then be devoted to upgrading elite followers to extraordinary followers. Integrate. Chun Mo expended 4,000 faith power to fuse 1,000 ordinary followers into 200 elite followers in one fell swoop. The integration was successful, yielding a purple epic tier random attribute. Attribute characteristics. Defense, Attribute Enhancement. Attribute Overview. Increases the defense attribute of followers by 50, while also providing a 50 chance to gain an 80 health shield during combat. Lasting for 1 minute. The attributes were commendable, perfectly aligning with the inherently fragile plant-type followers. Especially the probability-based shield, if triggered, effectively granted that follower 2 lives for 1 minute. Chun Mo felt a surge of delight as he randomly checked the information of one newly integrated follower. Pea Shooter. Health, 200. Defense, 10. Earth Element Enhancement, 50. Attack, 20. Effective attack range, 50 m. Traits, long-range attack, single target damage, mobile. Quite impressive, capable of both taking hits and dealing damage. Plant-type followers generally excelled in control and recovery abilities, but mobile long-range attackers were indeed rare. While Chun Mo busied himself with follower integration, the arrow towers had also completed their construction. Basic Arrow Tower. Health, 100. Defense, 50. Traits. Increases the attack range of archers by 150 m. The increased attack range complemented the pea shooter perfectly. Without hesitation, Chun Mo dispatched 16 elite followers, evenly distributing them across the 8 arrow towers. Seeing no further enhancements to be made, Chun Mo returned to the real world. After a satisfying meal and refreshing wash, he indulged in a restful slumber. With the principal's special permission, he relished the luxury of sleeping in until he awoke naturally. The following day, after lunch, Chun Mo returned to the domain, continuing to toil towards bolstering his strength. The iron ore has been fully gathered, and Chun Mo opened the warehouse to find the blueprint for the basic furnace. Basic Furnace Blueprint, used for constructing a basic furnace. Required materials, 500 faith power, 1000 iron, Oregon construction duration, 2 hours. With all materials at hand, it is only natural to proceed with the construction. Chapter 10, Conspiracy. After 2 hours, the furnace was completed. Basic Furnace. Life, 1000. Defense, 500. Special features, forging, enchanting weapons. Currently, Chun Mo lacked the appropriate weapon blueprints for his followers, rendering him unable to utilize the furnace's capabilities. After a moment of silence, he turned his gaze toward the arrow tower. Upgrading the arrow tower requires 1000 faith power and 500 wood. This is tenfold more than what was needed for construction. Chun Mo was utterly speechless. It seems that the fastest way to enhance strength is through plundering, as resources come swiftly. However, his principle has always been to avoid provoking trouble. In the following days, Chun Mo remained at home, using the faith power he produced to integrate new followers and enhance his strength. Soon, elite followers became the backbone of the realm, and the number of extraordinary followers also saw a significant increase. As for the arrow tower, he did not consider upgrading it for the time being, since the materials required were excessive. Moreover, the most pressing task at hand was to achieve excellent results in the internship assessment, as the followers are the primary combat force. On the eve of the internship assessment, in a private room of a high-end restaurant, Lu Lang, your uncle knows you, and Xiao Shou are good brothers. Now that he has become a cripple, the culprit Chun Mo has faced no punishment. Have you not thought about avenging him? After several rounds of drinks, Qin Feng turned his attention to the blonde Lu Lang. Bound by their agreement and unable to act personally, he set his sights on Lu Lang. Uncle Qin, to speak frankly, I do wish to avenge Qin Shou, but even Qin Tian, who possesses a purple core, was defeated by him. My strength is comparable to Qin Tian's, and I fear it may be futile. Besides, he has not attended school lately, likely to avoid your retribution by transferring. Lu Lang was genuinely intimidated by Chun Mo's ruthlessness. This guy devours others' core fields without a second thought. The barefoot are not afraid of the shot. He could not afford to gamble his life against such a merciless individual. Qin Feng, being an old hand, saw through Lu Lang's thoughts. I understand, you are afraid. Lu Lang, I have confirmed that many students bully that kid, but you are the only leader among them. Moreover, Xiao Shou's challenge to that kid was also spurred on by you. You bear half the responsibility for Xiao Shou's core being devoured. Do you understand? Boom. Lu Lang's mind went blank at these words. What does this mean? Is this settling scores after the fact? Since Qin Feng cannot bully Chun Mo, is he preparing to use him as a sacrificial pawn for Qin Shou? A threat. A blatant threat. Yet, in front of Qin Feng, he was merely an ant easily crushed. There was no choice but to comply. Uncle Qin. Qin Shou is my good brother, and avenging him is the duty of a brother. I cannot coexist with Chun Mo. Lu Lang raised his arm in declaration, resembling a fool. Very well, as long as you can avenge Xiao Shou and Xiao Tian, Uncle will not shortchange you. Besides offering you 1 million faith power, I will also help you strengthen the defense of your core. 1 million faith power? Strengthening the core's defense? Lu Lang swallowed hard, feeling quite tempted. Uncle Qin, you also know that Chun Mo is a freak. Even Qin Tian's wolf knights could not take him down. I merely possess a purple core, and the odds may not be in my favor. No matter how enticing the offer, it could not compare to the importance of his future. Lu Lang fought to remain clear-headed. He believed Qin Feng could guess the unspoken words. Agreeing to avenge Qin Shou did not guarantee success. If he failed, it would not be his concern. Rest assured, I will lend you some resources when the time comes. As for what they are, Just know they will crush that kid. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Are you confident now? Uncle Qin, rest assured, once the internship assessment concludes, I will place Chun Mo's core in your hands. With Qin Feng's assurance, Lu Lang naturally understood that this would be an existence Chun Mo could not resist. Furthermore, the reward from Qin Feng was akin to a piece of meat placed before him, and Lu Lang was no fool. He would certainly seize it. Excellent. I await your good news. May success be swift. Cheers. Qin Feng raised his glass, a sinister smile playing on his lips. There were numerous ways to deal with a powerless young man. He promised not to dirty his hands, but never claimed he would not employ others to do so. The next day, the sky was clear and bright. The sun shone high, marking yet another year of internship assessment season for the third-year students. Chun Mo rubbed his sleepy eyes and lazily entered the campus. After a week at home, he had repeated the cycle of eating, sleeping, and entering the realm, tirelessly working to elevate his followers' strength. Suddenly stepping out felt quite unfamiliar. It was said that this year, the assessment system had been altered. The top 100 scorers would not only gain admission to higher education institutions, but also receive generous rewards from both the state and the school. Who do you think will take first place in this assessment? Is there any doubt? It must be Chen Mo. Even Qin Tian, who possesses a purple core, was rendered powerless by him. If he doesn't take first, who will? I wouldn't be so sure. His last victory may have been due to luck. Comparatively, I believe the two who obtained the purple core are the strongest contenders for first place. With some time remaining before the internship assessment began, many students gathered in the playground and classrooms to discuss. Whether or not to take first place was of little concern to Chen Mo. He was content to do his best. During his time at home, his strength had seen considerable improvement. To seek solitude, Chun Mo entered the realm to review the fruits of his labor over the past days. Arrow Tower, Level 2, Life 300, Defense 50. Special features, increases archer attack range by 200 and boosts attack power by 10. The upgraded Arrow Tower has seen a significant enhancement in attributes. It not only increases the attack range of archers, but also their attack power. However, this is not Chen Mo's trump card. Dual Spawn Zombie Man-Eating Flower, Level Extraordinary, Life 300. Special features, Devour. Each attack consumes one target. Assimilate. When attacked, there is a 40 chance of splashing venom around, turning poison targets into puppet zombies. Dual Spawn possesses 2 devouring mouths, capable of consuming 2 enemies simultaneously. Speed, 10s per instance. Additional damage, Fire attribute, Wind attribute. Purple Wind attribute trait. Special features, Protection, Control. Overview. When attacked, there is a 35 chance to generate a wind shield that absorbs 500 points of damage for 2 minutes when attacking enemies. There is a 65 chance to create a hurricane that blows away enemies within 100 meters. After another fusion, the level 3 Man-Eating Flower acquired a new random trait. Though it may not perfectly synergize, the effect is undoubtedly formidable. Devilish Thorn, Level Elite, Life 250. Special features, all-encompassing control, rapid growth, spreads rapidly in all directions during combat. After a new round of fusion, certain devotees experienced a remarkable surge in their combat prowess, significantly enhancing their overall strength. However, the number of devotees sharply diminished post-fusion. Quality trumps quantity when it comes to troops. Chen Mo, not overly concerned, harbored confidence in achieving commendable results during this internship assessment. In terms of attributes, no golden entries were acquired, as the levels of the fused devotees remained quite low. Previously, even securing one was akin to being blessed by fortune. Nevertheless, he amassed a plethora of green and blue entries, which he distributed evenly among the various devotees. Chapter 11. The trial begins. On the following day, as dawn broke, the sky was a pristine blue. Chun Mo awoke early and made his way to the school square. The square was teeming with people. However, as he lacked any familiar companions, he stood alone at the periphery. Today marked the commencement of the newcomer trials, and the air was thick with an explosive anticipation, creating an intensely fervent atmosphere. The surrounding students were fervently discussing the impending contest. Have you heard? Qin Yi from Class 1 has prepared 2 exceptional buildings and a dragon unit of the same caliber. His sights are clearly set on claiming first place. And let us not forget Xiao Qing'er, who, it is said, has been equipped by the Xiao family with 2 top-tier buildings and units, coupled with her being of the elven race, ensuring that this confrontation will be extraordinarily fierce. Indeed, there are several more extraordinary talents participating this year than in previous years. But who will ultimately emerge victorious? This year, our Yanxiao Empire has even witnessed the emergence of 3 legendary prodigies, enough to send tremors throughout the Blue Star. At that moment, a voice resonated from the distance, urging the newcomers to gather at the designated location. All participants in the trial, please swiftly assemble in the center of the square. The so-called newcomer trials serve as a critical evaluation of the potential within the new generation of lords. The process encompasses 2 phases, defense and subsequent combat. The first segment aims to assess each participant's territorial construction capabilities, while the latter devolves into a ruthless battle for resources. wherein one must contend not only with creatures from another world, but also remain vigilant against threats from their peers. Just then, a voice sounded beside Chinemo. Do not think this matter ends here, Chinemo. Once the internship assessment concludes, prepare to face the wrath of the Qin family. Chinemo turned to see Lu Lang, the instigator of it all. What does the Qin family's affairs have to do with you? Are you eager to try your hand against me? He retorted dismissively. You, with your lack of courage, should step aside. Chun Emo scoffed, turning away. Lu Lang, seeing that Chun Emo doesn't even spare him a glance, gritted his teeth in frustration, his face aflame with anger. What do you have to be so arrogant about, being a plant type? I will make you regret this. In the center of the square, a middle-aged man appeared silently on the platform. Merely parting his lips caused the entire venue to descend into an immediate silence. This was the principal of the school. Chun Emo lifted his gaze towards that esteemed position, a place that inspired longing in countless hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, the newcomer trials are about to commence. This year, the number of participants from the Divine Sea domain has reached an unprecedented 70 million, the highest in nearly a century. The principal paused, continuing with grave seriousness. I hope everyone makes rational judgments based on their actual circumstances. Please do not lose your precious lives due to momentary negligence or recklessness. With that said, I wish you all great success and a safe return. No sooner had he finished speaking than a magnificent, ancient bronze door appeared in the sky, slowly opening. A dazzling light radiated forth, and as these brilliant beams shot into every participant's body, all seemed to be drawn into a bizarre space. Then, as the bronze door gradually closed until it vanished from sight, the grand internship assessment officially commenced. In a distant and awe-inspiring location, hovering above the capital of Yinxia, 5 formidable figures loomed, exuding an aura that commanded respect. One of them remarked, since this year, the trajectory of our clan's destiny has increasingly manifested a vigorous vitality. As if a new king is destined to emerge. The figure beside him burst into laughter upon hearing this, declaring, this is an opportune moment. As long as we possess sufficiently powerful support, we can boldly contend against those time-honored and deeply rooted factions. Let us only hope that the birthplace of this emergence lies within our Yinxia domain. Otherwise, the Western powers may soon find themselves restless. Subsequently, a suggestion arose. In that case, let us commence with this year's competition by significantly enhancing the rewards for various martial contests and reinstating the ancient and unparalleled sequence of competition for supremacy, shall we? Although there were slight disagreements regarding this proposal, a consensus was ultimately reached. So it shall be. The assembly responded in unison. Esteemed challenger, welcome to the 9,827th honing space in the east. Detection results indicate that your lordship begins with over 100-fold area of land. Consequently, you will be closely monitored by the laws of different timelines. Thus, the difficulty level you will face in the future will correspondingly rise to 100 times the initial setting. However, in return, you will receive an additional 100 units of source crystal resources to utilize, and the eventual outcomes will be magnified accordingly. Best of luck to you. Just as Chun Emo stepped onto this unknown land, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The energy of the world tree has been replenished, and the upgrade is successful. In the next moment, the small sapling at the core of Chun Mo's domain erupted in resplendent radiance, intertwining like myriad rainbows, transforming the entire territory into a kaleidoscopic dreamscape. Simultaneously, the sapling became enveloped in a dazzling orb of light, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Chun Emo was taken aback. His domain's core was, in fact, the world tree. At this moment, the magnificent tree, surrounded by shimmering light, began to grow slowly yet irresistibly. Within mere breaths, it towered over 100 meters high, majestic and awe-inspiring, resembling a mountain piercing the heavens. Simultaneously, Chun Emo was astonished to discover that his territory was expanding at a visible pace. Ultimately, it reached an enormous expanse of over 1 million square meters, as if the entire world had been redefined, coming to a standstill. The territory that had suddenly expanded 100-fold appeared remarkably vast and unbounded, as if even time had paused for it. Crack! A sharp sound shattered the silence, followed by the rumbling of thunder. The originally bright and clear sky darkened abruptly as an immense, heavy, and suffocating storm cloud rolled in from the horizon, instantly enveloping the entire newly born territory. Within the cloud, flashes of lightning danced and thunder rumbled incessantly, leading to the descent of large raindrops, pelting the ground with relentless fervor. As the first drop of rain gently landed in the palm of his hand, Chun Emo was astonished to find that the liquid shimmered with a golden luster. When it touched his skin and quietly seeped into his body, a marvelous power activated his cells, rendering his skin increasingly delicate and smooth, akin to polished jade. At the same time, a faint aura of ethereal essence enveloped him, making him seem otherworldly and transcendent. As the golden rain continued to fall, the surrounding environment gradually transformed. The once expansive land was shrouded in mist, and the air was imbued with a fresh and delightful fragrance, rendering the entire space reminiscent of a magical paradise described in fairy tales. At this very moment, He gazed upwards at the life tree, which had undergone a complete transformation. A cascade of entirely new data flooded his mind. Core, world tree. Level, 5. Quality, supreme. Traits, world protection. Description. This core, born from an extraordinary miracle, may become the most steadfast support on your path ahead. Introduction. The core of the territory. Once destroyed, the territory will collapse. Chapter 12. Descent. Detailed traits. World protection. Quality, inestimable. Veil of secrets, hidden path. Conceals the true circumstances, rendering all detection methods ineffective. All things are spiritual. Every inch of land in the territory is imbued with spiritual soil, accelerating the cultivation process by 100-fold. Accelerated plant growth. The experience gain rate for plant units is increased 100-fold. Rapid growth of flora. The growth rate of vegetation within the territory surges 100-fold. Indestructible and eternal. As long as the foundation remains, it will never perish. Automatic expansion mechanism. Increases the territory area by 100 units daily. Abilities not yet unlocked. Requirements not met. After perusing this exhaustive introduction, Shin could not help but exclaim in awe, his heart swelling with excitement. Everything had changed. His previous attribute panel had merely been superficial. Once the world tree core was activated, everything transformed, as if the prior state was intended to conceal something. Who could have anticipated that my lord's core would be the legendary world tree? Fortunately, these abilities had not yet fully manifested. Otherwise, even deities might succumb to covetousness. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about the newcomer trials. This time, he would undoubtedly secure first place. Snapping back to reality, he noticed the prompt for the trial ground before him. Would he like to descend to this location? Yes, no, yes. Chun Imo answered with unwavering resolve. In the next moment, the gray mist dissipated like morning dew, revealing an expanse of territory spanning tens of thousands of square meters. Towering above was the world tree. Reaching for the heavens like a pillar supporting the cosmos, its seven-colored radiance illuminating the surroundings, bathing the natural realm in a sense of solemnity and sanctity. Chun Imo inhaled the fresh air deeply, his heart racing, aware that time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. He cautiously retrieved 3 rare building templates from his storage space: unit, arrow tower, and steel wall. The rules of the newcomer trials were exceedingly stringent, stipulating that each participant could only bring 2 buildings and 1 unit model to the challenge. Although this system provided a meager competitive edge to ordinary participants, it intensified the immense pressure and brutal competition inherent in each duel. With a steely gaze, Chun Imo tightened his grip on the rewards received from upgrading the territory core. These structures, such as the arrow towers, could be reclaimed once constructed, allowing for immediate use and saving construction time. Go. With a soft command, 2 blueprints flew from his hands, rapidly enlarging in midair until they stabilized into their final forms. The first to emerge was a solid and imposing metallic barrier. The steel wall, standing 5 meters tall and 2 meters thick, it formed a formidable defensive line encircling the entire base. Even from a distance, it was enough to instill a sense of awe. This was indeed the reward obtained from devouring the territory core. Chun Imo could not help but marvel, truly. An impregnable fortress. A detailed description flashed in his mind. Name, steel wall, type, defensive structure, initial level, 1, experience required for advancement, 0-100, possessing a unique skill, mirror shield, which can reflect 1% of incoming damage back to the attacker. Achieving such effectiveness at level 1 is already remarkable. How powerful would it become at maximum level? With these thoughts, Chun Mo's heart brimmed with boundless anticipation and hope. His gaze then shifted to the southeast, where a straight and menacing arrow tower stood tall. Its quality was classified as exquisite, featuring a base firing rate of 1 shot per second and an effective attack radius of 100 meters. While it paled in comparison to the previous structure, its assistance during the novice phase was still invaluable. At least there is a basic safety net. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Imo turned to the most crucial aspect. The carnivorous plant lacked mobility. He would opt for the pea shooter instead. Confirm usage of 100 source crystals to summon 10 pea shooters? The system prompt echoed, to which Chun Imo resolutely replied, summon. Instantly, the world tree swayed gracefully, birthing 10 enormous fruits. As they fell from the branches, they burst open with a series of pops, revealing familiar yet peculiar figures that resembled adorable warriors from that ancient game. With large, expressive eyes that blinked incessantly, their lower bodies sprouted 3 green leaves as roots, and their heads resembled small, yet powerful turrets. Name, pea shooter. Race, plant. Level, 1010. Health, 200 vitality. Agility, 3, speed. Mental power, 20, skill power. Special skill, pea shooter. Loyalty, 100%, eternally unchanging. Description, even an unassuming little pea, when endowed with sufficient power and will, can transform into a weapon capable of vanquishing formidable foes. The sheer statistics were already enough to astonish. Compared to ordinary followers, this was an extraordinary enhancement. Following the activation of the world tree core, the follower panels had undergone transformations, with all information becoming more detailed. Let us now examine the specifics of the P-Shooter's special abilities: quality, legendary, precision shooting, breaking magical barriers, explosive attack, effective radius, 300 meters. Summary: did you receive one of my seeds today? The endless mutations of its attributes were truly formidable, elevating the P-Shooter to this degree. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to continue summoning. Thus, Chin-Mo resolved to utilize his remaining resources to summon additional units to bolster his forces. Soon, after expending 900 source crystals, it appeared as if it were raining in the sky, with more adorable little followers joining the fray. They lined up neatly within the walls, poised to confront any enemy that dared approach. Just as everything was in place and ready, an unusual sound pierced the air, drawing closer and shattering the brief tranquility. Chin-Mo keenly sensed an impending crisis. The first wave of battle was about to commence. Peering into the distance, he spotted a rolling cloud of gray advancing ominously, accompanied by dozens of grotesque, diminutive creatures, no taller than a foot, wielding crude clubs and boasting skin of a sickly green hue. At this moment, a frenzied roar echoed as a formidable horde charged towards us, exuding an aura of relentless determination that was indeed chilling. Yet, a mere 300 foes posed no challenge whatsoever to Chin-Mo, who was already well prepared. As the deafening screams drew nearer to the target area, Chin-Mo, standing behind the defensive fortifications, offered a slight smile and decisively commanded, "Attack." In an instant, myriad beams of golden light flickered and leapt forth from the mouths of each miniature warrior, coalescing into an impenetrable golden wall that surged towards the enemy. The sounds of piercing impacts reverberated through the air, followed by the sight of countless bodies collapsing into pools of blood, never to rise again. Chapter 13, Settlement. As the deadly projectiles struck the monsters, their explosive properties were activated. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal creature's brain matter splattered, its limbs flying in disarray. It was as if an unseen force had violently torn its body apart. And this was merely the beginning, as more of its kin suffered a similar fate. They were swept away before even touching the city walls, reduced to heaps of dismembered flesh. In the blink of an eye, over 300 monsters vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze swept across the battlefield, yet it could not disperse the pungent stench of blood and death that lingered in the air. The ground outside the city walls was stained with mottled green blood, and grotesque remnants lay scattered everywhere. The atmosphere was thick with a noxious blend of rust and decaying flesh, a grim reminder of the horrific scene that had just unfolded. Chin-Mo stood at a distance, his expression paling as he beheld this tableau. Although he had previously witnessed similar scenes online and had been educated on the subject in school, the harsh reality of such brutality was still unbearable. A wave of nausea surged within this young man, his stomach churning uncomfortably. However, this torment served as a stark reminder that this was a battlefield. It was a matter of survival, where one either lived or perished. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a miraculous sight emerged as countless tiny lights began to flicker, coalescing into wooden chests. These were the rewards bestowed upon humanity's challengers by the will of this world after vanquishing the enemy. The first-tier green goblins were eliminated, yielding a white treasure chest. Notifications continued to flood his vision. Upon learning of the enemy's titles, a smile finally graced Chin-Mo's face as he waved his hand, instantly transferring 300 treasure chests into his inventory. Just as he completed this task, the battlefield settlement information arrived. War settlement. Enemy forces, 100 first-tier green goblins, 100 second-tier green goblins, and 100 third-tier green goblins. Result, total victory, achieved in merely 10 seconds. Performance evaluation, SS level. Rewards, 300. 000 units of energy crystals. 30,000 energy points. Special building, Flame Arrow Tower, legendary. Special facility, King's Abode, epic. Upon witnessing such bountiful rewards laid before him, Chin-Mo could hardly contain his excitement. My goodness, I've struck gold, haha. It was important to understand that whether constructing a new city or upgrading an existing territory, considerable precious resources were required. Particularly, the exceedingly rare building projects underscored their immeasurable value. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring 2 legendary buildings was exhilarating. However, given the exceptional battle score, the challenges that lay ahead would undoubtedly be exceedingly perilous. Yet for Chin-Mo, whose thirst for power surpassed all else, this was an unparalleled opportunity. Seizing this divine chance would undoubtedly facilitate unprecedented growth, thereby altering the course of his life entirely. With this thought, he took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm his emotions as he prepared to open the treasure chests. What treasures awaited him within those 300 chests? Acquired, 1 source crystal. Acquired, 1 source crystal, 2 source points. Acquired, 3 source crystals. Acquired, 2 source crystals. Acquired, 1 source crystal, 5 source points. Acquired, 2 source crystals, Spirit Spring. Acquired, 5 source crystals, Battle Armor. The system notifications chimed continuously, as Chin-Mo's inventory instantaneously brimmed with wealth. 5. 1,000 source crystals, 100 source points, along with a set of battle armor and a small building model. It seemed that fortune smiled upon him today. Opening treasure chests was typically a game of pure chance. Generally, the rewards would yield basic items, perhaps a few source crystals. Yet unexpectedly, aside from these source crystals, Chen Mo had also acquired an additional 100 source points, a complete set of battle armor, and a building item. Such a generous bounty clearly exceeded ordinary expectations. As his thoughts momentarily wandered, the resplendent battle armor settled firmly in his grasp. Golden battle armor. Level 1. Quality, blue. Attribute bonus. Defense increased by 10. Description. Crafted from 999 pure gold, this guardian garment is tailored for warriors. While blue-grade equipment was certainly serviceable, it was imperative to upgrade it further. Examining the dazzling robe in his hands, which could enhance the wearer's resilience against enemy attacks, he considered that the physical structure of his followers might not be suited for this type of armor. Do you wish to consume 5,000 source crystals to upgrade the golden battle armor to its limit? Upon confirming, the surface of the armor erupted in a brilliant light, which gradually subsided. Upon reviewing its panel information, the following changes were noted. Golden battle armor. Level 30, max level achieved. Quality, blue. Attribute bonus. Grants an additional 50 shield value to extraordinary and lower beings. Description. The ultimate version of the battle armor, fully developed in potential. Ultimately, it remained an ordinary item. To reach the pinnacle of excellence, he would need to continue seeking superior materials. Chen Mo sighed softly. Although he had achieved the best possible result at this stage, his aspirations for higher goals remained unchanged. After all, the blue level could only be upgraded to this extent. Thus, individuals were more inclined to gather quality resources to construct or exchange for higher-grade equipment. With a thought, the exquisite new robe, perfectly tailored to his size, seamlessly adorned his body. His next objective was to address the infrastructure development within his territory. Since the level cap of all existing structures would directly be constrained by the developmental stage that the overall domain could accommodate, it was imperative to first reinforce the core of the territory. He strolled over to the world tree, the source of vitality for the entire ecosystem. May the power of my Lord guide me. Please assist me in enhancing the quality of my domain. Almost simultaneously, echoes resounded in his mind. Congratulations, player. You have successfully upgraded your territory to level 2 by expending 1,000 energy crystals and 100 source points. Congratulations, player. You have successfully upgraded your region to level 3 by expending 2,000 energy crystals and 200 mandatory coins. With each advancement in rank, a broader scope of territorial expansion is achieved, accompanied by a corresponding increase in resource demands. For players possessing vast expanses of land, far exceeding the norm, the necessity for upgrades translates into considerable expenditures. As the saying goes, one must spend lavishly to reap the rewards. Thus, the investment continues, propelling a secondary upgrade initiative until all accumulated resources are completely exhausted. Your territory has officially entered the third stage. Chapter 14, The Lord's Manor. Gazing upon the ever-expanding lordly residence before him, bolstered by newfound might, it is evident that this endeavor has not been in vain. The expenditure of source crystals is indeed prodigious. Chen Mo's territory has ascended to Tier 3, consuming a staggering 12,000 source crystals and 30,000 source points. Initially believing he had struck gold, he now finds himself left with a mere 100,000 source crystals. Notwithstanding, every sacrifice made is undoubtedly worthwhile in Chen Mo's eyes. Post-upgrade, he sauntered to the modest dwelling nearby, pondering whether to select, building, demolish the cottage. Without hesitation, he affirmed, yes. As the words left his lips, the cottage, steeped in memories yet unfit for his new status, was instantaneously disassembled into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, he produced 3 pristine building blueprints: Spirit Spring, Lord's Manor, and Blazing Flame Tower. As he waved the exquisitely crafted Lord's Manor in his hand, it rapidly expanded and extended, swiftly erecting a magnificent residence covering several hundred square meters, resplendent in its grandeur. Even standing at the entrance, one could deeply sense the majestic aura and solemn dignity contained within. The disparity between this and the previously dilapidated abode was akin to night and day. Lord's Manor. Level 1,000. Function, abode. Description. This premier residence tailored for rulers perfectly accommodates the lifestyle habits and preferences of every sovereign, though one must provide attendance to manage daily minutiae. After perusing the introduction with care, Chen Mo stroked his chin in contemplation. He soon devised a plan to recruit some personal servants to assist in managing affairs. Without further ado, he expended an additional 10,000 source crystals to elevate this new domicile directly to the 3rd level. His gaze then shifted to the distant horizon, contemplating how to reasonably plan the layout of the remaining facilities. He resolved to first establish the Spirit Spring at the foot of the Sacred World Tree. Then, in the northeastern corner of the territory, he positioned the defensive structure, Blazing Flame Tower, to complement the existing Arrow Tower, reserving the additional and used Arrow Tower for future needs. Spirit Spring. Quality, exceptional. Level, 1-0-100. Characteristics, mysterious liquid generator, beauty elixir, health tonic, longevity enhancer. Inventory, maximum storage capacity of 10 units. Daily automatic restoration amount, 1 unit at night. Summary, a unique spring water formed from the purest essence of heaven and earth, possessing miraculous effects on plant growth. Upon reading this, Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. It was truly an invaluable treasure, capable of preserving youth, nurturing the heart, and extending life. Each effect was a coveted boon sought after by many. Lost in profound reverie, he envisioned the limitless value and potential that such a miraculous spring could bestow. It could easily become a veritable cash cow within his territory. He marveled inwardly. Consequently, he resolutely allocated further resources to continue upgrading this precious asset until it reached the current highest level. Subsequently, over the course of several hours, he relentlessly invested significant quantities of precious minerals, upgrading vital facilities such as artillery towers, iron fortifications, and arrow bastions, all evolving into the third stage. If anyone were to witness this, they would likely succumb to envy. Imagine, within such a brief span, not only successfully propelling the entire base beyond its limitations, but also acquiring 3 legendary landmark buildings along with over 100 elite followers for protection, a feat rarely seen in the annals of lordship. Upon completing all deployments and adjustments, Chun Mo further extravagantly summoned 400 exceptionally formidable pea shooters, totaling 500 troops to confront the impending challenges ahead. After all, numbers are not the sole determinant of success. Only through the crucible of brutal combat can followers attain genuine growth. Therefore, maintaining a moderate scale is more practical and conducive to long-term development. When all preparations were in place, it was already dusk. Chun Mo quickly filled his stomach while savoring a few sips from the refreshing waters of the Spirit Spring. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped him, noticeably accelerating his recovery. Even areas long devoid of sensation began to stir. Although this water offered him no tangible assistance, given his strength far surpassed that of ordinary ranks, even against high-tier enemies, he held the upper hand. It nonetheless served as an excellent health tonic. As night descended, all fell silent, until the following morning. When the first rays of dawn broke upon the earth, a thunderous roar erupted in the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. Chun Mo understood that this heralded the arrival of the second wave of invading monsters. Outside, in the conference hall of Wangqing High School, the middle-aged principal and 10 senior class teachers convened. Li Yuan awaited nearby, as they anticipated the results of last night's eliminations. Principal, the report has arrived. Soon, a middle-aged female teacher presented a report to the principal. Instantly, all teachers fixated their gazes upon the document, and as the principal perused it, his expression darkened. Everyone, take a look. The report circulated among the 10 senior class teachers, and the countenances of nearly all the educators bore heavy expressions. In merely the first round of assessments, 1/3 of their students had been eliminated. Li Yuan, upon reading this, felt increasingly distressed. Of the 52 students in her class, 42 had been ousted, leaving only 10. This performance was the worst in the entire school. Principal, this year's elimination rate is several times higher than in previous years. Has something gone awry? One teacher inquired. The principal replied tersely, this is also what I wish to discuss with you. The Empire has decided that this year's 7 passes assessment will be doubly challenging, with rewards also doubled. Is that true? The revelation left all the teachers astounded. At this rate, a considerable number of students would likely fail to pass the 7 passes, forfeiting their chance to become lords. It is indeed a calamity for ordinary students, the principal lamented. I hope everyone can endure and prevent the situation from worsening. In past years, a few students managed to pass the assessments, and some lords were born each year. But this year, principal, I believe this time might unexpectedly yield good fortune, suddenly interjected a plump middle-aged man, his tone brimming with confidence. The others turned their attention toward him. The head teacher of Class 1, Qin Xiong, surveyed the assembly with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. My nephew, Qin Yi, is also one of my students, and this time he has awakened the Aolong talent. He is truly exceptional and is destined to make his mark in the future. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes glimmered with envy and flattery. Both Qin Yi from Class 1 and Xiao Qing'er from Class 2 were prodigies endowed with purple talent, each possessing the potential to ascend to godhood, their futures boundless. As their instructor, Qin Xiong would undoubtedly reap the rewards of their success. Chapter 15, Fragmented Divine Essence. The Qin family, thanks to Qin Yi's existence, stood on the brink of becoming the first family in Wangqing to boast 2 divine beings. Naturally, Qin Xiong's status would also rise accordingly. The principal nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they might very well be the last hope for Wangqing High School. Seeing the principal's approval, Qin Xiong's eyes brightened, and he continued, Principal, I have heard that our school possesses a fragment of shattered divine essence. Could we perhaps award it to the talented individuals who bring glory to our institution? At this revelation, the expressions of those present turned serious. It became clear that this was Qin Xiong's true intent. The gazes of the other teachers involuntarily drifted towards Lu Rian, for the fragment had originally been intended for her. However, Qin Xiong's audacious proposal made his intentions unmistakable. How dare he covet what was hers? Lu Rian's face flushed with anger as she glared fiercely at Qin Xiong, who dismissed her with contempt, fixated solely on seizing the divine essence fragment. To him, Lu Rian was inconsequential in the grand scheme of his pursuit of divinity. The principal frowned, remaining silent. The fragments of divine essence were relics left behind after a deity's demise, each one extraordinarily precious. Understanding its intricacies could even lead to inheriting a divine rank. This was one of the reasons Lu Rian had chosen to teach here. Yet, Qin Xiong had the backing of the Qin family's ancestral spirit, a true divine being. Principal, Qin Xiong pressed on. Qin Yi is a paragon among talents, possessing the potential for divinity. Investing in such a genius is far more prudent than squandering resources on someone who has already faltered. Moreover, as we have all witnessed, her class has already eliminated 42 students in the first round, with the remaining contestants unlikely to survive to the second round. Not a single leader has emerged from her class. What qualifications does such a teacher have to claim the fragment of divine essence? Qin Xiong rose, his authority palpable in his voice. His words stirred the other teachers, who shared a growing dissatisfaction with Lu Rian. After dedicating years to teaching, why should a newcomer monopolize the fragment? Previously, no one had dared to speak out, especially with the principal's direct orders. But now, with Qin Xiong taking the lead, they were all too eager to watch the spectacle unfold, perhaps even nudging events along at a critical moment. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Rian grasped Qin Xiong's ulterior motive. He sought to usurp her divine essence fragment. There was no other reason for his relentless pursuit. Enough with the pretense. If you desire the fragment so badly, you need only say so. There is no need for such hypocrisy. Lu Rian, unyielding and undaunted, had emerged from the ranks of millions of leaders. She had no reason to fear him. Instantly, Qin Xiong's expression darkened, but he maintained a facade of calm. Lu teacher, let us place a wager. Let us see if your plant-type student, Chen Mo, can endure the trials for 7 days. If he survives, I shall concede that your judgment has merit. However, if he cannot withstand even this trial, it will indicate that your judgment is flawed, and you should relinquish the divine essence fragment. What say you? For Chen Mo, this situation might actually be a stroke of fortune. The Qin family had numerous branches, with fierce internal competition. Notably, Qin Shou and Qin Tian belonged to rival factions. Lu Rian looked at Qin Xiong's smug expression, her heart brimming with disdain. Chen Mo was a plant-type student, lacking any offensive capabilities. With her support, he might have barely managed to last 7 days in the territory, but now, the difficulty had doubled, and no one could predict the troubles he might encounter. Yet, she found herself trapped. Observing Qin Xiong's demeanor, it was clear he would not relent without achieving his objective. Very well, Lu Rian bit down hard, a fierce determination etching itself onto her beautiful face. Though she held little faith in Chen Mo, this might be the only course of action left. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, he would prevail. Let us await our student Chen Mo's ability to withstand the second wave of monsters. Qin Xiong laughed heartily, reveling in what he perceived as an assured victory. To him, this was a trivial matter. A mere plant-type student, even with defensive structures, posed no threat. His family had formidable ancestors backing them, and rumors had already indicated that this trial would far exceed mere double difficulty. The surrounding teachers shook their heads, their gazes towards Lu Rian tinged with schadenfreude. They hardly believed that a plant-type student without offensive capabilities could endure to the end, unless a miracle occurred. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained blissfully unaware of these machinations. At that moment, he stood atop the city walls, gazing into the mist that enveloped the land. A chilling roar echoed ominously through the haze, and suddenly, colossal figures, towering 5 to 6 meters high, emerged from the obscurity. As confusion clouded Chen Mo's mind, the air was pierced by a sharp sound, heralding the arrival of numerous fireballs, each the size of a soccer ball, hurtling towards him from the depths of the mist, quickly filling the sky. Yet, the young man's gaze remained resolute and unflinching. In an instant, a dazzling array of vibrant light coalesced into a barrier that spanned the heavens and the earth. Amid the sound of consecutive impacts, the luminous shield remained steadfast, unmarred by the enemy's initial onslaught. With the unique protective power of the World Tree, he effortlessly thwarted the first wave of the invading forces. As the surrounding tumult began to abate, over 200 mages, wielding peculiar skeletal staffs with crimson eyes, materialized slowly from the mist's edge. Following them, an even more formidable second wave of invaders approached. Indeed, they are cunning, Chen Mo murmured to himself, recognizing that these monsters were unlike any he had encountered before. This new wave was not only composed of magic-wielding creatures, but also exhibited strategic prowess, lurking in the fog and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. They seemed to understand that ordinary ambush tactics would no longer shake the territorial defenses. One by one, they emerged from the swirling gray mist. maintaining a safe distance without any apparent intent to attack. The mages, varying in appearance from the commonly seen green goblins, gripped staffs forged from unknown bones. Their eyes glowing red, radiating a murderous intent as they fixated on Chun Mo. A quick count revealed at least 200. However, the threat did not end there. The thick gray mist swirled once more, and a battalion of green goblins, towering over 5 meters, emerged. They were evidently far stronger than their predecessors, second-tier monsters. Chun Mo quickly grasped the level of their power. As the second wave of green goblins came into view, the mages, who had been stationed at a distance, began to wave their staffs, conjuring a vast and intricate magical array. In that fleeting moment, the second-tier green goblins raised their heavy metallic wolf-toothed clubs, charging toward Chun Mo's defenses with a momentum that resembled an avalanche, as if an army of thousands were thundering forth. Upon witnessing the scene, Chun Mo's lips curled into a bitter smile. With 200 elite mages accompanied by 400 evolved green demon warriors, they truly exhibited a remarkable level of seriousness. Even when confronted with such a formidable lineup, an ordinary Tier 3 boss would inevitably meet with defeat. However, I am no soft target, Chun Mo proclaimed, promptly issuing commands to initiate a counterattack. As the invaders stepped within a 300-meter attack range, the city defense forces responded immediately to the command. 500 pea shooters released a volley, their tiny eyes gleaming with crimson light, countless green bullets slicing through the air like a series of lethal serpents, shrieking as they struck the enemy. Yet, the leading team of mages appeared unfazed by such an assault, displaying no fear even after witnessing the downfall of their peers. For them, the trivial skirmishes instigated by first-tier beings were hardly worth concern. Consequently, they continued their orderly advance, fixating their vengeful gazes upon Chun Mo on the city walls, perceiving him as the foremost adversary threatening to disrupt the world's order. In the blink of an eye, waves of rapidly advancing peas approached the formidable shield, leading to a surprising turn of events. Those projectiles, which should have been halted outside, effortlessly pierced through the defensive systems and accurately struck their targets, reducing the entire mage squad ahead to mere dust scattered upon the ground. Explosive sounds echoed repeatedly, and this sudden shift rendered the once mighty mage legion nearly obliterated, inciting the second-tier green demons, who had been poised for a charge, to erupt into a more ferocious offensive after a brief moment of shock. Driven by the will of the heavens, the pervasive fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming fury and sanguinary desire that propelled the giants forward with increased haste. Observing this horde, devoid of reason and driven solely by their destructive instincts, barreling toward him, Chun Mo maintained an expressionless demeanor as he issued a second round of defensive orders. With a cacophony akin to a tempest, the relentless barrage of gunfire erupted, the pea shooters functioning like tireless machine guns, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The spectacle of 500 pea shooters firing in unison resembled a harmonious symphony of machinery and nature, with the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and life. They launched a ferocious assault upon the enemy at an astonishing speed, each projectile tracing a radiant trail through the air, striking true without fail. Chapter 16, Pea Gatling. Not only were the troops engaged in fierce combat, but the various defensive structures established by Chun Mo also joined the fray. The Fire Lava Tower spewed scorching fireballs, while the Arrow Tower unleashed icy, sharp arrows. This was a magnificent yet brutal battle interwoven with fire and ice. Flames engulfed the green demons, rendering them into pools of flesh, while the cold, piercing arrows found their mark through the enemy's eyes or throats, delivering instant fatal strikes. Despite facing powerful second-tier green demons, whose fighting prowess vastly exceeded their own, Chun Mo's legion of pea shooters, bolstered by their sheer numbers, managed to gain the upper hand. Each wave of attack crashed upon these struggling beings in the green hell like a relentless tide. When thousands of shots converged at a single point, even the most formidable barriers would crumble to dust. The battle raged on for a full 10 minutes, and in this stark contrast of power, the inevitable outcome saw all invaders ultimately dissipate into nothingness. As the last flicker of life extinguished, the earth returned to an eerie silence, littered only with corpses and flowing pools of verdant blood. Just as Chun Mo thought that all was settled, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The gray-hued sky suddenly split open, unleashing a deafening roar. Following this was a searing beam of light hurtling toward him. Fortunately, Chun Mo reacted swiftly, activating his unique barrier to withstand this abrupt assault. What malevolent entity is this? How utterly despicable! Amidst the lingering panic, Chun Mo could not help but voice his grievances. However, what was even more alarming was the heavy footfalls resonating through the air, heralding the approach of a towering figure, over 10 meters in height. With a grotesque and terrifying visage, it strode forth, wielding a massive curved blade weighing several hundred kilograms. Witnessing this sight, Chun Mo instinctively gasped. The second phase of adversaries was already such a formidable presence. Contemplating the even graver challenges awaiting him and his followers, an intense sense of unease surged within him. Yet, at the moment of utmost despair, an unexpected miracle occurred. The once humble pea-pod guardian suddenly radiated a soft luminescence, as if bestowed with some wondrous power. Once the light faded, everyone was astonished to find that each pea shooter had undergone an evolutionary process. Their forms had grown significantly larger and more imposing, their eyes shining with a newfound clarity. Most importantly, their weaponry had undergone a substantial transformation, resembling a small Gatling gun capable of unleashing 6 powerful shots simultaneously, a firepower sufficient to sweep the battlefield. As Chun Mo beheld the birth of this new force, a wave of indescribable joy and exhilaration surged within him. Is this the power of the world, Tree Lord's core? Had it not been for his consumption of the cores from 2 realms, generating ample energy, his world tree would still remain dormant. Without this trial, he would never have prevailed. Chun Mo immediately commenced an examination of the attributes of his newly acquired troops, and the characters gradually became clearer. Name, P. Gatling. Race, Plant Devotee. Level, 15, 7, 30. Physique, 200 Vitality. Agility, 50 Speed. Mentality, 160 Skill Power. Skill, Barrage of Fire. Loyalty, 100 Permanent. Description: evolved from the basic pea shooter, this extraordinary being emerges. Its potential and destructive capability unequivocally signal its remarkable value. The skill Barrage of Fire, of legendary quality, possesses Trait 1, Precise Strike. Trait 2, Spell Resistance. Sacrifice, Extreme Explosive Power. Trait 4, Extraordinary Reaction Speed. Attack range extended to 500 meters. Note: if not a dear friend, please accept my friendly fire. P. Gatling. Chun Mo paused momentarily. He couldn't help but be astonished, recognizing the resemblance of this botanical weapon to a character from a game of his past life. As he meticulously scrutinized the attributes, he noted that each value had nearly multiplied tenfold. As a legendary unit, this newfound strength was indeed awe-inspiring. Compared to the second-tier beings held by others of the same stage, these newly evolved companions were utterly dominant. Moreover, the skill Barrage of Fire had acquired additional traits, and its effective range had been extended beyond 200 meters. Such enhancements would allow them to navigate even stronger adversaries with ease. Just then, a series of deep roars echoed from the distance. Amidst the swirling mist, dozens of colossal, well-equipped figures emerged, as third-phase mutated beings swiftly approached. Facing this sudden and formidable threat, Chun Mo exhibited no signs of panic. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of the P. Gatling. His voice resonated with a hint of excitement. After all, each higher-tier monster represented a staggering increase in power. A competent third-tier individual could effortlessly dispatch hundreds of ordinary second-tier warriors. With the command issued, hundreds of P. Gatling guns immediately responded to the call. In the pitch-black night, their eyes glimmered with a crimson glow. As the mechanical rotating structures activated, a thrilling spectacle was poised to unfold. Attack! As the words fell, the entire scene was instantly enveloped by a fervent and continuous barrage of gunfire. It rained down like a torrential downpour from the heavens, with thousands of bullets unleashed in the blink of an eye. Under such a frenzied and ferocious display of firepower, even the most formidable defenses would crumble to dust. The front line erupted with deafening roars and swirling dust, accompanied by the wails of the fallen. Yet amidst this relentless bombardment, not a single monster managed to advance a step closer. Moments later, as the breeze dispersed the smoke, the ground lay scattered with severed limbs and mysterious treasure chests aglow with light. The second wave of invasion came to a close, the spoils collected, and the weight of uncertainty lifted from his heart. War settlement. Enemies: 200 level 9 green sorcerers, 400 level 19 second-tier green mages, 40 level 25 third-tier axe demons. War result: complete victory. Evaluation: SSS grade. Rewards: 640,000 source crystals, 80,000 source points. Legendary building: Craftsman Tower. Legendary skill book Hawkeye Archery. Legendary equipment Sun Hunter Bow. Legendary skill book Identification. Legendary equipment Star Ring. Legendary building Tavern. Chun Mo took a deep breath. The cascade of numbers and treasures before him stirred the tides of exhilaration within. 100-fold danger, 1,000-fold reward. He silently recited this mantra, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Chapter 17, Desperate Struggle. This was a life-and-death struggle interwoven with blood and fire, the enemy's numbers staggering and their levels formidable. Particularly daunting were the 40 exceedingly powerful third-tier axe demons. Faced with such a stark disparity in strength, the majority of lords could only choose to retreat. However, with unparalleled strategic acumen and the unique protective power of the world, Chun Mo forcibly tore through the enemy's defenses and delivered a devastating blow at the last moment. Each arrow of light that soared across the sky seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space-time. Ultimately, amidst the thunderous tremors, the last trace of the enemy vanished into the air. When the dust settled, only a few solitary corpses stood defiantly on the battlefield, a testament to the ferocity of the combat and the arduousness of the struggle. The path of the strong is one of relentless self-challenge. Gazing at the land beneath him, which once belonged to him, yet was nearly lost. An unprecedented surge of ambition welled up within him. I, Chinemo, am no mere fish in a pond. At this moment, he grasped the newly acquired legendary weapon, the Sun Hunter Bow, as if even his breath had taken on a sacred quality. Whether facing the vast cosmic seas or the enigmatic civilizations of other realms, his gaze gradually turned toward the distant and unknown, knowing that if he could touch the seemingly unattainable, everything would become worthwhile. On the other side, Lu Lang was also undergoing his own transformation. As night descended, he leaned against an ancient tree, battered and breathless, taking a moment to rest. Despite having just survived a fierce battle against the mist forces, his face bore a satisfied and even proud smile. Although he had only just crossed the threshold of cultivation, the gains of the day had enabled him, alongside his 3 brave followers, to vanquish a level 9 green sorcerer. The settlement panel appeared. Enemies, 5 level 7 green mages, including 1 spellcaster-type monster. Result, victory. Level evaluation D. Rewards included 15 primary crystals, 1 unit expansion order, and 4 additional resource points. Lu Lang burst into hearty laughter, his heart soaring. I've unexpectedly gained 15 crystals and 4 source points. Just 6 more source points, and I can advance to a second-tier territory. His voice echoed in the tranquil night, brimming with uncontrollable excitement. The significance of a second-tier territory was immense, potentially placing him among the top 100 in the school. Now, having already acquired 4 source points in just the second trial, Lu Lang mused that if he maintained such fortune, ascending to a 3rd or even 4th-tier territory was not mere fantasy. He recalled his teacher's words, true geniuses often face more formidable challenges. Based on past experiences, the second trial usually involved 3 to 4 low-tier monsters. Yet Lu Lang had encountered challenges far exceeding expectations, including 4 level 5 green mages, 5 level 7 green mages, and a particularly troublesome level 7 spellcaster. Did I truly pass this test? A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that I am indeed the chosen one? With this realization, his previously tense expression softened, blossoming into a radiant smile. An unprecedented ambition surged within him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an item in his inventory that he had previously overlooked. A glimmering object lay within. The unit order had appeared after the second wave of assessments. The unexpected joy nearly took his breath away. However, upon hastily retrieving it and checking the details, the delight on his face instantly transformed into a bitter smile. It was a mushroom, a type of plant-based unit. Disappointment washed over him, and he grumbled. This perfectly matches that useless fellow Chinemo. He has probably already been eliminated. With a mix of anger and frustration, he hurled the inconspicuous unit order into the air, inadvertently striking 3 injured kobold companions nearby. They turned, their eyes filled with vengeful malice. A prompt chimed. Your troop's loyalty has decreased by 10%. This change immediately heightened his vigilance, prompting him to quickly rein in his anger. I sincerely apologize. That was unintentional. Please don't be upset. I'll prepare food for you right away. With that, he hurriedly picked up the discarded order and began to cook, hoping to regain their trust. In the expansive plaza outside Wansheng High School, students were gradually returning from the life and death elimination matches. Not far away, a figure quietly observed the proceedings, Qin Xiong. As the clock approached midnight, signaling the dawn of a new round of battles, he mused that the incompetent lad would likely be eliminated soon. A smirk played on his lips. Meanwhile, another individual nearby was also watching the developments unfold. She was Lu Yuan, Chun Mo's class teacher, her graceful figure and alluring curves accentuated by her elegant qipao and gently swaying folding fan. Mr. Qin certainly has an eye for talent. She deliberately raised her voice, but it's only the second day. What happens next remains uncertain. As her words resonated, the entire realm seemed to tremble beneath the moonlight. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong's expression turned ashen. Though he felt a pang of defiance, he refrained from further retorts, merely coldly stating, "We shall see," before turning away, disappearing from sight. Just wait and see. I firmly believe that Chun Mo will certainly succeed. Lu Yuan remarked with a smile, her face adorned with a hint of sweetness. Qin Xiong's day of waiting was not merely a trivial matter. More significantly, their class was now reduced to just Qin Yi, while Class 2 still boasted both Chun Mo and Lu Lang. This provided Lu Yuan with ample opportunity for mockery. Yet, amidst her amusement, she gazed up at the luminous full moon in the night sky, as if catching a glimpse of Chun Mo's visage, and couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. She truly wondered whether he could endure the 7-day trial. The information gleaned from the classmates who had already been eliminated made it clear that this examination was exponentially more challenging than the previous ones. Even the once simple-minded lower-tier monsters had begun to strategize. This was utterly detrimental to the survival chances of most lords. Even players of green or blue rank had succumbed in significant numbers. Chapter 18, A Cannonade of Thunder. Yet, only the second day had passed, and fewer than 20 students remained to face the challenge within the entire school. Undoubtedly, these fortunate individuals commanded troops of green rank or higher. Surprisingly, Chun Mo's resilience, Maintaining his position through defensive structures surpassed her expectations. After all, plant species lacked direct offensive capabilities, which meant that Chun Mo was unable to hunt for source crystals and could only rely on meager completion rewards to slightly upgrade his fortress. Alas, it was truly worrisome. She hoped that Chun Mo would refrain from squandering those precious source crystals on summoning additional soldiers and instead focus on fortifying his own defenses. Silently, she prayed for him, as she regarded Chun Mo with the affection usually reserved for family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so invested in his fate. As for the so-called divine fragment, it held little significance. Even if acquired, it would merely delay the inevitable collapse of the territory for a time, failing to provide a lasting solution. What she yearned for most was to witness Chun Mo triumph in this trial. Even becoming a plant-based lord would be preferable to leading an ordinary existence. On the third morning in the other world, Chun Mo commenced his daily cleansing ritual using the spiritual spring. The fourth-tier crystalline water splashed upon his face, refreshing and invigorating. Should others discover this, they would likely chastise him for being wasteful. It was essential to recognize that, in the eyes of many, a fourth-tier status was no longer to be compared with that of a mere novice. It signified that a person had matured into a capable player. Even on Earth, a fourth-tier lord could live comfortably in a major city with a respectable social standing. In fact, some high school teachers only managed to reach this level. Typically, most ordinary lords would find reaching the fourth tier to be their limit. Without extraordinary circumstances, venturing into more perilous territories was a risk few dared to take, let alone aspire to ascend to the fifth tier. Check the status of my territory, Chun Mo pondered, and immediately a plethora of information regarding his domain materialized before him. Territory name, Land of Nature. Owner, Chun Mo, current level, 35. Area, 40,000 square meters. Buildings, Cosmic Tree, Master's Residence, Holy Well, Archery Tower, Flame Tower, Sniper Tower. Star Pavilion, Hot Spring Pool. Current population, none. He had elevated this region to a new height. Yesterday's bountiful harvest had led him to believe he could propel the entire area forward significantly. Yet, as it turned out, the resources required for each incremental advancement after the fourth tier were staggering. Expending all his accumulated resources barely sustained its current level. Surveying the entire base, the various structures were harmoniously interspersed, particularly the Sniper Tower, located in the northwest, which perfectly complemented a comprehensive four-sided defense system. As for the Star Pavilion, its quality had reached the legendary standard and had already ascended to the 38th level. Special Service, a collection of exquisite culinary delights from different dimensional worlds on the first floor. Description: currently, this establishment offers a selection of rare foods from across the universe, all of tier 4 and below, albeit at slightly elevated prices. Last night, he indulged in a luminous fried rice dish here, which left him feeling utterly sublime. For those who relish new and delectable experiences, possessing such a place is truly invaluable. This explains why mythical structures of this caliber are exceedingly rare. Each one carries extraordinary capabilities. Without encountering a stroke of good fortune, acquiring such a locale is nearly as challenging as an ordinary person attempting to ascend to the heavens. Upon returning, he must take great care of his teacher and allow her to savor the culinary wonders here. It is said that to win a girl's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Perhaps this would earn him her admiration. Frankly, Chun Mo had long harbored unique feelings for teacher Li Yuan, though she had always perceived him as merely a child. Nevertheless, this younger brother possessed his own small ambitions. Lastly, regarding the facility named Hot Spring Pool, it too boasted legendary quality and had now reached the 37th level. Its primary functions included enhancing skin quality, boosting physical health, and providing mental rejuvenation. Description: bathe in the warm spring waters during the cold winter months to wash away the weariness of the body. Each time he utilized this place, he felt as though he were being watched by an unseen gaze, compelling him to remain vigilant during his baths, always questioning if a ghost had infiltrated his territory. In this world, spirits indeed existed. There had once been a deity whose subordinates were these very phantoms, ruling over countless souls and establishing a realm of the underworld. Boom. While Chun Mo was indulging in meat buns within the tower, a sudden deafening sound resonated from the sky. Without a second thought, Chun Mo dashed to the city walls. Boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous roars filled the air. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Upon reaching the city wall, the surrounding pea shooters greeted him enthusiastically. Chun Mo waved his hand, and then focused intently on the cloud of gray mist. The fog billowed ominously, obscuring any visibility, shrouded in chaos. Chun Mo did not dare to let his guard down. The second wave of attacks had already unleashed Tier 3 monsters, and by inference, Tier 4 monsters might soon emerge. For the monsters, Tier 4 represented a qualitative leap. If Tier 3 denoted infancy, Tier 4 signified maturity, with some monsters capable of dominating entire regions. In the face of Tier 4 foes, even Chun Mo had to summon his utmost concentration. After all, his current forces were merely Tier 2. Contending with Tier 4 adversaries would be an arduous challenge. They are coming. Suddenly, amidst the gray mist, the silhouettes of monstrous beings emerged. A fierce wind swept through, heralding the arrival of a horde of grotesque creatures. No longer the green monsters of before, these beasts stood over a meter tall, their skin a vivid red, adorned with curved horns, and moving on all fours, exuding a savage demeanor. Identification. Chun Mo employed his newly acquired ability, Bull Demon. Level 9, Skill, Frenzied Charge. Bull Demon. Level 15, Skill, Frenzied Charge, Rampaging Breath. 1 or 2, a dozen, hundreds, over 200. Within the blink of an eye, the area was filled with bull demons. Their numbers estimated to be in the thousands, comprising both first and second levels. Moo. As the bull demons charged, they roared with a formidable presence. Yet this was merely the beginning. From the fog extending several kilometers, an unending stream of bull demons surged forth, as if without limit. It appeared that today would be a protracted battle. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, fixated on the leading bull demon. When the distance between them shrank to 500 meters, his gaze turned icy, and with a slight wave of his hand, he commanded, "Fire." Instantly, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted. The pea shooter was primed and ready, its eyes glowing crimson as it unleashed a rapid barrage of projectiles. Thousands of pea bullets rained down, while the flame tower, arrow tower, and crossbow tower on either side also continued their relentless assault. As the opposing forces exchanged fire, the first wave of dozens of bull demons was obliterated into mere fragments of flesh. However, the bull demons in the rear showed no sign of retreat. For every one that fell, another took its place, resembling an endless tide intent on engulfing the entire territory. Roar, roar. A series of frenzied howls echoed from the mist. And the moment the sound reached them, the eyes of all the bull demons turned blood red. Berserk. In an instant, their speed multiplied several times. Moo, moo. The earth-shattering roars made Chun Mo's ears ring. Yet this did not hinder the operation of the pea shooter. All the machine guns, akin to ferocious beasts, reduced every approaching enemy to mere wreckage. 15 minutes later, the originally 500-meter distance had been reduced to 400 meters, with the ground littered with the corpses of bull demons. Red entrails, green blood, scattered bones, and shattered skulls formed a gruesome mound, creating a stream of greenish blood that flowed slowly, its destination unknown. This stretch of land had transformed into a crimson hell. Even though Chun Mo had experienced multiple battles, the sight still rendered him speechless. This is war. It is either your demise or mine. There is no room for mercy. Countless tongues of fire mercilessly reaped every intruder. The now fourth-level flame tower glowed with a brilliant red light, and soon, dozens of fireballs, each over a meter in diameter, coalesced in the sky. Flames entwined, emitting a hissing sound, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of fire projectiles rained upon the bull demon horde, erupting in an instant. Boom. Small mushroom clouds erupted among the monsters, engulfing the surroundings in a cataclysmic explosion. Hundreds of creatures were instantly reduced to ashes, while many more were blasted away, their cries of agony and rage filling the air. Simultaneously, the fourth-level crossbow tower displayed its might as well. An arrow imbued with penetrating power shot forth, piercing through multiple monsters in a single shot. In a short span, a precarious equilibrium was established between the two sides. Chun Mo smiled faintly, raising his middle finger towards the mist. He understood that there must be a commander behind this swarm of bull demons. However, he was unafraid of a stalemate. He simply wondered how much strength the enemy still possessed. The entity hidden within the gray mist observed everything, and upon witnessing Chun Mo's gesture, the fog began to churn violently. A ferocious roar erupted from the mist. In the next moment, the fog surrounding the territory began to roil, and throngs of monstrous beings surged forth, charging madly towards the domain. In an instant, the natural domain resembled a small boat tossed about in a tempest, swaying perilously, on the brink of capsizing. Surrounded. Summon 1,500 units. As the fog surged, Chun Mo anticipated the impending trouble. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he immediately utilized the remaining 300,000 energy crystals at his disposal. In an instant, he summoned 1,500 pea shooters. With the elevation of troop levels, the summoning sigils also advanced. However, these newly arrived soldiers would need to be trained from the ground up. More crucially, the cost of each recruitment had doubled. Thus, every lord valued their troops immensely. Each warrior represented a tremendous investment of effort, and even the loss of a single soldier would weigh heavily on their hearts. After issuing the command, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the castle walls from 3 directions. Countless specks of light descended, transforming into a battalion of ready pea shooters. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Without the need for extensive communication, as soon as they appeared, the eyes of these combat units glowed a blood-red hue, and without hesitation, they opened fire on the approaching foes, unleashing a flurry of pea projectiles like a tempest. Boom, bang. In an instant, explosions erupted from every corner. The battlefield was engulfed in flames, the intensity of the conflict reaching its zenith. Chun Mo's gaze remained fixed on the distant mist. seemingly piercing through the heavy gray haze to glimpse the enemy's counterattack. Alas, the adversary remained concealed within the thick fog, reluctant to engage directly. Otherwise, Chun Mo yearned to showcase his true combat prowess. Ever since this land ascended to level 4, his strength had soared, yet he lacked an appropriate opportunity to display it. He hoped that the monstrous entity lurking in the depths would grant him such an opportunity. This fierce battle continued, stretching from dawn until dusk. The seemingly endless stream of monsters emerging from the depths of the mist were, in truth, merely low-level entities, serving as fodder for slaughter. As for the number of enemies he had slain, Chun Mo himself could not ascertain. The air was thick with the scent of blood, making it difficult for all to breathe. Roar. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a furious roar pierced through the layers of fog, and thereafter, no more monsters appeared. All attackers retreated, and the call to cease hostilities was sounded. Roar. Another beastly roar reverberated through the air, although its precise meaning eluded him. Chun Mo grasped its implication with clarity. It was a challenge being issued to him. His intuition hinted that within the span of a day, he would encounter this formidable creature, one he had yet to meet. Finally, it seemed the day's events were drawing to a close. Gently rubbing his eyes, which had grown weary from prolonged vigilance, Chun Mo felt the fatigue settle in after observing the battlefield from atop the city walls all day long. In the open space outside the city, golden treasure chests appeared one after another, ultimately accumulating into a breathtaking mound. This spectacle was a testament to the vast number of monsters vanquished that day. With a grand sweep of his hand, he gathered all the precious items into his possession. Gazing into the distance at the tainted world beyond, Chun Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, he knew that solutions were always at hand. The world tree would cleanse and purify. With resolute command, the ancient tree of life at the center of his domain began to sway gently, emanating a soft green light that spread outward. Wherever the light touched, purity and sanctity were restored. As the verdant glow spilled beyond the territory, the heaps of corpses and pools of blood outside the city vanished in an instant, transformed into countless twinkling points of light. Moments later, a glance outside revealed a scene so pristine that one could scarcely believe it had once been a brutal battlefield, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Chapter 20. The Hero Recruitment Order. Feature. Cleanse, capable of purging all impurities, restoring the environment to its primordial state. This was a new ability unlocked after the Lord's territory reached level 4. Cleanse. With this power, Chun Mo's domain could maintain a refreshing and immaculate appearance, freeing him from the nauseating stench of decay. This was indeed a tremendous boon. At that moment, a notification appeared before Chun Mo. The third wave of assaults had concluded. It was time to tally the results. Battle summary. Enemies: 20,000 low-level green monsters, 20,000 novice bull demons, 5,000 intermediate ghost hand soldiers, and 5,000 upgraded bull demons. Battle outcome: an effortless victory. Rating: full marks. Rewards: 1,000 energy stones and 100 resource points. Given that the challenge's difficulty was 100-fold greater than usual, the corresponding rewards had been amplified 1,000-fold. Boom, boom. Chun Mo lightly clenched his fist, the air crackling with explosive sounds. Double the speed of sound. He exhaled a breath of relief. In the previous world, he would have been regarded as a superhuman. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He understood why Teacher Lu always regarded him as a younger brother, keeping him at a distance. Previously, Chun Mo had merely been a minor lord, while Teacher Lu had already ascended to the ranks of level 8 or even 9 great lords, nearing the realm of the divine in terms of physical prowess. The disparity between their strengths was immense. How could an ordinary person possibly compete with a deity? If his teacher were to relax her grip on her power even slightly, Chun Mo might very well be reduced to a mere pancake. Thus, if he wished to have the opportunity to connect more closely with his teacher, there was still much room for his own growth. Consume 100,000 resource points. The city begins to upgrade. Consumption. In less than an hour, Chun Mo had nearly exhausted all the rewards he had just acquired. Living in the moment, without a reserve, was quintessentially Chun Mo. He had also obtained 2 new buildings. As he spoke, he retrieved the design models of these structures. Garden of the Gods, Immortal Wine Pond. These were 2 mythic-level facilities. With the addition of the luxurious pavilion and hot spring, Chun Mo was filled with anticipation for these architectural designs. What delightful surprises awaited him. With such thoughts, Chun Mo tossed the miniature design blueprints beneath the world tree. Garden of the Gods. Category: Legendary. Level: 1. Effect 1. A riot of blossoms fills the territory with fragrance, and the land is adorned with rare and exotic flora. Effect 2. All warriors within the territory receive a permanent attribute boost of 2. Effect 3. The fantastical perfume, extracted from millions of exquisite flowers, is so enchanting that it drives maidens wild. Even deities have been known to instigate wars over it. Stock: 1. Generates 1 bottle monthly. Description: perhaps it can assist you in winning hearts, serving both as a scenic spot and a source of vital materials. Nodding inwardly, Chun Mo pondered the allure of this perfume. Such a remarkable item would be best marketed to a female clientele. When he eventually placed it at an auction, he could occasionally present a bottle for bidding, enhancing its value through controlled scarcity. A plethora of ideas flooded his mind. With the trial concluded, and bolstered by these precious resources, it was conceivable that his profit margins would soar beyond previous expectations. Without a shred of hesitation, Chen Mo resolved to make substantial investments to elevate it to level 5. As soon as it reached that pinnacle, the formerly verdant grassland burst forth with a multitude of extraordinary flowers. In an instant, the entire area was enveloped in a vibrant sea of colors, and with a gentle inhalation, the air became saturated with the sweet fragrance of blossoms. Immortal wine pond. Quality, legendary. Level 1. Effect, a confluence of the finest wines from across the land, producing a nectar that lingers in the mouth for days. Current stock, Dukong Fine Brew, quantity, 1. Description, a gathering of the world's most exquisite libations. Another splendid resource-generating structure. Upon reading the functional description, Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wherever one roamed, there would always be those with a penchant for fine wine, and the lordly society was rife with such individuals. Some deities would go to great lengths to procure a single bottle of exceptional wine. This pond, capable of producing top-tier beverages, would undoubtedly draw countless enophiles to its bounty. Moreover, the inaugural product was already of superior quality, Dukong wine. More esteemed drinks would surely follow. The value of this treasure was incalculable. Consequently, he similarly chose to upgrade it to 5 stars. The unique outputs within his territory were becoming increasingly rich and varied. These would serve as invaluable foundations for his future ascension. Chen Mo contemplated. The surge in demand brought about by territorial expansion rendered every resource particularly significant. Even some nobles might find the costs he required prohibitive. Thus, self-sufficiency was essential to resolve all these needs. For a design that could beautify the environment while generating profits, one could never have too many. Once all facilities were constructed and settled, Chen Mo produced 2 cards. One was labeled Warrior Recruitment Token, while the other bore the title Unit Certificate. In this world, the rarest commodity is not the structures we inhabit, but rather the types of troops suited to individual needs. Constrained by the limitations of their inherent talents, most rulers find themselves confined to a singular or a handful of soldier types throughout their lives. However, for Chen Mo, the situation is entirely different. The plant-themed template undoubtedly stands as one of the most exceptional choices in the universe. Be it towering trees or petite potato sprouts, under his guidance, they are destined to flourish brilliantly. Alas, this card belongs to the orc lineage, specifically the Serpent Man. Perhaps it is best to hold on to it for future use. For now, let us examine this golden Warrior Recruitment Order. Warrior Recruitment Order. Rarity, mythical. Purpose, spend 100 resource points to summon a highly compatible hero to join the faction. Description, could there truly exist a plant-type hero? Chen Mo pondered with a sense of skepticism, as the introduction suggested. Even among combat-capable plants, the rarity is astonishing, let alone one capable of leading. Only one way to find out. He retrieved 100 units of crystal from his backpack and declared, activate. In an instant, the crystal vanished without a trace, and the golden card in his hand began to radiate a dazzling light, signaling that the summoning ritual was underway. 5 minutes passed, and the hero recruitment order continued to shimmer. Chen Mo sighed. It truly is a pity. Aside from the elves of the cosmos, born from the legendary tree of life, he had yet to hear of any other plants capable of birthing intellect or life. Chapter 21, A New Follower. It seemed that Chen Mo's sigh had provoked a response. The hero recruitment order suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. Beneath a grand tree, a towering 2-meter red bud burst forth from the earth, rapidly growing, its petals adorned with mysterious golden patterns. It exuded an air of mystery, elegance, and a hint of allure. Chen Mo furrowed his brow and took a few steps back. Just then, the red bud began to unfurl, each petal as red as flames slowly extending outward, resembling the most exquisite scene imaginable. When the blossom fully opened, Chen Mo peered inside, momentarily stunned, his eyes widening, his throat constricting. Nestled within the heart of the flower lay a girl, her skin as white as snow, with waist-length crimson hair, curled up within. As if sensing something, she quivered lightly. Subsequently, she opened her starry eyes, rubbed the sleep from their corners, and stretched luxuriously. Then, she sat up with her legs bent, a few strands of black hair cascading over her chest, revealing her slender, snow-white calves, and greeted Chen Mo with, master, good morning. At that moment, a message appeared before Chen Mo, new follower acquired, Flower Fairy. Outside in the world, the virtual network had been inundated by disgruntled students. On the forum of Wishing City High, complaints echoed. Why is this year's trial so difficult? I got eliminated in the first round, reduced to an ordinary person. It's truly frustrating. What is that compared to me? I'm a rare lord and didn't even pass the second round. Bro, you can only blame your own shortcomings. Humph, during my second round, I had 10 minotaurs and a mace. How imposing. Who could have known that 50 enemies would suddenly charge out of the fog, including 5 mages? They attacked me directly. What could I do? 50 monsters? As an elite of blue quality, I faced 300 first-tier monsters in the third round. I had only 20 people at the time, and 10 5-meter-tall second-tier monsters were chasing me. I was on the verge of collapse. Why is the difficulty so high this year? In the Wishing City High conference room, the teachers observed the forum discussions displayed on the screen, exchanging glances before falling into silence. They had not anticipated the trials would prove so challenging, with nearly the entire school facing elimination. Now, only a handful of students remained in the competition. Has the student majoring in plants emerged yet? At this moment, a teacher recalled something and inquired. Qin Xiong, isn't that just asking for trouble? Qin Xiong shot a glare at the teacher, succumbing to silence himself. He too felt perplexed. As a student of the plant lord, why had he not been eliminated yet? Unfortunately, he could not fathom an answer after much contemplation. Nearby, Lu Ruyan sat observing everything. A smile playing on her lips as she covered her mouth with her hand, her spirits lifted. She was somewhat surprised that the students from other classes had mostly been eliminated, yet her class had exceptions. One was Chun Mo from the plant department, and the other was Lu Lang of purple quality. Both had become dark horses in this year's Qingyun High competition. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly. A sense of confusion washing over her, accompanied by an inexplicable feeling of unease. Since just moments ago, her right eyelid had been twitching uncontrollably, instilling a foreboding sense within her. Yet, she could not pinpoint the cause, leaving her vexed. Although her territory lay in ruins, she was, after all, a semi-divine being. Her sixth sense was exceptionally keen. Lost in thought, Lu Ruyan lightly tapped the tabletop, reflecting on the last time her eyelid had twitched. That instance was in the school's forest when she stumbled upon a sneaky little kitten. Her fingers hovered in midair. Lu Ruyan's gentle demeanor disappeared, replaced by an icy aura. Dear sister, while I worry about you outside, you're causing trouble inside? You little rascal, you have quite the audacity. When you emerge, if you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, beware of my whip. On the fourth day, within the confines of the natural territory mansion bedroom, Chen Mo, lost in slumber, furrowed his brow tightly, feeling a weight pressing upon his chest, causing him to breathe rapidly. Instinctively, he pushed against it with his hand. A crisp sound echoed, followed by a soft, tingling moan in his ear. What is happening? Sensing something amiss, Chen Mo realized that the object on him had not moved. Growing more agitated, he yanked at it forcefully. A sharp scream pierced the air, jolting Chen Mo awake as he sat up abruptly. Had he encountered an enemy? Upon regaining consciousness, silence enveloped the room. Master, it hurts. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's countenance stiffened, an ominous premonition swelling within him as he slowly lowered his gaze. Heaven help us. A girl, her complexion as pale as snow, gazed up at him with a look of grievance. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful, her skin smooth and delicate, exuding an ethereal aura as if she were a fairy untouched by the mundane world. Her petite ears were faintly flushed. At that moment, her red hair fell in disarray across her chest, and her large eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking a profound sense of compassion within him. How did you end up here? Chen Mo experienced a momentary lapse in thought, quickly rising to don his attire while suppressing his body's instinctive reactions, turning his back to her. Just last night, he had arranged for this little girl to occupy a separate room. How did she end up here so early in the morning? The bed over there is frigid, lacking the warmth and pleasant scent you possess, so naturally. I came over to sleep with you, she responded, tilting her head with an air of nonchalance. Chen Mo covered his face, muttering to himself that no bed could compare to his comfort or fragrance. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan was not present, otherwise, even leaping into the Yellow River would not suffice to explain the situation. Suddenly, a curious scent wafted through the air. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, realizing the aroma originated from his own hands. Abruptly, a thought seemed to strike him, prompting him to glance back at the little girl. She, too, noticed his movement, her face instantly flushing with color. How endearing. Chen Mo had never encountered such situations in his life. He found himself unable to resist the allure. He turned away, silently reciting Lu Laosher's name to quell the inappropriate thoughts that assailed him. He then continued, I apologize, my earlier actions were unintentional. I shall step out for a moment. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed out of the room, leaving no opportunity for the little girl to respond. Observing Chen Mo's hasty retreat, the little girl could not contain her laughter. What a mischievous master, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. After awakening, the little girl had no intention of returning to slumber. Once dressed, she descended from the bed. Born from peculiar blossoms, she inherently cherished a life of freedom, detesting the constraints of clothing. However, Chen Mo insisted she wear garments, forbidding her proximity otherwise. Thus, she complied. Chapter 22, The Pea Cannoneer. Taking a deep breath outside the Lord's mansion, Chen Mo patted his face and steeled his resolve, finally regaining his composure. Truly, she is a captivating little creature. The girl, having emerged from an extraordinary flower, belonged to a natural botanical lineage, entirely oblivious to human affairs. Everything required Chen Mo's direct instruction. She incessantly referred to him as her master, claiming her existence was solely due to him, and stubbornly refused to alter her address, leaving Chun Imo exasperated. After several instances, he simply ceased to object. Undoubtedly, the little girl epitomized human aesthetic standards. Aside from her slightly elfin ears, she was indistinguishable from humans. At that moment, a distant rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. Chun Mo's expression shifted as he swiftly made his way toward the steel city walls. Outside the walls, dense fog churned ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, resembling an apocalyptic scene. What new tricks would these monsters unveil today? Chun Imo gazed calmly into the mist ahead, his heart steeled through previous encounters with war, now hardened like steel and unyielding. More importantly, he commanded an army of 800 third-tier artillerymen and 1,200 second-tier Gatling gunners, ever ready to spring into action at his command, instilling him with immense confidence. Armed with formidable firepower, he felt no trepidation. A commanding roar erupted from the fog. The ground trembled as stones quaked beneath the force. Countless monsters surged forth, charging wildly toward their territory. The battle commenced. Chun Imo employed identification spells on several monsters. Two-headed lizard. Race, beast. Level, 15. Skills, flame breath, bite. Frenzy, temporary. Description, elite warriors from the mist, fiercely valiant. Earth dragon beast. Race, subdragon. Level, 25. Skills, earth burrow, dragon breath, earth dragon armor. Frenzy, temporary. Description, a subdragon possessing dragon blood. Be wary of their surprise attacks from below. A subdragon. Chun Imo felt a twinge of surprise. Dragons were apex creatures in any realm. Even subdragons possessed combat capabilities beyond ordinary beings. Yet, what of the subdragon? Even if a true dragon appeared, it would perish here today. Attack. Chun Imo commanded fearlessly. Immediately, all followers switched to combat mode. Boom, boom, boom. The sky became obscured by an onslaught of artillery shells. The first wave, artillery bombardment, triggering a special trait, annihilation. On the battlefield, as the first shell struck the mass of monsters, its power became evident. Bang! One monster was obliterated by the explosion, triggering a chain reaction. An infinite brilliance erupted from the bomb, expanding outward from a single point until it formed a luminescent dome approximately 10 meters in diameter. All monsters within the dome were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Like bubbles, neither low-level nor high-level creatures could withstand the searing heat of the detonation, evaporating effortlessly. Bang! Finally, the dome shattered, and in an instant, everything within a 100-meter radius was utterly consumed. As the light dissipated, a massive crater, nearly 100 meters across, materialized in the midst of the beast tide, akin to a meteorite impact crater. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile graced Chun Mo's face. If a mere third-tier artilleryman could wield such might, how terrifying would the future be? Chun Imo felt a surge of anticipation. The fourth tier was crucial for the P followers, promising a comprehensive enhancement. No sooner had he thought this than countless shells rained down, blinding light flashing as they ruthlessly harvested wave after wave of monstrous lives. When all illumination faded, Chun Imo was astonished to find that the ground outside the city walls had been blasted into several meters deep craters. The earth was pockmarked with depressions of various sizes, seemingly ravaged. A gentle breeze swept across the smoke-laden battlefield, and at that moment, the mist appeared to momentarily halt, as if taken aback. Such overwhelming firepower was truly terrifying. Ultra-long-range shooting, annihilation. These two skills effectively held the monsters at bay at the fog's edge, rendering them immobile. Even if a few stragglers slipped through, they would be promptly reduced to mere fragments by the next barrage. It was an unequivocal victory. With his hands in his pockets and a smile upon his lips, Chun Imo knew that the monsters shrouded in the mist were undoubtedly feeling quite thwarted. But what could they do? His firepower was simply too formidable, and his range far too extensive. The artillery blocked their entrance, leaving them utterly helpless. Master, you are so impressive. At that moment, a sweet, melodious voice reached his ears. Chun Imo felt a warmth wash over his ears. Unbeknownst to him, the little sprite had appeared beside him. Master, the little sprite stood by Chun Mo's side, her eyes brimming with admiration, coupled with her breathtaking beauty. She could easily make any man's heart flutter. What man could resist such temptation? This cannot continue, he warned. Do you understand? Chun Imo suppressed the shyness swelling within him and spoke sternly. As a man, it was no small feat to maintain his composure in the presence of such a flawless little enchantress. It was not that he lacked affection for her. Her beauty was impeccable, her voice as melodious as the song of a lark, akin to the exquisite maidens of the anime realm. Every man would be captivated, and Chun Imo was no exception. However, this was hardly the moment for such distractions, with an unrelenting tide of monsters threatening outside. Moreover, she had only just been born a day prior, and Chun Imo knew little about her. To act recklessly would make him far worse than a mere brute. Very well. The Master S word is final. Noticing Chun Imo's slight irritation, the little enchantress pouted but nodded nonetheless. Despite her Master S seemingly contradictory words, she would still obey him. After all, he was her master. Chen Mo turned his gaze back to the mist. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his left middle finger. A glance revealed the little enchantress grinning at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and two charming dimples adorning her cheeks. Chen Mo sighed inwardly, truly a mischievous little sprite. Her hands were so tender and smooth. He gazed intently, gently caressing the enchantress's soft little hand. The sensation was undoubtedly among the finest. The little enchantress flushed, gazing tenderly at Chen Mo's handsome visage, silently allowing him to play with her small hand. Chapter 23, The Underground Dragon King. From the moment of her birth, Chen Mo had been her master and the sovereign of all plants, as he was a supreme, unparalleled existence. She could sense a unique aura emanating from Chen Mo that compelled the plants to draw near, even to worship him. To Chen Mo, she was undoubtedly an enchanting fairy. Conversely, Chen Mo equally captivated the little enchantress. As time passed, the P-cannoneers relentlessly fired their volleys, the explosions reverberating in the air, causing discomfort to one's eardrums. Yet, not a single monster managed to breach the barrage to reach Chen Mo. If this were the extent of their assault, it posed no threat to him now. Chen Mo shook his head. Today's battle was nothing like the tense skirmish of yesterday. It was undoubtedly a one-sided suppression. There was no surprise, rendering it exceedingly tedious. Chen Mo clicked his tongue, and just then, the ground trembled beneath him, and the iron walls began to quiver slightly. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a colossal figure, resembling a small mountain, suddenly erupted from the earth beneath the city wall. This towering behemoth, upon emerging, seemed to eclipse the sky, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Only its pair of icy eyes emitted a faint glow, akin to two small lanterns, fixated intently on Chen Mo. In the next instant, a massive claw descended menacingly towards him. If it struck true, Chen Mo would surely be reduced to pulp. The very heavens seemed to tremble from the impact. In a flash, a series of idioms raced through Chen Mo's mind: to encircle Wei and rescue Zhao, to substitute the beam while the roof is being repaired, to capture the ringleader first. Impressive. This creature employs strategy. Master, be careful. The little enchantress beside him was greatly startled by the suddenly emerging monster. Seeing Chen Mo in a daze, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, hastily extending her small hand to push him away. However, Chen Mo remained steadfast as a mountain, grasping the little enchantress's hand and cradling her protectively. It's all right, don't be afraid, he whispered gently in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her, a smile gracing his lips. He then raised his gaze towards the enormous paw. Boom! Just as before, the gigantic claw was stopped 3 meters above Chen Mo's head by a shimmering barrier, ripples dancing across its surface as the protective shield enveloped the entire territory. Effortlessly, it thwarted the attack. Simultaneously, Chen Mo employed identification on the beast. Underground Dragon King. Type: Dragon. Quality: Purple, Exceptional. Level: 55. Lineage: Demon Dragon Clan. Health: 37,000. Mental Power: 20,000. Skills: Underground Breath, Dragon Might, Earth Manipulation, Earth Element Control, Demonic Transformation, Frenzy, Temporary. Description: a top-tier boss among monsters. Originating from a mutated branch of the dragon lineage, transformed into a demon dragon due to descent into darkness. I sensed something amiss. It had been waiting for me here. Chen Mo's expression remained calm as the confusion in his heart found resolution. Logically, under 100-fold difficulty, it was impossible for only a horde of level 1 and 2 monsters to attack yesterday. That simply did not align with the notion of a 100-fold challenge. This was a level 6 monster, the Underground Dragon King. Truly a level 6, its sheer size alone could daze many. Its quality was also purple, quite remarkable. It appeared to be a prodigy, with health and mental power exceeding 10,000. Such attributes indeed warranted a 100-fold difficulty. Furthermore, Chen Mo felt a hint of familiarity regarding those eyes. They must belong to the creature that had revealed itself in the mist yesterday. It was undeniably strong, even among level 6 creatures. However, Chen Mo's territory had now upgraded to level 5, with the defensive capabilities of a level 5 world tree. Even a deity would find it challenging to breach. A mere level 6 Underground Dragon King was inconsequential. Roar, seeing its assault thwarted by an unknown force. The Underground Dragon King seethed with rage, its eyes radiating a terrifying murderous intent. Initially intending to stealthily infiltrate Chen Mo's territory for a surprise attack, it soon discovered that some rule governed the ground, preventing even its earth manipulation skills from advancing an inch. With no other recourse, it had to charge forward recklessly. It had believed it could easily dispatch this lord, only to be repelled once more. This incited immeasurable fury within it. Today, it must eliminate Chen Mo, or its existence would be in vain. If one attack failed, then it would launch another. Without a moment's hesitation, the Underground Dragon King raised its sharp claws and struck down again. The air seemed to solidify beneath the weight of its massive paw. Boom! That claw, weighing several tons, slammed against the barrier once more, creating ripples. Alas, it was to no avail. The protective barrier steadfastly shielded the territory, impenetrable. How formidable. The little enchantress nestled in Chun Mo's arms gazed in astonishment at the transparent shield, clearly awed by its formidable defense. All right, come forth. Chun Mo gently patted the little enchantress. Oh, the little enchantress pouted her tiny nose, reluctantly inhaling Chun Mo's scent once more before returning to his side. Chun Mo mused, how peculiar. Since you cannot, it is my turn. Chun Mo ceased his idle chatter, his eyes sharpening with determination. P-Cannoneers, fire at will. Instantly, all the P-Cannoneers aligned their aim towards the underground Dragon King. The subterranean dragon's gaze was filled with disdain. These were merely feeble Tier 3 troops, foolishly attempting to breach its defenses. Such a notion was laughable. The trait activated. 10-star synergy. Without hesitation, all cannons unleashed a barrage of projectiles towards the subterranean dragon. These shells converged, weaving a vast net in the air that ensnared the creature. Boom. A smile crept onto Chunmo's lips. In an instant, it seemed as if a chain reaction had been ignited, with projectile after projectile detonating, spreading across the entirety of the net. Bang! Hundreds of shells erupted in a dense cacophony, creating a gaping hole in the sky. Roar! The subterranean dragon, caught off guard, emitted a pained cry. While a single shell barely tickled its hardened exterior, the sheer volume unleashed rendered it significantly more effective. Its armor, as tough as meteorite, was shattered. In just this one assault, the subterranean dragon found itself injured and bleeding profusely. The once proud protective scales had been pierced in an instant. Whoosh! A glimmering arrow, sharp as ice, sliced through the air, finding its mark before the dragon's left eye. Thud! The eye, the most vulnerable spot on any creature, was penetrated by a 5th-tier arrowhead, embedding deeply. Roar! The subterranean dragon howled in agony, its massive form stumbling backward uncontrollably. It had not anticipated Chunmo's unorthodox tactics, which had resulted in a sneak attack. Chapter 24. The P evolves again. Frantic, the skill was activated, and the subterranean dragon succumbed to a frenzy, its blood boiling as it bared its fangs towards Chunmo's location. Breath of the Earth Dragon. A beam of searing light, several meters wide, shot forth, aimed directly at the protective shield. Boom. Sparks flew as the shield absorbed the impact. The earth itself melted into crystalline shards under the intense heat. Roar! The subterranean dragon bellowed in rage. Even in its berserk state, it retained a sliver of rationality. Sensing its attack was futile, it turned to flee without a second thought. Survival instincts compelled it to escape rather than perish here. The subterranean dragon bolted with astonishing speed, nearly vanishing into the gray mist in the blink of an eye. A glimmer of joy flickered in its eyes. As long as it survived, it could return and reclaim its power. It turned back to glare fiercely at Chunmo, its eyes brimming with hatred. But in the next moment, it felt a violent tremor within its very soul. Attempting to escape? Such a feat would not be so simple. Chunmo was taken aback by the subterranean dragon's decision to flee, yet he felt unfazed. A thought flashed through his mind, and he swiftly donned a full set of 5th-tier armor. Clad in this top-tier ensemble, Chunmo resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, radiating a golden glow. He remained composed. Drawing his bow, he pulled back the string, conjuring a flaming golden-red feathered arrow at his fingertips, invoking Hawkeye's divine arrow. Behind him, a colossal silhouette materialized, wielding an enlarged version of the Sun Hunter bow. With a gentle release of his right hand, the golden-red arrow soared forth like a fire dragon. The shadow behind him unleashed a similar shot. The two arrows merged in midair. In an instant, the flames engulfed the arrow, and its velocity surged. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 6 thunderous explosions echoed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the arrow appeared before the subterranean dragon. Whoosh! The flaming golden-red arrow pierced through the dragon's brow as effortlessly as a knife through parchment. In that moment, the dragon's pupils constricted, filled with defiance and loathing. Crash! Its massive, fleshy form collapsed heavily to the ground, beyond the mist. The boss had fallen, and the surrounding monsters retreated like a receding tide. The battle was concluded. The screen displayed a prompt. Chunmo smiled slightly, his spirits lifted. The 4th wave of assault had ended thus. With a mere thought, the 4 pieces of top-tier equipment transformed into motes of light, returning to his inventory. Master, you were utterly magnificent just now, exclaimed the nearby sprite, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed up at Chunmo. The scene had been nothing short of awe-inspiring. Chunmo donned the Jotian starlight robe and the sun and moon golden crown. Appearing as a deity descended from the heavens, radiating unparalleled charisma, the little sprite's heart raced with excitement. Her master was so powerful, she wondered if her petite frame could withstand such strength. Well, it's primarily because that subterranean dragon was lacking in ability, Chunmo remarked, playfully pinching the sprite's blushing cheek. He chuckled, feeling extraordinarily relaxed. He spoke the truth. As a 5th-tier lord, he inherently possessed 5th-tier strength. Compared to the 6th-tier subterranean dragon, he was slightly inferior. But let us not forget, his territory was 100 times larger than an ordinary one. Thus, His power was exponentially greater than that of a typical 5th-tier lord. Therefore, it could be said that Chun Mo was currently unaware of his own limits. 7th tier? 8th tier? He himself was uncertain. However, dealing with a mere 6th-tier subterranean dragon was childish play for him. Hence, the greatest error of the subterranean dragon was not merely underestimating the protection of the world tree, but rather failing to comprehend Chun Mo's true strength. Coupled with the power enhancements from these top-tier equipment, with values stacking into the tens of thousands, one dragon was a trivial matter. Even 100 would not deter Chun Mo from demonstrating who the true king of monsters was. A lord is defined not just by the might of their army, but also by their own invincibility. Lords of equal caliber are invincible for 2 reasons. First, they can continuously summon the strength of any unit within their territory. Second, as long as the core of the territory remains intact, they can resurrect time and time again at the cost of a certain amount of energy. This is one of the reasons why humanity on Blue Star has ascended to become the dominant race in the universe. Historical records recount a High Lord who, through countless resurrections, died over 3,000 times, employing various strategies to ultimately vanquish a world governed by several deities, culminating in its conquest and his emergence as a formidable entity comparable to a mid-tier deity. This is a quintessential example of the weak triumphing over the strong, and it remains enshrined in numerous textbooks to this day. As the battle drew to a close, a dazzling glow of evolution enveloped the Tier 2 pea shooter and Tier 3 pea shooter. The radiance gradually faded, confirming that all 200 pea shooters had indeed evolved into Tier 3 pea shooters. Simultaneously, the transformation of the pea shooter was complete. Chun Mo watched with eager anticipation as the brilliance of their upgrade dissipated. Beep, beep. Each massive pea shooter emitted a joyous sound. So large. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chun Mo's eyes as he beheld the 4th-tier pea shooter, whose exterior had not undergone any significant alteration. However, its physique was dramatically transformed, towering at an impressive height of 4 to 5 meters, with a barrel extending 3 meters in length and exceeding 1 meter in width. It resembled a device capable of launching rockets. Chun Mo examined the data panel, revealing: name, giant pea cannon. Category, plant. Level, 37,0,370. Strength, 8,000. Speed, 1,000. Intelligence, 7,000. Special skills: destruction shell, cloud burst shell, thermobaric shell, standard shell, shooting range, 10,000 meters. Shots per second, 5. Loyalty, 100. Lifetime. Description: evolved from pea shooter, equipped with 4 types of special shells to provide an unparalleled experience. Wow. An attack range of 10,000 meters and a firing rate of 5 shots per second. Chun Mo couldn't help but exclaim, this is nothing short of a high-tech weapon in plant form. He then scrutinized the 4 distinct types of special shells. Destruction shell. Weight, 37 tons. Effective range, 200 meters. Effect: destroys all objects and living beings. Description: harnesses the power of annihilation. Cloud burst shell. Weight, 37 tons. Effective range, 1,000 meters. Effect: generates temperatures reaching 2,500 degrees Celsius and creates a vacuum environment within a 1,000 meter radius. Description: strangles life, rendering it unable to breathe. Thermobaric shell. Weight, 37 tons. Effective range, 1,000 meters. Effect: produces pressure equivalent to 500 tons, causing immense destruction. Description: experience extreme pressure that leaves a lasting impact. Standard shell. Weight, 37 tons. Effective range, 50,000 meters. Effect: specifically designed for targeting personnel while minimizing damage to inanimate objects. Description: a green and eco-friendly nuclear strike method. It was truly a formidable weapon. Chapter 25, Bountiful Rewards. Chun Mo fell into a contemplative silence, incredulous at the thought of the catastrophic consequences should such a weapon be employed in actual combat. This was precisely why many were averse to the presence of mechanical troops on the battlefield. Aside from certain exceptionally strong units capable of withstanding a barrage of shells, other ordinary forces would be utterly defenseless. However, from this moment forth, the plant faction would undoubtedly ascend to dominance on the battlefield. Outside the city walls, treasure chests gradually materialized from the ground, with the majority being ordinary boxes, though occasionally green and even blue ones would appear. Yet, the most attention-grabbing was the purple treasure chest that formed at the edge of the gray mist. This was Chun Mo's first encounter with a rare-level chest, and he was curious about its contents. Once all the chests had fully coalesced, Chun Mo casually stored them in his inventory. As Chun Mo's subordinate hero, the little sprite had already received the news and did not display any overt surprise. Let us depart and open the chests, Chun Mo said, gently running his fingers through the sprite's silky red hair as he made his way downward. Okay, the sprite obediently nodded, following closely behind Chun Mo. They settled beneath the world tree, where Chun Mo tossed several hundred treasure chests to the sprite for her to open. He himself opened the settlement window to review the results. The 4th invasion had concluded. Now, the rewards would be calculated. War settlement. Enemies, 10,000 low-level green monsters, 10. 10,000 intermediate bull monsters, 10,000 intermediate axe spirits, 10,000 black widows, 6,000 level 3 two-headed lizards, and 1 level 6 earth dragon. Outcome: a resounding victory. Rating: SSS. Rewards: 5,000 energy crystals and 500 source points. According to the rules under 100-fold difficulty, the actual rewards should be 1,000 times the original value. Evaluation result: SSS. Rewards: 2,000 energy crystals, 200,000 source points, legendary, pond, 200 legendary seeds, legendary, thunder tower, legendary, unit command token, equipment starlight boots, and legendary belt, 9-colored glazed belt. Such an abundance. Chun Mo's eyes sparkled at the sight of these prizes. 2 million energy crystals, 200,000 points, more than double compared to the last time. 2 buildings, a conscription token, and those 2 legendary pieces of equipment. The latter 2 should be part of the set he had previously collected, and he was now close to completing an entire set. Adding another thunder tower as a defensive line was exceedingly practical. He wondered whether this conscription token was linked to plants. What could the mysterious spirit seed be? Gazing at the plentiful harvest, Chun Mo's face radiated joy. The eradication of the earth dragon had indeed yielded great rewards. The bountiful rewards were astonishing. Indeed, with greater risks come greater benefits. It is no wonder that some children from ordinary families can change their destinies through novice trials. As long as one is willing to exert oneself, along with a touch of luck, perhaps it is possible to acquire exceptional buildings or equipment during the 7 trials, or even have the chance to obtain high-quality heroes and troops. However, this was incomparable to Chun Mo, who was practically an anomaly, having long left his peers far behind. Reflecting on the entire Divine Summer Empire, with a recorded history spanning thousands of years, Chun Mo had never heard of anyone managing to elevate their territory to level 5 within 7 days of trials. Of course, in such vast territories as the Divine Summer Empire, Eastern Alliance, Western Alliance, and indeed the entire Human Alliance, who could say what monsters lay hidden? All Chun Mo could do was seize this opportunity to strengthen himself and accumulate more resources for the future. With today behind him, only 3 days remained. Chun Mo took a deep breath, cherishing the time left. Master, I have unearthed a piece of equipment. The little sprite exclaimed excitedly, presenting a piece of equipment to Chun Mo. Oh, what is this? Chun Mo took it and examined it, discovering white stockings. Quality: green. Level: 1010. Function: self-repairing, self-cleaning. Description: classic white long stockings that are eternally stylish. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. Treasure chests can yield such items? He pondered. Having never encountered such a thing before, could it be dependent on the individual? Master, what is this? The little sprite squatted before Chun Mo, resting her chin in her hands, curiously gazing at the white stockings, which appeared rather appealing. Well, these are called white stockings. They look exceptionally beautiful on girls. Here, you can have them. Try them on tomorrow, Chun Mo said, handing them to the sprite. White stockings? Eternal white silk. Hey, master. I found another one, and this time it's black. Without missing a beat, the little sprite presented another piece of equipment. Black stockings. Quality: green. Level: 110. Function: durable, self-cleaning. Note: the allure of black is irresistible. Chun Mo held the black stockings, gently caressing them with his fingers. The texture was exquisite. He wondered how they would feel when worn by Lu Ruyan. Black stockings, so striking? Something felt amiss. Chun Mo shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. He reminded himself to alternate between the 2 pairs of stockings. Since he couldn't see Sister Lu wearing them, he decided to give them to the little fairy instead. Thank you, master. The little fairy beamed as she accepted them. This was the first gift Chun Mo had bestowed upon her. She vowed to cherish it for a lifetime. All right, I'll handle the rest myself. Chun Mo gestured for the little fairy to stop opening the treasure chests, fearing that they might uncover something unexpected if she continued. The little fairy obediently nodded, stepping aside to figure out how to wear the stockings. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, thousands of treasure chests cascaded to the ground, forming a mountain of loot. Open. Each chest burst forth with radiant light. You have obtained 1 source crystal. You have obtained 2 source crystals. You have obtained 10 source crystals and 5 source points. You have obtained the building, Arrow Tower, blue. You have obtained the skill book, Mighty 18 Strikes. You have obtained the equipment, Storage Ring, blue. In total, 100,000 source crystals, 20,000 source points. 3 blue arrow towers, 1 Mighty 18 Strikes skill book, and 1 storage ring. A plethora of source crystals scattered across the grass, resembling a small hill. Chun Mo gathered everything, deciding against utilizing the 3 blue arrow towers. His standards had risen, and ordinary buildings no longer offered substantial growth potential. It was not worth upgrading with source crystals anymore. With a flick of his wrist, all the items vanished. Chun Mo took a final glance at what remained, a skill book and a piece of equipment. He hoped the Mighty 18 Strikes would prove reliable. Chun Mo pondered silently before clicking on the details. Mighty 18 Strikes. Type: skill book. Quality: blue. Content: Sit in a tiger stance description. All 18 techniques are exceptional. Indeed, one should not harbor overly grand expectations. Chun Imo shook his head, deciding against keeping it, opting instead to use it immediately. The blue skill book transformed into a beam of light, entering Chun Mo's mind. Instantly, 2 miniature figures appeared in his mind, vividly demonstrating each movement. Chun Imo felt a surge of excitement. How practical this addition was. He wondered if his sister would appreciate it. Imagining the scenario, she might verbally reject it. But with a bit of persistence and clever banter, she would likely come around. Chapter 26. New buildings after all. Teacher Lu often spoke contrary to her heart. She always claimed to be uninterested, yet inwardly, she seemed quite willing. For instance, during that time he was chatting and drinking with friends in the woods. She had swiftly pulled him away, citing the reason: minors should not consume alcohol. On occasions when he returned home late and neglected to inform her, Teacher Lu would, under the guise of concern for her student, come to check on him. Such instances were numerous. Storage ring, quality, blue function, item storage space size, 100 by 100 meters description, a ring capable of storing items. What sort of storage ring is this? Chun Imo glanced at it and tossed it to the little fairy. In the era of lords, the most useless items were storage rings. With a backpack, who needed something like this for storage? Having finished opening the treasure chests, it was time to upgrade the territory, as per usual. Chun Imo stood up, stretching lazily. He opened the Lord page. You have consumed 46,000 source crystals, along with 4,600 source points, raising your territory to level 46. After spending an additional 50,000 source crystals and 5,000 source points, congratulations. Your territory has been upgraded to the 6th tier, level 50. Once again exhausting all his savings, Chun Imo barely managed to elevate his level to 54. To continue ascending, however, his source points proved insufficient. Just as he concluded the territory upgrade, the entire domain suddenly trembled slightly. Concurrently, a dazzling golden light erupted from Chun Imo, and an intense aura surged forth, creating a small whirlwind around him that blew the little fairy several steps back. Master. The little fairy appeared flustered, unsure of what was happening, anxiously gazing at Chun Imo. Fear not. It's merely a level up, Chun Imo reassured her with a wave of his hand, the radiance dissipating along with the overwhelming presence, returning him to his unremarkable self. Let us go arrange the buildings. All right, master, she replied cheerfully. Chun Imo beckoned her, and she approached him with delicate steps, joyfully shaking his arm. Following the conclusion of this war, Chun Imo was rewarded with 2 new buildings. Upon extraction, they manifested in his hands as the Lightning Tower and the Fish Pond. First, the legendary Lightning Tower, a structure specifically designed for defensive purposes. Lightning Tower, quality, legendary level, initial, current experience required, 0-10, special ability, Lightning Judgment LV1 effective range, radius of 100 meters description, the punitive force of lightning. Chun Imo promptly positioned the Lightning Tower in the southwestern direction of his territory. With a gentle toss, the building sprouted forth as if a seed had found soil. Standing approximately 10 meters tall, it was crowned with a crystal that flickered with a purplish golden light. Next, he upgraded it to the 6th stage, as he had done with the existing defensive facilities. Thus far, all 4 primary defensive structures were in place, 3 of which were legendary, while the remaining blue, Arrow Tower. Even if better alternatives were found in the future, Chun Imo had no intention of replacing this last ordinary model. With the support of Global Guardian and various formidable armies, these external fortifications merely served as embellishments, failing to resolve the actual dilemmas at hand. Next came his second acquisition, the Fish Pond. Type, fake quality, legendary level, basic, experience, 0-10, feature, fish for extraordinary sea creatures. Usage limitation, once per day. Description, utilize crystal stones as bait to attempt to catch peculiar beings from the interstellar ocean within this pond. Upon capture, they will revert to their original state. Upon reading the information about the Fish Pond, Chun Imo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he believed it to be yet another resource-gathering method, only to discover it was a game of chance. Such places, relying on luck, were akin to casinos, amusement centers, and lottery activities, venues with a gambling nature. Participants could win precious gifts sent from beyond the universe through mini-games or other means. According to a notable example previously mentioned by the teacher in class, a certain lord once captured a magnificent golden fish during a fishing game, which subsequently transformed into a grand castle, allowing that individual to experience a remarkable metamorphosis from humble beginnings to nobility overnight. However, there are also numerous cautionary tales of failure, where individuals have risked their entire fortunes in a desperate bid for reversal, only to depart this world with nothing to their name. Through extensive practical examination, it has become evident that the most favored method of entertainment is the establishment of gaming venues. As a manager, one merely needs to oversee the collection of entrance fees to effortlessly reap substantial profits. There is no doubt that, regardless of the time or space, the presence of gamblers will always be inescapable. In fact, within a society of lords, those eager to amass wealth rapidly tend to become increasingly prevalent. Thus, the unique entity known as the lucky pool in one's possession undoubtedly stands as the pinnacle among such entertainment facilities. If this treasure were made available for rental, it would surely attract throngs of eager patrons. Previously, in the City of Madness, there was a lord who possessed a blue version of a lottery box. With a mindset of merely testing his luck, he ventured to experience it firsthand. Alas, fortune was not on his side, and he ended up losing a total of 10 units of crystal ore, returning almost empty-handed apart from a few insignificant trinkets. Consequently, after that experience, Shin Mo vowed never to engage with such uncertain ventures again. Yet now, he unexpectedly finds himself in possession of a similar treasure. Should he dare to try once more? Just this once? Acknowledging the stir of curiosity within him, Shun Mo contemplated the fish pond. Type, luck. Quality, mythical. Level, 59. Function, fishing in the cosmic sea. Turning small goldfish into grand miracles. Uses, 59 times per day. Description, cherish life, and steer clear of gambling and drugs. Meanwhile, not far away, in Lu Lang's Doghead King territory, he found himself exclaiming in exasperation, "Oh no, not another plant-type soldier." Clutching a soldier summoning token, he was consumed by frustration. Upon closer inspection, he saw inscribed upon it the words, "Thorngrass." The loyalty of your Doghead warriors has decreased by 10. The loyalty of your Doghead warriors has decreased by 10. The loyalty of your Doghead warriors has decreased by 10. This series of notifications sent a chill down Lu Lang's spine as he hastily turned to face the gathering of dogheads. They regarded him with evident displeasure, some murmuring amongst themselves, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Chapter 27, The Great Melee. How careless of me to speak so thoughtlessly. Lu Lang chastised himself, feeling utterly despondent. After laboriously raising their loyalty, he found it plummeting once more. Over the past 4 days, he had strived and finally advanced to the second-tier leader, with the third-tier leader now tantalizingly within reach. He commanded an army of 30 first-tier dogheads, 10 second-tier dogheads, and 2 doghead shamans. The strength of his forces was decidedly formidable, and Lu Lang had meticulously planned to participate in a competitive tournament 7 days hence. In another realm, somewhere in the western regions, a chorus of roars echoed as dozens of massive dragons soared through the skies, mercilessly hunting the invading green-skinned monsters. This place is known as the Domain of Dragons. Standing atop the castle tower, Qin Yi gazed down with pride, his eyes brimming with ambitions of conquest. He is Qin Yi, the sole heir of the Qin family in the City of Madness, a prodigy endowed with a purple-grade talent. He has chosen the elite dragon race, with combat prowess rivaling that of true dragons. From a young age, his extraordinary fate was sealed. As the battle concluded, the spoils were tallied. With the last second-tier monster devoured by the dragon, a notification chimed in Qin Yi's ear. A smile crept across his lips as he looked skyward, where a line of information materialized before him. Cloud Peak Dragon. Type, Subdragon. Quality, purple. Level, 27. Physique, 200. Speed, 250. Mental power, 150. Skills, Dragon Breath, Aerial Charge. Dragon's Intimidation. Description, descended from the heritage of aerial dragons, swift as lightning. Indeed, he and his territory have now both ascended to the third tier. His confidence stems from possessing sufficient strength. Following this cleanup, he anticipates a breakthrough to the fourth tier, unlocking new fourth-tier subdragon units. At that time, his power will undergo a transformative change. In the upcoming trials, his domain may well reach the fifth tier. Based on previous competitions, he is certain to secure a prominent position on the honor roll, perhaps even breaking into the top 10. He aspires to become a source of pride for his alma mater and may potentially ascend to become the second divine figure of the Qin family. His path to a glorious pinnacle of life seems preordained. Regrettably, he mused, you were given an opportunity but failed to recognize its value. Qin Yi gazed down at the third-tier purple-quality city walls, shaking his head. It was merely a legendary structure, not particularly significant. However, for that ordinary individual aligned with planned abilities, the loss represented a missed opportunity for meaningful interaction. Such short-sightedness. Qin Yi chose not to dwell further. That fellow had likely been eliminated and was hardly worth remembering. Their paths would diverge, becoming as distant as the heavens and the earth. In the southern territories of another world, the land of elves, Xiao Qing'er hovered coldly in midair, observing the elves below as they cleared away the corpses of monsters. After undergoing 4 rigorous tests, she successfully advanced to the 4th tier, officially becoming one of the rulers. Her abilities underwent a complete transformation. Glancing up at the azure sky, a hint of nostalgia crept into her expression. That individual has likely been eliminated, as those pursuing the path of plants struggle to survive in such intense selections. Reflecting on the striking man she had once admired before her awakening, Xiao Wanqing felt a twinge of regret. She had harbored a flicker of affection for him, yet he had chosen a path devoid of offensive capabilities in the realm of plants. In this competition, where the difficulty had escalated exponentially, such a configuration would scarcely endure to the end. It was likely they would never cross paths again. Her demeanor grew increasingly austere. Apart from her kin, there remained little worthy of her concern. Her greatest aspiration was to one day ascend to divinity. In the external realm of the City of Madness, an unexpectedly crucial meeting was convened. The round table in the conference room was filled with all the educators. "Principal, what has transpired?" inquired a curious teacher. The middle-aged principal pondered briefly before sighing and responding. "There may be issues with the selection process." "What kind of issues?" The brows of all the teachers furrowed in unison. Why had so many unforeseen circumstances arisen this year? The principal expressed his concerns. "We have learned from returning students that the trial process has encountered the insectoid and demonic forces." "What? The insectoid and demon races?" Upon hearing this, the teachers were left astounded. These are two of the most ruthless races in the cosmic sea. How did they become aware of the trial world? Could it be that we have a traitor among us? A teacher rose, his face etched with confusion. The principal shook his head, stating, "No. It appears our Lord Zhu Ke has deliberately granted them access. There can be no traitors. In this era where individual prowess reigns supreme, every region of the human race has designated personnel for monitoring. No one can elude the predictions of the deities." The teachers were left even more perplexed. To heighten the difficulty of the trials, our Lord Zhu Ke has forged an agreement with these two races. They will dispatch their most elite members to participate in the trials. At this juncture, the principal paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, once the 7-day trial concludes, the trial world of Zhu Ke will serve as the epicenter for the convergence of hundreds of worlds, igniting a colossal conflict that will span numerous territories. This grand melee will not only involve the human race, but also thousands of races from across the cosmic sea. It shall be a cataclysmic clash that occurs but once in millennia." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a profound silence, overwhelmed by shock. What could be the purpose behind such a maneuver? Why initiate such an extensive conflict so suddenly? Typically, battles among the younger generation do not unfold so easily. Once the war begins, countless lords will perish, and the cost will be exorbitant. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged principal spoke slowly. "The celestial monitoring pavilion has detected fluctuations in the aura of the human race, suggesting the imminent birth of a supreme being. To ensure that a supreme entity emerges from this generation, beginning with this lordly trial, a grand conflict will persist annually for the next century, if not millennium. This decision has been made by the supreme beings and has been ratified by the Imperial Council." Once more, silence enveloped the room. Decisions made by the supreme beings are immutable. The staggering nature of this revelation weighed heavily upon them. A supreme being. The emergence of even a single such entity would justify any sacrifice made. There is no room for democracy in this matter. Everything is for the greater good of humanity. The supreme being represents the paramount interest. The foreign races will undoubtedly strive to thwart the ascendance of the human supreme being. Hence, even with knowledge of humanity's plans, they are eager to partake in this trial, hoping to eliminate any potential supreme being before their rise. What if they actually succeed? It would be a tremendous windfall for them. The birth of a supreme being is never a certainty. No one can predict who will ascend to such heights. Thus, in this age, anyone has the potential to become a supreme being. The only solution lies in slaughter. Only by exterminating these nascent human lords can one prevent the birth of a supreme entity. Therefore, this grand melee is destined to be a blood-soaked battle. Chapter 28. Such extraordinary talent. All the teachers remained silent. In this tumultuous era, they were but insignificant figures incapable of achieving divinity. Beside them, Li Yuan maintained a serene demeanor, calm as still water. After all, her days were numbered. What did these so-called supreme entities and battles have to do with her? She had long since relinquished any hope. Once Chun Mo exited this place, she would take him to find a tranquil little world, where they could live a simple life for a few years, ultimately leaving him a substantial inheritance. By then, he would surely be overjoyed. Alas, am I not giving it away for free? This fellow is utterly ungrateful. Nevertheless, I must persevere through these 7 days. Otherwise, I would not even dare to approach you. Plant territory. Unbeknownst to Chun Mo, he remained indifferent to the events transpiring outside. To hell with that dead fish pond. In frustration, Chun Mo flung his fishing rod aside and stood up. Observing Chun Mo's ire, the little sprite could not help but chuckle softly. Chun Mo cast a sidelong glance at her, prompting the little sprite to quickly suppress her laughter and mischievously wink. Noticing her perceptiveness, Chun Mo sighed, casting his gaze to the empty space beside him. An entire hour had passed, yet he had not caught a single fish. In contrast, the little sprite's side was nearly overflowing, even boasting some top-tier items. Goji berry seeds. Type: spiritual medicine. Quality: purple. Level: 1. Maturity time: 5 years. Function: nourishes the liver and kidneys, enhances vision, particularly suitable for treating liver and kidney deficiency. Description: a cup morning and evening is a veritable boon for middle-aged men. Dragon's tooth rice. Type: spiritual plant. Quality: purple. Level: 1. Maturity time: 1 year. Function: strengthens the body, prolongs life, with a unique flavor. Description: one of the rarest treasures. nourished by dragon's blood, exceedingly rare. Without comparison, one cannot know the pain. Although Chun Mo felt helpless, these seeds were indeed excellent items. He waved his hand and stored them all in his spatial ring. Master, wait for me. Seeing Chun Mo preparing to leave, the little sprite set down her fishing rod and hurried after him. Master, where are we going? She asked, wrapping her arms around Chun Mo's, tilting her head with curiosity. Chun Mo felt the soft warmth on his arm and paused for a moment. Ultimately, he chose to feign ignorance. The broad-minded little sprite. We're going to plant something. Chun Mo replied with a smile, as the characteristics of the world tree transformed his territory into spiritual soil. This granted Chun Mo a staggering 60,000 square meters of spiritual soil, a level of luxury beyond compare. Possessing such an expanse of spiritual soil, even after the conclusion of the 7-day trial, he could become a planting magnate. Unfortunately, Chun Mo had no intention of pursuing that path. Moreover, cultivating spiritual plants necessitates professional care. Other types of lords could rely on their troops for assistance, but all of Chun Mo's troops were plants. Apart from himself, the only other being in the territory was the little sprite, making large-scale cultivation of spiritual herbs impossible. This left many spiritual fields idle, which was a waste for Chun Mo. However, he was not overly anxious. Once the 7-day assessment was over, he could summon some vassal races from another world to assist him in managing the territory, thereby better developing the land. Planting spiritual herbs? The little sprite's eyes lit up at the mention, and she confidently smiled at Chun Mo, saying, Master, I can help you with that. As a flower sprite, she had an innate affinity with plants and was particularly skilled in cultivating various spiritual items. Hearing this, Chun Mo recalled he had yet to employ appraisal to assess her abilities. Flower sprite. Type hero. Race, flower sprite. Quality, legendary. Level, 6, 3, 10. Physique, 15. Agility, 30. Spirit, 18. Skills, growth acceleration, green light. Introduction, I am merely an inconspicuous little assistant. Previously, Chun Mo had reviewed the data on the little sprite and recognized her as a support-type character, yet he felt that this hero seemed rather ineffectual, as his troops did not require assistance. Consequently, Chun Mo often regarded her as a delightful little pet. It wasn't until now, when the matter was mentioned again, that he thought to examine her abilities. Growth acceleration. Quality, legendary. Function, accelerates plant growth. Level, 1010. Description, do not misunderstand. I merely assist in its growth. Green light. Quality, legendary. Level, 1010. Effect, can enhance the target's quality with a probability of 50. Description, perhaps, unbeknownst to us, it has advanced. So, it possesses such a unique ability. You truly are remarkable. Chun Mo nodded. Indeed, I am quite impressive. The little sprite eagerly nodded, finally seizing the opportunity to showcase her abilities. Such a rare moment. Chun Mo extended his hand, and a spirit herb seed materialized instantly. Chinese yam seed. Quality, ordinary. Level, 1. Growth cycle, 1 year. Function, aids digestion, alleviates heat. Description, an utterly mundane medicinal herb, though it bears an ordinary quality and lacks extraordinary effects. I possess special methods. Ignoring its quality, Chun Mo directly applied his skill, transmutation, to the seed. In an instant, the yam seed began to radiate a dazzling light, transforming into purple mountain mushroom seed. Quality, purple. Level, 1. Maturity time, 10 years. Function, enhances cultivation, aids in breakthroughs. Remark, cultivation must rely on medicinal assistance. Thus, it transformed from ordinary to extraordinary. Chun Mo marveled. Such talent was truly exceptional. Not only could he transmute soldiers, but even flora and fauna could grow stronger. Contemplating the vast expanse of land available for planting spirit herbs, he silently resolved to transform the entire area into a spirit herb field. Allow me to undertake this task. Master, the little sprite volunteered eagerly. Chun Mo nodded and handed her the purple mountain mushroom seed. She carefully grasped the seed and soon released a gentle green light that enveloped it. Before long, a delicate sprout broke through the soil. Wow! Chun Mo exclaimed in delight. The little sprite's abilities were indeed practical, and as her level increased, she would become increasingly valuable. After completing the task, the little sprite exhaled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, indicating that the use of growth acceleration was quite taxing for her. Stop! Stop! There's no need to continue. Chun Mo quickly interjected, halting the little one who seemed eager to exert more effort. He shook his head, explaining that the natural conditions of their territory already facilitated rapid growth, making such hastened acceleration unnecessary at this stage, as the demand for such herbs was not particularly urgent. I will heed the master's words. The little sprite felt a surge of happiness from this care and attention. Chapter 29, The Insect Tribe. In the blink of an eye, the fourth night arrived. After enjoying a delectable dinner, Chun Mo gave a few reminders to the mischievous little sprite before settling down to sleep. In the deep of night, a slender figure clad in white socks stealthily approached the room. Upon discovering that the occupant had yet to awaken, she breathed a sigh of relief. With the utmost stealth, she tiptoed to the bedside, shedding her garments and gliding into the covers like a fish slipping into water, nestling closely against Chunmo. Her petite nose inhaled the familiar scent in the air. Ah, it is so much more comfortable to be with Master. She then closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Before long, when Chunmo opened his eyes, a look of helplessness filled his gaze. He glanced down at the little girl resting on his chest, inhaling deeply the blend of floral and milky scents that filled his lungs. He gently tapped her tiny backside, producing a crisp sound. This time I will let it go. But if it happens again, next time. His voice was low and laden with a hint of threat as he concluded before closing his eyes once more, ready to return to sleep. In her dreams, the little girl murmured, "Master is the best." On the fifth morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Chunmo awakened peacefully. "Master, it feels so warm," came a gentle voice from beside him, followed by a soft kiss on his neck. He reached out to push away the one attempting to snuggle up once more. Seeing her lips slightly pout, as if reluctant, she was nonetheless restrained. He turned to gaze at her cherubic slumbering face, which appeared both beautiful and adorably silly, with a few stray locks of hair falling across her forehead, adding to her charm. Sighing, he rubbed his tired eyes. Although a level 6 lord could manage without sleep for several days, restoring his energy was still paramount. "I cannot allow this to happen again," Chunmo whispered gently in the little sprite's ear. After a tender kiss on her forehead, he carefully shifted her from his side and got out of bed to take a cold shower, feeling considerably rejuvenated afterward. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Monsters were approaching. Chunmo's expression grew serious as he turned his gaze toward the iron walls. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him began to tremble, reminiscent of an earthquake. Yet it was clear that this was no earthquake. Without hesitation, Chunmo leapt into action, swiftly heading toward the iron walls. Fog rolled in, the air crackling with thunder, and lightning flashed like branches in the sky. Upon reaching the walls, Chunmo was astonished to observe that the distance between the mist and the natural territory was gradually widening. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 80,000 meters. In under a minute, the gap had expanded to 80,000 meters. Furrowing his brow, Chunmo sensed something amiss. Even during the previous appearance of level 6 monsters, the mist had never retreated. Yet now, it was pulling back by such a significant margin. Boom. Just then, the ground shook violently once more, the tremors so intense that even an ordinary person would struggle to maintain their footing. Chunmo soared into the air, his eyes widening in shock. Thousands of kilometers away, the earth had split open and caved in, as if cleaved by some unseen force. The rumbling continued, and after half an hour, the distance had reached several kilometers. Chunmo was bewildered by the intentions of the otherworldly will today. However, with the 800p cannons at his disposal, he felt a surge of confidence and fearlessness. Whatever came, he was ready to face it. It was nothing to be concerned about. Yet, how long this change would persist remained uncertain. "Master, I brought you some breakfast." At that moment, the little sprite flew over, carrying a bowl of porridge, and gently set it down beside Chunmo open wide. She urged, one hand cradling the bowl while the other scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to Chunmo's lips, her bright eyes gleaming with anticipation. "No, thank you. I can eat by myself," Chunmo replied, shaking his head with a chuckle. It hardly seemed proper for a girl to feed him. However, the little sprite appeared somewhat crestfallen as she offered the small bowl to him. "Failed to feed the master," she lamented, with a glance at the sprite. Chunmo took the sweet porridge and drank it down. "Master, wipe your mouth," she chimed, immediately presenting a tissue as he set the bowl down. Chunmo was taken aback by her thoughtfulness today. "Thank you. Shouldn't the master reward me?" the sprite asked, her gaze fixed on Chunmo, her rosy lips playfully licking with innocence. "Oh, what kind of reward do you desire?" Chunmo inquired with a smile, finding her request rather amusing, especially since even the little sprite was aware of seeking a reward. "Just like this morning," she said, pointing to Chunmo's mouth and then to her forehead. Chunmo stumbled slightly, his eyes widening in surprise. "When did you wake up?" The sprite blinked thoughtfully before softly replying, "When you kissed me." In truth, she had intended to reveal that she hadn't slept at all the previous night, but she refrained from mentioning it, fearing it might embarrass him. Chunmo sighed in relief. The sprite did not appear to be a liar. She spoke the truth. "All right, come a little closer," he beckoned, taking in her appearance. She was dressed in a maid outfit, her legs adorned with the white stockings she had drawn yesterday, resembling a character straight out of an anime. The sprite smiled gently as she inched closer to Chunmo, closing her eyes in anticipation. Snap! Chunmo playfully flicked her forehead. "So beautiful." "Ah." The sprite crouched down, covering her forehead with a pouting expression as she looked up at him with feigned grievance. Chunmo had meant to offer some words of comfort, but at that moment, a large, nest-like black object, several hundred meters in size, slowly emerged from the distant cliff. It was utterly dark, with a chaotic shape that possessed no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. Yet, upon the first glance, Chunmo's expression shifted dramatically, his previous smile vanishing. "Master, what is that?" the sprite cautiously asked, noticing Chunmo's sudden tension. "A bug nest," Chunmo slowly uttered. The insect race was one of the dominators of the cosmic sea, with over 10 queens within their ranks, their history predating that of humanity by eons. The insect race was terrifying. Each queen relied on these nests to siphon the life energy of the entire universe. Hatching swarms of soldier bugs, they consumed all natural substances, evolving wings, armor, and teeth. Wherever they went, no grass would grow. The passage of the insect race signified upheaval. Each assault was led by billions of bugs. They were nearly unmatched among their peers, branded as a catastrophic species. Any intelligent being hearing this name would feel a pang of fear. Even when human civilization on Blue Star constructed defenses, they would reference the characteristics of the insect race, underscoring the extent of their terror. Furrowing his brow, Chunemo found it incomprehensible that otherworldly forces would allow these creatures to enter, perhaps intending for the insect race to counterbalance the new human lords. A sense of absurdity washed over him. Should the two great powers truly engage in battle, this world would likely be completely devoured. Regardless, Chunemo was fully focused, prepared to confront the impending threat. Chapter 30. What on earth is this? The genius of the cosmic human race was indeed terrifying. From a distance, at the center of a massive, pitch-black bug nest, a large insect with 2 antennae several meters long surveyed the outside world. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of territory before it, a semblance of human-like astonishment flickered across its enormous face. These cosmic humans were distinct from those residing in the cosmic oceans. They possessed the ability to extract territorial talents from the laws of the universe. Every territory brimmed with the essence of the world's power, each replete with potential. Such capabilities were truly formidable. Fortunately, the universe did not permit such overwhelming powers to exist unrestrained, establishing soldier templates to regulate these beings. Yet even so, there might remain daunting. In a short span, numerous experts emerged from their ranks, leaving other races both astonished and fearful. Leveraging their territorial advantages, humans could traverse different worlds in search of exploration. Once they set their sights on a target, escape became nearly impossible. They would annihilate all opposition and could even devour entire planets, integrating them into their territory. While it was said that the insect race was insatiably greedy, in comparison to humans, they seemed miserly, akin to ants next to elephants. Thus, the cosmic human race was regarded as the foremost of the 4 great threats. Additionally, humanity bore a dishonorable historical background. Their ancestors had stealthily attacked and captured a high-ranking member of the insect race, from whom they learned this gifted skill. Consequently, a deep-seated animosity existed between the insect and human races. This time, she had been dispatched to confront these humans, and if successful in seizing their territory, she would earn bountiful rewards from her own kin and other worlds. As a 6th-tier insect queen, her nest had birthed hundreds of thousands of 5th-tier warriors and millions of lesser believers. Nevertheless, she remained exceedingly cautious. The territory of her adversaries was truly immense. In contrast, her nest seemed insignificant. According to known information, a larger territory signified greater strength. This implied that the enemy before her must possess extraordinary power. Thus, she acted with utmost prudence, awaiting reports from her scouts to ascertain the enemy's strength, ensuring her own safety. At that moment, the scout, the Shadow Bug King, returned with news. Your Majesty, the opposing human leader is a completely non-combatant plant unit. Upon receiving this information, the insect queen was elated, turning to the 5th-tier insect with excitement. Is this true? The Shadow Bug King nodded firmly, revealing that the core of their territory was a tree. According to intelligence, this was the only non-combatant human unit in existence over 1 billion years. Upon hearing this, the queen's long antennae quivered with exhilaration. The Shadow Bug King understood that his queen was in a state of heightened excitement. The greater the movement of her antennae, the more intense her emotional fluctuations. In such moments, expressing loyalty or admiration might earn one the chance to become the next favored attendant. Upon contemplating this, the Shadow Worm King felt a surge of impulsive thoughts. However, maintaining a facade of seriousness, the queen of the insectoids remarked, "Those female compatriots always delegate the most challenging tasks to me, believing I would falter. Yet, they could never have anticipated that it would be a completely innocuous plant. This task is likely to be the easiest one yet." She continued her analysis. It appears that their survival through several assaults is largely due to their legendary defensive structures. Indeed, they are formidable to breach, but we are not entirely without opportunity. She then issued a command. Go, fetch me 7th-tier armor and weaponry. Today, we shall obliterate the territory of a human genius and demonstrate to those fellows what true insectoid warriors are like. At your command, the Shadow Worm King responded loudly, contemplating that the queen's evident delight might mean a chance for his own elevation today. Before long, the insectoid matriarch emerged from the cavern, her robust form of several meters encased in a tightly sealed green battle armor. A pair of long antennae coiled around a menacing steel blade, forged from the blood of countless lives, exuding extraordinary power. Following her were tens of thousands of fully armed elite followers, with millions of lesser troops trailing behind. The atmosphere surged with an overwhelming presence, as the multitude of small insects nearly obscured the sky, advancing toward the target area known as the nature territory, imparting an oppressive sense of impending doom. Even at a distance of several kilometers, one could palpably feel the astonishing force they radiated. Indeed, the insectoids lived up to their notorious reputation, rightly dubbed the fourth catastrophe. Chun Mo's expression turned grave as he beheld the approaching tide of insects, swirling in the air, poised to unleash their assault. He pondered, logically, the matriarch should be exceedingly cautious and value her life, typically dispatching a multitude of subordinates to lead the charge. The insectoid matriarch rarely engages personally, as they are inherently timid. Should their minions falter, they would retreat post-haste, granting no chance for their adversaries to vanquish them. Yet, this time, the matriarch seems different. She radiates aggression, a fervent desire for battle. It appears she is intent on a life-and-death confrontation with me. Chun Mo steeled himself, resolving to regard this insectoid matriarch as a formidable opponent. Prepare for battle, he commanded, instructing his forces to wait until the swarm was within range before welcoming them with artillery fire. Toot toot. A series of giant pea cannons immediately ignited with a cold gleam, their eyes glimmering with a faint sanguine hue, and in the blink of an eye, all the cannons entered combat readiness, redirecting their massive muzzles toward the densely approaching army of insects. Master, what is that? The little sprite trembled, pointing at the oncoming foes. Visibly terrified, a chill coursed through her, instilling fear that made her body quiver. They are merely insects. Fret not. I shall protect you. Noticing the panic in her eyes, Chun Mo felt a pang of sympathy, gently taking her small hand and pulling her into his embrace to offer comfort. Understanding her fear, he recognized that plants are inherently sensitive to insects. In his warm embrace, the little sprite inhaled his comforting aura, gradually ceasing her tremors. Cradling her waist, Chun Mo turned his attention toward the insectoid queen. Once those insects are within range, prepare to unleash 100 cannons targeting the insectoid matriarch, utilizing medium-sized shells. He ordered coldly, revealing his gentleness only toward his own, while transforming into the aloof, striking figure when facing outsiders. He never showed mercy to his foes. As they drew nearer to human territory, the insectoid matriarch could discern the lord atop the city walls. Naturally, she also noticed the formidable green cannon tubes, momentarily pausing her wings in confusion. What is this contraption? The antennae atop her head twitched, uncertainty gnawing at her. What sort of plant resembles this? It bears resemblance to the cannons of human technology, albeit with an excessively large muzzle. Nevertheless, the matriarch felt no fear. Such a cannon size, even if it were to detonate at point-blank range, would not inflict significant harm upon her. She was at the pinnacle of the 6th tier and poised to ascend to 7th tier prowess. The armor she donned, forged through immense time and effort, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Even against an 8th tier adversary, it could withstand a considerable duration. Attack. Unfazed by any sense of peril, the insectoid matriarch unhesitatingly commanded, eager to swiftly conclude the battle to prevent any unforeseen complications. Instantly, all the insects surged forward, opened fire. Let us extend them a welcome with medium-sized shells. The moment the insectoids fell within range, Chun Mo issued his command. In response, all the colossal cannons emanated a crimson glow, their brilliant light coalescing into a massive energy sphere at the cannon mouths, signifying their full power accumulation. They radiated an intense heat, akin to a ferocious beast about to break free, instilling a sense of dread. Something is amiss, danger looms. Just as the cannons were charging, the insectoid matriarch's antennae began to thrash violently, her sensory receptors unleashing an unprecedented alarm, as if a catastrophe awaited her with just a step forward. In the blink of an eye, the matriarch commenced her countermeasures. The green armor enveloping her suddenly shimmered with an eerie glow, erecting a robust defensive barrier before her. Simultaneously, she willed forth dozens of distinct protective devices and armaments, layering them upon herself. Moreover, she summoned every ounce of her strength to sprint, a fervent effort unprecedented in her centuries of existence. The abrupt retreat of the insectoid matriarch left the surrounding 5th-tier insects bewildered, questioning why their sovereign had suddenly turned back. The Shadow King Worm, ever vigilant at the queen's side, glanced back at her retreating figure, confusion evident in its eyes, just as it prepared to pursue her for clarification. A burst of white light struck it. What is this? The moment the question flickered in the Shadow King Worm's mind, darkness enveloped everything. Hundreds of medium shells rained down upon the insectoid army, and in an instant, it was as though hundreds of miniature suns detonated in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage emitted blinding flashes of light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Soon, everything within a radius of several tens of thousands of meters was consumed by devastating force. The insectoid matriarch, still exerting herself to flee, felt an intense heat blaze behind her, scarcely able to glance back. The blinding light ultimately engulfed her. The steel barriers gave way as the piercing radiance penetrated through, flooding this territory with its brilliance. Chun Mo embraced the delicate waist of the little fairy, quietly closing his eyes. 5 minutes later, the radiance gradually faded. As the barrier dissipated, Imo released his grip on the fairy's soft waist and gazed outside. Before him lay an expanse of tens of thousands of square meters, where the carcasses of countless insectoid creatures were heaped like mountains, carpeting the entire area. Astonishingly, these insectoids bore no visible wounds, as if they had peacefully succumbed to fate. Master, how did these insectoids meet their demise? They bear no scars upon their bodies, the little fairy inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment as she surveyed the mountain of corpses. It appeared as though the insectoids had lost their very souls in an instant, leaving behind mere husks. This is the effect of a neutron bomb, capable of annihilating life on a spiritual level without inflicting harm upon physical entities or structures. Imo spoke in a low voice, surprised by the bomb's formidable power. Had it not been for the presence of a shield, even from a distance of thousands of meters, they would have been assailed by the fierce particle streams. Unlike the neutron bombs of Earth, his P-cannon fired neutron bombs composed purely of energy. The potency of such a weapon far surpassed that of material warheads, enabling a mere 37 tons of energy to yield the impact of a 100-ton neutron bomb. However, as Imo surveyed his surroundings once more, a sense of unease crept over him. Master, is something amiss? The little fairy, noting the furrow in Imo's brow, inquired. I have yet to see the corpse of the insect queen, Imo replied softly. Upon hearing this, the little fairy re-examined the scene. Indeed, this indicated that the insect queen was still alive. Yes, it is highly probable that she has retreated, Imo remarked with a smile, appearing unconcerned. The trial period was predetermined. Exceeding the time limit would result in failure. He could afford to wait, while the adversary might not have the luxury of time. Within the insect nest, the insect queen lay feebly upon her throne, her gaze fixed intently on the screen before her. It displayed the scene of Imo and the little fairy engaged in light-hearted conversation. The insect queen's eyes were filled with a deep-seated malice and hatred. Yet within the depths of her pupils, a flicker of fear glimmered. Recalling the near brush with death she had just experienced, she still felt a lingering dread. That terrifying assault had pierced through her multiple layers of defense in mere seconds. Had it not been for an item in her possession that safeguarded her spirit during her defense, she would have likely perished outside the city. What could it be? A plant, perhaps? Damnable plants. Reflecting on the intelligence regarding the Shadow King worm, the insect queen wished she could swallow it whole. Moreover, considering the artillery-like constructs beyond the city wall, could it be that these were new mechanical forces developed by humanity? The insect queen speculated that only a human lord possessing advanced mechanical might could wield such terrifying power to dominate the battlefield. Nevertheless, whether or not they were mechanized forces, the queen realized that it was nearly impossible for her to confront them alone. A reckless assault would only lead to her demise. What should she do next? Her two appendages writhed restlessly while her massive brain churned rapidly. The thought of launching another attack on human territory was clearly unappealing to her. Surveying her nearly depleted nest, with only a few lowly followers remaining, she lamented the loss of centuries of accumulation, reduced to nothing in an instant. If she could amass sufficient resources, she could quickly rise again. However, if she continued to provoke that human lord, death would be an almost inevitable fate. Thus, seek assistance. If I cannot manage alone, I shall rally a few good sisters to join me. In no time, the insect queen devised a strategy. After all, unity breeds greater strength. Why should she alone face such a formidable opponent? Sisters, sharing both joys and hardships is the hallmark of kinship. With this thought, she became increasingly convinced that her course of action was the right one. Swiftly, she initiated a group video chat invitation to several friends. For it was not solely humans who understood the utilization of technological means. Each race had its unique developmental pathways. Prior to the video call, the queen concealed her wounds and restored her former majestic demeanor. Alice, what brings you to us at this moment? In the midst of the fierce battlefield, the chitinous form of the insect queen answered the call with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, could it be that you have met with adversity? Another queen, resembling a centipede, teased. Speak quickly. I am currently engaged in combat with a formidable opponent among the fairy populace, having expended 30% of my forces, the last queen, similar to Alice, casually remarked, gazing at the carefree expressions of her sisters on the video screen, and reflecting on her own precarious situation. Alice fell silent for a moment before speaking. Sisters, I have discovered a treasure. Would you be interested in sharing it? Well, since when did Alice become so generous? The centipede-like queen quipped. Of course. I know you won't believe me. Just watch, Alice replied, sending a video clip of Chunmo's territory. Wow, how expansive is his domain? According to human time, this is only the 5th day of the trial. My lord's territory is less than 1/10 of his. Nay, not even 1%. Another insect queen exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, his territory is truly vast, the third insect queen said, her eyes wide with shock as she beheld the sprawling land on the screen. Did you notice that his army comprises entirely of plant-based entities? Alice pointed out, prompting all the insect queens to finally notice the indistinct silhouettes of enormous trees. Though not entirely clear, they understood without a doubt that this was a plant lord. Typically, plant lords possessed little offensive capability, rendering them little more than mobile treasure troves. Were it not for the legendary defensive structure possessed by this human lord, I would not have sought your assistance, Alice feigned innocence, implying that they had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group of insect queens gleamed with avarice. Of course I am in. I shall join as well. Seeing her sisters eagerly volunteering to participate, Alice smiled warmly. She turned her gaze towards the human lord, named Chinimo. Situated near the city wall, his antennae thrashing wildly above his head. As far as she was aware, the offensive capabilities of the mechanical troops were also limited. They were not boundless. If she continuously depleted his resources, he would eventually be worn down. Of course, this would require some sacrifices as a cost. At that moment, her communication device received a message, and upon recognizing the sender, Alice immediately became fully alert. The call was from one of the most formidable beings within the Zerg ranks. Princess Ima, whose power had reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Your Highness Ima. Alice responded respectfully, for within their clan, hierarchy was strictly observed, and subordinates were forbidden from any transgressions. I have heard you intend to form an alliance to assault a certain plant lord? Ima's voice came through the device with clarity. Indeed, Alice nodded in confirmation, intrigued by the interest expressed by the princess. Is that lord particularly strong? Upon hearing this question, a bead of cold sweat broke out on Alice's forehead. Extremely strong. My level 5 troops were utterly annihilated within a single round of its assault, she candidly stated. Recognizing that Ima, given her status, could easily uncover the truth, there was no need to deceive her. Oh, if it is indeed that formidable, it is highly likely that we have found our target. A strange light flickered in Ima's eyes. Alice was perplexed by her cryptic words. Let us postpone the plan. Tomorrow, send some fodder to harass them, and we shall commence formal operations on the 7th day. Ima issued her command directly. Despite Alice's confusion, she had no choice but to comply and agreed. After the call ended, Ima sat quietly in the center of her expansive lair, a fervent gleam in her eyes. Another powerful plant lord has emerged after millennia, and I have chanced upon it first. At this thought, Ima trembled with excitement, her colossal form quaking slightly. Historical records indicated that a top-tier plant leader among humans would only emerge every few millennia, possessing vast territories far surpassing their kin and exhibiting extraordinary growth. This was made possible due to their possession of cosmic superlife forms akin to the life tree of the elves. Most importantly, eons ago, an ancestor had undergone a remarkable transformation after successfully devouring one such plant lord. Having reached the 9th tier at that time, she leaped into the divine realm and ascended to mid-tier and even higher levels at an unprecedented pace upon consuming that mysterious life form. For any race, such a potent entity, brimming with potential, was akin to a miraculous elixir. To grow stronger and for the hope of the future, she must, by all means, emulate that great ancestor and devour this precious prey. Currently, she had reached the 7th tier, initially planning to continue her cultivation until the end of the world before striving for the 8th tier. However, when opportunity knocks, all one can do is leave it to fate. Achieving the 8th tier would signify an unassailable position of dominance. Suddenly, as Chunimo stood ready to face the impending Zerg assault, a system notification echoed in his ears. This round of the game has concluded. Commencing score calculation. This left him utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? What of the promised war? The Zerg king hasn't even been defeated, and yet we are declared victors? The abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard, including the protagonist himself. If other participants were to learn of this outcome, they would likely be infuriated, as encountering a 6th-tier enemy commander in just the 5th round was a dream unattainable for many. Yet, at this moment, the protagonist felt a profound sense of regret, having missed the opportunity to vanquish the Zerg boss. The 5th wave of assault has concluded. Reward calculation commencing. Battle results. Enemies: 1 million 1-star Zerg, 1 million 2-star units, 1 million 3-star units, 500,000 4-star units, 300,000 5-star units. Battle status: resounding victory. Evaluation: SSS level. Rewards: 7,000 source stones, 700 source power points. Due to the activation of the 100-fold difficulty and 1,000-fold reward mechanism, recalculating. Evaluation: SSS. Rewards: 3 million source stones, 300,000 source power points, as well as troop command token, teleportation rune, soul palace, replacement doll, vassal contract. 3 million source stones and 300,000 source power points. Would they be sufficient to elevate the territory to level 7? Chun Imo gazed at the rewards in his hands, feeling they were fewer than last time. Indeed, it was likely due to not defeating the Zerg Emperor. If she dares to reappear next time, I shall not let her escape. Chun Imo vowed silently. Chapter 33, The Mighty Hero. Before the formidable city ramparts, the faithful P cannon once again shimmered with a faint light, signaling its impending upgrade. Although they had failed to slay the Zerg Queen, they had eradicated millions of Zerg across various tiers, enabling the P cannon to advance successfully. Chun Imo and the little sprite observed this silently. Chun Mo vaguely sensed that this evolution would resemble the previous transition from level 3 to 4, likely resulting in minimal change in size. Moments later, the radiance gradually dissipated. And as anticipated, its form remained that of a colossal cannon. The caliber of the 800 cannons had significantly expanded, now measuring a full 5 to 6 meters in width. Furthermore, their height had increased considerably, reaching an estimated 10 meters. For a 5-star unit, such height might not appear remarkable. However, when 500 10-meter-tall cannons stood at the city gates, the sense of security they imparted was unparalleled. Chun Mo quickly opened the interface to review the information on the P-cannon. Name: P-cannon. Type: plant. Tier: 48,0480. Health: 15,000. Speed: 2,000. Mental power: 15,000. Skills: Annihilation Shell, Airburst Shell, Thermobaric Shell, Standard Shell, Absolute Zero Strike. Range: 20,000 meters. Frequency: 10 shots per second. Durability: attacks every 10 minutes. Requires 1 minute to cool down. Loyalty: 100 forever. Description: evolved from the original pea-shooter, equipped with 4 types of shells, boasting formidable combat power. Most attributes have doubled, and the addition of Absolute Zero Strike surely enhances its offensive capability. The range has also doubled, reaching an astonishing 20,000 meters. The firing rate has doubled as well, achieving 10 shots per second, akin to firing bullets. Chun Mo's face lit up with delight. With each ascension, the capabilities of the P-cannon had markedly improved. However, now it required a brief pause after every 10 minutes of combat to rest. Chun Mo expressed his understanding and was not surprised. After all, although the plant army possessed superior endurance, they were not machines. Compared to others, my botanical troops boasted formidable combat capabilities akin to those of mechanical units. There was no need to worry about equipment malfunctions, whether in terms of endurance or firing rate. My P-army undoubtedly surpassed any mechanical counterparts in existence. Chun Mo silently marveled, growing increasingly confident in this extraordinary team. He had meticulously studied the data performance of various mechanical units across different levels. Under the 5-star standard, achieving a firing rate of 10 shots per second was nearly impossible. If one were to fire at such a frequency, the entire formation would likely be rendered obsolete within mere minutes. The little sprite beside him gazed up at the towering cannon, her mouth agape in astonishment. Wow, it's enormous. To her petite stature of less than 5 feet, it was akin to a world of giants, hence her bewilderment. It will only get bigger from here, Chun Mo chuckled, affectionately tousling the vibrant hair of the little sprite. Upon hearing this, the young girl beamed with a sweet smile, reminiscent of a pampered kitten. Once the upgrade was completed, Chun Mo allocated all the acquired source points to enhance the level of his territory. Cost: 59,000 source stones and 5,900 source points. Your territory has now reached LV 59. Indeed, it was somewhat challenging to break through to level 7. However, this did not dishearten him, for it was within his expectations. With an extraordinarily high resource efficiency, he had developed his dominion to the 6th level in merely 5 days. It was nothing short of miraculous. Thus, he felt immensely satisfied with the current state and bore no psychological burden of impatience. Steadily and steadily, he advanced step by step until he became the sovereign, traversing the starry rivers, following the path laid out in his mind, armed with his unique talents. He was destined to emerge as a prominent figure within this vast expanse of space. Chun Mo's heart was resolute and brimming with patience. Regardless of how long it took, be it a decade, a century, or even a millennium, he would ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy. With no one able to obstruct his progress, after taking a deep breath, Chun Mo's gaze became ever more unwavering. He then retrieved the hero recruitment token from his reward, hoping to summon a powerful hero adept at personal combat. He silently wished for this, acknowledging that although the adorable little sprite was charming, her role could only be to provide support from the rear or occasionally keep him company. As the 7-day trial approached its conclusion, he was destined to participate in the Genius Championship. With such advantages, how could he possibly miss this golden opportunity to reap resources? An entire medium-sized world. The deities within this realm had been eradicated, leaving behind non-divine natives to test the new lords. Rather than merely a trial, it presented an extraordinary opportunity for these nascent lords to alter their fates and acquire immense wealth and resources. Such an opportunity was rare. It might only occur once in a lifetime. To re-enter such a medium world, one would need to become a true deity. What a far cry from a mere trial. It was essentially a vast treasure trove, ripe for plunder. Given that resource consumption here was 100 times that of the outside world, it meant that Chun Mo must engage in large-scale looting to survive. Yet, he was more than willing to do so. Thus, for this genius selection tournament, Chun Mo resolved to participate and strive to secure a place on the leaderboard. What were these so-called geniuses? In Chun Mo's eyes, they were merely the nutrients necessary for his own growth. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further. His strength was indeed formidable, yet there were still areas for improvement. For instance, units with exceptionally high personal combat capabilities would find that after this competition, The style of battle would not be limited to mere siege warfare. More often than not, it would involve fierce skirmishes in the wilderness. This necessitated an individual with immense solo combat ability. Clearly, the pod cannon could not fulfill this requirement. Hero recruitment token. Level, legendary. Function description. Consuming 100 source stones allows the recruitment of an elite follower of the same type as the owner. Note, perhaps plants could be utilized as well. Activate. Without hesitation, Chun Mo extracted 100 source stones and infused them into the token. Instantly, the token emitted a dazzling golden light and began to spin rapidly. After what felt like an eternity, a beam of light shot forth from within, and the token dissolved into sparkling motes. As the light descended, it transformed into a half-meter-tall life form standing before him. 3 leaves, each over a meter long, swayed gently in the wind. A blade of grass. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed unexpected. As if it understood him, it gently swayed its leaves and extended a tendril that coiled around Chun Mo's ankle. Tugging downward, it seemed to express its dissatisfaction. Sword heartgrass. Type, plant. Quality, legendary. Current level, 1, experience, 0-10. Health points, 30. Agility, 20. Willpower, 50. Skill names, instant flash, basic swordsmanship. Loyalty status, full and unchangeable. Description, it is not an ordinary member of the grasslands, but a small life form harboring dreams of becoming a warrior. Please treat it with utmost respect. Chapter 34, The Swordsman. Wow, such impressive stats. Upon seeing its attributes, Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Its power, speed, and intelligence were nearly tenfold that of similar beings. Particularly its mental strength, which was remarkably pronounced, nearing or even surpassing that of higher-level entities. The little sprite was drawn closer, beginning to tug playfully at another leaf, inadvertently nicking her hand in the process. Ouch! The young girl yelped, quickly placing her hand in her mouth to soothe the pain. Are you okay? Don't worry. I'm fine. The little creature shook its head, demonstrating that her finger had completely healed without a trace. Was this an indication of its formidable regenerative abilities? Or did its saliva possess healing properties? Chun Mo mused silently, contemplating that it would be intriguing to verify at an opportune moment. Hiss, realizing it had harmed its companion. The grass extended a leaf to gently tap the sprite in an act of apology. It's really nothing. I was just careless, the young girl reassured it. Noticing that the edges of the grass leaves seemed to shimmer with a metallic luster, it was indeed deserving of its name, resembling a sharp blade. What would its evolved form look like? Out of curiosity, Chun Mo reached out to touch the surface of one of the leaves. The innate skill activated. In an instant, the entirety of his being was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of vibrant light, with all the verdant elements coalescing to form a luminous entity that hovered and spun in the air, eventually casting its radiance over the entire area. A resounding crack echoed. Reminiscent of space being torn asunder, its reverberations expanding ever wider. Following this, an extraordinarily sharp force erupted from the core, ascending toward the heavens. The sky unveiled a colossal image, a gigantic swordsman-like plant towering 9 zhang in height, its roots firmly anchored in the void, extending several broad, blade-like branches. Each swing of these limbs stirred the cosmic rivers and caused the stars to tremble. Once the brilliance had completely dissipated, the once diminutive figure was reduced to a hand-sized, flat shape that stood upright in the sight of all. Observing this spectacle, Chun Mo was utterly astonished, judging by the recent events. This little grass was surely no ordinary specimen. Driven by intense curiosity, he scrutinized the details. 9-leaf sword grass. Race, plant. Quality, not specified. Level, 1, bloodline, 9-leaf sword grass. Specialty, grows stronger with sword training. Stamina, 100. Speed, 300. Willpower, 500. Skills, sword shadow, sword drawing technique, sword methodology. Loyalty, eternal 100. Description, I am a small grass aspiring to become a great swordsman. Please allow me, esteemed lord, to devote myself to sword training. Nothing at all. Chun Mo gazed at the blank space, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The world tree also bore a similar absence of quality designation. And this, 9-leaf sword grass, was likewise classified as quality-less. This revelation churned waves of excitement within Chun Mo, though he did not yet comprehend what quality-less signified. He could infer from the extraordinary might of the world tree that it was undoubtedly exceptional. Even more astonishing was the fact that it self-identified as 9-leaf sword grass. Despite the events of his transmigration, he retained a vivid recollection of this name, one of the 10 mightiest in antiquity, the 9-leaf sword grass. Battle record. In challenges against beings of the immortal king level, it single-handedly faced 4 undying war gods, so formidable that none dared to claim it as their foe. Gazing once more at the attributes of this diminutive grass, even as a low-tier life form at level 1, its foundational statistics exceeded 100. It also possessed 3 active skills, coupled with a unique growth trajectory. The more one trains, the stronger one becomes. Chun Mo felt he had discovered a fledgling dragon on the verge of soaring. Boss, can grass truly become a swordsman? Suddenly, The little fairy beside him inquired with curiosity. Huh, why do you ask that? The grass expressed a desire to become an excellent swordsman. So, I wanted to know if our boss would permit it. A series of ellipses appeared on Chun Mo's forehead. You can converse with it? Indeed. I can speak to all flowers, grasses, and trees. I must have forgotten to mention that before. Seeing the little fairy tilt her head in confusion, Chun Mo gently patted her on the head, exclaiming, such an important ability. And you only mention it now. Ow, that hurts. The little girl whimpered, clutching her head. Observing her plight, Chun Mo quickly soothed her and earnestly declared to the grass. Indeed, grass can absolutely become an excellent swordsman. Ancient tomes record that there existed a 9-leaf sword grass in the distant past. It is universally acknowledged as the most powerful sword master in the cosmos, capable of obliterating stars with a mere wave of its hand, truly invincible. Upon hearing this, the small grass seemed to gain unprecedented motivation, leaping onto Chun Mo's shoulder, its trembling leaves affectionately brushing against his face. Shortly thereafter, Chun Mo received a telepathic message, expressing unwavering belief and anticipation regarding this matter. He gently nodded in affirmation. Of course, he could distinctly sense the excitement radiating from this little creature. Once again, he received a heartfelt vow from deep within, determined to uphold its ancestors' legacy and become a star-slaying entity, eagerly embarking on its training journey. Go forth and strive to realize your dreams. Consider this place your home. After bidding farewell to this passionate little grass, Chun Mo couldn't help but reflect on the significance of this new companion, feeling a wave of emotion. This truly was a life imbued with aspirations. The addition of a new ally transformed the atmosphere, a welcome change for both himself and the little fairy. After all, the vast expanse felt somewhat lonesome with just the two of them. Once he had comfortably settled this new friend, Chun Mo waved his hand and produced several wondrous treasures to display before them. The first, a yellow ribbon inscribed with mysterious symbols. The second, a model of a small rabbit toy bearing old scars. The third, a piece of seemingly weathered parchment. These corresponded to remote jump amulet, lifeline toy, and contract document. He began to examine the first golden ribbon, and the detailed information materialized before his eyes. Remote jump amulet. Quality rating, mythical. Effect description, randomly jumps to any location within a radius of 1 million kilometers from the current coordinates. Unlocked usage limit, a total of 3 times, all available. Note, if luck is unfavorable, you might end up teleported into the belly of a whale beneath the sea. 1 million kilometers of random teleportation is indeed an excellent tool for escaping dire situations. After careful confirmation, Chun Mo was overjoyed to find no misunderstandings. Though the outside world is rife with opportunities, it also harbors various dangers, especially when one appears as an outsider in uncharted territories or planets, often facing hostility from local beings, even being labeled as malevolent invaders. Whenever one finds themselves in an alien environment, misfortunes tend to occur. Some unfortunate souls might land perilously close to a beast's lair. At such times, the leader's ability to adapt and survive is put to the test. The remote jump amulet undoubtedly belongs to the upper echelons of escape gear. Since everything is unpredictable, enemies cannot anticipate the next landing point, thus rendering them incapable of preparing ambushes in advance. Do not doubt this. For those sufficiently powerful, a mere distance of several tens of thousands of kilometers is as easily traversable as if it were just a few steps away. It was unexpected that a legendary high-grade item could be reused up to 3 times. Another life-saving item? Chun Mo pondered as he held the scarred rabbit, shaking it gently. He placed it firmly against his left chest, where it adhered securely. Thus, 2 crucial items for survival had been secured, significantly enhancing the chances of enduring. Chun Mo never underestimated the indigenous inhabitants of this alternate realm. Even if he were to ascend to divinity in the future, he would never act recklessly here. Each year, Blue Star would announce the number of newly emerged gods and those who had perished, a figure that often reached into the millions. This reality is why many lords preferred to spend their entire lives as farmers on Blue Star, exchanging initial troops for source stones to sustain their existence. The cosmic sea is no mere playground. It is a paradise for the powerful, but a hell for the weak. Some venture forth and return as millionaires, having discovered artifacts or divine essences, while others meet their demise far from home, their remains lost forever. Hence, anything that could preserve one's life is often exorbitantly priced, rendering it unattainable for the average person. Thus, upon encountering these 2 pieces of equipment, Chun Mo felt a surge of excitement. Ultimately, he produced a piece of parchment. Subsidiary contract. Type rule. Quality, legendary. Function, allows the signatory to become a subordinate of the Lord. Usage, unlimited. Description, upon signing this contract, you become my vassal. The subsidiary contract. Chun Mo's eyes sparkled. He had previously worried about this matter, as such items are indeed exceedingly rare, their acquisition reliant solely on fortune. As the introduction indicated, once signed, the individual becomes wholly subservient to the Lord, with all rights reverting to the latter. This is the sole means for a lord to acquire new territories and populations. Typically, subsidiary contracts have a limit on signatories. But the one in Chun Mo's possession is of legendary quality, permitting infinite signings. Such a precious artifact is indeed a treasure of unparalleled value. Without hesitation, Chun Mo bound this item, recognizing its immense potential for the future. Having secured it, he then retrieved the sole building that had appeared this time. Hall of Heroes. Type Rule. Quality Legendary. Level 1010. Resurrection Limit Level 1. Function allows the resurrection of deceased heroes and followers. Description: unexpected events may occur at any moment. With this, you need not worry. Can it truly resurrect heroes and followers? Chun Mo gazed at the structure in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. On Blue Star, it is commonly referred to as the Hall of Rebirth or the Hall of Life and Death, a coveted structure among many lords. The reason is simple. It enables fallen heroes and followers to return to the battlefield. Each unit and hero is painstakingly nurtured by the Lord, with vast resources and effort invested. Each loss is a source of great sorrow. However, with a building like the Hall of Heroes, they can be summoned back post-sacrifice. This represents the pinnacle of rule-type creations. Therefore, everyone yearns for such a building. Regrettably, these artifacts are exceedingly rare, with a minuscule probability of emergence. Yet demand is astronomically high. Even some mid-tier deities lack the opportunity to possess one. Imagine its value. It is virtually non-existent in the market, its price unfathomably high. Yet now, Chun Mo finds himself in possession of such a legendary item, devoid of any limitations. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. Go forth. Chun Mo cast the Hall of Heroes forward, the diminutive model gradually expanding in midair, soon transforming into a magnificent palace towering 10 meters high. Merely gazing upon it evokes an overwhelming sense of solemnity. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo expended considerable resources to elevate its level to 6. Observing its status now, Hall of Heroes. Level 59,590. Resurrection limit, level 6. Thus, any hero or follower not exceeding level 6 can now be resurrected. At this moment, Chun Mo exhaled in relief. His territory now accompanied by 2,000 soldiers and their delightful little fairies, along with the industrious AGO practicing swordplay. Witnessing gradual improvements, Chun Mo was determined not to lose any of them in the future. Given that there was no territory upgrade this time, he did not intend to enhance any other buildings. Now, it was time to open the treasure chest. A smile graced Chun Mo's face as he decided to take his time, opening them one by one rather than all at once. Little fairy, come help me open the treasure chest, he called out to the small fairy who was watching AGO practice. Coming, master. The fairy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounded over to Chun Mo's side. Not far from the dog-headed man territory, Lu Lang was drenched in blood. Tightly gripping a blood-stained third-tier battle knife, his gaze fixed on the swarming insectoids in the sky, filled with despair. Could this truly be his end? Lu Lang felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. He had fought valiantly for 5 days, but today, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. Despite his territory being at Tier 3 with over 100 third-tier dog-headed men under his command, they were far from a match for the onslaught. Why was it so difficult at just the 5th level? Lu Lang's fury surged as, after a fierce battle, only a handful of dog-headed men remained, each one trembling in fear. They were even disregarding his commands. He felt utterly cornered. Just then, a shrill sound pierced through the mist, and all the third-tier insectoids suddenly retreated into the fog. What was happening? Lu Lang was bewildered when a voice echoed in his ear. Battle concluded. Commencing settlement. In an instant, Lu Lang was nearly driven to madness with joy. Within the unseen mist, a 70-meter-long insectoid queen watched his elation through a massive crystal. Humph, such a dull creature. Better prepare for those plants. 4th tier, subdragon territory. Qin Yi glared angrily at the sky, where the insectoids were devouring his subdragon. His eyes filled with resentment. 1,000 4th-tier insectoids posed a challenge even for the formidable subdragon. Suddenly, all the insectoids abandoned their feast and swiftly retreated into the fog. Qin Yi paused, momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired. Chapter 36, Purple Tome. 4th tier, elf territory. Hold the line. Beneath the stone walls. Xiao Qing's icy gaze betrayed a hint of urgency. Outside the walls, a horde of several-meter-tall insectoids displayed their menacing expressions as they attacked the last bastion. Yet, with more and more elves falling, hope was nearly extinguished. Xiao Qing's face was etched with unwillingness. The walls had been shattered to pieces, and she had no options left. Retreat. Before she could finish her sentence, thousands of insectoids inexplicably turned and fled into the mist, vanishing. Xiao Qing'er was perplexed. What just happened? Battle settlement. Battle rating, S-class. Reward. This scene is simultaneously unfolding across dozens of territories in the alternate realm. No one comprehended the sudden retreat of the Zerg. However, 2 days later, upon the conclusion of the 7th day, they discovered that a solitary individual had valiantly stood against millions of Zerg warriors. In the realm of nature, as dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted with hues of crimson. At the Huaping pool, the little fairy, clad in a pink bikini and adorned with a swimming ring about her waist, frolicked joyfully in the water. Her dainty feet occasionally splashed against the surface, sending ripples cascading outward, resembling a lively and adorable sprite. She appeared both pure and endearing. Upon seeing Chun Mo emerge from the building, the little fairy straightened herself, gliding to the pool's edge, waving her slender arms at him. Chun Mo paused, his gaze drawn to the enchanting creature, stirring a profound wave of emotion within him. This little fairy possessed an undeniable charm that compelled one to cherish her tenderly. Yet, at that moment, Chun Mo's feelings were not driven by carnal desire, but rather a genuine appreciation, akin to savoring a masterpiece of art. As the fairy noticed Chun Mo's gaze fixed upon her, a smile graced her lips. Indeed, the tales she had read were true. Men invariably delight in witnessing women showcase their forms. Even her master was no exception. The little fairy reveled in this realization. Her source of knowledge being a tome she had recently procured from a treasure chest, titled The 18 Techniques to Captivate Men. The 18 Techniques to Captivate Men. Type: Secret Manual. Quality: Purple effect, teaches one how to attract men. Introduction: With no man in one's heart, the techniques flow naturally. Upon acquiring this precious volume, the little fairy felt elated. Seizing the opportunity while Chun Mo was distracted, she discreetly concealed herself, eager to master its techniques once he finished his meal. The first technique, wearing a bikini. It had already begun to bear fruit. You can enjoy yourself. I just finished eating and wish to rest for a while, Chun Mo replied, shaking his head, concerned that he might lose control. With only 2 days remaining until the assessment concluded, his mind was not preoccupied with such matters. After all, the little fairy was like a morsel of delicacy on a plate, destined to be his in due time. Upon hearing this, the little fairy felt a twinge of disappointment and confusion. What was this? Hadn't the book asserted that men were invariably enamored with beautiful women? Wasn't her master supposed to rush over and embrace her? Why, then, was he so indifferent? The little fairy was perplexed. After Chun Mo departed, a glimmer from the ring on her finger summoned forth a magazine-like object into her hand. If the first technique had proven ineffective, she would surely attempt the second. The little fairy was not one to easily concede. She quickly turned to the next page. The second technique, the art of seduction, to maintain a certain distance from men, rendering them unable to decipher your intentions. The little fairy read each word aloud, until the meaning dawned upon her. So, it was imperative to keep her master at arm's length. What a wretched book, she exclaimed in frustration, casting it far away. If she were not to grow closer to her master, she might as well cease to exist. Clearly, the true strategy lay in finding a chance to approach him under the cover of night. Suddenly, a book fell at Chun Mo's feet. What on earth? He mused. How could a book fall from the sky? With a wave of his hand, it was drawn into his grasp. A tempting manual? Upon perusing its contents, Chun Mo's expression darkened. What kind of nonsense was this? Was it not leading young minds astray? With a firm grip, he reduced the book to ashes. If the little fairy truly learned these techniques, it would be disastrous. Such material must never be allowed into her hands. Meanwhile, beyond the realm of nature, amidst the gray mist, colossal zerg nests, towering hundreds to thousands of meters, began to hover silently. Alice, I warned you that your kindness was not without reason. It appears you have been thoroughly beaten, several queen mothers gathered within Alice's nest remarked. Had it been you, you would have fared no better, Alice retorted, her antennae quivering slightly, her face tinged with embarrassment. She had intended to conceal the truth, yet it had been discovered by her lord. You simply lack capability. A mere human nearly brought you to ruin. How pathetic. Another queen mother mocked without reservation, prompting laughter from the others, clearly dismissing the human lord. It was not that they underestimated him. After all, a being capable of nearly annihilating their longtime rival, Alice, undeniably possessed formidable strength. Yet this time was different. The opposition they faced was not solely Alice, a 6th-level queen mother, but rather an army organized by the lord, comprising over 100 queen mothers of equal rank to Alice. This force was more than capable of obliterating a small world. Moreover, judging by the tone of the lord, it seemed he intended to take personal action. A 7th-level entity, on the verge of breaking into the 8th level. With the lord's intervention, victory was assured. In human parlance, this was a guaranteed win, a certain triumph. Alice sat at the head of the assembly, silently glaring at them, her heart brimming with disdain for her sisters. Laugh as you will, dear siblings. When you truly encounter that being, you will come to understand the essence of fear. For him, the so-called 6th level is merely an inconsequential digit. Although she did not grasp why the lord had suddenly taken an interest in this human, she was aware that they were merely fodder to expend the enemy's resources. Only the lord himself intended to take action. What a bunch of fools. Clearly, the lord had not fully divulged the situation to them. Time flowed swiftly, and the 6th day arrived in the blink of an eye. Within the opulent lord's chamber, Chun Mo awakened from his slumber, feeling somewhat breathless. As expected, upon opening his eyes, he was met with a most disheveled scene. He swiftly pushed the little fairy aside, and with a resounding slap, he struck her rear. 3 days without supervision, and you dare to torment me? Shin Mo felt it imperative to administer a lesson, lest she sow trouble in the future. When had he ever been bested by a woman? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, unable to restrain himself from delivering another slap before departing the room. The bed was in disarray, as the little fairy slowly opened her eyes. The innocence she had exuded the previous night had vanished, replaced by an undeniable allure. She was, after all, the product of a fiery, exotic bloom, her blood coursing with both purity and seduction. Chapter 37. To Kill. Master. The little fairy gazed in the direction Shin Mo had taken, her eyes brimming with temptation. Her delicate hand gently caressed the area that had been struck, her fair face flushed with a hint of bashfulness. Suddenly, a faint crimson glow emanated from her being. Her eyes sparkled as she instantly sat upright. The radiance intensified, enveloping her entirely. In the bedroom, blossoms were unfurling. Had Shin Mo returned at that moment, he would have witnessed this enchanting scene. The flower bore an exquisite resemblance to the little fairy at the moment of her birth, fiery red and captivating, adorned with delicate golden patterns, exuding an air of elegance. After a considerable time, the petals transformed into starlight and vanished, leaving behind a stunningly beautiful fairy. However, it would be more appropriate to refer to her as a great fairy now, having finally ascended to the second tier. The fairy, thrilled with her newfound allure, examined the changes in her physique. Her skin was smoother, her curves more enchanting, seemingly brimming with irresistible allure. A smile graced her lips, her beauty rivaling that of the most exquisite beings. No longer was she the naive little girl of yore. Now she truly embodied the essence of a fairy. Indeed, progress only came from being by her master's side. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in the fairy's eyes, each night spent in her master's company, under the influence of such formidable power, had transformed her strength and lineage. After the intimate encounter of the previous night, she had finally reached this stage. Master, I have come to find you, the fairy whispered softly, waving her hand to don a striking red chipao. Upon regaining her composure, she found that the figure had vanished from the bed, leaving only a few faint red petals drifting slowly to the ground. At the same time, Shin Mo was having breakfast, accompanied by a glass of half-consumed sixth-tier milk. The rich flavor lingered in his mouth long after he finished. Just then, a figure suddenly settled in his lap, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck. Ahem, Shin Mo was startled by this unexpected surprise, nearly spitting out his drink. Yet, as a sixth-tier powerhouse, he maintained his composure, clearing his throat lightly. The fairy smiled coyly, her charm irresistible, as she produced a pink handkerchief to gently wipe the remnants from the corners of Chun Mo's mouth. His heart raced, and a blush crept onto his face as he hastily grasped her delicate wrist. All right, it's clean now, he said, taking a moment to admire the beauty nestled in his embrace. The little fairy intentionally puffed out her chest, awaiting his admiration. Little fairy? Shin Mo inquired, puzzled. Yes, it is I, she replied. How is it that one moment apart has transformed you so? I cannot quite comprehend it myself, she confessed, her large, crimson eyes gazing affectionately at him, seemingly brimming with unspoken emotions. Shin Mo's gaze locked onto her eyes, appreciating her stunning visage up close. Today, the little fairy appeared particularly audacious. He finally understood why King Yu of Zhou would ignite wars just for a woman's smile. You are truly captivating, Shin Mo murmured, gently caressing her cheek. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, announcing the arrival of the sixth wave of trials. Shin Mo froze momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Unexpectedly, the fairy pecked his cheek lightly. Do you like it? She asked, her eyes twinkling. Shin Mo was momentarily taken aback, before pulling her into an embrace and planting a fervent kiss on her beautiful cheek, only to vanish thereafter. I do, echoed through the air, lingering long after he had departed. The little fairy returned to Chun Mo's previous spot, propping her chin on her hands, bursting into laughter. At the edge of the iron city walls, Chun Mo stood, clad in white, gazing serenely into the distance with his hands clasped behind his back. The gentle breeze caressed his flowing white robe, making it ripple elegantly. From afar, he appeared to be a dashing gentleman, captivating in demeanor, his gaze fixed upon the hazy mist that lay before him. One could not deny that the evolved second-tier fairy had introduced Chun Mo to an entirely new experience. It is often said that cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. Chun Mo had previously deemed it an exaggeration, for he believed cuteness to be an equally vital attribute. However, he was now firmly convinced of the truth in that statement. Cuteness indeed held little weight against the supremacy of sensuality. The current little fairy was utterly bewitching. Chun Mo found himself in a bittersweet reverie. If the previous incarnation of the fairy had been somewhat innocent, akin to an unripe apple, then now she resembled a succulent peach, full and juicy. Not only was her figure striking, but her personality seemed even more alluring. A mere mortal, Chun Mo was no saint. The natural inclination toward romance between men and women was simply human nature. Had it not been for the rumble of thunder above, he might have indulged in his desires right then and there. Just a little more patience for 2 days. Once the assessment period was over, he would have ample time to savor it all. Taking a deep breath, He repeated his resolve several times until the tumultuous urges within him began to subside. At that moment, a cacophony of buzzing noises emerged from the distant mist, instantly alerting Chunmo. Above, a vast cloud obscured the sky, approaching ominously. Were today's adversaries the insect tribe? As he focused his gaze, he realized these were not mere clouds, but a multitude of insects, ranging in size from fingers to palms. These creatures were vibrantly colored, grotesque in appearance, and merely gazing upon them instilled discomfort. It appeared that the trial had taken an unforeseen turn. Such creatures should not have appeared here otherwise. Frowning, Chunmo utilized his appraisal technique. Bloodsucker, race, insect tribe quality, green level, 6 physique, 15 agility, 17 spirit, 12 skills, bloodsucking. Frenzy, temporary, description, a blood-sucking insect capable of burrowing beneath the skin of living beings. One must be cautious not to be touched by them. Green-shelled insect, race, insect tribe quality, common level, 11 strength, 16 speed, 21 mind, 17 skills, biting, frenzy, temporary, description, an insect adept at attacking with sharp teeth, capable of easily biting through large trees. Mutated grave beetle, race, insect tribe quality, rare level, 7 strength, 12 speed, 14 mind, 15 skills, corrosive liquid. Frenzy, temporary, description, a mutated beetle from graveyards, capable of secreting a highly corrosive liquid. Before him lay an uncountable number of various insects. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, these creatures were of relatively low level, most ranging only between 1 and 2. They were hardly reflective of the expected intensity of a 6th wave assault. However, Chunmo was disinclined to dwell on it further. Since they had appeared, they were enemies, and they must be eradicated. Chapter 38, Transformation. With a slight elevation of his arm, he awaited the insects to venture within range before unleashing his assault. At long last, a multitude of swarming creatures surged into Chunmo's sights, and he was poised to press the launch button. Since the 5th day, all of Chunmo's forces had been transformed into defensive turrets. Now, he possessed 800 level 5 cannons and 1,200 level 4 cannons. 2,000 artillery pieces guarded all directions, complemented by 4 defensive structures that had already ascended to level 6, each serving as a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Once activated, they unleashed devastating power akin to artillery. Furthermore, with the comprehensive protection provided by the World Tree, his territory was nigh indestructible, rendering any attempts at breach exceedingly arduous. There was no necessity to employ advanced ammunition against these diminutive foes. Chunmo nodded. After all, utilizing high-caliber bullets against insects would be rather wasteful. The 3 types of shells, destruction shells, explosive shells, and thermal pressure shells, were more than sufficient to eradicate these pests. Just as Chunmo was about to issue his command, a slender green blade of grass floated before him, ensnaring his wrist, while an urgent message materialized. Introduction. My lord, please allow me to handle these insects myself. I require the experience. You wish to take matters into your own hands? Taken aback, Chunmo hesitated for a moment. Although these insects were of a low tier, their overwhelming numbers were daunting. Agio had only just come into being. Was it truly capable? Observing its eager demeanor, he relented but cautioned, should it falter, to retreat immediately. Despite the presence of the Hall of Heroes in his domain, Chunmo did not wish to witness Agio perish on the battlefield. Introduction. Rest assured, my lord, I vow by my name as a swordsman. Upon uttering this, Agio bent its solitary leaf toward Chunmo, as if bowing. In the next instant, Agio darted toward the vast swarm of insects in the sky. Chunmo noted as he watched Agio's retreating figure. It appeared to have grown slightly. Thus, he employed his identification skill, 9-leaf swordgrass. Race, plant. Quality, none. Level, 10. Bloodline, 9-leaf swordgrass. Traits, strengthens with sword practice. Stamina, 400. Speed, 600. Intelligence, 800. Skills, phantom slash, rapid draw technique, sword techniques, cross slash. Loyalty, 100 eternal. Description, a small grass with the dream of slicing through the stars. Astonishingly, it had cultivated to level 10 overnight, reaching the pinnacle of its tier, with all attributes experiencing a substantial increase of several hundred points. Moreover, it had mastered a new skill, cross slash. Witnessing these transformations, Chunmo exhibited a hint of surprise. Yet, recalling Agio's unique existence devoid of quality, such progress did not seem entirely implausible. Chunmo realized that Agio was indeed prepared, not acting recklessly. Perhaps, it genuinely could contend with the hundreds of thousands of insects? With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within Chunmo. Meanwhile, in the depths of the fog, hundreds of insect queens were congregating, their enormous eyes fixated on the image of the territory within the crystal ball. They sought to test the prowess of the human lord, perhaps even identifying the opportune moment to strike. What was this development? One of the insect queens noticed something flying out from the territory. Instantly, a close-up shot was summoned. A blade of grass? Upon closer inspection, the insect leaders gasped in unison. Could that human lord truly rely on such a mere blade of grass to withstand the initial assault of tens of thousands of similarly ranked insect hordes? This notion was quickly dismissed. It was utterly impossible. All the insect leaders shook their heads in denial, believing the other side to be jesting. Even Alice, who had previously interacted with Chen Mo, wore a look of perplexity. Perhaps he had grown complacent after yesterday's effortless battle? Despite her doubts, Alice refrained from voicing her skepticism, having just been schooled the day before. To pit a single plant against such a multitude of adversaries seemed an exercise in futility. The outcome appeared inevitable. The hundreds of insect leaders observed the scene within the crystal ball, eager to witness the blade of grass being torn apart by countless insects. Curious if the human leader would regret his decision. They would not have to wait long. The small blade of grass would soon be obliterated. One of the insect queens chuckled, then issued commands for her subordinates to charge at the grass. In an instant, a swarm of insects surged toward Agio. Yet, Agio surged forward, its speed doubling in an instant. This spectacle caused Chen Mo to nod in quiet approval. Agio possessed the potential to become a premier swordsman. Throughout human history, there had been countless swordsmen, each unwavering, willing to sacrifice everything for the blade. Agio's aspiration to become a swordsman was equally pure, practicing tirelessly at every moment. Just last night, Chen Mo had witnessed this firsthand. Beneath the moonlight, a small blade of grass had swayed rhythmically, an unforgettable sight. Upon waking, Chen Mo could still see Agio diligently standing beneath the world tree, brandishing its sword. Was that little grass mad? An insect queen observed that the grass not only did not flee, but instead charged forward, her surprise evident. Had she not noticed its lowly strength? She might have believed it capable of such feats. Another insect queen laughed, asserting that with such a meager strength, victory was utterly impossible. Let us wait and see. At that moment, Agio faced the insect army head-on. In an instant, it was engulfed by the relentless tide of insects. Would Agio be in any danger? The elven girl, who had inexplicably appeared beside Chen Mo, gazed anxiously at the unfolding scene. Although Agio had only been born a day prior, she had already developed a great fondness for the resilient little grass. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Chen Mo gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. Thanks to the Hall of Heroes, Agio would at least be free from the threat of death. Time ticked by, and the swarm of insects continued to swell, piling up like a mountain. It was truly difficult to fathom how such a small plant could survive amidst it all. Humph, merely an inconspicuous blade of grass. How could it possibly resist our grand army? Scoffed one of the insect queens. Yet, scarcely had the words left her lips when a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the position of the grass. One after another, countless beams of radiant sword light surged forth, as though breaking through layers of encirclement, piercing from all directions. All the insects struck by this radiant light instantly disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, a vibrant green figure surged skyward from the dense tide of insects. It was Agio. The elfin girl was filled with immense joy. Indeed, Chen Mo also took notice of this scene, and it appeared that Agio had become significantly more powerful. 9-leaf swordgrass. Species, plant. Quality, unknown. Level, 15. Bloodline, 9-leaf swordgrass. Talent, gain strength through sword practice. Strength, 1400. Agility, 1600. Mental power, 1800. Skills, sword shadow, draw sword technique, combo sword technique, cross slash, multi-slash. Loyalty, 100, lifetime. Self-introduction, slaughter. Combat. Chapter 39, incredible. She has actually reached level 2. Moreover, she has ascended to level 15, with each attribute increasing by over 1,000 points. Chen Mo felt a surge of happiness. Within less than an hour, Agio had leaped from level 10 to level 2. He felt a sense of pride for Agio, glancing at her once more, now adorned with 2 extraordinarily sharp leaves. These leaves danced continuously in the air, each swing emitting dazzling sword light several meters long, slicing through the enemies attempting to attack her. What is happening? Within the insect nest, the insect queens were utterly astonished at the scene displayed in the crystal ball. They had assumed that the little grass had been completely devoured. To their surprise, not only had she broken through the encirclement, but she had also evolved to a higher level. Her power had nearly multiplied. I refuse to believe she can maintain this momentum. One of the insect queens remarked coldly, her gaze betraying a hint of icy disdain. Forget about that village for now. Immediately tear apart that grass. Another insect queen commanded. Soon, more insects surged forth, surrounding Agio once more, leaving no escape. However, all could witness the relentless sword light continuously slicing through the sea of insects, shattering wave after wave of foes. Time passed, and suddenly boom. The dark clouds in the sky erupted, countless tiny insect bodies tumbling down, spilling green liquid all around. It seems Agio is about to advance again. Watching Agio break free from the battlefield, Chen Mo smiled slightly. At this moment, the 2 leaves emanating a faint golden glow made her appear strikingly formidable. Of course, perhaps a form other than that of a plant would be even better. Agio was growing far too rapidly, gazing up at her evolving figure. The elfin girl felt a tinge of jealousy. She was still at the second-tier level, while Aju had already attained the third tier. Although it may not significantly impact the territory, she still hoped to provide assistance to her master. Contemplating this, the elfin girl stole a glance at Chinemo, wondering if her allure was insufficient. Otherwise, why could she never capture his attention? If only she could gain his recognition, she could absorb her master's energy daily. Perhaps that would allow her to elevate her level swiftly, like Aju. This fleeting thought passed, and the elfin girl cast a slightly dissatisfied glance at Chinemo, leaving him somewhat perplexed. However, he paid it little mind, as this little creature often harbored peculiar thoughts. Level 3. The radiance enveloping Aju gradually faded. And after the 2 leaves, a new leaf sprouted. Now, Aju had reverted to her initial state of 3 leaves. In just a few hours, she had ascended from level 1 to level 3. Such speed could only be likened to that of a rocket. Who would have thought that during this 6th invasion, it would be Aju's golden opportunity? If the insect queen had dispatched a high-level force, Chinemo certainly would not have allowed Aju to venture beyond the territory. After all, her level had been too low at that time. However, for reasons unknown, the insects had sent forth only low-tier soldiers of level 1 and 2 this time. This was the ideal matchup for Aju. Clearly, she seized the opportunity, breaking through to level 3 in one fell swoop. She even possessed the potential to continue advancing. Amidst a hazy gray mist, how quickly had that little grass already reached level 3? Such rapid progression was astonishing. One of the insect queens, observing Aju's continuous evolution, expressed a sense of imbalance within her. The rules of human territories dictate that each domain can grow stronger through the laws of slaughter. All it requires is relentless combat to level up, which seems exceedingly unfair. Some insect queens, filled with resentment and jealousy, lamented. Each of their upgrades demanded a protracted ordeal, while humans could achieve what equated to years or even decades of effort in mere days. Not all humans are this formidable. That grass might be what humans refer to as a legendary heroic plant, exceedingly rare. It is truly surprising that such a treasure belongs to that lord, explained an experienced insect queen. Level 4. Alice gazed in astonishment at the little grass, which had once again leveled up after repelling a large swarm of insects. The once dense mass of hundreds of thousands of insects had been reduced by more than half, while this plant appeared utterly unfazed, growing even more ferocious. Initially, it could only strike a distance of 1 meter, but now, each slash reached an effect of over 10 meters. Each swing claimed hundreds or even thousands of lives. These countless foes seemed to have inflicted no harm upon her. Rather, they contributed to her strength. In that moment, every insect queen felt a sense of despondency. Although the level 4 grass appeared formidable, each of them was at the pinnacle of level 6. They did not regard the little grass as a threat. It could be easily exterminated. However, due to the command from above, they were compelled to stand by, feeling quite vexed. There is no need to rush. This is merely a small test. Tomorrow we'll see the true large-scale operation. One of the insect queens nonchalantly remarked. Today serves only to probe the Lord's strength. Although the outcome has been favorable, it is still not at a level that warrants concern. By tomorrow, they would unleash thousands of insects of varying levels, easily overwhelming that land. Numerous insect queens nodded in agreement, gradually settling down to await the next phase. The plan was to lower the attack power in the initial days, then unleash the strongest offensive on the final day, delivering a fatal blow to that lord. This strategy had long been established. For now, this was merely a rehearsal, a disruption to that area. Level 5. With the last insect thoroughly cleared away, Chun Mo revealed a smile. In the distant sky, Aju sprouted yet another leaf, becoming increasingly radiant. At this moment, Aju stood tall with a single leaf at the center, surrounded by 4 others. Each leaf shimmered with a crystalline transparency, stretching an impressive 3 meters, a stark contrast to its former self. Master, the task has been accomplished. Having undergone a remarkable transformation, it swiftly returned to its territory, effortlessly traversing thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Oh, can Aji speak now? Chun Mu's eyes widened as he perceived the voice within his mind. Not quite. This is merely a mental exchange. Aji gently swayed its leaf in affirmation. Has the invasion concluded for today, my lord? A small sprite inquired beside him. Not at all. Chun Mu shook his head, indicating that he had received no notification of mission completion, signifying that the adversary had no intention of retreating. As expected, shortly thereafter, new waves of insects emerged from the gray mist, a resurgence of swarms of first and second stage creatures. Second wave, third wave, fourth wave. Chapter 40, The Genius Rankings. A radiant crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting a gentle glow upon the land. Standing atop the city wall, Chun Mu gazed upon the numerous waves of enemies that had been vanquished, his brow furrowed. Since the initial assault, the enemy had persistently dispatched low-tier warriors to challenge him. And to this day, not a single high-ranking insect had appeared. It was evident that the intensity of this conflict did not align with the usual difficulty settings. Chun Mu let out a sigh. It was obvious that the insect queens were pulling the strings behind the scenes. Having narrowly escaped death yesterday, they seemed to stir trouble once more today. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anticipation for tomorrow, the final day of the 7-day trial. He wondered if the adversary would unveil any earth-shattering tactics, potentially surprising him. After all, for the concluding assessment, he hoped to witness the most formidable battles. The 7th day of testing not only impacted the final results, but also served as a pivotal moment for the Genius rankings. In essence, whether he could secure a place on the Genius leaderboard hinged entirely on his performance on this last day. Thus, Shunmu eagerly anticipated a grand spectacle orchestrated by the insect queens, preferably with plenty of action to satiate his desire for combat. Only then could he aspire to claim the top position on the Genius leaderboard. Indeed, Shunmu's ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle of the Genius rankings. He wondered if his surprise would be to his teacher's liking. Before entering, he had already informed his teacher that he would deliver a surprise. Initially, he merely aimed to secure a spot on the Genius leaderboard, but the tenfold difficulty of the assessment provided him with an opportunity to rise to the top. He was uncertain how many truly exceptional figures would emerge from the millions of new lords, but he firmly believed that he, having endured the tenfold difficulty test, belonged to the elite few. Doghead leader, Lu Lang crushed the last insect, green blood splattering across him. Yet, he lacked the strength to care. Finally, he had endured to the last day, and tomorrow he could leave this place. Reflecting on the past few days' experiences, Lu Lang knew he would never forget them. His once lofty pride had been utterly shattered. As for the Genius competition, he had come to terms with reality. It was a contest beyond his reach. However, once he emerged victorious, he would certainly seek retribution against that Shenmue. Upon becoming a formal lord, his status would undoubtedly far surpass that of the eliminated Shenmue. Dragon leader, Qin Yi gazed in disarray at the mass of 5th-tier insects fleeing into the sky. Behind him lay a shattered wall, accompanied by only 5 severely wounded 3rd-tier cloud dragons. It was over. Suddenly, Qin Yi's body gave way, and he sank to the ground. He could not comprehend why. During the 6th wave of attacks, so many 5th-tier insects had emerged. The hundreds of 4th-tier dragons he had painstakingly cultivated were effortlessly dispatched. Now, it was questionable whether he could even pass the final assessment, let alone enter the Genius leaderboard. Elf leader, the battle had concluded. The assessment began. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing'er finally breathed a sigh of relief. During this invasion, the original 100 elves had dwindled to just over 50, nearly half of them sacrificed. Yet, they had also reaped substantial rewards. Observing the elves around her, radiating with golden light, a smile blossomed in her eyes. She was poised to command a 5th-tier army and territory. Achieving such a level would enable her to challenge for a position on the Genius leaderboard. The mere thought filled Xiao Qing'er with fervor. Behemoth leader, Han Li sat confidently atop a 100-meter-high golden behemoth, while nearby, numerous bronze and silver behemoths fiercely clashed with thousands of 5th-tier insects. Within mere minutes, all attacking 5th-tier insects were eradicated. The battle concluded, and the assessment commenced. Rating, S-Class. Considering that he had undertaken the test at 20 times the difficulty, his final rating escalated to SS Class. Securing the top position on the Genius leaderboard seemed well within his grasp. The system's prompt echoed in his ears, and Han Li smiled gently. He had activated the legendary unit model, Behemoth Warrior. Simultaneously, his family had prepared the necessary tokens for the Behemoth Warriors, allowing him to opt for the 20-fold difficulty from the outset. For 6 consecutive days, he had navigated through relentless battles. Even under 20-fold difficulty, he faced no impediments. Fortuitously, during the 4th round of rewards, he obtained a hero summoning scroll and summoned a legendary golden behemoth of astonishing prowess. Now, his territory and subordinates had advanced to 6th tier, with hopes of pushing for 7th tier territory by tomorrow night. With such a solid foundation, he believed no one could surpass him. The name that would undoubtedly grace the top of the Genius leaderboard would be Han Li. In the outer world, the forum of the Zhuge leader was already abuzz with excitement, everyone debating who would seize first place this time. In Armoyan City, Yu Wujia from the Yu family awakened a top-tier excellence template, the Earth Giant, a remarkably powerful creature, combined with epic-level units. He certainly had the potential to claim the top spot. Meanwhile, Xiaoming from the Bai family in Qingshan City reportedly possessed a top-tier excellence template, the Moon Rabbit. It was said that the Bai family equipped her with legendary-level units, the Guanhan Jade Rabbit. Only such a combination could truly be deemed worthy of a champion. However, it was difficult to say. There might be hidden legendary-level templates emerging, perhaps even from our own ranks, yet to be revealed. This trial was rumored to be the most challenging in nearly a millennium, and many prodigies might emerge, while individuals from other cities passionately debated to defend their talents. The atmosphere in Wang City remained relatively subdued. After all, no one had successfully entered the Genius leaderboard in the past 4 to 5 years. Our Qin Yi from Wang City awakened the Dragon template, which was top tier. He had a significant chance of ascending the Genius leaderboard. Someone whispered softly, "Haha, spare me. You folks from such a small place as Wang City. For centuries, only a solitary individual has graced the illustrious talent ranking, and even then, they languished at the bottom. This year, however, the Zhuge region has witnessed an unprecedented influx of exceptional talents from its various cities. it would be prudent to acknowledge the reality of the situation. How audacious for the Yalong template to make such grandiose claims. In our city of Manhwaedit, we have an abundance of prodigious talents. It is truly laughable that a place even birds disdain would aspire to make its mark on the ranking. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about the term genius? It is utterly laughable, indeed. The caustic remarks circulating online have incited the ire of the people of Wangcheng, who are tempted to engage in a vitriolic online feud. Yet the facts presented by their adversaries have undeniably struck a nerve. At last, someone from Wangcheng ascended the talent ranking, a girl named Li Yuan. Though her ranking was a modest 90-something, she nonetheless ignited a sense of pride among the citizens, kindling a flicker of hope in their hearts. They could finally boast of having a genius hailing from their hometown. Chapter 41, Security at its Peak. Alas, good fortunes rarely endure. 6 years have elapsed, and no one from Wangcheng has achieved such a feat since. They yearn to stand tall and declare to the world, we too have our prodigies. Yet, contrary to their wishes, the relentless cycle of failure has gradually eroded their confidence. After all, amidst the myriad of resplendent cities in the Zhuge region, Wangcheng is but a mere speck. Even the divine beings are few and far between. How could they possibly compete with those illustrious cities teeming with skilled practitioners and steeped in history? Sigh. How delightful it would be if another individual from Wangcheng could grace the talent ranking this year, someone mused. How easily one speaks of such matters. This year's trials are as formidable as climbing to the heavens, and our city is left with but a handful of new lords. Tomorrow, Amo shall return. He possesses the gift of plants and has remarkably persevered through such arduous trials. In the modest abode rented by Chun Mo, Li Yuan, who assisted him with household chores, smiled in delight. She was overjoyed not only by Mo's imminent return, but also because his ascension to lordship would ensure a life free from want for him in the years to come. Even should she one day depart from this world, her brother would be able to live in peace. Ah, that troublesome boy, who acts both as a teacher and a guardian at home. The dishwasher emitted a prompt, and Li Yuan retrieved the clean laundry to hang on the balcony. The scent is quite pleasant. She inhaled lightly, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She quickly glanced around to ensure no one had noticed her before exhaling in relief. Suddenly, her expression turned pale, a look of anguish crossing her face. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a copious amount of blood onto the ground. Concurrently, a fissure appeared on her forehead, rapidly expanding outward. Sighing, she flicked her hand to cover the wound. Another mark to bear. Peering through the void, she beheld the core of her territory, which was riddled with countless impending fractures. It appeared that time was running short. Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on it further. If she could acquire that crucial item, perhaps she could delay matters for a few more years. Yet, this was merely a temporary fix, not a true remedy. The battle had concluded. The time for reckoning had arrived. Phew, it's finally over. At 11 o'clock in the evening, as the final strike from Leda obliterated the last of the insect swarm, the voice of conclusion echoed in his ears. Battle summary. Enemy, 3 million low-tier insect soldiers, 4 million mid-tier insects. Battle result, complete victory. Rating SSS. Reward, 3,000 source stones, 300 power points. With the difficulty multiplied by 100, rewards were correspondingly increased to 1,000-fold. Evaluation result, SSS. Final reward, 1 million source stones, 30,000 power points. Is that all? Chun Mo frowned at the displayed amount, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. This is blatant exploitation of the impoverished. As he grumbled, he resolved to harbor a grudge against that insect queen, who had caused him significant losses within a mere 2 days. However, with this meager reward, he could barely advance his territory further. With that thought, he opened the upgrade menu. Deep within the insect nest, Alice, who was in the midst of creating new followers, suddenly trembled. What was the matter? Her tentacles conveyed a sense of anxiety, as if feeling the gaze of an unseen observer. Uncertain of the identity of this presence, she pondered whether tomorrow's assault on humanity would pose a threat. Though she found it hard to believe, she could not fathom any other explanation. If something felt amiss, retreat was imperative. She silently resolved that safety must always remain the primary principle of the insect race. Consume 60,000 source stones and 6,000 power points. Your territory has been upgraded to level 60. The territory has officially ascended to the 7th tier. At level 7, Chun Mo mused. Noting that he still had some resources left unused, he contemplated his ascent further. You have consumed 600,000 crystal stones and 30,000 points. Your territory has been upgraded to level 61. You have spent another 650,000 crystal stones. Sorry, your points are insufficient. Chun Mo furrowed his brow. Level 7 was already within the realm of the elite. Yet the price of crystal stones had surged tenfold, which was excessively harsh. The point requirements had also multiplied several times over. Chun Mo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Within the training grounds, the rewards had supported his upgrades. But outside that haven, where could he acquire such a staggering amount of crystal stones and points? He gently pressed his temple, hoping for a bountiful harvest the following day. Wishing to leave fully sated. Notification: your territory core has unlocked a new ability. Just after completing the level up, a message appeared before Chinmo. Oh. The world tree has unveiled a new function. Chunmo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unhesitatingly gathered the small treasure chests piled high, like a hill, into his possession. He took several strides towards the world tree and opened the territory menu. Global Guardian. Global Guardian. Quality: none. Attribute 1. Conceal the celestial mechanism, sever the path. Attribute 2. All soil is spirit soil, cultivation speed x 10, 000. Attribute 3. Experience acquisition speed for plant followers in the territory x 10, 000. Attribute 4. Plant growth speed x 10, 000. Attribute 5. Indestructible and eternal. Attribute 6. The territory gains 1,000 units daily. Attribute 7. Ethereal. Attribute 8. Unknown ethereal. Effect: visible in reality but existing in the void. Defense level: equivalent to level 5 of the territory. Description: you can see me, yet you cannot strike me. This function is remarkable. Upon seeing the 7th newly added feature, Chunmo's eyes gleamed with excitement. What does a lord fear most? Surely, it is an assault on their sanctuary. Countless lords have lost their homes, their bases destroyed, when they descended into the outer realms. With this new feature, Chinmo would no longer need to worry about his territory coming under attack. Even if enemies discovered this place, they could only gaze helplessly. They wouldn't be able to lay a finger on it. In the event of a crisis, Chinmo could retreat into his own territory, ensuring his safety. This skill undoubtedly elevates the chances of survival to their zenith, equivalent to a level 5 defense. Chunmo observed the ethereal intensity of the defense under the current circumstances. 7 plus 5 equals 12. This signifies that even deities would find it arduous to dismantle the effects of this ethereal state. Contemplating this, Chinmo could not help but feel a surge of excitement. What manner of existence could this be? Even the leader of the Vermilion Bird faction is merely a god. Such formidable beings are exceedingly rare throughout the vast cosmos. With a mere wave, they can annihilate countless planets. Yet now, these challenges pose no threat. Chinmo's domain can effortlessly contend with them. The capabilities of this divine tree are indeed becoming increasingly extraordinary. Chunmo marveled at the notion that hidden trajectories imply that while he traverses other realms, no one can conspire against him. A veritable treasure trove lies before him, ensuring that his future subjects need not worry about cultivation resources, and their progress can accelerate 100-fold. The various troops can strengthen simply by resting, and plants that would normally take years to mature can now ripen within days. Coupled with an indomitable and perpetually growing domain, it is truly an ideal sanctuary devoid of peril. Among the 7 characteristics, at least 3 serve to safeguard life, maximizing safety. Truly, this is the essence of a supreme lord. Chapter 42, Ascension to Level 6. With such a pristine land as his foundation, Chunmo need only focus on his growth, steadfastly advancing towards higher realms. The stronger the tempest, the better. Chunmo gazed at the swirling gray mist in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips, before turning to return home for slumber, as tonight promised another encounter with that sprite. On the morning of the 7th day, as the first rays of sunlight broke through, Chunmo stood upon the city wall, gazing out. In the distance, thick gray mist swirled restlessly, occasionally revealing the shadowy forms of towering creatures that swiftly vanished from sight. Beside him, the sprite clasped Chunmo's arm, the two standing closely together. While she was of little aid in battle, she remained a steadfast companion in any circumstance. 9 sword-like, sharply pointed emerald leaves swayed in the air, seemingly poised to unleash a tremendous surge of energy. Remarkably, within just a day, she had ascended to level 6. This speaks volumes of her tenacity during the previous invasion. The city walls were lined with rows of level 5 and 6 artillery, their barrels meticulously aimed at the billowing mist. At each corner stood a sentinel tower. The level 7 flame tower soared to a height of 100 meters, capable of attacking over vast distances. At the tower's core, a small, bulb-like point glowed, slowly rotating, ready to unleash a lethal strike. The level 7 arrow tower represented the pinnacle of blue-tier equipment, its tips adorned with a row of arrows poised for release. The level 7 crossbow tower, with its 7 massive bolts, seemed ready to pierce the heavens, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. The level 7 lightning tower hovered in the air, periodically emitting a deep, drumming sound that resonated in the ears, with bolts of lightning the size of a wrist occasionally swirling around its vicinity. At present, all preparations had been finalized. They awaited the commencement of battle. Dog-headed people's territory. A resounding roar echoed as the ground trembled violently, a howling sound emerging from afar. Lu Lang, who was having breakfast, turned pale at the sound, hastily wiping his mouth before rushing out of the enclosure with dozens of dog-headed followers. In the distance, nearly 100 insectoid creatures, ranging from level 1 to 4, surged forth from the gray mist, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Attack! Lu Lang's face contorted with fury as he surveyed the horde of monsters. A glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, yet he did not falter. Gripping a blue-tier greatsword, he was the first to charge into the tide of monstrosities, followed closely by a throng of dog-headed acolytes. Dragonfly Domain. The stone walls had been restored to their former glory, under skies thick with dark clouds, where thunder and lightning incessantly clashed. As he gazed at the ever-churning mist, Qin Yi's face turned ashen, his heart brimming with anxiety and trepidation. At that moment, he possessed a few small dragons of levels 5 and 6, barely holding their ground, while the other recently summoned 50 small dragons were merely at level 1. Faced with such a scenario, he was uncertain whether he could endure to the very last moment of the trial. Suddenly, the fog billowed, and countless insects and other monsters erupted from the sea of mist, charging towards the dragonfly territory. Witnessing this, Qin Yi's expression instantly drained of color, muttering in despair. It's over. City of Elves. Upon the city walls, Xiao Qing'er, clad in gleaming silver armor, appeared exceptionally radiant. Her gaze was sharp and focused. Gripping a level 5 blue tier bow tightly. Beside her, over 100 elven maidens donned in green stood at the ready, their beauty overshadowed by fierce expressions, refusing to show weakness. As green goblins, giants, and wolf-like creatures surged forth from the gray mist, a swarm of red-eyed insects with pale purple, razor-sharp claws, and an eerie aura descended upon them. Prepare to shoot. With a subtle wave of her hand, Xiao Qing'er commanded, and countless fiery arrows rained down upon the targets like a deluge. In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated by these beams of light. Beast Camp. Han Li stood resolutely atop a towering golden beast, 100 meters in height, facing the wind. Surrounding him were a dozen bronze and silver beasts. His gaze pierced through the layers of mist, calm yet brimming with confidence, even tinged with anticipation. Come forth. I shall etch my name at the pinnacle of the genius leaderboard. His heart surged with fervor. Today was pivotal for him, destined to become one of the most illustrious among the newly risen lords. With a thunderous crash, countless enemy silhouettes surged forth from the dense fog. Charge. Upon this command, a deafening roar erupted, as a massive horde of creatures with mixed blue and white first surged into motion. Each time these colossal beasts, measuring dozens of meters in length, struck the ground, fissures formed. Soon, both sides clashed, akin to two torrents colliding, many foes being ground into a pulpy mass. Simultaneously, over 10 million territory administrators valiantly fought within the trial of this otherworldly challenge. They exerted every conceivable effort, striving to secure a leading position in this contest. In a certain schoolyard of the real world, a large crowd had gathered, densely packed. All eyes were fixed upon a scoreboard suspended in the air, displaying scores based on the types of enemies slain, with levels 1 to 3 yielding modest points, while levels 3 and 4 garnered 40 and 100 points respectively. At higher tiers, such as levels 7 and 8, the value could soar to 500 or even beyond. The highest tier, level 8 and above, was prohibited from appearing during the test, and to date, no player had encountered such formidable foes. The thought of achieving such feats within a mere 7 days was tantalizing. The transformation from a novice to a being capable of contending with the most formidable of monsters transcends mere talent. It must be regarded as a manifestation of extraordinary prowess. In practical terms, such superlative beings primarily serve as symbols of honor. Ultimately, the outcomes will be ranked based on accumulated scores, with higher points denoting a superior standing. Spectators of the competition can not only monitor fluctuations in rankings, but also independently inquire about the current achievements of any participating contestant. Upon the elevated platform, a group of instructors convened. Lu, you should relinquish the fragment of divine essence. Saving someone as ineffectual as him would be better spent aiding those with the potential to ascend the ranks of brilliance and become true powerhouses, suggested one. Qin Xiong stubbornly fixated on the shard of divine essence. Your thoughts are as unattractive as your appearance, Lu Ruyin remarked with a smirk, rolling her eyes at Qin Xiong. You are always extolling the virtues of your Qin Yi, yet ascending the ranks of brilliance is no trivial matter, she taunted. Qin Xiong huffed dismissively, huh? Even if Qin Yi isn't on the list now, do you believe that student from your class specializing in botany stands a chance? Chapter 43, The Rankings. He was uncertain of the methods Chun Mo employed to endure thus far, but in his eyes, the notion of a botany student entering the ranks was sheer folly. How narrow-minded, Lu Ruyin thought, feeling displeased with Qin Xiong's disparagement of Chun Mo. And she turned away to disregard him. Just wait and see. When Qin Yi truly ascends the ranks, the principal will undoubtedly not shield you, Qin Xiong said with a smile. However, the other teachers merely shook their heads, refraining from further commentary. If Qin Yi were indeed to ascend, regardless of the principal's inclination to show him favor, the pressures from the Education Bureau would render them unable to refuse his requests. How despicable. Lu Ruyin clenched her fists, wishing she could confront him immediately. All right. The rankings are about to be announced, suddenly interrupted the principal's figure, cutting short the futile squabble. However, His gaze upon Lu Yuan bore a hint of helplessness and regret. Noticing this, Qin Xiong felt a surge of satisfaction, promptly redirecting his attention to the rapidly changing leaderboard on the screen. Wangqing High School, Qin E, 500 points. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan hastily sought information about Chen Mo. Wangqing High School, Chen Mo, 0 points. Natural domain. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. Half a day had elapsed. Yet not a single monster had emerged from the mist, leading him to question whether there had been an error in the examination phase. Master, why are there no beasts today? The sprite queried, glancing around in confusion. Although she understood that this day marked the final confrontation of the assessment, everything felt excessively tranquil. Who knows what schemes the insectoids are plotting? Despite her doubts, Chen Mo remained vigilant. He then summoned a shimmering virtual display screen. Scoreboard. Tianhai No. 1 High School. Hanli, 30,000 points. Shank No. 1 High School, by Meng, 28,000 points. Wangqing No. 1 High School, Shaoqing'er, 15,000 points. Wangqing No. 1 High School. Lu Lang, 1,000 points. After perusing the leaderboard several times, Chen Mo noticed Shaoqing'er, the typically aloof school beauty, had accrued an impressive 15,000 points in just a few short hours. Though undeniably attractive, her perpetually stern demeanor made her seem unapproachable. As for Lu Lang, it was surprising that he had managed to amass 1,000 points. By all rights, given his capabilities, he should have been eliminated long ago. With this thought, he couldn't resist checking on the so-called prodigy of his school, Qin Yi. Strangely, he found no trace of this name appearing anywhere. Could it be that he has been eliminated? He mused, a hint of amusement creeping into his thoughts. After closing the screen, Chen Mo patiently awaited developments. He did not believe the insectoids could violate the rules by remaining inactive indefinitely. Meanwhile, in a distant and unfamiliar realm, several colossal queen-like creatures encircled a large crystal, with a 4-meter-tall individual of apparent rank seated at its center. Your Excellency, the leader of the humans remains ever vigilant, reported another queen insect respectfully. Upon hearing this, the tendrils atop AI Ma's head quivered slightly. Originally, she had intended to strike a decisive blow while the humans were off guard. But now it seemed the human had resolved to remain steadfast, refusing to budge. Wait for another hour. If he remains unguarded by then, we shall launch a full-scale assault. I wish to see how he will manage against hundreds of queen insects and millions of swarms, she stated with a calm demeanor, as if this plan were exceedingly simple. The other insectoids present nodded in agreement, their faces marked by greed. Thank you, Your Excellency, chorused the many queen insects in unison. In a corner where the insectoid queens gathered, Alice was drenched in sweat, utterly unwilling to fathom the true intentions of this sovereign. They were merely expendable pawns. Yet now, the sovereign had unreservedly disclosed her goals to them, leaving them with little hope for survival. She cautiously lifted her gaze and, to her dismay, found the sovereign seemingly looking in her direction. Gulp. Beads of sweat continued to bead on Alice's forehead. AI Ma, observing the enthusiastic insectoid queens below, scoffed internally. Her advantages were not so easily seized. Now at the 8th level of strength, she had even borrowed a divine artifact from the elders of her clan to ensure total security, intending to seal off space and prevent the human from escaping. With the lives of over 100 queen insects and millions of lesser insects as sacrifices, she aimed to unleash a fatal strike with this artifact. She found it hard to believe that, faced with such an onslaught, that individual could evade capture. Soon, he would be like a turtle in a jar, with no escape route in sight. In the outside world, Qin Xiong stared in astonishment, mouth agape, as he watched Qin Yi plummet from the void. Confusion enveloped his mind. This was not the moment he should have emerged. Had the examination concluded, and did he choose to forego the ensuing contest of prodigies? With this thought, anxiety gripped him, and he rushed forward. Lu Yuan, having also witnessed Qin Yi's fall, did not immediately rush to his aid but instead checked his status first. No such person found. Lu Yuan. Momentarily taken aback, she shook her head, then realized. It seems Qin Yi has been eliminated. The names of those who had been disqualified would vanish from the leaderboard. Recalling Qin Xiong's earlier boastfulness before her, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. The surrounding teachers exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Qin Yi had truly been eliminated. Even the middle-aged principal's countenance shifted, clearly astonished. As his gaze remained fixed on Qin Yi in the square, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan revealed a faint smile and gracefully made her way towards the square. In the bustling plaza of Wangqing High School, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. Clad in tattered garments and smeared with blood, hair disheveled. Who could that be? Why are they appearing at such a time? Wait, doesn't he that look strikingly like our school, Qin Yi? Surely, I must be mistaken. How could Qin Yi appear in such a disheveled state, resembling a vagrant? Among all the students at Wangqing High, Qin Yi is known for his exceptional talent and prestigious family background. It can't possibly be him. The onlookers, both students and parents, shook their heads in disbelief, none willing to accept the situation. Hold on, quickly check the leaderboard. Qin Yi is missing, someone exclaimed loudly, prompting everyone to search through the list of Wangshan High students, only to find that his name was indeed absent. An uproar erupted among the crowd. No one expected that the highly anticipated Qin Yi from the Qin family had been eliminated in just 7 days without passing the test. It was utterly inconceivable. Qin Yi, are you all right? The surrounding crowd stared at him, and Qin Xiong hurriedly supported him, inquiring, Uncle, please take me away. Hearing the incessant whispers nearby, Qin Yi's face flushed crimson, unable to lift his gaze to confront it all. All right. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Xiong was about to leave when a mocking voice interjected. Oh, isn't this our talented young prodigy, Qin Yi? What brings you out at this time? Have you truly been eliminated? Lu Ruyan sauntered over leisurely. At her words, Qin Xiong's expression shifted dramatically, and the murmurs around them grew louder. Goodness, it truly is our school's little genius, Qin Yi. Who would have thought he was really eliminated? Indeed, if even someone like Qin Yi can be ousted, this trial is exceedingly ruthless. Humph. What so-called genius can't even pass a trial? They are merely an ordinary person after all. Exactly. What is all this bragging about the leaderboard? Does this even count? Haha. I thought he was a beggar. Turns out it's Qin Yi. My apologies to our illustrious little genius. Once Qin Yi's identity was revealed, the atmosphere around him was immediately filled with scornful remarks. For during his time at school, Qin Yi had been exceedingly arrogant, often offending numerous classmates due to his family's influence. Previously, no one dared to speak out, but now that he had been reduced to a mere failure like the rest, they found the courage to mock him. Hearing these taunts, Qin Yi's face turned pale with anger, yet he still kept his head lowered. Qin Xiong surveyed the expressions around him, sensing a wave of hostility, as if seeking someone to vent his frustration upon. Hey, Qin Xiong, your so-called genius is quite the peculiar case. Our class as plant system students have yet to complete their tasks, while he has managed to be the first to flee. Now that's what I call genius, Lu Ruyan said unabashedly. You. Qin Xiong pointed at Lu Ruyan, completely unprepared for such a swift rebuttal. Just wait and see. With that, Qin Xiong vanished from sight. Useless, Lu Ruyan muttered under her breath before breaking into a smile. She had not anticipated that Qin Yi had been eliminated, yet Chen Mo was still holding on. Mo was truly impressive. Suddenly, a beam of light shone in the center of the square. The next moment, a figure materialized. Lu Lang. Oh, you made it out. Lu Ruyan remarked in surprise upon seeing him, particularly noting the aura he radiated. 4th tier lord, not bad. Lu Ruyan nodded at Lu Lang, though she remained indifferent. As long as it wasn't Chen Mo, it held little significance for her. Lu Lang, upon noticing Lu Ruyan's presence, hesitated for a moment before asking, Teacher Lu, has Chen Mo come out yet? Not yet. Lu Ruyan cast him a sidelong glance before departing to await Chen Mo's return. No way, that's impossible. Lu Lang felt a twinge of disbelief. He was acutely aware of the trial's difficulty. He had nearly failed himself. How could Chen Mo still be enduring? A sense of unease washed over him, and then he seemed to recall something, swiftly checking Chen Mo's points. Wangshan High School, Chen Mo points, 0-0. Upon seeing the score, Lu Lang internally sighed in relief. He was aware that Chen Mo possessed a legendary level defensive structure, which explained her 0 points. She must have been hiding within her territory. With this thought, Lu Lang felt a mix of envy and jealousy. If he also had a legendary structure, perhaps he could earn more rewards. However, ultimately, he was merely hiding in his territory. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Lang's eyes. As time ticked by, at 10 o'clock p.m., the sky darkened, and the stars twinkled brilliantly. At this moment, only Chen Mo and Xiao Qing remained among those still undergoing the trial at Wangshan High School. It's over, this year. No one from Wangshan will make it onto the genius list. Not necessarily. There's still one elf left, a top-tier unit. Besides, look. She's south already close to breaking into the top 200. That is quite promising. Indeed. But how could another plant user endure this long? They must be cheating, right? A plant user lacks offensive power. How could they have lasted this long? Surely, they possess some powerful defensive structure. Very likely, otherwise. How could they still have 0 points at this stage? In a hidden void, stood 2 breathtakingly beautiful women, one tall and the other petite. Xiao Wan asked, Mother, do you think my sister can make it onto the genius list? I don't know. The genius list is not so easily accessed. The voluptuous Lu Fong shook her head. However, that plant user has managed to last until now without being eliminated. It's truly a miracle. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Xiao Wan beamed. A plant user without offensive power lasting this long is already a miracle. Nothing else could possibly change. Lu Fong smiled slightly, explaining. At 11 o'clock p.m. Oh, my sister has entered the top 100. 98th place. Xiao Wan suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, the top 100 of the genius list. That's an unparalleled honor. Lu Fong's face also lit up with joy, as she was proud of her daughter. Wait, that's impossible. Suddenly, Xiao Wan shouted. Mom, quick, look. That plant lord named Chen Mo. Her points are changing. Damn it, what a freak. Lu Fong frowned and lightly tapped Xiao Wan on the forehead. No foul language. No. Mom, look. Xiao Wan was so excited she could hardly articulate. showcasing the screen to Lu Fong. Lu Fong sighed. Her second daughter was always so playful. Is there really a need for such a commotion? After all, she's just a plant user without any offensive capabilities. Yet, to appease her daughter, she cast a glance at the screen. Her pupils constricted. What the hell? How is this possible? Chen Mo's points had suddenly changed to launching high school. Chen Mo. Points. 100,000. Moreover, this number is escalating at a terrifying pace. Xiao Luan cast a peculiar glance at her mother, who had just asserted that there would be no changes in the plant category. Now, in mere seconds, it had surged to a staggering 100,000 points, truly alarming. Furthermore, she had just overheard her mother uttering a curse. Realizing her impropriety, Lu Fong shot a reproachful look at Xiao Qingyuan, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Reminiscent of an innocent 18-year-old maiden, yet infused with the unique charm of a mature woman. Although she had lived for a millennium, she felt quite youthful in her quest for divinity. Surprised by her mother's blush, Xiao Luan pondered how a woman who had borne 2 daughters could still resemble an inexperienced girl, blushing at the slightest provocation. She considered herself far more liberated, often indulging in risque jokes with her sister in the privacy of their chamber, much to the chagrin of the seemingly aloof Xiao Qing'er, who would turn crimson at every jest. Instead of teasing her mother further, Xiao Luan turned her gaze back to Chun Mo's score, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She found herself intrigued by this senior in the plant category. The fluctuation in Chun Mo's points, evidently, would not go unnoticed by just the Xiao family. Lu Yuan, who had been keeping a close watch on Chen Mo, also noticed the change immediately. Chapter 45, Shock. My goodness, you little rascal, what are you up to in there? Lu Yuan's bright eyes now resembled 2 small lanterns. With a gulp, she instinctively swallowed, struggling to comprehend the data before her that clearly displayed the transformation of Chun Mo's points. Launching high school, Chen Mo, points, 1 million. In the brief span of a minute, his score had escalated from a mere 100,000 to an astonishing 1,000,000 points. This achievement had propelled Chen Mo into the ranks of the elite, surpassing millions in mere moments. You've created quite the stir this time. I can barely keep up. Lu Yuan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing with excitement. Chen Mo's remarkable growth thrilled her most of all. Having grown up without family, she found a kindred spirit in Chen Mo, who shared a similar background. From their first encounter 3 years ago, an inexplicable bond had formed, and he had indeed become her student, residing close to her home. Gradually, they became each other's support, nurturing a sibling-like connection. Lu Yuan was aware of Chen Mo's feelings toward her, and she too harbored admiration for this handsome young man who could elicit laughter from her. Alas, she knew her strength was waning, making it impossible for her to remain by his side. In the face of her impending fate, one naturally yearns to leave behind the best hopes. Lu Yuan's greatest wish was for Chen Mo to navigate this fiercely competitive world with a semblance of stability. Yet, this was a realm governed by strength, rife with endless competition and challenges. Without sufficient power, one risks becoming a target for bullying. When Chen Mo first ventured into the realm of botany, she had been exceedingly anxious, exerting considerable effort to secure a defensive facility for him, hoping he would become a local lord, even if he was deemed the weakest in the plant category. But the numbers now displayed before her were far beyond what any ordinary plant category could achieve. They were at a legendary level. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan smiled, radiating warmth like a beam of sunlight in the frigid winter. A comfort indeed. This was the happiest she had felt since her powers diminished. On the Wangqing High School forum. Quick look, Xiao Qing'er has entered the top 100. Indeed, and with less than an hour left in the competition, our school may have yet another student poised to join the ranks of the talented. Are you all just focusing on Xiao Qing? Take a look at the point changes in that plant category. Curiosity piqued. Someone checked. Wow, I just glanced at it when it was still 0. And now it's at 1,000,000? This can't be real. If we consider 1 point per low-level monster, that implies he has defeated 1,000,000 in just 1 minute. How absurd. It's changed. Now it's at 2 million. 3 million. This is insane. Originally receiving widespread attention for her ascent, Xiao Qing'er now found herself overshadowed, as all eyes were drawn to Chen Mo's rapidly escalating score. This anomaly spread swiftly through the network, capturing the attention of an ever-growing audience. The land of nature. As night descended upon the earth, the stars sparse. An eerie silence enveloped the area, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. The air felt almost stagnant, making each breath a challenge. Standing against the iron wall, Chen Mo had been meditating for a considerable time. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, ready for battle. He had stood here for an entire day, anticipating this confrontation. These pests are truly vile. Why can't I see anything? The little sprite assisting Chen Mo with a gentle massage peered into the distant fog, but saw nothing amiss. With a smile, he took her hand. It's almost here. No sooner had he spoken than a dense white mist rolled in like a tidal wave, from which emerged countless insects of varying sizes, soaring into the sky, bursting from the ground, and crawling up from the depths. Capture the enemy's position within 30 minutes, then return to celebrate our victory. At Queen Emma's command, understood. All the insect kings responded in unison. The moonlight dimmed, shrouded by dark clouds, enveloping the earth in darkness. However, the trees and various structures in the land of nature continued to emit a faint glow, illuminating the surrounding environment, shining as brightly as the noon sun even in the dead of night. Above, the sky was thick with clouds, and swarms of grotesque, monstrous insects flapped their wings, surging forth. On the ground, gigantic, soft-bodied creatures measuring hundreds of meters were moving swiftly, the most terrifying of which was their gaping maw filled with serrated teeth. The vast multitude of insects formed a colossal tide, crashing forward against the iron wall. Such a massive and dense onslaught would surely instill fear even in a high-ranking lord. For when the enemy numbers reached a certain threshold, mere quantity could obliterate any barriers. Yet for Chun Mo, who had endured countless life-and-death battles, his demeanor remained steadfast and unperturbed. As the enemy drew within range, he swung his arm decisively to orchestrate the assault. Attack! With that command, the eagerly awaiting P cannons unleashed a dazzling barrage. Thousands of projectiles lit up the sky, akin to a multitude of miniature suns, forcing the advancing insect horde to squint against the brilliance, momentarily slowing their advance. In the wake of this, the insects were trampled into a pulp by their own comrades surging from behind. Then boom, 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 tens of thousands of shells detonated upon impact. In an instant, a massive shockwave swept through the surrounding thousands of meters, engulfing all insects in its path. Countless insects emitted screams of terror, disappearing in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the shrouded mist, a multitude of Zerg queens observed in abject horror through their crystal spheres, witnessing the carnage unfold before them. Minutes? Or perhaps a fleeting eternity. Entire swathes of their kind were annihilated with ruthless efficiency. Such a devastating blow was inconceivable for a faction of plant-based warriors. Even the mechanical units, at this juncture, could not manifest such terrifying lethality. This was no mere assault. It was a stark and unbridled massacre. Their Zerg acolytes had scarcely traversed to the opposing territory before being obliterated into mere fragments. The combat prowess of the human acolytes was nothing short of terrifying. Standing nearby, Alice maintained an air of composure, as if all of this had transpired precisely according to her predictions. Fear not, press the attack. The offensive capabilities of the human acolytes are ultimately finite. Upon the high platform, AI Ma2 felt a twinge of astonishment. Even 7th-tier powerhouses found it arduous to survive such a fierce onslaught. Yet, these 5th-tier human acolytes managed to engage in combat 2 tiers above their own. Such potential within a fighting force was utterly formidable. They must not be allowed to continue their ascent. Chapter 46, Breaking into the Top 100. With this thought, AI Ma resolved with steely determination, casting her gaze toward the multitude of queens below. More Zerg emerged from the mist, seemingly an endless tide. Chun Mo observed the scene with a frigid demeanor. The battlefield was alive with the sounds of incessant explosions and the rising mushroom clouds, flames flickering and smoke billowing. The faces of Chun Mo and the little fairy danced in the interplay of light and shadow. Outside, the stars twinkled brightly. In the plaza of Wangqing High School, a crowd had gathered, their eyes fixed upon the immense screen displaying a singular name, Chun Mo. They had all fallen into slumber, only to be roused by loved ones and friends to witness this miraculous event. Every soul held their breath, watching as the numbers on the screen surged. 5 minutes in, Wangqing High School, Chun Mo, points, 5 million. He had seamlessly entered the top 1,000 of the leaderboard. 10 minutes later, Wangqing High School, Chun Mo, points, 10 million. He surged into the top 300. 15 minutes passed, Wangqing High School, Chun Mo, points, 10 million. His ranking, 97th. Boom. As his rank breached the top 100, the entire plaza erupted into a fervor. In merely 15 minutes, he had ascended into the upper echelon. Senior Chun Mo is truly remarkable. From this moment forth, Chun Mo shall be my idol. I will support him unwaveringly. Goodness, Chun Mo is simply extraordinary. Could the plant faction be staging a comeback? Having already breached the top 100, our city might indeed produce 2 prodigies this year. Moreover, there exists the tantalizing possibility that Chun Mo could continue to rise, entering the top 50 or even the top 10. Let us dare to speculate. Perhaps Chun Mo could even ascend to the pinnacle. Impossible, someone scoffed. Do you know who currently holds the top spot? It is Han Li of the Divine Han clan, who awakened a legendary tier warrior, the Behemoth. It is said his family has equipped him with top-tier gear. How can that be impossible? There remains half an hour. What if Chun Mo truly creates a miracle? In the plaza, voices grew heated, nearly escalating into conflict. Upon the high platform, Lu Rian's captivating eyes sparkled with light as she gently swirled a glass of red wine in her hand. Her spirits were high, exceedingly so. Alas, Chun Mo was absent, unable to share this moment with her. In a corner of the plaza, Lu Lang watched in a state of dread as Chun Mo's score and rank continued to escalate, sending shivers down his spine. Crack! Lu Lang raised his right hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap, causing it to swell instantly. How blind was I to dare threaten Chun Mo? Fear enveloped Lu Lang. He had once believed that with the Purple Lord core, he could navigate the trials with ease and bask in glory. Now he was consumed by anxiety, especially when recalling Chun Mo's vengeful nature. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, ultimately causing him to collapse to the ground. What would he do when Chen Mo emerged? The Zhuge territory, renowned in the eastern region of the Divine Xia Empire, was celebrated not only for the multitude of deities within its borders, but also for its formidable strength, ranking among the top in the surrounding territories. More importantly, the Zhuge territory was governed by an exceptional lord, Wu Qingwei. She was a being who approached the pinnacle of divine kingship. In just a few thousand years, she ascended from an ordinary mortal, igniting the divine fire, breaking through to lower divinity, then mid-level divinity, ultimately becoming a high-ranking deity. Now, she was poised to challenge the even loftier realm of divine kingship. This astonishing rate of advancement left many ancient gods, who had lingered in their divine positions for tens of thousands of years, utterly astounded. She could undoubtedly be hailed as a rare genius among humanity in millennia. At this moment, within a resplendently adorned palace, a group of lower and mid-tier deities stood on either side, while a woman clad in a red phoenix robe and adorned with a jade crown sat regally in the upper seat. Her long hair, as dark as ink, cascaded straight down to her waist. Beneath her flowing locks lay a face that was cold yet exquisitely beautiful, with a petite, sculpted nose, soft pink lips, and skin as fair as snow. Her eyes, sharp and clear, resembled the crystalline springs of a mountain, emanating an ethereal and proud aura. Her neck was long and graceful, her figure enchanting, perfectly delineating a stunning silhouette. The hall was eerily silent. Even the most powerful deities, capable of stirring storms outside, dared not breathe a word. This silence was a consequence of the highest decree issued. The turbulence within humanity stirred, and competition grew increasingly fierce. Thus, all territorial lords were compelled to emerge from their meditations to personally partake in this trial for newcomers. They anxiously awaited the final results. Suddenly, the stillness of the grand hall was broken by hurried footsteps, as a figure clad in the garb of a palace maid hurriedly entered. Upon hearing the commotion, all the deities turned their gazes toward her and bowed in unison. "Greetings, my lady." The maid first offered a respectful salute before rising. A document appeared in her hands. "My lady, the Celestial Surveillance Bureau has detected anomalies in the data of the new lord, requiring your authorization for access." Wu Qingwen nodded slightly, her expression serene. The moment the document reached her hands, her divine consciousness swept through the information, presenting it vividly in her mind. She instantly grasped the nature of the anomaly mentioned by the maid. "Chen Mo, a plant-based warrior," she murmured softly, a flicker of turbulence momentarily breaking her usual composure, only to vanish as swiftly. In the next instant, Wu Qingyue's gaze transcended countless spaces, fixing upon the battlefield of the natural territory. There, the clash had already escalated to a fever pitch, resembling a cataclysmic spectacle. Piles of Zerg corpses reached mountainous heights, yet were swiftly reduced to mere fragments by incoming artillery. A closer examination would reveal that the very ground of the battlefield had risen by nearly half a meter, a direct consequence of the countless Zerg remains accumulating. To think that an anomalous lord, appearing once in a million years, would manifest within my domain. Wu Qingwei was taken aback at this turn of events. Every 10 million years, a unique entity known as an aberration is born among the human lords, awakening abilities that ordinary lords do not possess. Some of these abilities are formidable, akin to the supreme being of the Divine Xia Empire, who is said to be an aberrant lord. Conversely, those with lesser powers are eradicated before they can fully mature. As for the newly emerged lord, Chen Mo, his ability to excel under such circumstances is nothing short of genius. Her gaze then shifted towards the natural territory. At that moment, the land erupted in a blinding radiance, and Wu Qingyue displayed a flicker of curiosity, for it appeared that this territory had vanished from her sight. No matter how she scrutinized it, visibility was elusive, yet the continuous barrage of firepower attested to its existence. After all, she was a deity. How intriguing! This plant-based entity was far more robust than she had anticipated. Rather than feeling anger, Wu Qingwei smiled. The Zhuge territory had born an aberrant lord. If he could survive, it might one day yield another divine companion of equal stature. However, it seemed to have attracted the attention of others. Her gaze abruptly shifted to a peculiar realm beyond the cosmic void, where numerous insect deities lay in wait. A millennium ago, a similar plant lord had wreaked havoc during the contest of prodigies with his unique abilities, only to encounter the insect race, which was naturally his nemesis, resulting in a tragic demise. Chapter 47, The Shadow Mantis. That insect race subsequently acquired his powers, swiftly ascending to its current status, and even planning an assault on the royal level. No wonder so many insects were intrigued by it. Consequently, this upcoming contest of prodigies should be quite captivating. Various heroes would likely seize the opportunity to showcase their prowess. Yet she quickly recalled that, according to the rules, deities were not permitted to intervene. Narrowing her eyes, she resolved not to meddle in the struggles of her peers. However, should anyone attempt to wield their power to intimidate. As a lord, she would not stand idly by. Withdrawing her gaze, Wu Qingyue stated solemnly, "Let us proceed according to plan, undeterred by external interference." "Yes," her attendant replied. Continuing, moreover, according to reports from the Surveillance Bureau, there have been strange occurrences in the territory we are tasked with defending against insects, with numerous insect deities mysteriously disappearing. My lady, should we implement emergency measures? Elevate to level 1 alert status. Her beautiful, inscrutable eyes made it difficult to discern her thoughts. After the servant departed, the other deities began to take action, seeking pertinent information. It's a plant type. Who would have thought plants could be so formidable? His score is rising too rapidly. It won't be long before he surpasses Han Li of the Han family. Ha ha ha. The Han family's expression is surely going to change now, isn't it? Just a few days ago, they were boasting before us. Let us go out for a drink tonight. Together, let us go. Natural territory. The world tree suddenly emitted a dazzling light, prompting Chun Mo to raise his head abruptly, witnessing an invisible barrier enveloping the entire territory. What is happening? Chun Mo inquired in confusion. Is someone attempting to attack here? The world tree informed him that a deity wished to spy on their territory, but was thwarted by its protective measures, as the little fairy explained. Is there truly someone watching us? Chun Mo frowned slightly, pondering whether an insect deity was indeed gazing in their direction. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant during their departure. Suddenly, a massive 6th-level mantis-like creature appeared in the sky, its enormous scythe-like forelegs launching a fierce assault downward. Surprisingly, this attack was effortlessly neutralized by World's Protection. Oh. When one cannot gain an advantage on the battlefield, they resort to underhanded tactics, Chun Mo remarked, though he exhibited little concern. My lord, please allow me to confront it. Proposed Aju through mental communication. Very well. Chun Mo consented to his request. Although both were 6th-level beings, Aju was far from an ordinary counterpart. Upon receiving Chun Mo's approval, Aju vanished in a flash, appearing before the mantis in the sky, brandishing a grass sword. In a misty realm, the insect queens congregated. Princess Ima sat imperiously among them. Seemingly indifferent to the scene below, the insect queens exchanged glances, their antennae quivering slightly as they whispered among themselves. That human-esque defensive net is astonishingly resilient. Even our mightiest 6th-level purple shadow mantis could not breach it, one expressed discontent. Without that protective barrier, the dark mantis would have likely dispatched that human just now. It's like a steel barrel, completely encasing the territory. I am quite curious about how the princess plans to breach it. I would love to witness her strategy. Another queen beside Alice sighed, while Alice cast her a sidelong glance, thinking, I hope you get to see that moment. She had a foreboding sense that she might soon become a sacrifice. However, in the presence of Princess Ima, she dared not reveal a hint of this, otherwise, she would likely find herself as someone else's meal. Wow, that human sent a plant to battle. A plant engaging in combat with insects. What an incredible world! Exclaimed another queen in admiration. I've heard that the 6-star dark mantis was painstakingly crafted by Princess Ima as she ascended to 7 stars. It possesses an innate talent for combat, coupled with 2 specially forged blades. It is said to have faced off against 7-star warriors without defeat, boasting extensive practical experience. Oh, does that mean the grass will lose? One insect queen inquired anxiously. The memory of witnessing the tiny grass slaughtering enemies only the previous day still lingered in their minds. Not necessarily. Have you not seen the grass? The sword energy it unleashes is sufficient to shatter any enemy's skull. However, as you rightly noted, the grass may lack experience. Perhaps it will be evenly matched. A certain queen speculated, let the battle begin. Chun Mo employed his identification technique to examine both the dark mantis and Aju, and 2 streams of information promptly appeared. Shadow mantis. Race, insect. Level, purple. Rank, 59. Bloodline, sharp scythe mantis. Physique, 3 million. Agility, 1 million. Willpower, 2 million. Special skills, quick draw, dual arm/combo, lethal ambush, shadow assassin's path. Description, a powerful being forged through numerous battles, inherently a warrior. 9-petal swordgrass. Race, plant. Quality, unrated. Level, 56. Bloodline, swordgrass family. Characteristics, mastery of swordsmanship. Vitality, 9 million. Mobility, 1 trillion. Mental strength, 7 million. Skill combinations, shadow sword array, instant draw, sword techniques, cross/method, chain strike maneuvers. And the 7th calamity sword technique, among others. Loyalty level, absolute trust, unchanging. Brief commentary, approaches each adversary with unwavering determination. It appears this confrontation should pose little challenge for Aju. A comparative analysis of physical prowess, speed, and intellect reveals that Aju overwhelmingly surpasses the shadow mantis in nearly every aspect. In a swift motion, the shadow mantis transformed into a wisp of darkness, evading Aju's initial assault in midair. In that fleeting moment, this creature reemerged behind its opponent, its elongated, bead-like eyes gleaming with an icy ferocity. As its razor-sharp forelimbs lunged menacingly toward Aju, a cold, mocking smile adorned its visage, as if it were already celebrating an imminent victory, envisioning the fragile blade of grass shattering into pieces upon impact. Yet, the anticipated outcome eluded its grasp, for at the pivotal moment, Aju adeptly sidestepped, causing the once-locked target to miss entirely, with both devastating strikes plunging into the earth instead. The ground trembled in response, splitting open to reveal a chasm 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, and nearly 1 meter deep. The sheer power exhibited was extraordinary. A direct hit would almost certainly herald a grim fate. Witnessing this, even the shadow mantis felt a stir of trepidation within, having inflicted harm upon foes of higher caliber in the past. Yet now finding itself unable to land a lethal strike against such a formidable opponent, the shadow mantis became acutely cautious, recognizing that it might be facing one of its strongest challengers to date. Gazing upon the colossal rift wrought by sheer force, Aju's earlier intent to seek a sparring partner was swiftly extinguished, as seriousness enveloped her demeanor. Chapter 48, the first three. In the next instant, Aju floated gracefully in the air, wielding 6 elongated leaves as if they were 6 gleaming swords, targeting the shadow mantis. In that moment, the shadow mantis was overwhelmed with dread, its instincts screaming of impending peril. Years of experience had taught it that this time, the danger was palpable. Without hesitation, the shadow mantis sought to flee, but regardless of the direction it chose, the ominous threat pursued relentlessly, as if dragging it into a frigid abyss. Then, Aju commenced her assault, the 6 leaves slicing through the air with wild abandon. Once, twice, thrice, thousands of sharp beams emanated from the blades, striking towards the shadow mantis. With a fearsome grimace, the shadow mantis exerted every ounce of strength to escape, its form flickering in and out of visibility. Yet, no matter where it sought refuge, an endless barrage of light followed, forcing it to evade in midair like a homeless stray dog. Amidst the gray mist, the insectoid queens watched in utter disbelief, having expected a contest of equal measure, only to witness the shadow mantis being utterly overwhelmed, with no capacity for retaliation. The insectoid queens fell silent, realizing that if they could not contend with the shadow mantis, they stood no chance against the terrifying human lord across from them. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Suddenly, they grasped that the human territory before them was not the feeble entity they had imagined, but a fearsome behemoth. Aima gazed at the faces of the disconcerted queens, a cold smile playing upon her lips. It mattered little, even if they had come to this realization. It was far too late. Slowly rising, she surveyed the insectoid queens and declared, "Let us go and witness that lord for ourselves." Upon hearing this, the insectoid queen's expressions shifted dramatically. Night fell, and at 10:50, with only 10 minutes remaining until the assessment concluded, a thunderous sound echoed as the shadow mantis was vanquished, causing all insectoid assaults to cease. Is it not over yet? Chinemo pondered, glancing at the clock. With only 10 minutes left, did the insectoid queens intend to drag this out to the bitter end? He felt an overwhelming urge to throttle them. Opening the leaderboard, Chinemo checked his score. Third, Wangqing High School, Chinemo, points, 30 million. Seeing his rank, Chinemo found himself puzzled. Logically, he should have eliminated more insects than this. He then examined the 2 competitors ahead of him. First, Tianhai No. 1 High School, Hanli, points, 32 million. Second, Shinha No. 1 High School, by Meng, points, 33 million. Chinemo noted that while their scores were not significantly higher than his, they had evidently surpassed standard difficulty, indicating that these 2 had also opted for a more challenging assessment. Indeed, the vastness of the world should never be underestimated in terms of talent. U2 territory. A girl, standing at 155 meters, adorably clad in black Lolita attire, frowned at the leaderboard. So close to surpassing you, Chinemo, how infuriating. By Meng grumbled, clutching a rabbit, her gaze vacant as though haunted by an unforgettable experience. In truth, she had completed the trial early, aware of a legendary creature from the Han family emerging in this task. Despite possessing the legendary U2 unit, she found herself unable to compete with the battlefield assassin, Beeman. Thus, she had set her sights on securing second place. Initially, everything seemed within her control, but unexpectedly, during the last hour, Chinemo surged from 0 points into the top 100 like a madman. He then accelerated into the top 10 with lightning speed. This caused by Meng to feel anxious, prompting her to activate special rules for the 7th round of assessment. This time, she directly selected a 100-fold difficulty. She could not believe that under such conditions, Chinemo could still catch up to her. Now, observing that Chunmo's score had ceased to fluctuate, Bai Meng released a sigh of relief and turned her gaze toward the battlefield. Suddenly, a nauseating odor wafted through the air. Ugh, Bai Meng retched. The battlefield strewn with corpses and ruins. Beeman territory. Chinemo, I truly admire you. Hanli stared blankly at Chunmo's halted score, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the back of the golden Beeman. This once mighty golden Beeman now lay exhausted on the ground, surrounded by hundreds of weary Beeman beasts. In the final hour, witnessing Chunmo's score escalate wildly, Hanli realized he had encountered a rival. He immediately activated the highest difficulty, a 100-fold trial. Hundreds of beam and beasts fought desperately, allowing him to achieve 32 million points. Now, seeing that Shinmo's score had not increased further, Hanli finally felt a sense of relief. In the remaining 10 minutes, I refuse to believe you can surpass me. He lay back against the golden beeman's back, speaking wearily. Outside, in the watching square, the score ceased to rise. Shinmo's final tally stood at 30 million, just a fraction short of catching up. What a pity. Third place. That is an impressive feat indeed. Alas, he fell short by merely 200,000 points from the first place and 30,000 from the second. It is truly regrettable. Nevertheless, it is commendable. I never anticipated that someone from our city could break into the top 3. This is a first since its establishment. Indeed, a cause for celebration. We must have a drink tonight. Let's wait a moment. Who knows what surprises might await us at the end? With only 10 minutes remaining, what miracles could possibly occur? What if, on the high platform, Li Yuan also noticed Shinmo's score halting at 30 million? That little rascal. What on earth did you do in there? Quite impressive, isn't it? Li Yuan was astounded by Shinmo's achievement. Although he ranked third, she felt immense pride for him. From now on, she could boast, Shinmo, among the top 3 on the genius list. I taught him. How many educators dream of such an accomplishment throughout their lives? And she encountered Shinmo in her very first year of teaching. She felt extraordinarily fortunate. Gently raising her right hand, a shard emanating a peculiar, iridescent glow appeared. When Shinmo's score entered the top 100, the principal had personally entrusted her with this divine fragment, urging her to absorb it to solidify her territory. Yet, at this moment, she hesitated to use it. This artifact would undoubtedly serve Shinmo better. Contemplating this, Li Yuan tucked the shard away once more. Natural territory. Human lord, dare you step forth for a duel? A provocative voice echoed from the heavens. Shinmo glanced skyward, where, in the distance, a 5-meter-long insectoid queen hovered, articulating human words. She was loudly addressing him from outside his territory. Curiously, her position was just beyond the reach of Shinmo's artillery fire. After a brief moment of reflection, Shinmo quickly discerned her intent, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he boldly retorted, "If you have the ability, come over here." Instantly, AI Ma's complexion darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Natural territory. The clouds parted, revealing a brilliant starry sky, with the moon hanging brightly overhead. Within his domain, Shinmo remained vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the diminutive figure in the sky. He recognized that, although the insect was not particularly large, it possessed formidable strength. AI Ma Queen. Species, insectoid. Quality, purple. Level, 75. Bloodline, bloodthirsty insectoid. Constitution, 30 million. Agility, 28 million. Spirit, 27 million. Description, an exceptionally gifted insectoid queen. Undoubtedly a paragon among her kind. Chapter 49, Divine Artifact. An 8th-tier insectoid, her power reached that of an elite within her level, with attributes exceeding 20 million. And a constitution as high as 30 million. Shinmo marveled inwardly. Such attributes were simply extraordinary. She was 2 to 3 times stronger than a Geo, who was already incredibly powerful at the 6th tier. How terrifying would an 8th-tier insectoid be? The final wave of attacks was clearly not going to be easily managed. The prior swarm of insectoids, as before, merely served as cannon fodder. The real challenge of the 7th phase evaluation was to confront the 8th-tier insectoid and the hundreds of insectoid queens that followed her. The 8th tier was undoubtedly the strongest adversary Shinmo had ever faced. However, even if you are of the 8th tier, what of it? Those who stand in my way shall perish. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Shinmo's eyes, his blood surging with fervor. In the next moment, a set of golden equipment flickered across Shinmo's form. For pieces of 7th-tier divine artifacts, coupled with 7th-tier legendary archery, and a 100-fold enhancement of my 7th-tier prowess. No matter what schemes you concoct, a single arrow shall pierce you through. Shinmo smirked, feeling the energy within him surge like a tidal wave. If he were to wield the Sun Hunter bow, now, he felt he could pierce a hole in the very sky. Yet, he refrained from immediately donning the equipment. He was uncertain of what further machinations the 8th-tier insectoid might be plotting. She was fixated on him, preventing any rash actions. He could only wait for the right opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. In the skies beyond, natural territory, the AI Ma Queen cast her gaze over Shinmo's vast domain, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. The limited view from the crystal was one thing. But from this vantage point, she could clearly see the entirety of the territory. A 7th-tier domain, boasting a staggering 70,000 square meters. This was undoubtedly the most formidable human she had ever encountered. According to the rules, the larger the territory, the stronger the lord. The strength of the lord she was about to confront was at least 100 times that of a typical 7th-tier lord. Contemplating this, AI Ma fell silent. Among those of the same level, could anyone truly rival this human lord? Shaking her head, even as a 7th tier, or even an 8th tier herself, she could not guarantee victory against this human lord. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, borrowing the divine artifact, bloodthirsty bow, from her ancestors. Since the human lord remained hidden, they would simply smash through his protective shell. AI Ma's demeanor turned icy, her gaze fixed intently upon the gathering of insectoid queens below. It is an unparalleled honor for you to sacrifice yourselves for me. Once I ascend to the highest position, I shall surely resurrect you all. At that moment, one of the insectoid queens, growing impatient, inquired, My lady AI Ma, how can we breach that human lord's protective shield? Time is running short before the evaluation concludes. If we miss that window, we shall be compelled to leave. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? No wonder she was anxious. The other insectoid queens exchanged glances, clearly uncertain of what to do. Haha, you wish to know? AI Ma chuckled lightly, her antennae quivering slightly, as if in a state of delight. Please, my lady, enlighten us. Very well, I shall reveal it to you, AI Ma proclaimed loudly. As soon as her words fell, the insectoid queens below erupted in joy. It appeared that AI Ma indeed possessed a method to breach the shield, rather than merely placating them with empty promises. This way, they would not have to face the human lord head-on. However, lurking in the shadows, Alice, who had been hiding, felt her antennae tremble uncontrollably, her body drenched in sweat. A sense of impending doom surged within her, nearly causing her heart to explode. Run! I must escape. Thoughts raced through Alice's mind as she resolved firmly. She did not wish to die, nor to become a mere sacrifice. Perhaps fleeing would lead to survival, while remaining would only spell her doom. But where could she possibly escape to? Into the fog? Within lay AI Ma's army. Capturing her would surely mean certain death. Thus, the human lord might be her only path to safety. With this thought, Alice made her choice in her heart. She had never been one to dither. As the old human saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Thus, she resolved to seek refuge with the enemy. Upon making this decision, Alice quietly began to amass her strength, and in the next instant, her entire being erupted with vigor, propelling her several hundred meters forward. Simultaneously, as she fled, she cried out loudly, My lady, we have fought tooth and nail for you, yet you seek to use our lives to breach the defenses. You shall face retribution. Sisters, if you wish to live, flee at once. With that, disregarding her injuries, Alice surged toward the direction of Chunmo with astonishing speed. Behind her, the insectoid queens were momentarily stunned, watching Alice's desperate escape, unable to comprehend the situation. What is happening? Does my lady intend to eliminate them? How could this be possible? Subsequently, the already suspicious insectoid queens hastily scattered in all directions. This sudden turn of events instantly heightened the alertness of the other queens, who likewise did not hesitate to flee. In the sky, my lady frowned, her gaze filled with fury as she fixed her eyes on the instigator of this chaos, Alice. I had intended to engage in a meaningful discourse with you, yet you squandered the opportunity. Then perish. My lady looked disdainfully at the fleeing insectoid queens, her eyes glinting with contempt. There is no way I shall allow you to escape so easily. With that, a blood-red longbow materialized above her head. Scarcely had it appeared than vast clouds of blood gathered in the air. This was the divine artifact, the blood-devouring bow, sacrifice. My lady activated this artifact, and countless crimson threads swiftly extended from the blood-red bow, ensnaring those fleeing insectoids tightly. In the blink of an eye, the scattered insectoid queens were firmly bound by these blood threads, soon reduced to desiccated corpses. No, my lady, we are willing to serve you. Damn it. We trusted you completely, and yet you choose to sacrifice us. My lady, my ancestors were mid-tier deities. They shall not forgive you for this. I shall haunt you even in death. The insectoid queens, terror-stricken, pleaded for mercy, while others cursed my lady. Yet her expression remained impassive. Oh, it appears one insect has managed to escape. My lady observed Alice, who had resolutely severed part of her body to break free from the blood threads. She was somewhat surprised, but dismissed it, for she was merely a level 6 insect. My lady glanced at the arrows coalescing on the blood-devouring bow, a smirk playing at her lips. But it is still insufficient. She commanded more blood threads to surge into the thickening fog behind her, and soon, the air was filled with anguished cries. As she beheld the bow and arrows now completely stained crimson, my lady's face broke into a triumphant smile as she murmured to the human lord atop the city walls. This assault, wielding the divine artifact as a bow, shall unleash arrows forged from the essence of hundreds of level 6 insectoid queens and millions of insect soldiers. Though it may not rival the power of the divine, it is sufficient to match a strike from a 9th-tier powerhouse. I do not believe you can withstand it. Once I breach your defenses, I shall consume you utterly. Chapter 50, Incredulity. On the city walls, as Alice's scream echoed, Chunmo also heard it, somewhat taken aback by the fact that they had begun fighting amongst themselves without his intervention. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity. Chunmo smiled slightly. Glancing down to see a mutilated insectoid queen pleading at the foot of the walls, he paid her no heed. This severely injured insect posed no threat. He would deal with her after vanquishing the 8th-tier insect. Phew, I'm saved. When Alice felt Chunmo's gaze upon her, her breath nearly caught in her throat. Should he decide to eliminate her first, it would be utterly unjust. However, when Chunmo's attention shifted away, Alice finally exhaled in relief. Yet in an instant, Terror gripped her as she realized that 10 massive cannons had now trained their sights on her. She felt an ominous sense that should she move even slightly, she would be obliterated. Gulp. The fright rendered Alice's legs weak, causing her to collapse to the ground, paralyzed with fear. In another unknown realm, amidst boundless darkness, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The two factions, humans and insectoids, stood poised for conflict. Wu Qingyue hovered in the void, wielding a long sword radiating with searing light. Beneath her was a colossal vermilion bird that occupied half the sky. Behind her, hundreds of human deities were fully armed, exuding an overwhelming presence. Opposing them were hundreds of insectoid deities, each as large as planets, equally prepared for battle. At the forefront was a humanoid being over 2 meters tall. Her eyes one blue and one red, exuding an eerie aura. She was the insectoid queen, Ivrina. The aura she emanated was not in the slightest inferior to Wu Qingyue's. As they stood there, the surrounding void began to show signs of collapse. Yet neither side moved to engage. Their gazes were fixed on the battlefield between my lady and Chun Mo Wu Qingyue. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Ivrina queried playfully, twirling her hair. Victory or defeat is of little consequence. I merely require you to refrain from rash actions, Wu Qingyue replied coldly, showing no concern for the battle below. That is unacceptable. Today we'll either witness the annihilation of the human race or their capture by us. There is no third possibility. Ivrina shook her head, resolutely rejecting the notion. Such a rare plant lord could bestow countless deities upon a race. Such a treasure could not be easily relinquished. Humph. Would you care to test that? Wu Qingyue sneered, refusing to yield. On the city walls, Chun Mo drew back his bow, his expression calm, his eyes glinting with cold light. With a gentle release of his fingers, the energy transformed into an arrow that shot forth. Whoosh. The arrow, shimmering in crimson gold and accompanied by golden flames, streaked through the sky like a comet, soaring toward the heavens. High above, my lady's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had yet to make a move, yet Chun Mo had already struck. Let us see whose arrow is more formidable, my lady thought, summoning the prepared blood arrow that transformed into a blood-red dragon, diving downwards. The golden and crimson arrows, each carrying immense momentum, hurtled toward one another. Boom. The two powerful forces clashed, creating a myriad of razor-sharp blades, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space apart. For a moment, it was impossible to discern a victor. How could this be? My lady, hovering in the sky, was utterly astonished, her face a mask of disbelief. The blood arrow, which she had deemed invincible, had been thwarted. This rendered her countenance exceedingly grim. However, it was not yet time to determine the outcome. My lady shook her head, realizing that the arrow released by the human lord merely possessed a stronger explosive force. It could not possibly compare to the blood arrow forged from the lives of millions of insectoids. It was merely a temporary stall. Ultimately, it would not withstand the blood arrow's assault. Alice watched anxiously from below, her pallor deepening as she observed the arrows of the human lord gradually losing their potency. Silently, she offered prayers for Chun Mo. If Chun Mo were to falter, she would undoubtedly fall into the clutches of the Ant Queen. Chun Mo, aware of Alice's silent supplication, felt a twinge of helplessness. It was merely the first arrow. Why the haste? She had never anticipated that this arrow would entirely thwart the blood arrow, for the blood arrow was a divine artifact forged from the sacrifice of countless lives. It was hardly something that could be easily dismissed. If it were truly so simple, it would not be regarded as a trump card by that 8th-tier insectoid. However, she had sacrificed millions of lives for this singular blood arrow. Drawing her bowstring taut once more, another crimson gold arrow began to coalesce at her fingertips. If one arrow was insufficient, then what of 2? Or perhaps 3? A subtle smile graced Chun Mo's lips as her fingers gently released the string. The second crimson gold arrow transformed into a streak of light, hurtling into the battlefield. In an instant, the initial arrow, which had begun to wane, seemed reinvigorated. The Ant Queen's expression soured. The human lord still possessed the strength to unleash more arrows. She had presumed that one arrow would deplete his stamina. Yet this was evidently beyond her expectations. Just then, yet another arrow surged into the fray. How could there be another one? The Ant Queen's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the seemingly inexhaustible barrage of arrows. 3 arrows. 4 arrows. 9 arrows. In the next heartbeat, 9 arrows converged into one, transforming into a colossal crimson flame arrow of greater size and might. It barreled through with little resistance, and in a flash, the searing golden flames engulfed the blood arrow entirely. She had been defeated. The Ant Queen could scarcely believe her eyes. Alas, the massive arrow, wreathed in golden flames, afforded her no respite. In mere moments, it pierced through her form, her 8th-tier body reduced to ashes upon contact. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Chun Mo's ears. The battle has concluded. Calculations are proceeding. Finally, it was accomplished. Ho's rapid-fire technique was indeed formidable. A gentle smile illuminated Chun Mo's face as the tension that had gripped her dissipated. Those seemingly simple arrows had been propelled by an immense reservoir of 7th-tier energy. the prowess of Ho es archery, and some top-tier equipment. With such enhancements, she felt invincible. Otherwise, she would have truly considered firing an arrow at a deity. He has fallen just like that? Alice's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the ashes of the Ant Queen, disbelief mingling with her thoughts. An 8th-tier master, wielding a divine artifact, had succumbed to a human lord. How ironic, for she had contemplated eliminating him. At this realization, a chill ran down Alice's spine. Chapter 51. Has the game been rigged? Outside, at the demonic city square, only 1 minute remained. Was there still a chance for a comeback? Brother, you've already secured 3rd place. What more do you desire? Sigh, it feels a bit unsatisfactory. Our demonic city has finally produced a genius. And the gap with the 1st place isn't insurmountable. It seems a pity to settle for 3rd. Oh my, look at the rankings, what on earth? Is this some sort of cheat? Instantly, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the square. Li Yuan regarded the screen with wide eyes. 01 Demonic City Academy, Mo. Points, 70 million. My heavens, how did it suddenly surge more than double? Within a single day, during the final hour, his points skyrocketed by 30 million. Only to double again in the last minute. How could he possibly amass 40 million points in such a brief span? Li Yuan suddenly felt her younger brother's prowess was astonishingly beyond comprehension. 70 million points. Lu Lang, who had been closely monitoring the competition, fell into silence upon witnessing Chun Mo's final tally. In his eyes, he felt as though he was less than an insignificant ant. He was uncertain whether Chun Mo remembered his existence, and could only silently pray that Chun Mo would remain oblivious to him. Qin Xiong, too, was struck dumb by this score, gazing enviously at the elated Li Yuan. She was extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered a genius like Chun Mo. Suddenly, his communication device chimed, revealing a message from his family. After reading the information, he was left stunned. Qin, he had actually been expelled from the Qin family? In the void, mother, look, your son-in-law has secured 1st place. Aren't you pleased? Xiao Luan exclaimed, gripping Lu Feng's hand in excitement. Lu Feng shot her a bemused glance, lightly tapping the back of her head. You little girl, have you no shame? Do you have any idea of what he has accomplished, yet you dream of marrying him? Xiao Luan, rubbing her head, stubbornly replied, I've already met him. He is the most handsome guy in our school, and he is so formidable. Wouldn't you be thrilled to have such a son-in-law? Lu Feng covered her face, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Is this truly the daughter I raised? How could she be so unlike her mother? Do you really think he would notice someone with your physique? Lu Feng pointed at her chest. Xiao Luan, hearing this, lowered her gaze to her toes, a pained expression crossing her face. Mom, why do you say such things? In our family, only my sister and I don't look alike. I drink milk and eat papaya every day, yet it seems to have no effect. Hey, wait, I can't do it alone, but what if my sister joins me? I refuse to believe he wouldn't tea like us. Xiao Luan seemed to have struck upon a brilliant idea, her face alight with hope. Smack. Lu Feng delivered another gentle slap to her head. Oh, you silly girl, your dreams are far too grand. Elven territory, he is indeed the first. The foremost among tens of millions of lords. Xiao Qing stood atop the city walls, murmuring to herself as she scrutinized the information before her. She had initially believed that Chun Mo had long been eliminated, but upon inadvertently searching for his name, she discovered that he remained in the competition, albeit with his score stagnant at 0. As the final hour approached, she witnessed Chun Mo's points ascend rapidly. In a mere 15 minutes, he breached the top 100, entering the ranks right ahead of her. His speed was astonishing, rocketing him into the top 10. In the last 10 minutes, he amassed an astounding 30 million points, securing 3rd place. After that, his score seemed to plateau. She had thought Chun Mo's saga concluded there, but in the last minute, his points surged once more, reaching the astounding height of 70 million. Xiao Qing was unaware that since the establishment of the Vermilion Bird territory, no higher score record had been set. It was simply unfathomable how this strikingly handsome classmate had achieved a staggering 70 million points. She felt the chasm between herself and Chun Mo widening. Clenching her fists, a sense of defeat flickered in her eyes for the first time. Despite the arduous pursuit of knowledge, I found myself unable to surpass him. I had once believed that awakening my elven talent would enable me to eclipse him. Yet he ascended to the pinnacle of the genius rankings solely through his mastery of botanical magic. Truly, he is a prodigy. Xiao Qing, with a heart full of determination, declared, but I shall undoubtedly catch up to you. In the realm of the dark arts, the petite loli by Meng Meng clenched her tiny fists, her gaze darting between her final 3rd place standing and the 1st place, Chun Mo, her teeth nearly grinding to dust with frustration. Her innocent, wide eyes, usually brimming with childlike wonder, now seemed ready to unleash flames. Chun Mo, Chun Mo, Chun Mo, you have pilfered my resources. How outrageous. You scoundrel, should our paths cross again, I will unleash my rabbits to devour every flower and plant in your abode. Bai Mingming could hardly fathom how her position had been usurped at the 11th hour of the competition. She had been securely in 2nd place, only to find herself relegated to 3rd. What astonished her most was that Chun Mo had ultimately amassed a staggering 70 million points. What a farce. How could anyone annihilate so many foes in the span of a single minute? In truth, even Chun Mo had not anticipated such an influx of points. The obliteration of those insectoid creatures and their queen had been credited to him. What a delightful surprise. In the territory of the behemoth, Han Li lay atop the golden behemoth's back, rubbing his eyes to confirm that the name atop the rankings was indeed Chun Mo. Infuriated, he sprang to his feet. Chun Mo, this is far from over. When the next competition arrives, I shall witness your true abilities. Han Li's expression turned grave. His fists clenched in a mix of frustration and resolve. At the last moment of the contest, he had been overtaken by Chun Mo, who had surpassed him by a considerable margin. Were it not for the stringent and impartial regulations of Blue Star, Han Li might have doubted the integrity of his opponent. The method to vanquish him remained shrouded in mystery, yet he was determined to issue a challenge regardless of the circumstances. War Summary. Enemy composition: 14 million first tier, 8 million second tier, 5 million third tier, 1 million fourth tier, and 30,000 fifth tier insects, along with even higher entities. Performance evaluation: a resounding victory. Performance rating: top tier SSS. Due to a 100-fold increase in difficulty, rewards have also been proportionately amplified. Please verify the data anew. Following adjustments, the final assessment is deemed invincible. As you achieve the best results in this newcomer test, your total prize money will be doubled. Comprehensive rewards include, but are not limited to, the following. 1. Expansion of current land area to 10 times its original size. 2. Award of 30 million energy currency and an additional 1 million points. 3. Granting of the title of Junior Star Player, which will bestow support and protection from the laws of nature. 4. Several legendary combat units, such as Nuwa, Solar Elves, and special plant races. 5. The ability to summon 3 legendary heroes for assistance 3 times. 6. Rare equipment such as flying boots and transport tools, all classified as legendary items. 7. Addition of 2 mysterious facilities akin to markets for the exchange or procurement of goods. 8. An unparalleled treasure known as Divine Fall. Chapter 52. Subjugation. Fantastic. I've hit the jackpot. As Chun Mo beheld the opulent list of rewards, a broad smile spread across his face. The territory had expanded tremendously. While future development would be more challenging, the sense of accomplishment would be all the greater. With this newfound wealth, he could swiftly upgrade the level of his base. The additional advantages that came with the title of Junior Star Player were enviable even to his mentors, signifying not only glory, but also enhanced safety during interdimensional travels. Furthermore, the rare plant-based combat units were an alluring prospect, accompanied by some remarkably impressive new equipment. Additionally, the 2 newly constructed buildings bore a resemblance to shops. As for the final item, upon reviewing the information, he discovered it to be a singularly powerful artifact, Divine Fall. Attributes: priceless treasure. Purpose: to establish contact with the cosmic will and launch specific strike missions. Background story: a special gift from the Earth-S will. The prospect of having the Earth-S will intervene directly was both exhilarating and daunting for Chun Mo. After all, such occurrences had never been heard of before. He could only hope that a day would never come when he would truly need to wield this power. Shaking his head gently, he dismissed such thoughts. For now, he possessed ample treasures to rejuvenate his territory. In a distant corner of another world, useless. How dare you wield a divine artifact without knowing how to utilize it properly? After witnessing AI Ma turn to ash in an instant, Ivrina was consumed by fury. Almost immediately, a colossal hand, capable of enveloping an entire planet, descended with the intent to obliterate completely. How dare you? Moon Dance, who had been closely monitoring the situation, swiftly brandished her sword, activating a protective shield to fend off the impending damage while issuing a stern warning. Returning to a tranquil area, Chun Mo gazed contentedly at the multitude of reward chests taking form before him and approached the enemy leader, who feigned unconsciousness at the base of the castle walls. Queen Alice. Type: Queen of the Insect Kingdom. Rarity: Rare Purple. Current stage: LV59. Characteristic abilities: capable of controlling parasitic organisms, possessing exceptional reflexes and mental control skills. Current status: vital signs weak, yet a flicker of life remains. Now, even this insectoid being could hardly expect to gain anything further. In an instant, Chun Mo found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with her. Well then, perhaps it's best to eliminate her. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed across Chun Mo's brow. Instantly, Alice, who had previously lain on the ground, sprang up, kneeling with both knees and fervently pleading with Chun Mo, esteemed human lord. I willingly offer myself as your retainer, ready to serve your every command. As long as you spare my life, I shall be fiercely loyal in your service. Repaying your great kindness. Alice trembled as she spoke rapidly, bowing her head repeatedly. She was genuinely terrified of this human-killing machine, fearing that a moment's delay in her speech could lead to her being shattered by his formidable artillery. Thus, she hastily repeated the words she had prepared in advance. Chun Mo observed Alice, who continued to bow fervently, and he could not shake the feeling that her words were too rehearsed, as if she had practiced them countless times. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, Accepting Alice as a subordinate seemed a wise decision. Despite the insect race appearing weak here, they were a formidable presence in the outside world. Moreover, Alice's abilities were impressive, with great potential for future development. She might even ascend to divinity, becoming an exceptional aide. Coupled with the stability and caution of the insect race, such forces were hard to come by. If he could bring the insect race under his command, it would indeed represent a significant asset. Let us proceed. A golden light flickered in Chun Mo's hand as a pale yellow parchment titled Vassal Contract materialized. He then handed it directly to Alice. Alice took the parchment, not even glancing at its contents, and swiftly made a small cut on her recently healed wound, inscribing her name in blood. Her only thought was to survive, leaving little room for other considerations. Besides, it seemed this human lord treated his subordinates rather well. Follow him, and perhaps there may indeed be an opportunity to ascend to divinity in the future. This is an investment in one's own destiny, not an act of submission. The moment Alice inscribed her name, Chun Mo felt a profound connection forged between himself and the Zerg Queen, Alice. As if a miniature version of Alice had manifested within his mind. Driven by curiosity, Chun Mo attempted to extend a modicum of his power to make contact. Please. Master, spare me. Alice assures you of her utmost diligence. I beseech your mercy. Outside the city walls, Alice suddenly collapsed, clutching her head, rolling back and forth in apparent agony. Chun Mo's expression remained impassive as he gradually withdrew his power. It was evident that this pact exerted considerable influence over its subordinate. He realized that with but a slight exertion of force, he could render this diminutive figure utterly obliterated. Simultaneously, the true Alice would vanish as well. Having dealt with the Zerg Queen, Chun Mo beheld the towering piles of treasure chests outside the city, all ready for collection. With a grand gesture, he summoned all the chests into his inventory. The next step was to upgrade his territory. Then he could venture into another realm to partake in the Battle of the Prodigies. It was said that within this contest lay the chance for divinity, though its veracity remained uncertain. Due to his previously lowly status, Chun Mo had limited information. He resolved to inquire further once he entered the competition. With his mind made up, Chun Mo grasped the hand of the little fairy and prepared to depart when a notification flashed before him. Due to an incursion by the Zerg in the training world, all personnel are required to return to Earth. Shall we proceed with the immediate return? Instantly, Chun Mo's expression tightened. Baiman territory, a Zerg invasion? Han Li's countenance changed dramatically as he hastily gathered the treasure chests piled outside. Coming from a prestigious divine lineage, he was privy to many secrets. He understood that the territory guarded by the vermilion bird was precisely on the Zerg's frontier. Historically, the Zerg had invaded humanity multiple times, each occasion resulting in catastrophic losses. The fact that they had chosen the training grounds for their assault was alarming, raising doubts about the continuation of the prodigy battle. Return. Han Li cast a glance at the encroaching gray mist and departed without hesitation. Jade Rabbit territory. Upon hearing the news, Bai Mengmeng leaped in fright, hastily stowing away the treasure chests outside into her inventory. She summoned all the Jade Rabbits and swiftly retreated. With the Zerg's arrival, there could be no good outcomes. She dared not linger for a moment longer. Elf territory. The news of the Zerg assault caused Xiao Qing's expression to shift as she quickly recalled all the elves stationed outside. Everyone must retreat. Must she follow suit? This thought suddenly struck her. At that moment, nearly 10 million lords who had just completed their training also received the news. Upon learning of the Zerg's advance, almost none hesitated. They all opted for a swift return. Chun Mo recalled the past incidents of Zerg invasions, typically involving lesser gods as followers, mid-tier priests as commanders, and high-tier divine kings directing the battles. Occasionally, even sovereign-level powers would intervene. Yet such large-scale wars were rare, occurring only once every several million years. Why then? Had they suddenly launched an attack on the training world? Despite his confusion, Chun Mo did not intend to linger. Return, he silently chanted, but in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he realized he remained rooted in place, failing to be transported to the wishing city square. Perhaps it was better to stay? Chapter 53, The Divine. At that moment, a terrifying sound reverberated through the air. Chun Mo lifted his gaze, and his expression transformed instantly. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, resembling a vast net ensnaring the natural territory. Master. The little fairy suddenly leaped into Chun Mo's embrace, smiling sweetly at him. Immediately thereafter, that massive hand came crashing down with ferocity. Just how terrifying are the divine beings? Chun Mo had never comprehended, for in the entire wishing city, there were only 4 lesser gods. Compared to the legendary core city of the Vermilion Bird, which teemed with divine entities, wishing city was a mere speck. To Chun Mo, gods had always occupied a lofty echelon. He had never witnessed a god in action, but now he was a first-hand witness. The attack blanketed the entire sky. Before Chun Mo could react, it had already struck his territory, impacting his very being. Die. He seemed to hear a voice emanating from the divine, echoing from the void, permeating through layers of space. Chun Mo could not even discern the goddess' appearance. nor did he know to which pantheon it belonged or why it sought his demise. All he saw was an enormous hand, faster than light, descending mercilessly upon the natural territory. In an instant, it felt as though time had frozen. The entire expanse seemed to solidify, rendering him breathless. Everything around him was immobilized. Chun Mo's face stiffened. He attempted to move, yet found himself utterly paralyzed. The oppressive weight bore down upon him, nearly suffocating him, his blood surging to the surface of his skin. The wind ceased, all sounds vanished, leaving only that titanic hand plummeting from above. He felt as if he were enduring the longest moment of his life. Unable to utter a single word, he could only watch helplessly as the hand descended slowly. Conceal, Chun Mo silently implored, hoping to utilize the world tree's power to render the territory untouchable. Yet everything transpired too swiftly. The cognitive speed of a seventh-tier lord was far outpaced by the descending hand. Defenseless, he could only gaze as the hand drew nearer. When the colossal hand first appeared, Chun Mo seemed to hear a mournful wail emanating from his territory, swiftly followed by the once impenetrable barrier shattering into fragments in an instant. The second time he witnessed the hand descending, the towering world tree, standing at 10,000 meters, was cleaved in twain. Its leaves turned to ash in an instant. On the third occasion of witnessing the massive hand's descent, the Arrow Tower, Lord's Mansion, Explosion Tower, Laborer Tower, Thunder Tower, all structures immediately collapsed, transforming into a wasteland. By the fourth glance, the entire territory could no longer withstand the onslaught of this force. The ground fissured, the land fractured, crevices stretching for miles. And all precious flora vanished. Watching Pool, Fan Tower, the Divine Secret Garden, the Fish Pond, all utterly destroyed. In the final moment, the giant hand descended upon a Jew. The 6 leaves shattered instantly, vanishing without a trace. At this juncture, Chun Mo's eyes reddened, blood streaming from his features. Shortly thereafter, the massive hand struck his head. And just before he lost consciousness, he caught a glimpse of the little fairy beside him, smiling, her eyes brimming with profound thoughts that remained unspoken. In the square, a sudden flash of light erupted, and Xiao-Qing materialized amidst the crowd, instantly capturing the attention of many. What is happening? Who is this beautiful lady emerging among us? Do refrain from staring too long. You might invite trouble. This is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao-Qing. Are you courting death? She is Xiao-Qing, the girl ranked 98th. Had it not been for the unexpected emergence of Chun Mo, she might have become the focal point of Wang City this year. Indeed, she is both enchanting and talented. Hailing from one of the 4 prestigious families, truly a paragon of beauty. Do you think I should pursue her? Wake up. Just take a look at yourself. Those vying for her affections could encircle the city, yet I have never heard of anyone having a connection with her. How curious that she has emerged early. Is she not participating in the competition? Has she withdrawn? This revelation astonished everyone. Lu Yuan, upon seeing Xiao-Qing, felt a tinge of confusion. Approaching her, she inquired, Xiao-Qing, what brings you here? Xiao-Qing, recognizing her as Lu Yuan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, replied softly, the insectoid invasion has led to the temporary cessation of trials. After uttering this, she glanced around, not spotting the individual she sought, and continued, has Chun Mo not yet emerged? The insectoids have returned? It has only been a mere millennium. Their resurgence is perplexing. The last attack was triggered by the discovery of a new planet, but what could be the reason this time? It is unclear. We received no prior warning, suggesting this operation is remarkably covert. Oh, and what of those prodigious students? Has Chun Mo not accompanied them? Indeed, Xiao-Qing has appeared. Yet Chun Mo is nowhere to be seen. Could he be in trouble? Soon, someone pointed out the absence of Chun Mo. He was right. Chun Mo's figure has yet to materialize. Upon hearing this, Xiao-Qing exhibited a look of surprise. She had assumed he left early, only to discover he had not departed at all. Since he has yet to return, Lu Yuan furrowed her brow. Suddenly, her left eye began to twitch uncontrollably. It cannot be. How could Chun Mo encounter danger? Despite her thoughts, she could not quell the erratic state of her eyelid. He will be fine. Lu Yuan shook her head, crouching down, unable to believe the reality of the situation. The others, hearing this, fell silent. In an unknown realm, the insectoid Evelina faced off against Wu Qingwei with an air of ease. To prevent the disintegration of the entire star system, they opted to engage in battle within the deepest dimensions. Suddenly, Evelina smiled slightly. Wu Qingwei, this time you have lost. Wu Qingwei frowned, but maintained her composure, retorting, as long as I can impede you, it is not a loss for me. Evelina burst into laughter, a rare occurrence during the millennia spent battling Wu Qingwei. Hearing her words, Wu Qingwei's expression shifted dramatically as her gaze pierced through space, observing the shattered remnants of a planet. Beyond the cosmos, a godlike figure stood, and upon sensing Wu Qingwei's stare, offered her a faint, mocking smile. Insectoids, to kill a human lord, you have dispatched 2 upper deities. Are you not afraid of igniting a war between our races? Wu Qingwei had not anticipated the insectoids' audacity. They were determined to eliminate Chun Mo. Indeed, a lord of the aberrants easily incites the envy of other races. Previous aberrant lords had all been extinguished before they could truly mature, but they had perished in battles against equally ranked adversaries. This time, however, the insectoids shamelessly sent forth divine beings, specifically selecting upper deities of high caliber. You genuinely believe we insectoids fear your kind enough to instigate a war over a deceased individual? Evelina exhibited no fear, even displaying arrogance. Having suffered previously, she knew all too well the consequences of allowing adversaries to flourish. Thus, she had specifically reported to the insectoid faction, requesting the reinforcement of an upper deity to ensure absolute certainty. Now, that troublesome human is dead, and everything proceeds as planned. Chapter 54, Still Alive. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Qingwere's eyes. A cold smile crept upon her lips. Ah, but what if he is still alive? How could that be? Evelina's gaze pierced through space, and she caught sight of a figure that had suddenly materialized in the void, yet the words caught in her throat. It was none other than Chunimo. Under the dark, silent starry sky, a brilliant light flickered and vanished as a handsome young man appeared. Indeed, it was Chunimo. He bore a pendant shaped like a scarred rabbit on his left breast, from which a faint glow gradually dissipated. Then, one of the rabbit's front teeth fell away, turning to ash, signifying that Chunimo had expended one opportunity for survival. Death Substitute Doll. Quality, Legendary. Type, Special Equipment. Function, evades one fatal crisis. Remaining uses, 2, 3. Note, you have 2 chances left. Phasing. Chunimo steadied himself once more. Upon opening his eyes this time, his gaze was filled with icy resolve. Without hesitation, he activated the phasing skill of the world tree, deciding to maintain it indefinitely. He could not allow any deity the opportunity to inflict harm upon him again. Immediately, the reborn world tree radiated an unusual green light, sweeping across the surroundings and enveloping Chunimo himself. It was as if a dream, both ethereal and illusory. Until the light faded, everything around seemed to revert to its original state, leaving no trace of alteration. Such a precious resurrection item. I truly underestimated you. A familiar voice echoed as Chunimo raised his head. A colossal being, many times larger than Earth, loomed among the stars, its tentacles swaying. Each movement capable of provoking cataclysmic upheaval. Identification. Nasta insectoid. Level. Identity. Upper deity. Strength. Techniques. Description. Flee upon encounter. A grand upper deity, personally dealing with a mere insignificant figure like me. What a loss of dignity. Upon seeing the only identity tag, Chunimo chuckled bitterly. What deep-seated vendetta do I have with these repugnant insectoids? Did I provoke them? I merely came to partake in a trial. Yet they dispatched an 8-star individual wielding a divine artifact, which was already a considerable headache. And now, they escalate matters absurdly by deploying an upper deity. This is akin to using a machine gun against ants. Am I truly that easy to bully? The frustration and anger brewing within him were immense. Had it not been for possessing the Death Substitute Doll as a trump card, he might have met his demise today. Casting his gaze around the environment, he noted the utter devastation of the territory, with fissures stretching in every direction. Fortunately, he had recently acquired some source stones and points to rebuild this wasteland. The small fairies that once guarded this place, along with the 2,000 P cannons, had vanished. Thanks to the existence of the Hall of Heroes, they were able to awaken once more. But what if this artifact did not exist? Would it mean they would never see them again? A fierce fire of anger ignited within, a desire to exterminate those detestable insects. Nasta emanated a disdainful aura from its colossal form, perceiving the person before it as nothing more than an inconspicuous little ant. The human race should feel honored to be dealt with personally by an entity of my caliber. The booming words traversed vast distances in a peculiar manner. Bah! Chunimo spat on the ground. Among all races, the insect tribe possessed the thickest skin, even feeling a sense of pride. Witnessing this, Nasta's massive visage flickered with anger. These humans truly did not understand their place. Dare you show disrespect towards the divine? It is tantamount to courting death. Nasta was furious, since ascending to divinity. No one had ever dared to disregard him so. I was capable of vanquishing you once before, and I can do so again. Do not think that the presence of resurrection equipment grants you the audacity to act recklessly before me. Come and try again then. Chunimo raised his middle finger at Nasta, thinking that had he not been ambushed earlier, he would never have been given the chance to act. Quietly, he took out a bronze token inscribed with ancient characters signifying the fall of a god. Little did he expect to utilize this artifact so soon. Yet he felt no regret. The opportunity to slay a higher deity was worth it. In the outside world, at the Plaza of Delusions, the principal stood at the center, radiating immense divine power and exuding an air of solemnity. Suddenly, he shot a beam of light towards the sky. The passageway has been opened. As his words fell, an image constructed from divine energy materialized before the crowd. Quickly, everyone sought to ascertain the condition of the trial grounds. How was Chunimo faring? The image remained elusive. The people began to murmur amongst themselves, their voices gradually rising. However, no one held much hope, having just received word that the insect tribe had dispatched 2 higher deities for the assault. One had captured Lord Zhuke, while the other had obliterated an entire planet. The middle-aged principal had agreed to Lu Yan's request to investigate the situation solely out of respect for Xiaoqing. In truth, he did not believe Chen Mo could survive. After all, the opponents were higher deities, each a core figure of their race. Their combat prowess was astounding, capable of devastating entire star regions with a mere strike. Under such formidable beings, not only ordinary humans like Chen Mo, but even typical mid-tier deities would likely find themselves in dire straits. There he is. Over there. It's Chen Mo. Wow, he is still alive. How is this possible? The planet has collapsed, and yet he has survived. It is simply unbelievable. A miracle indeed. Surviving such a magnitude of assault will certainly be recorded in history. I knew he would not be so easily dispatched. Everyone was filled with excitement, their gazes fixated on his figure. Little rascal, couldn't you spare your sister some worry? On the other side, seeing Chen Mo safe and sound, Lu Yan burst into tears. Lu Ru's affection for her student was evident. She was so moved that she cried over his peril. Beside her, Xiaoqing could not help but commend her, noting how rare it was to find such a teacher these days. Lu Fang shot her a glare, stepping on her foot harshly. That was clearly a look of concern for her lover. Oh, foolish girl, how could you not see it? Upon learning that Chen Mo was unharmed, many in the Plaza of Delusions breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was one of the most talented youths since the city's inception, bringing considerable honor and benefits to their home. Suddenly, someone noticed the imposing figure of the insect tribe's higher deity, Nasta, manifesting in the sky, and fear washed over them, rendering their legs weak. Is this what a higher deity looks like? Terrifying. How did Chen Mo manage to survive in the presence of such power? Just witnessing it sends shivers down my spine. Look at this prodigious young man, confronting such a formidable opponent without flinching. This courage is truly beyond the ordinary. The crowd buzzed with chatter, genuinely realizing that Chen Mo was not merely a name, but indeed possessed formidable strength, facing such a powerful enemy with unwavering resolve. To the onlookers, this exemplified true heroism. Many young women were deeply moved by the scene. What is Chen Mo doing? A sudden voice rang out. Everyone turned, instantly petrified. There on the screen, Chen Mo was defiantly raising his middle finger at a higher deity of the insect tribe. My goodness, Brother Chen is incredibly bold. He dares to provoke an entity of such stature. I am in awe. This fellow is audacious indeed. Is this really wise, considering the potential wrath it may invoke? The situation has become exceedingly perilous for him. Without support, with Lord Zhuke imprisoned, who could save Chen Mo? Why aren't other high-ranking members of the human race offering assistance? You know our leader's temper. He is incredibly domineering and fiercely protective, having offended many neighbors. Who would be willing to help? If this continues, Chen Mo in grave danger? The scene erupted into commotion as many shook their heads and sighed helplessly. Just when they thought they had narrowly escaped disaster, they found themselves facing an even stronger foe. In the void, Lu Yan was filled with anxiety. Mo, you rascal, why provoke such a formidable deity? What are we going to do now? Lu Yan felt helpless. She was merely an ordinary person, and encountering such high-level deities was akin to courting death. Lu, do not worry. As the saying goes, calamities can lead to 1,000 years of legacy. With a powerhouse like Chen Mo, how could he possibly fall so easily? Xiao Luan was brimming with confidence, the only one in the entire scene devoid of anxiety. Lu Fang shot her a disapproving look, unable to comprehend where this girl derived her confidence. Does she truly not grasp the terror of that deity? The disparity between Chen Mo and the higher deity of the insect tribe was akin to a speck of dust compared to the sun. Even a god would tremble before such an opponent. And Chen Mo was merely a novice lord, having just completed his introductory trials. How could he stand against such a divine being? Yet at this moment, Xiaoqing sat there, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. She had yet to catch up to Chen Mo's pace and did not wish to see him depart so regretfully. In her heart, she prayed for Chen Mo, hoping for a miracle. In the starry expanse, the colossal interstellar insect Nasta grew impatient, fearing the attention of higher human powers. Human, let us see how you evade my strike. With that, a massive claw rent the fabric of space, unleashing waves of turbulence. In an instant, the claw pierced through Chen Mo's body, once again tearing through his territory. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Mo emerged unscathed. The attack had no effect on him whatsoever. Nasta's eyes, shimmering like stars, flickered with an unusual hue. The attack had inexplicably missed. He stared incredulously at the diminutive human before him. As a superior deity, he found it unfathomable that his strike against an ordinary mortal could fail. Twice he had launched assaults, yet not a single scratch marred Chen Mo. This affront ignited a sense of humiliation within Nasta. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his full might, countless claws tearing through the fabric of space, conjuring a terrifying tempest that swept across numerous planets. Yet, these assaults passed through Chen Mo as if he were but a phantom. What was happening? Come on. Is that all you've got? Chen Mo taunted, one hand nonchalantly in his pocket, while the other gestured an obscene sign towards Nasta. Weren't you quite the braggart a moment ago? How is it that you can't even graze my clothing now? He scoffed openly, What trickery are you employing? The murderous intent emanating from Nasta seemed poised to engulf the entire universe, yet he remained utterly incapable of touching Chun Mo. Impossible. At that moment, not only was Nasta bewildered, but the onlookers, including Wu Qingwei, were equally stunned. A fledgling lord had rendered a superior deity powerless. Such an occurrence would be deemed preposterous even in the annals of mythology. Since you are no longer attacking, it is my turn to strike. A sly smile graced Chun Mo's face. Prepare to experience the might of Blue Star. What is our esteemed Chun Mo planning? A curious onlooker inquired as he produced a bronze medal. Heaven knows. For Chun Mo, nothing is beyond expectation. I can read lips. Listen closely. He declared he would slay a deity. Suddenly, a student stammered. At this pronouncement, the square fell into a hushed silence. All eyes widening as they fixated on Chun Mo on the screen. What? Slay a deity? Is he jesting? The crowd gasped. If it were a lower deity, it might be conceivable, but before them stood a superior deity. Shouldn't he be fleeing for his life at this moment? The audience was left in disbelief at Chun Mo's audacious behavior. In an era where anyone could ascend to lordship, tales of mortals slaying gods were not unheard of, albeit typically against indigenous deities whose powers were feeble, some even unable to withstand certain lordly units. But who was the adversary now? The overlord of the cosmos. A superior deity of the insectoid race. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. And now, Chun Mo audaciously proclaimed he would slay the superior deity of the insects. The crowd found it utterly ludicrous, akin to an ant claiming it could slay an elephant, both absurd and comical. In the void, has this fellow lost his mind? Lu Rian glared at Chun Mo's image, wishing fervently she could rush forward and slap him. If he cannot touch you, you should quickly flee. Why put on such a show? She yearned to grab him by the ears and make him see reason. This was a superior deity, not some common creature. Heh. Chun Mo is truly remarkable. Knock those pesky insects down. Li Yuan waved her tiny fists, cheering him on from a distance. The girl was filled with unshakable conviction. Smack. Another blow landed on the back of her head, causing Li Yuan to whimper as she cradled her head in pain. You better watch your words, young lady, or I might just hang you up for a lesson, Lu Fang warned, exasperated. Even at this moment, the girl continued to stir trouble. Was it Lu Fang's leniency that had emboldened her, or did the little one think Lu Fang was incapable of acting? What if? I see confidence in Chun Mo. Li Yuan retorted defiantly, pouting. Why shouldn't she steadfastly support Chun Mo? Nothing. Lu Fang cast a glance at Lu Rian, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue before retreating. Yet in her heart, she mused, there aren't so many what-ifs. Even if you both married him, it would be fine. A person like him is destined for greatness. Lu Qing'er remained silent, yet she understood Chun Mo well. He seldom acted recklessly. He was neither arrogant nor foolish, thus she believed he possessed a hidden ace. Though she was unaware of its nature until she observed him raise the ancient bronze medal in his hand, recognizing the two archaic symbols inscribed upon it. She recalled her studies. She knew these characters denoted the fall of the gods. Human, do you believe a mere metal can contend with me? Ha ha. That is the most absurd thing I have ever heard. Nasta's laughter reverberated throughout the cosmos. Although he could not fathom the means by which this insignificant human had evaded his attacks, he noted that the individual stood immobile, and thus, he could afford to be patient. As for the ancient metal in Chun Mo's grasp, he paid it no heed, never having encountered a token capable of resisting a high-tier deity. Chapter 56. The Metal. Oh, whether it is absurd or not, you shall soon find out. Chun Mo sneered, inwardly declaring, laugh now, for soon you shall weep. In an instant, a message appeared before Chun Mo's eyes. Would you like to use the fall of the gods? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. As soon as the words left his lips, the metal in his hand transformed into a soft glow and dissipated. Observing the metal vanish, Nasta was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition, though it swiftly passed, leaving him unable to articulate why, merely attributing it to a fleeting delusion. It was well known that Blue Star possessed sentience, yet it typically lay dormant, awakening only during significant upheavals in human fate, rather than 10 supreme beings. It could be argued that there were 11. Having evolved over billions of years, the will of Blue Star had long surpassed all others, becoming the paramount force, indeed, even stronger than the common supreme beings. No one had ever witnessed the true form of Blue Star's will. It was said that those who had perished. Suddenly, the 10 supremes of Blue Star simultaneously opened their eyes, gazing skyward. Before them, a colossal golden eye began to take shape, nearly consuming the entire sky. The eye was both majestic and divine, yet devoid of emotion. Purple lightning flickered within, exuding an astonishing destructive power. The will of Blue Star had awakened. How could this happen at such a moment? Were we facing a great calamity? Who has roused the will of Blue Star? The supreme beings were collectively astonished, their minds colliding, yet yielding no useful information. No one knew why the will of Blue Star had stirred. In that instant, a beam composed of countless bolts of annihilating lightning erupted from the eye, instantaneously shattering the space of Blue Star and shooting into the unknown realms. Something is amiss. In the void, Nasta felt a warning from the depths of his soul, a sensation he had not encountered in eons, last felt during his mortal days before becoming a deity. This feeling caused every hair on his body to stand on end, a disquiet enveloping his mind. Human, what on earth is that medal of yours? Nasta finally noticed Chun Emo standing in the void and recalled the token in his hand, prompting him to inquire immediately. Guess? Chun Emo smiled, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Guess your mother. Nasta initially intended to seize him, but quickly remembered the futility of his attack. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of unease gripped Nasta's heart. He resolved that he could no longer delay, suspecting he had fallen into the cunning trap set by that vixen, Evelina. This was not merely a newly awakened human leader. It would not be surprising if he were even a facade of a god king. Evelina, I sense something amiss. I must withdraw. You may complete the remaining tasks alone. Unable to ignore the turmoil within, Nasta decided to retreat and return to the Zerg. In the depths of space, Evelina was locked in a fierce battle with Wu Qinghue, with the void around them shattering and reconstructing with every clash. Suddenly receiving Nasta's message, Evelina was filled with fury and momentarily lost focus, allowing Wu Qinghue to pierce her chest with a sword. Evelina was grievously injured. Pooh! She spat out a mouthful of blood and hastily distanced herself from Wu Qinghue. What a useless lot, incapable of dealing with even a mere mortal. I've never encountered such inept Zerg before. Now they even dare to flee. Pooh! Evelina, infuriated, coughed up another mouthful of blood. Nasta, if you dare to escape, I will report your cowardice and have the Zerg punish you. Evelina sent a threatening message to Nasta. Upon receiving this news, Nasta's face contorted with conflict. Yet the intense sense of crisis compelled him to waste not a single moment longer. Witnessing this scene, Evelina seethed with rage, but she was entangled by Wu Qinghue. Unable to move. Haha. Indeed, the Zerg are so terrified of death, Wu Qinghue scoffed. They lack both dignity and courage. Now, faced with a fledgling leader among humans, they dare not confront him directly. Had Nasta been privy to Wu Qinghue's thoughts, he would have felt a mix of anger and amusement. Your fledgling leader. Does he come equipped with resurrection tools for examination? Can your fledgling leader render the attacks of higher gods ineffective? Can your fledgling leader make him experience a life and death crisis he has not encountered in millennia? Nasta harbored suspicions that this was undoubtedly a trap laid out by humanity, and that this human leader was merely bait, with top-tier human experts covertly intervening to shield him from attacks. Contemplating this, Nasta felt an even greater sense of impending doom. There was no doubt, perhaps Evelina had already betrayed her own kind. Otherwise, how could a higher god like himself be compelled to deal with a novice leader? Panic surged within Nasta, and without further hesitation, he turned and fled desperately towards the Zerg territory. This scene left all observers of the battlefield in stunned silence. The higher god was fleeing? Why was he the one to run? Moreover, Chun Emo remained unscathed. What on earth had transpired? Some even doubted their own senses, pinching their cheeks to confirm the reality before them. This was Lu Rian, Xiao Luan, and Lu Fang watched the Zerg leader retreating at light speed, all utterly bewildered. See, I told you so, Mom. Your son-in-law is a harbinger of fortune. How could he easily perish? Look, even the higher god has been frightened away. This scene invigorated Xiao Luan, straightening her posture. What son-in-law? Lu Rian inquired with a smile. Before Xiao Luan could finish her sentence, Lu Fang swiftly covered her mouth, while simultaneously smacking her rear. It's nothing, nothing. She has always been a bit of a chatterbox since childhood. Please don't mind her. Lu Fang explained while continuing to swat Xiao Luan. Tears welled in Xiao Luan's eyes as she sought help from her sister, Xiao Qinger. Yet, Xiao Qinger seemed oblivious. Her gaze fixed intently on Chun Emo. Upon closer inspection, one could see her ears had turned crimson. Clearly, she had comprehended her sister's words. Lu Rian felt a tinge of confusion, but also recognized their desire for discretion, thus committing it to memory. Meanwhile, within the mirrored scene, a colossal beam of thunder cleaved through space from afar, transforming above Chun Mo's head into a cataclysmic eye composed of countless bolts of lightning. Annihilate. Chun Mo pointed towards the fleeing Nasta, and in an instant, that eye of destruction unleashed its fury, racing after Nasta. At that moment, time and space lost all significance. The distance of countless light years was compressed into an instant. Nasta turned back, but there was no time for contemplation as the divine lightning, imbued with the essence of annihilation, gradually ground him down. He disintegrated into specks of light, vanishing within the Thunder's radiance. The once mighty Zerg leader, who had traversed the starry seas, could not endure even for a second. In the moment the divine lightning descended, he was utterly obliterated, his very soul shattered, leaving no chance for resurrection. Silence enveloped the void once more, and all who had been observing fell into a hushed reverie. For the ultimate outcome had been the death of a higher god, clean and complete. I told you, you couldn't withstand it. Chun Mo coldly huffed before turning to depart. Chapter 57, Ascend to Godhood. With Nasta dead, he had temporarily avenged himself. Next, he needed to hasten the resurrection of the little fairy, Agio, and his colossal artillery. Chun Mo vanished from sight, But the news of the higher god's fall sent shockwaves through countless races. Dead? In the depths of space, Evelina's eyes widened in disbelief. That flash of light had effortlessly extinguished her peer, a higher god, without resistance. This must be a conspiracy, a plot against me. As Evelina reflected on the entire incident, she recalled how, ever since discovering that human leader's uniqueness, Zerg members had been falling one after another. It was only just now that humanity revealed its claws, unleashing hidden powers to eliminate that Zerg higher god, and thoroughly resolving the matter, leaving no chance for resurrection. The human race emerged as the greatest victor in this battle. Perhaps they had not anticipated that I would bring along Nasta, another Zerg overlord. Otherwise, it might well have been us collapsing now, having grasped the entirety of this. A smile of relief spread across Evelina's face, and when she looked back at Wu Qingyue, her gaze had entirely transformed. Clearly, if anyone among the humans was capable of orchestrating such a scheme, it was undoubtedly Wu Qingyue. The enmity between the two had been entwined for millennia. Previously, Evelina had thought Wu Qingyue merely a simple-minded, physically strong fool. However, today's events revealed that all of it had been a deliberate ruse to deceive her. In truth, Wu Qingyue was a cunning empress. Wu Qingyu, I never anticipated that your strategic maneuvers would be so grand, misleading me from the very beginning. Evelina scoffed. Having discerned Wu Qingyu's true nature, how could she possibly be deceived again? Perhaps a human warrior of equal strength was already lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, she vanished from sight. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Wu Qingyu, vowing to return for vengeance. Wu Qingyu. What strategy? What deception? What nonsensical ramblings is that wretched woman Evelina spouting? Unable to fathom these thoughts, Wu Qingyu merely shook her head, choosing to ponder no further. Such was her nature. When confronted with the incomprehensible, she opted for silence, allowing others to presume her understanding. This not only alleviated her burden, but also bewildered her adversaries. It seemed Evelina had succumbed to her own fantasies once more. Most importantly, she had triumphed again. Wu Qingyu clenched her tiny fist, her expression radiating excitement. Indeed, her greatest passion lay in combat. Governance was far from her forte. It was time to seek out that young man. She was profoundly intrigued by Chun Mo, a being yet to ascend to divinity, who could withstand the assaults of a higher deity. Such an extraordinary ability was nothing short of invincible. Could this be a manifestation of his awakened talent? Wu Qingyu expressed her genuine envy. Though the lifespan of an aberrant lord was fleeting, their innate gifts were undeniably exceptional. It was precisely this that made them prime targets, often leading to their premature demise. In the realm of the natural territory, Chun Mo surveyed the desolate surroundings. His fists clenched tightly, his expression grave. He was still insufficiently strong. He must ascend to divinity. Without such an elevation, he would forever remain an insignificant insect. Chun Mo vowed never to allow such a calamity to befall him again. Would you like to expend 10 million source stones and 300,000 source points to restore the territory and all structures? Standing beneath the world tree, Chun Mo received the prompt. It accounted for nearly 1/3 of his total assets. Chun Mo felt a pang of regret. The 7th level had only granted him 30 million source stones and 1 million source points. And now a mere restoration would consume 1/3 of it. Even for him, it was a considerable sacrifice. With a sigh, he acquiesced. In the next moment, 10 million source stones and 300,000 source points vanished from his inventory. Simultaneously, streams of golden energy surged forth from the ground of the natural territory. And where the golden flow traversed, the earth flourished once more with exotic flowers and fragrant herbs, vibrant and resplendent. The land gradually reverted to its former glory, the fissures closing as if an invisible hand meticulously smoothed the scars of the earth, restoring it to its pristine state. The once ruined structures, now merely foundations, began to reconstruct themselves piece by piece from the ground up. Suddenly, the spirit spring was once again filled with crystal-clear spiritual water, now a 7th-tier treasure of immense value. The dragon head and phoenix beak of the Huaping pool also resumed flowing with steaming hot spring water. The fish pond regained its vitality, teeming with goldfish swimming merrily. Next time, he must find the opportunity to indulge properly, ensuring it was not a fruitless endeavor. The fan tower gleamed anew, with the character's fan tower on the plaque appearing vividly lifelike. The 7-story fan tower, brimming with delectable delicacies, would surely attract a throng of guests in the future. In the wine pool, layers of fine liquor bubbled forth from the spring, each layer richer and more exquisite than the last. The aroma of wine lingered for 3 days, intoxicating even from a mere whiff. Within the secret garden of the gods, an array of extraordinary flowers bloomed in competition, stunningly beautiful, with many blossoms unseen elsewhere now flourishing here. At the center of the secret garden lay 7 bottles of miraculous perfume, quietly absorbing the essence gathered from the garden. Each drop of perfume was an irresistible temptation for those who cherished beauty. In the spirit field, the dragon-toothed rice and goji berry seeds had sprouted, their leaves reaching 1/2 meter in height, soon ready for harvest of high-quality spiritual plants. The final structure, the Hall of Heroes, stood solemnly and majestically. The explosive flame tower, arrow tower, iron city wall, crossbow tower, and finally the thunder tower, all buildings restored to their former glory, radiating a golden brilliance. Seeing his territory restored to its original state, Chen Mo was overwhelmed with exhilaration, a smile gracing his face. With the territory and buildings reinstated, it was time to revive the heroes and units. Little fairy, do not fret, your master shall revive you shortly. Chen Mo hastened to the Hall of Heroes. Hall of Heroes. Type, rule-based. Quality, legendary. Level, 88. Revival limit, level 9. Function, revive creatures, revive units. Description, no one can foresee what the future holds, but with this, one need no longer fear the unknown. By expending source stones, the Hall of Heroes can restore heroes and followers. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, Chen Mo had already upgraded his territory and all troops to level 9. Would you like to expend 8 million source stones to revive 2,000 P cannons? Chen Mo contemplated. Each P cannon would require approximately 4,000 source stones, a worthy investment, as the value of a 5-star P cannon far exceeded this price. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the exchange. Moments later, the colossal magical array at the center of the Hall of Heroes erupted in a dazzling radiance. Ancient calls reverberated throughout the hall. Subsequently, one after another, the P cannons began to take form in the light. 10, 100, 1,000, until finally, 2,000 majestic cannons emerged. Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. Each revived P cannon was brimming with excitement. You may depart now. There are others who require revival. Chen Mo gestured for them to leave, and the cannons, now endowed with legs composed of 8 leaves, swayed as they made their way to the Iron City wall, ready to safeguard the territory's security. They had all evolved into 8th-tier beings. This filled Chen Mo with immense joy. Chapter 58, The Upper Crystal. After the battle, both armies had been promoted to the 8th tier. How formidable would these 2,000 8th-tier P cannons prove to be? He wondered which enemies would become the targets of their might. Agio, come back and take a look. No sooner had he spoken than, with a flash of light and the expenditure of 20,000 source stones, Agio emerged from the radiance and swiftly approached him. At this moment, he noticed that she bore 8 leaves, indicating she had learned much in the final battle. A set of data promptly appeared before him. 9-leaf sword grass. Race, plant kingdom. Grade, top tier. Rank, 78. Bloodline inheritor, 9-leaf sword grass. Special skill, increases sword power through cultivation. Health points, 80 million. Speed points, 82 million. Mental power, 88 million. Skills, shadow-like sword light, blade drawing technique, sword scripture principles, cross blade technique, continuous attack mode, 7-fold sword dance secret art, grass script secret, etc. Loyalty, maxed lifetime. Personal motto, upon rebirth, one must train doubly hard. In every aspect, his attributes far surpass those of the 8th tier AI Ma Queen level insectoid sovereign. He couldn't help but exclaim. His lowest foundational physical stat reached an astonishing 80 million points, with his mental prowess peaking at 88 million points. In contrast, the opponent possessed merely over 30 million in various indices, rendering them utterly incapable of competing with him. Indeed, top-tier quality is formidable. He exhibited profound satisfaction towards Agio, expressing, I am grateful to the esteemed leader for allowing me to return in this life. I shall diligently hone my martial skills, and when I encounter that villain again, I will exact severe retribution. The information displayed on the screen conveyed her resolute attitude. He has already turned to ashes. Chen Mo replied with a light-hearted shake of his head. Very well, esteemed leader, I shall go practice. Next time I will not betray your trust and will ensure your safety. Even without personally vanquishing that formidable foe, she confidently made her promise. As a warrior under his command, she felt it was her duty to protect him, yet she was deeply ashamed of her prior inability to withstand the assault. Resolute to grow stronger, she vowed to train hard. Go and practice, do it well. He waved his hand in encouragement. Oh, it seems it is time for that mischievous little sprite. He then summoned 500 crystals. Soon, with a flash of crimson light, the little sprite eagerly leaped into her master's embrace, wrapping her legs around his waist and clinging to his neck like a delightful, clingy mollusk. She incessantly called him dear, expressing boundless joy. Feeling the warmth of her embrace brought a smile to Mr. Chen's face. He gently patted her behind, attempting to set her down. But the little girl refused to loosen her grip, playfully requesting to stay a little longer. Ultimately, he relented. Suddenly, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, How about I stay by your side tonight to accompany you to sleep? Well, let it be so. He acquiesced, believing it might be due to her residual fear from her recent rebirth. Upon receiving his approval, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, resolutely vowing to strengthen herself to safeguard this bond. Only by sufficiently absorbing her master's energy could she dramatically enhance her own power without facing separation again. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of P-cannon blasts echoed from outside the territory, causing Chun Mo's expression to shift. Who dares attack my domain? The little sprite quickly descended from Chun Mo and followed him to the Iron City walls. They beheld a figure in the sky being relentlessly bombarded by 2 rows of massive cannons. However, this beautiful figure remained unscathed, even playfully handling the shells as if they were toys. Upon noticing Chun Mo's presence, the woman in the sky halted her actions and addressed him. Chun Mo. I am Zhuke Lord Wu Qingwe. Your troops are rather intriguing. I find myself increasingly interested in you. Standing atop the Iron City walls, Chun Mo gazed at the woman effortlessly manipulating high-tier artillery, involuntarily twitching his lips. Undoubtedly, she was a deity of considerable rank. Another divine being has arrived? Have I angered the heavens today? Why else would these mysterious gods come to me one after another? Identification. A glimmer flickered in Chun Mo's eyes, and a line of information materialized. Wu Qingwe. Race, human. Level, upper god. Quality, legendary. Constitution, agility, mental strength. Description, stop staring, child. Upon reading this introduction, Chun Mo abruptly looked up to find Wu Qingwe smiling at him. Now he understood the secret behind his identification. Little Chun. Remember not to casually pry into others' information. It can lead to misunderstandings, Wu Qingwe remarked, shaking her finger. Thank you for your advice. Chun Mo felt even more cautious, resolving never to utilize identification on such powerful beings again. I know you must have many questions right now, but worry not. I shall answer all of them. Sensing Chun Mo's doubt, Wu Qingwe waved her hand and tossed him an object. There should have been someone to protect a chosen one like you. Yet they dared to strike before completing their trials. This is the responsibility of our higher-ups, and it is also a compensation for you. Chun Mo reached out to catch it, examining it closely. It was a perfect diamond gem radiating with iridescent light. Upper God Nature Crystal. Quality, legendary. Level, upper god. Attributes, insect, beast, toxin. Description, a complete divine crystal that would captivate any deity, capable of nurturing at least a mid-tier god. After reading, Chun Mo's eyes widened in shock, his breath quickening. It was indeed a complete high-tier divine crystal. Divinity symbolizes divine authority, for one aspiring to become a true ruler. Transforming their domain into a sacred place is crucial, but obtaining a divine crystal that matches their abilities is even more vital. If someone possesses insectoid traits, they must seek an insect-type divine crystal to combine with. Otherwise, they risk being rejected and vanishing when evolving into a true existence. This implies that countless top-tier figures must delve into the unknown star seas, hunting down local minor deities to acquire their sources of power. After all, these lower-tier deities are significantly weaker than those at the 7th or 8th tier. Of course, leveraging others' residual powers is merely a shortcut for ordinary individuals. They remain constrained by the original owner's level, unless they acquire something of higher rank. Yet, the odds are slim. Only truly exceptional individuals would choose to forge a power core that best suits their traits, allowing them to travel further along this path. However, this does not mean that a high-tier divine crystal is without value. At minimum, it can nurture a mid-tier deity, and with a bit of fortune, it may even advance to a higher existence, enough to drive many who have long stagnated at intermediate stages into a frenzy. After all, not everyone can easily step into the highest realms, and even reaching the next tier is exceedingly challenging. Chapter 59, Bounty. Otherwise, why are the leaders of the 4 major families in the entire region merely relatively ordinary foundational gods? There are many paths to the pinnacle, yet only by personally forging one's core can one continue to advance. All others are but minor roads, temporarily effective but ultimately limited, constrained by various factors. Naturally, he would not choose to immediately fuse with this crystal, not merely because its attributes did not align with his own, but more importantly, his aspirations for the future transcended the mere attainment of a mid-tier or high-tier existence. With the world tree as his central support, reaching the pinnacle of strength was merely a question of time. Carefully stowing away this rare treasure for future use, Chun Mo cast another glance at Wu Qingwe. His demeanor considerably softened. The fact that she had bestowed such a precious artifact upon him indicated that she was not a malevolent individual. Alas, I possess only a handful of such treasures. My desire to possess it is overwhelming. In truth, Wu Qingwe felt a profound sense of regret as well. Such items could be exchanged for invaluable support, greatly benefiting her future endeavors to ascend to the emperor level. However, this was a prize obtained by Chun Mo and crafted personally by the Supreme. How could she dare to claim it for herself? It must be safeguarded, lest it attract unwanted trouble. Despite her yearning to seize it, she opted to relinquish her claim. Taking into account that this individual had just vanquished a rival of equal standing and out of respect for her own dignity, even without external assistance, achieving the dream of kingship remained a possibility. It merely required more time to accumulate strength. No problem. It's all right. Yes, Chun Mo nodded, recognizing that this matter could not be disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, he would know no peace. Do not blame humanity for not assisting. In reality, I was engaged in fierce combat with another higher deity of the insect race in a deeper dimension. I never anticipated that the insect race would dispatch 2 higher deities. Moreover, Humanity has already retaliated on your behalf. Wu Qingwei briefly recounted the events to Chun Mo, who felt a tinge of embarrassment. Helpless in the face of the insect race's actions, to think they would send two entire higher deities was utterly shameless. Just as he was in the process of reclaiming his territory, humanity had dispatched a supreme to negotiate with the insect race personally, ultimately compelling them to concede several universes as compensation and sign a peace treaty, pledging not to send experts to ambush human prodigies. This revelation deeply moved Chun Mo. The Supreme had intervened personally, which was a tremendous honor. He silently committed the name of this Supreme to memory, hoping for the opportunity to meet him in the future. However, you seem to have a bit of trouble on your hands. Suddenly, Wu Qingyue smiled at Chun Mo, her eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude. Chun Mo shook his head, thinking he must have misinterpreted her expression. How could a higher deity be so childish? What trouble? Look here. The insect race has publicly placed a bounty on your head and issued a wanted notice. Wu Qingyue sent the news to Chun Mo. After reading it, his expression soured considerably. Human race, Chun Mo, plant-type lord, a rare and extraordinary lord seen once in a million years. Consuming his territory grants unique talents that can assist all races in swiftly becoming deities, and even significantly aid in breaking through to the divine king level. Should anyone capture him, the insect race is willing to exchange all resources of a mid-tier deity. Issued by higher deity of the insect race, Iverlina. Note, tested by the issuer. Who is this Iverlina? I want to slay her. Chun Mo clenched his fists, a fierce light flickering in his eyes, his breath quickening. This description makes it seem as though I am some sort of prized delicacy, undoubtedly placing me in greater danger. Fear not. The Supreme has issued a decree forbidding any deity from attacking new lords. Thus, your primary threat comes from the progeny of various races. Wu Qingyue explained, observing Chun Mo's serious expression. Because of you, various races have been clamoring to join the minor celestial prodigy battle, even dispatching numerous elite talents specifically to trouble you. After hearing this, Chun Mo's demeanor softened slightly. In pure contests, I fear no one. A glint of resolve crossed Chun Mo's eyes as he spoke calmly. Who hunts whom is yet to be determined. Coincidentally, I am in need of some resources. These foreign races are merely resources to me. Excellent. This is the fighting spirit that our human race's prodigies should possess. That group of ruffians, I swept from east to west and from south to north during the competition, leaving their blood flowing like rivers, and they have not dared to trouble me since. Wu Qingyue nodded approvingly at Chun Mo's confidence. This young man was to her liking. He possessed exceptional talent, was not arrogant, and had an agreeable appearance. Even when facing higher deities, he remained composed and dignified. Such a person was destined to become a formidable force. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Wu Qingyue asked Chun Mo, would you be willing to take me as your master? The events of today made her realize that the power of solitary combat was ultimately limited. Despite considering herself invincible, challenges would inevitably arise. Her forthright nature often led her to offend many, which explained why no one had come to her aid today. Nevertheless, she did not care for those antiquated figures. She disliked their hypocritical social niceties. Thus, she resolved to establish her own circle. A disciple? Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I shall be the first disciple of the Phoenix Lord. Wu Qingyue nodded with pride. She had never taken on a disciple before, and if Chun Mo agreed, he would be her first and foremost disciple. From that moment on, their fates would be intertwined, united against the world. I agree. After pondering for a moment, Chun Mo nodded in affirmation. The Phoenix Lord, I have grown up hearing tales of her legend. Though of humble origin, she managed to ascend to the status of a higher deity over millennia, and even potentially become a divine king in the future. Undoubtedly, she is an unparalleled prodigy and a top-tier powerhouse. Should she publicly announce her intention to take on disciples, countless individuals would circle the entire Phoenix domain seeking her favor. Not to mention that her master is a striking beauty. Chun Mo had no reason to refuse. With such a mentor looking out for him, many troubles could be avoided. In summary, the benefits of taking her as his master far outweighed the drawbacks. Chun Mo chose to accept. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Wu Qingyue was overjoyed, having not only defeated that wretched woman Iverlina, but also gained a charming and delightful disciple during her outing. This trip was truly worthwhile. Disciple pays respects to the master. Chun Mo flew out of his territory, standing before Wu Qingyue, ready to bow in reverence. No need. Wu Qingyue extended her hand to assist Chun Mo, only to grasp at air as her hand passed right through him. Quite impressive indeed. Wu Qingyue marveled, unable to even touch the edge of Chun Mo. This disciple was truly intriguing. Nevertheless, she waved her hand at Chun Mo, saying, once you return from this minor celestial competition, we shall formally establish our master-disciple relationship. I do not concern myself with such formalities. There is no need for restraint among us. All right, master. Chun Mo was more than happy with this arrangement. This is a token for you, representing your identity, Wu Qingyue said, handing Chun Mo a plaque. Upon receiving it, Chun Mo saw that it was engraved with a vividly lifelike phoenix, as if it were about to soar into the sky. Chapter 60, A Symbol of Status. Holding this plaque, within the Phoenix domain, none would dare to provoke you. Should you encounter trouble, simply invoke my name. Whoever fails to show respect will face my wrath. Declared Wu Qingyue with an air of authority, clearly eager to showcase her teacher's formidable presence. Chen Mo, folding away a plaque, performed a courteous bow, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. With this emblem, the bond between them as mentor and disciple was firmly established. Now, may I venture into your domain? Wu Qingyue inquired with curiosity, her eyes only catching glimpses of the figures atop the city walls, yet she yearned to comprehend the true essence of Chen Mo's territory. Perhaps another time, I assure you. I will grant you a glimpse. Chen Mo gently declined, aware that certain matters must remain concealed. Oh, are you withholding from me out of fear that I might discover some hidden treasures? She mused with a teasing smile, casting a sidelong glance at the enchanting maiden on the wall. Even through her discerning gaze, she found no flaw in the girl's beauty, which seemed to transcend the ordinary. As if bestowed by the heavens, the graceful figure she bore could rival her own. This lad is indeed fortunate, Wu Qingyue thought, dismissing the matter. As long as Chen Mo proved himself not to be a fickle heart. After all, he was still young and occupied with thoughts of expanding his domain. No, I simply fear that the contents might astonish you, Chen Mo replied, a tinge of embarrassment coloring his words. This master was unexpectedly easy to converse with. Yet, his territory was fraught with legendary edifices. Even deities could not compare to his grandeur. Particularly, the world tree within his domain remained his greatest secret, one which even his teacher could not enter unless complete trust was established. Never mind. There will be another opportunity, Wu Qingyue conceded, recognizing her disciple's reluctance. After all, one's domain was a private matter, and their trust had yet to solidify. Time would naturally mend this. For deities, time was the most abundant resource. Dissolve your status. I shall escort you back to the Zhuke territory. Due to this affair, the Tianjiao battle has been postponed by 2 days, Wu Qingyue lamented. Her disciple possessed an unparalleled knack for instigating trouble. Yet, without a bit of turmoil, one could hardly be deemed a genius. Which deity had not emerged from a sea of corpses? Though she had not drawn the ire of a high-ranking god in her youth, she had taken many lives. Now, it was her disciple's turn. Chen Mo nodded, exchanging a brief word with the little sprite before being whisked away by Wu Qingyue through the fabric of time to the city of illusions, Wancheng. And to Wancheng High School. A throng was gathered there, brimming with curiosity. The principal's figure shattered upon the emergence of the colossal eye, leaving even him grievously injured. What transpired in the end? Why was the principal absent at such a crucial moment? Who could fathom the nature of that immense lightning eye? Why did it evoke a sense of familiarity? Can anyone elucidate the final outcome? Is Chen Mo safe? I suspect Chen Mo utilized that giant eye to vanquish the insectoid god. Impossible. That's a deity. How could they perish so easily? In the void, Lu Rian wore a worried expression, uncertain of the outcome. Should I attempt to investigate? Lu Feng asked softly. Time had elapsed. The battle should have concluded. No, mother. Who is that? Suddenly, Xiao Wan sprang up, grasping Xiao Qing'er's hand and pointing excitedly to the sky. As the crowd heard this, they all gazed upward. There, a captivating woman appeared, arm in arm with a strikingly handsome youth in the square of Wancheng. Chen Mo, the three exclaimed in delight, their faces lighting up with smiles. Lu Feng noticed the beauty beside Chen Mo, and her smile instantly vanished. Is that really Chen Mo? By heavens, he has returned. Our pride at Wancheng High? My idol. He looks so dashing. Who is that beside him? Oh no. Does this mean I have no chance with the great Chen Mo? I feel as though I have seen her before, yet I cannot place where. What a joke. You think you could meet such a goddess? The crowd erupted in excitement, enthralled by the sudden appearance of the striking pair. They stood aloft, the male exuding unearthly charm, while the female, clad in crimson, was a vision of otherworldly beauty. Your popularity is quite notable. Wu Qingyue smiled, her enchanting grin captivating all below. Were those who usually followed her to witness such a scene, they would likely find their jaws agape in astonishment, for Wu Qingyue typically maintained an aloof demeanor, rarely displaying a smile. Who would have imagined this? Chen Mo observed the crowd below, his brow furrowing. He was disinterested in such boisterous gatherings. Otherwise, he would not often find himself at a distance from his classmates. Let us depart. A quieter locale awaits, Wu Qingyue suggested. Believing Chen Mo sought this place to bask in the glory of his recent triumph, having claimed the top spot on the Tianjiao list. One would think he would relish the opportunity to showcase his achievements. Yet this disciple exhibited a genuine lack of interest. Chen Mo nodded, surveying his surroundings, not spotting the individuals he wished to see rendered this place devoid of significance for him. Someone approaches. Suddenly, Wu Qingyue raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, 2 figures, one large, one small, materialized before them. Your subordinate, Mayor Dan Xiaoxing of Wancheng, pays his respects, Your Highness. Your subordinate, Principal Guisanlang of Wancheng High School, pays his respects, Your Highness. Upon their arrival, both knelt, bowing respectfully, plunging the scene into a profound silence where even breath seemed muted. All present held their breath, cautious not to disturb the esteemed figures. while some began to regret any words they might have spoken that could provoke the powerful individuals. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright, hastily dispelling her concealed presence and rushing to kneel before Wu Qingwei. Lu Feng, pays my respects, Your Highness. Wu Qingwei cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, her beautiful eyes seemingly communicating a message. Behold, this is what status signifies. Chen Mo felt a mix of resignation and renewed conviction regarding the importance of strength. The once authoritative principal and the previously unseen mayor now lay prostrate before him. Among the 4 divine beings of Wancheng, 3 were now in attendance. Chen Mo understood that this was a testament to Wu Qingyue's formidable power, a higher deity, one who could effortlessly dispatch lesser gods. This is my new disciple, Chen Mo. Henceforth, treat him with the same reverence you afford me, Wu Qingyue declared, her voice icy, radiating an aura of undeniable authority, so different from her demeanor when conversing with Chen Mo. Understood. We shall pay our respects, Your Highness. The 3, still reeling from shock, promptly turned to Chen Mo, extending the same gestures of respect. The fact that the Zhuge Lord had taken on a disciple would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Zhuge territory. Perhaps tomorrow's headlines would feature this remarkable news. Lu Feng's gaze toward Chen Mo grew increasingly intricate. She had previously deemed Xiao Wan's suggestion of marrying 2 sisters to him utterly ludicrous. Yet now, it seemed that even if the sisters offered themselves, he might not be inclined to accept. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo would be chosen as the disciple of His Highness, the Lord of Zhuge, and as his first disciple at that? Such a distinction signifies that Chen Mo is destined to become a figure of unparalleled prominence, second only to the sovereign. The Xiao sisters are utterly unworthy of him now. Chapter 61. Each has their own merits. Lu Feng mused to herself, her gaze tinged with a hint of disappointment. Such an extraordinary talent, and yet they have no opportunity to forge a connection with him. Chen Mo noticed that the goddess-like figure had been observing him with a curious gaze. He returned her scrutiny with a rather peculiar expression. While he considered himself reasonably attractive, he doubted that mere appearances could captivate a divine being. Ahem. Wu Qingyue sensed Chen Mo's gaze lingering on Lu Feng and couldn't help but remind him. One must be mindful of the occasion. If you wish to observe further, it would be prudent to wait for a more suitable moment. Chen Mo's expression soured slightly. After all, he possessed principles and would never entertain thoughts towards a middle-aged woman. All right, you may withdraw now. I am merely accompanying my disciple on a stroll, Wu Qingyue said, gesturing with her hand. The 3 divine beings acknowledged her and departed. Chen Mo, I shall come to find you in 3 days to take you to participate in the Xiao Zhudi Tianjiao battle. For the next few days, you may arrange your own affairs, Wu Qingyue added, eager to leave, as the adoring gazes of the onlookers made her feel rather uncomfortable. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from sight. How decisively she departed. Chen Mo muttered under his breath, then turned his attention back to the enchanting silhouette above. A smile gracing his face as he approached her. The crowd below breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wu Qingyue's departure. Was that truly the Lord? Surely. I did not miss here. To have glimpsed the Lord in my lifetime is a fulfillment of my dreams. I am worried I may have inadvertently said something inappropriate, leaving a poor impression on the Lord. Did she just mention that Chen Mo is her disciple? Henceforth, he must be addressed as His Highness. Your Highness, Chen Mo. I would like to cook for you, a voice chimed, drawing Chen Mo's attention to a demure-looking girl. In the past, he would have gladly engaged in conversation. But his foremost concern now was still Lu Rian. Teacher, I'm back, he said, smiling as he approached Lu Rian. Well, you've returned, haven't you? It's not that significant. Must I welcome you just because you became a disciple? Lu Rian replied, her irritation dissipating upon learning that Chen Mo had become the disciple of the Zhuge Lord. However, with so many curious onlookers around, she refrained from getting too close. They could chat leisurely once they were alone at home, having not seen him for 7 days. She had much to discuss with Chen Mo and numerous activities she wished to share with him. Of course not. I merely wish to express my gratitude for the defensive structures you provided, which resolved a major issue for me. Please, allow me to invite you to dinner at my home tonight, Chen Mo said, shaking his head with a smile as he gazed into Lu Rian's eyes. He found her expression of unspoken gratitude utterly charming. Ahem, Your Highness, Chen Mo, greetings. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted the tender exchange between the couple. Chen Mo turned to find a petite, youthful girl greeting him with a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and though her body had yet to fully mature, she was undeniably a rare beauty. Beside her stood a tall, statuesque girl, Xiao Qing'er, whom Chen Mo recognized. Since becoming the Lord, she had transformed into a more striking figure. The 2 girls bore a striking resemblance, one an icy beauty, the other a sweet darling. One was fiery and passionate, while the other was calm and composed like snow. They formed a pair of enviable sisters. Who would be fortunate enough to win their hearts in the future was a source of much admiration. Your Highness Chen Mo, do you desire a wife? I can offer you 2 at once. The petite girl beamed, flashing 2 fingers at him. Chen Mo was taken aback. What was happening? He had never encountered such enthusiastic self-promotion before. A sharp sound echoed as someone playfully tapped the back of the little girl's head. Your Highness, please forgive her. This is my mischievous second daughter. Do not take her antics to heart, Lu Fang explained hurriedly, pulling her daughter closer. Acutely aware that Chun Mo was now the esteemed lord of Zhuke, as Chun Mo surveyed the three before him, they appeared like three flowers blooming in unison. Lu Fang resembled a ripe peach, alluring yet with a hint of shyness. Xiao Wan was akin to a carnation, vibrant and full of life, her sweet smile warming the heart, while Xiao Qing'er was reminiscent of a daffodil, pure and graceful, exuding an aura that beckoned admiration from afar. Each possessed distinct qualities, making it impossible to grow weary of their beauty. It's quite all right. I find her rather endearing, Chun Mo chuckled, unfazed. This warrior mother seemed overly anxious. Mother, if you hit my head again, you might damage it, and then you would struggle to find such a fine prospective son-in-law. Xiao Wan pouted, covering her head. Beside her, Xiao Qing'er remained stoic, merely nodding at Chun Mo before quickly tugging Xiao Wan away, eager to escape any further awkwardness. Lu Fang offered a slight bow to Chun Mo before departing, swiftly disappearing from sight. So, among the three, which do you favor? Or perhaps you fancy them all. Shall I play matchmaker for you, you little rascal? Lu Rian whispered teasingly in Chun Mo's ear as soon as Lu Fang was gone. Chun Mo's smile instantly faltered, a twinge of discomfort in his waist distracting him from frivolous thoughts. Not at all. You are the only one in my heart, he declared, turning to embrace Lu Rian at the waist while tightly holding her slender fingers. Ah, the little one is becoming quite the charmer, Lu Rian remarked, her heart secretly delighted, though her expression remained inscrutable as she playfully brushed a few strands of hair against Chun Mo's neck. Sister, shall we continue our conversation at home? Chun Mo asked, lowering his gaze to the girl in his embrace. Absolutely, Lu Rian nodded, having longed to see Chun Mo. The two hurriedly made their way homeward. In a corner of the square, Wu Qingwei watched Chun Mo's retreating figure, her thoughts unspoken. This disciple seems rather different from my expectations. Sisters, teacher, mother-daughter. What comes next? Wu Qingwei surveyed herself. With unparalleled beauty, a flawless figure, and an aloof demeanor, could a master-student relationship be possible? No. I must not allow him to become a rebellious disciple. Her ambitions soared to the highest peaks, leaving her indifferent to matters of the heart. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared that the gaze Chun Mo directed towards her was filled solely with respect, devoid of any ulterior motives. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Wu Qingwei found herself in a muddle, her mind troubled. She detested such emotional entanglements. She found it far more exhilarating to engage in fierce combat upon the battlefield. However, the thought of Lu Rian's nearly shattered body caused her brow to furrow slightly. In her eyes, Lu Rian was akin to a territory on the verge of fracturing, each fissure a harbinger of impending doom. Should that territory indeed collapse, her beloved student would likely be unable to escape misfortune. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope, contingent upon whether Chun Mo could acquire that vital equipment. Shaking her head, she resolved to think no further on the matter. Turning away, she had the arrangements for the upcoming battle in the small celestial realm to oversee, a conflict that was anything but ordinary. Chapter 62. Reconstructing the core that evening. Chun Mo and Lu Rian dined together, engaging in light-hearted banter until late into the night. The weariness that had accumulated over the past week dissipated amidst their conversation. After their meal, they shared a tender moment before returning to their respective homes, mindful to prevent any untoward incidents. At 11 o'clock, Lu Rian stood outside Chun Mo's door. Having just emerged from a bath, clad in a robe, she gently bit her lip, a blush creeping across her cheeks. One hand rested on the doorknob, hesitating as she pondered whether to enter. Lu Rian thought to herself, with so little time remaining, why not seek a morsel of joy in these final days? Would it not be a shame to leave any regrets behind, even if it meant enduring a bit of pain? Gathering her courage, she inhaled deeply and resolutely twisted the doorknob of Chun Mo's room. Chun Mo, Lu Rian yearned to declare her feelings, but before she could finish, she discovered the bed empty, devoid of even a shadow. Having ventured out in the dead of night, she found not a single soul. In an instant, the courage she had mustered evaporated, and she stealthily retreated to her room, curling up beneath her blanket. Meanwhile, in the realm of the natural territory, the stars twinkled and the moonlight enchanted. Within the Lord's residence, atop the Star Picker Pavilion, a tiny sprite danced beneath the moon, her form graceful. As a gentle breeze swept through, petals from peach blossoms fluttered into the pavilion, her elegant figure weaving among them, her skirt embracing the fallen flowers. With a delicate toss of her hair, she exuded an alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. Master, how splendidly I dance, do you not think? The sprite leaned against Chun Mo, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Indeed, dear sprite, your dance is unparalleled in this world. Chun Mo gazed down at her exquisite face, his voice soft and warm. And do you, pray, enjoy it? The sprite's fragrant presence brushed against Chun Mo's cheek like gossamer. Very much so. Chun Mo wrapped his arms around her slender waist, nodding fervently. Upon hearing this, the sprite giggled, leaning her delicate neck closer to Chun Mo's ear and whispering, "The night is deep, let us rest together, shall we?" With that, She nestled into his strong chest, choosing not to raise her head again. Come, let me carry you to bed. Chun Imo encircled her waist with one arm and cradled her legs with the other, lifting her gently, as though she were a princess, and soared toward the bedroom. The previous night had seen a rain, and under the gentle caress of the breeze, clusters of vibrant red flowers adorned with glistening dew blossomed in the garden. As the rooster heralded dawn, the tranquility of the night gradually faded. At 8 in the morning, Lu Rian arrived to summon Chun Imo for breakfast, only to find him missing. With a slight furrow of her brow, she departed. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Rian returned once more in search of Chun Imo, yet he remained elusive. Anger simmered within her as her fists clenched. At noon, Chun Imo found himself kneeling before a mechanical keyboard, confronted by a stern Lu Rian wielding a ruler, her breathing uneven with indignation. Speak, where were you last night? She demanded, her chest heaving with frustration. He had been absent from her sight from the previous night until midday. Chun Imo appeared weary, having toiled until dawn and then exercised for over an hour, completely oblivious to the time and Lu Rian's concerns. He felt remorseful. It was undeniable that the sprite had captivated him entirely with her myriad charms. Rising, he enveloped Lu Rian in a reassuring embrace, soothing her with kind words for a considerable time. Eventually, after penning a series of promises and commitments, her anger gradually subsided. The next 3 days slipped by in a fleeting blur. During the daylight, Chun Imo accompanied Lu Rian on outings, no longer feeling the reluctance to rely on her financial support now that he had wealth of his own, allowing for a more carefree enjoyment. By day, he explored the world alongside Lu Rian, while by night, he closed the door to revel in unforgettable evenings with the sprite. Although the schedule was tightly packed, Chun Imo delighted in it, setting alarms to remind himself not to indulge excessively and lose track of time. Yet, such bliss is always ephemeral. On the third day at noon, as Wu Qingwei arrived, Chun Imo stood at the door, his spirits dampened as he watched Lu Rian wave farewell behind him. Just moments earlier during their meal, Lu Rian had suddenly coughed up blood, numerous cracks appearing on her skin, reminiscent of a porcelain figure on the brink of shattering. When pressed for an explanation, Lu Rian merely shook her head, unwilling to elaborate. Ultimately, Chun Imo had to steel his heart and deliver a reprimand before she finally revealed the truth. He could hardly fathom that the usually vibrant and cheerful Lu Rian had long suffered the torment of a fracturing body. Do not worry, my sister is fine. She can hold on for several more years. So, hurry and attend to your matters in the small celestial realm. Then come back to keep me company, she reassured him. Since the day we returned to Wang City, this has been my condition. To have met a little rascal like you in my final years is a stroke of luck. I have no regrets. Enough of that, let us get going. I'm not about to perish just yet, Lu Rian smiled, placing a gentle kiss on Chun Mo's cheek before gently urging him out the door. Lord of the city, I shall leave Chun Imo in your capable hands, she said to Wu Qingwei, her smile conveying the weight of a precious trust. Wu Qingwei nodded. Chun Imo was her disciple, and it was her responsibility to protect him. Though she had intended to say more, a glance at Chun Imo's solemn expression silenced her words. Chun Imo remained silent, his countenance grave, lost in thought. At last, he embraced Lu Rian tightly, savoring the warmth of her presence, and whispered in her ear, Teacher, you cannot leave me. I will not allow it. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian chuckled softly, patting his back gently and shaking her head. The two sisters from the Shao family are quite lovely and gentle. Be cautious during the celestial battle, and if you have the chance, lend a hand to Shao Qinger. She appears healthy. Surely she will bear many children in the future. Chun Imo shot her a reproachful look, but Lu Rian seemed wholly unfazed. Chun Imo departed, and Lu Ruyan returned to her humble rented abode. She resolved to resign from her job, intending to spend the remaining days in this modest yet memory-laden dwelling, awaiting Chun Mo's return. Within the spatial tunnel, Wu Qingyu accompanied Chun Imo, racing towards the celestial battlefield at an extraordinary velocity. Do not wear such a gloomy expression. The situation has not deteriorated to an irreparable extent, Wu Qingyu remarked, giving Chun Mo's shoulder a reassuring pat. Since a while ago, Chun Imo had maintained a stern visage, as if someone owed him a substantial sum of money. Upon hearing her words, he turned towards her, anticipating further elucidation. Oh dear, is it truly so difficult to seek my assistance? Wu Qingyu pouted, continuing, rescuing your teacher, Lu Ruyan, is neither a simple task nor an insurmountable challenge. Since the issue lies in the damage to the core of her territory, the only course of action is to reconstruct the core. Do you know what the Lord's core is composed of? Lu Ruyan paused momentarily before inquiring. The heart of the world. The essence of the universe. Chun Imo recalled the knowledge Lu Ruyan had previously imparted and replied. Precisely. Each human lord's core is forged through the annihilation of other worlds to acquire primordial power. Thus, the initiation of the newcomer trials serves the purpose of filtering out those unfit for the role. If one cannot even pass the newcomer trials, it would be wiser to live as an ordinary person. The shattering of a territory's core essentially signifies the end of the Lord's life. You must diligently safeguard your territory. Unless one is utterly reliable, do not permit others to approach it. Chun Imo nodded in agreement. though he refrained from disclosing that his own core possessed the ability to regenerate, capable of self-repair even when shattered. Your teacher, Li Yuan, appears to have suffered severe damage to her core, yet it has not collapsed entirely. There remains a chance for salvation. The optimal solution is to seek a heart of the world. Not only could it stabilize her territory, but it might also evolve her racial talents. The heart of the world? Chun Mo pondered deeply, but found himself at a loss for information on the subject. Stop ruminating. Aside from the deities, no one possesses precise knowledge regarding the heart of the world, as all related information has been sealed away. Wu Qingyu continued. As its name implies, the heart of the world refers to the very center that constitutes a world. However, it is exceedingly rare. One might need to obliterate dozens, if not hundreds, of worlds to fortuitously discover a complete heart of the world. Even for the gods, this is an immensely precious treasure, as such an item can enhance and expand their dominion. When it does appear, it typically incites fierce contention. Upon uttering this, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Wu Qingyu's eyes. After all, a broader territorial range signifies greater power. Although she had previously received one opportunity, no one would ever deem it unfavorable to acquire another. With furrowed brows, she pondered where to possibly locate such a rare artifact. Fortunately, a certain foolish race had, in their eagerness to participate in the celestial tournament, actually offered one. As she spoke, Wu Qingyu winked at Chun Mo. Why do you think they wish to join the celestial conference? Chun Mo's face darkened as he gazed at the beaming Wu Qingyu, feeling somewhat exasperated. Is it perhaps because of me? Wu Qingyu nodded. Indeed, you are currently the target of contention among the major factions. Everyone is eager to devour you whole, hoping to give birth to a new high deity. To them, sacrificing a mere heart of the world is hardly a concern. This transaction is exceedingly advantageous. Hearing this, Chun Mo scoffed. How splendid. It just so happens that I also require the materials to ascend to godhood. The victor of this celestial tournament stands to gain numerous invaluable treasures, including the heart of the world. So, let us strive forward. We have arrived. Just as she finished speaking, the two had traversed through the subspace and arrived at a magnificent star-studded arena. The square was already bustling with people, and the moment Wu Qingyu appeared, all gazes were drawn towards her. As Chun Mo surveyed the surroundings, he vaguely sensed countless hostile eyes fixated on them. Your Majesty. As soon as Wu Qingyu materialized, the soldiers tasked with maintaining order in the vicinity immediately knelt on one knee, paying their respects. Wu Qingyu offered a slight nod as she approached the central dais of the square, her intangible majesty commanding respect from all. The lords, who had been engaged in conversation, promptly fell silent. Your Highness. After paying their respects to Wu Qingyu, all the soldiers turned to Chun Mo, bowing in deference. Chun Mo was the sole disciple of Wu Qingyu, hence they addressed him as Your Highness. He cast a cold, sweeping glance around, his expression as usual. Taking his place beside Wu Qingyu, he looked down upon the thousands of lords below. Among the millions of participants from the Vermilion Bird territory, he was the only newcomer qualified to occupy that position. The seats beside him were occupied by deities, each exuding a terrifying aura. This should have been my place. In the crowd, Han Li gazed up at Chun Mo seated next to the dais, clenching his fists. He believed that Chun Mo had usurped the position that rightfully belonged to him, thus becoming the disciple of the Vermilion Bird Lord. Logically, all of this should have been his. Upon entering the Endless Continent, he was determined to challenge Chun Mo, to ascertain whether he truly possessed the capabilities of the Vermilion Prince. Han Li was not alone in his thoughts. Many lords below considered themselves geniuses. Their hearts stirred with ambition. Their eyes were firmly locked on Chun Mo, eager to dethrone him and take his place. They all believed they were no less capable than Chun Mo, merely hindered by the limitations of the trial mode that suppressed their true abilities. Moreover, the current circumstances were entirely different from before. They had gained the backing of their families, acquired numerous precious constructions, and elevated their territories to the 9th tier. All these efforts were aimed at competing with the powerful beings of various races in the minor heavens. It could be said that, for this grand tournament, all the families had invested heavily, providing unprecedented support for the participants. The outcome of this competition held monumental significance. Everyone yearned to establish their name in this arena. That's Chun Mo. He is quite handsome. Is he not more so than your future husband, Han Li? At one corner of the square, a little girl clad in a black Gothic Lolita outfit excitedly shouted, standing on her tiptoes. Beside her stood a girl with strikingly beautiful eyes and an elegant demeanor, who spoke little, her hands gently clasped together, exuding grace and sophistication. Upon hearing her companion's words, the girl looked up at Chun Mo, momentarily taken aback. There stood the youth in white attire, naturally emanating a regal aura, composed even amidst the assembly of deities. His strikingly handsome features were akin to those meticulously sculpted by a master artisan, with sharply defined contours and a gaze that was both profound and piercing. The austere visage, complemented by his unique aura, evoked admiration for this remarkably distinguished young man. Such an individual, indeed, was the favored disciple of the Lord of the Vermilion Bird, occupying an unparalleled position in this realm. Furthermore, He had secured the top rank in the trials. Xiao Qing'er found Chun Imo utterly exasperating. It seemed that all good fortune was monopolized by him, causing the other males to pale in comparison. Her eyes, clear yet frigid, betrayed her agitation as she witnessed Chun Imo ascend to prominence, prompting her to bite her lower lip and clench her fists in determination. She vowed, come what may, to close the gap and even surpass him. With the arrival of Wu Qingyue, it signified that all competitors from the Vermilion Bird territory had gathered. As the newly appointed lord, personally welcomed by the lord of the Vermilion Bird, Chun Imo was awaited for his seating. Once everyone was settled, an elderly priest clad in robes approached, holding a scroll. Chapter 64, The Three Essential Conditions. He bowed slightly before Wu Qingyue and then turned to address the assembly. The 6075th Vermilion Bird Territory's Young Heroes Tournament has officially been renamed as the Young Heroes Tournament of the Lesser Heavens. This competition is jointly initiated and hosted by the Eastern Empire of Xinxia, encompassing 3,600 regions, along with 367 great races from the heavens, aiming to select and cultivate outstanding individuals. The number of human participants in this tournament has reached a staggering 37 billion, and you shall engage in a contest lasting 3 months across the endless continent. Detailed rules will be elaborated upon later. Perhaps this is the first or last opportunity in your lives to attain divinity. Cherish this chance. Finally, I wish you all a glorious return. The deities present here bestow their blessings upon you. Upon concluding his speech, a colossal vortex materialized in the sky, drawing the participants into its depths one by one. I will find you and eliminate you. Han Li glared fiercely at Chun Imo, committing his visage to memory. The two would inevitably cross paths on the endless continent. Chun Imo, watch how I will defeat you. If you dare to bully my territory, I shall unleash my pet rabbits to devour all the flora in your domain. Humph. The darkly styled little girl waved her delicate fists, making an adorable face at Chun Imo. Let us go, with his reputation. It won't be long before we encounter him. The girl beside her grasped her companion's hand as they stepped into the vortex together. Master, I am departing. Chun Imo rose, drawing the attention of those around him. Yet his demeanor remained unperturbed, his gaze solely fixed on Wu Qingyue. Once inside, feel free to act. I shall have your back, Wu Qingyue said calmly. Though her tone was unremarkable, her words caused the faces of those present to shift in surprise. Her statement was not merely directed at Chun Imo, but also encompassed everyone in attendance. After all, many among them had descendants participating in this tournament. Thank you, master. Chun Imo offered a slight bow, but abruptly halted, having heard Wu Qingyue's whispered message through telepathy. You may act freely against outsiders. But for those of the Vermilion Bird territory, assist as much as you can. Chun Imo nodded in understanding and then soared towards the vortex, vanishing from sight. This competition is bound to be lively. Those factions sending their disciples to participate will surely regret it, Wu Qingyue mused, a cold smirk flickering in her eyes as she watched Chun Imo depart. Did they truly perceive Chun Imo as a mere lamb for slaughter? They were gravely mistaken. He held no regard for even the upper-tier gods. Uncertain time elapsed before Chun Imo felt solid ground beneath him, discovering he stood upon an expansive void. Where's this? He wondered, surveying his surroundings and noting that he was positioned on a colossal floating platform. Occasionally, massive meteors streaked across the night sky, while darkness enveloped the periphery, with errant currents of unknown origin brushing past. In the distance, numerous orc figures from various tribes congregated, with sporadic flashes of light revealing disoriented silhouettes. Where are we? Aren't we supposed to be participating in the newcomer tournament? What is this place? I came from the Azure Dragon territory. Does anyone know where we are now? Please, inform me, and I shall reward you handsomely. Some among them, like Chun Imo, were young elites arriving for the competition. They had expected to be directly transported to the arena, only to find themselves inexplicably here. Please do not fret, esteemed lords. Allow me to clarify the situation. An elderly voice emerged from nearby, and as they turned to look, a green-haired tortoise elder approached with a cane. Tortoise people. Chun Imo recalled the introduction of this race, renowned for their longevity and exceptional defensive capabilities. The old tortoise bowed to all present before beginning his explanation. Esteemed ones, prior to officially stepping onto the endless continent, you are required to select an affiliated tribe. They will serve you and offer their faith power to expedite the energy accumulation within your territory, thus aiding you on your path to divinity. Listening intently to the tortoise elder, Chun Imo nodded in comprehension. Achieving godhood necessitated fulfilling 3 fundamental conditions. Firstly, an ample supply of energy source stones and points was required to elevate the territory's level, with larger areas necessitating greater expenditure. Secondly, the fervent faith of followers was essential to forge one's divine imprint. Should there be readily available believers, one would also need to expunge any residual consciousness with their own faith power. Thirdly, possessing a sufficiently powerful guardian artifact was crucial to solidify the newly established divine kingdom's position. Otherwise, the nascent realm risked collapsing due to instability. Both of the first 2 requirements relied on absorbing external power and the offerings of the populace. to amass a larger population and unwavering support. The most effective method was aggression. This, indeed, was the paramount rule. The gazes of the other lords sharpened, clearly recognizing the crux of the matter. Instantly, a sense of wariness permeated their exchanges. Be mindful, the selection of tribes is a dual-choice process. While you select, they too may decide whether to follow you. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The strong always had an easier time securing superior options. My troops consist of Flame Pegasi, top-tier purple quality, capable of providing comprehensive protection. As soon as he finished speaking, a leader eagerly revealed the details of his strongest faction. Many onlookers instantly expressed interest. For such caliber was indeed exceptional. Others soon followed suit, eager to showcase their own strengths. My legion comprises frost giants, also elite purple units. An invincible presence. Accompanying me will be the red flame dragons, another purple-level existence, and those who join now will receive special benefits. Each leader fervently promoted their capabilities to attract more followers. However, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, a rather portly contestant gently tapped Chinmo's arm and inquired, "Hey, brother, why are you so quiet? Let us also discuss the troops I have brought." The surrounding crowd immediately shifted their attention towards Chinmo, and some undecided orcs lifted their heads to gaze at him. "I have brought warriors of the floral and botanical variety," Chinmo succinctly replied. This declaration instantly sparked a considerable discussion. What nonsense is this? Are you claiming to bring plants to the battlefield? Has the threshold for entry become so low that even flora can participate now? Huh, what a joke. To think that flowers and grass would join this ruckus is utterly absurd. You would do well to reconsider and return. This is no place for cultivating flowers and plants. Indeed, how could such a troop possibly engage in combat? Wouldn't they merely serve as fodder? The onlookers erupted in a cacophony of derisive laughter. Chapter 65, Why Choose Me? Chinmo cast a cold glance at them. Initially, he intended to demonstrate the might of the botanical warriors, but as he raised his hand, a warning prompt materialized before him. Warning, fighting is prohibited in the void platform. Violators will be expelled from the area. Frowning, Chinmo lowered his hand. Silently noting the faces of these jeering individuals, he resolved that one day they would come to understand the power of the botanical realm. Upon learning that Chinmo was affiliated with the botanical class, the surrounding orcs shook their heads and proceeded towards the lords they favored. Some lords were flanked by 1 or 2 orcs, while those of purple quality had a dozen or more, even quarreling amongst themselves, their faces flushed with fervor. "Might you be willing to become our lord?" Just as Chinmo contemplated departing, intending to seize a few races as vassals upon reaching the endless continent, a soft voice broke through. Looking down, he beheld a ragged girl of the rabbit race, clad in a tattered gray short-sleeved shirt barely covering her. Her small face was flushed from the cold, her eyes held a hint of fear, yet she bravely stepped forward to inquire. "Why choose me?" Chinmo asked, puzzled. It seemed to him that the rabbit race should have plenty of lords with peculiar tastes. Because. The girl lowered her head, revealing that she too was unwanted. However, how could she confess such a thing to a lord? Never mind, it would suffice. You will do. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Chinmo resolved to answer directly. The rabbit girl stared at him in disbelief, her bright eyes wide open. "Let us go to your tribe." Chinmo, unwilling to squander time in this place, grasped her hand and made his way towards the nearby bronze portal. Before the bronze gate sat an elderly tortoise man, recording the races chosen by the lords. Upon seeing Chinmo approach with the rabbit girl, the old man expressed surprise but quickly inquired, "My lord, do you know the situation of the rabbit race?" "I do not," Chinmo replied, shaking his head, indifferent to the matter. He had come for battle and conquest, not to navigate the intricacies of social affairs. With his strength, he would possess whatever others had, and acquire what they did not. The former lord of the rabbit race has recently passed, leaving behind only women and children, and their territory is exceedingly barren, barely qualifying as ordinary. It hardly befits your status. "My lord." With the tortoise elder's words, the girl's gaze fell lower, almost burying her chin in her chest. She attempted to withdraw her hand from Chinmo's grasp, but he held on firmly. "They are the ones," Chinmo insisted, knowing that other races would likely not choose him. "Very well, I shall record your choice. But once recorded, it cannot be altered." The old man shook his head, realizing he could not dissuade Chinmo. He believed the young lord would regret his decision. Such a desolate land would surely generate resources at a far slower rate than the core territories. "My brother, I hear you are of the botanical class. May I inquire your name? Let us befriend one another." At that moment, a rotund figure approached Chinmo, extending a hand. Chinmo appraised the newcomer. The rotund individual appeared somewhat anxious, his chubby face taut with uncertainty. Chinmo offered a brief handshake before turning away with the rabbit girl towards the portal. Chinmo, that is indeed Chinmo. Once Chinmo departed, the rotund figure stood frozen for a moment before suddenly leaping into the air. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of those nearby, and someone patted the rotund figure, asking, "What is the fuss? He is merely a botanical type, after all. Why such excitement?" I thought you encountered someone of great stature. Let me give you a hint. The rotund figure smirked, retreating a few steps. The Phoenix Territory, disciple of Lord Phoenix, is none other than Chunimo. With that, he hurried towards the transport array, leading his selected dwarf race. The Phoenix Territory, Chunimo. Suddenly, someone shouted, as if struck by a revelation. Good heavens, that is Chunimo? How understated. Oh no, I believe I just mocked him. Will he seek retribution against me? I must have uttered some unwise words. I've offended a significant figure before even entering the lesser heavens. What shall I do? Fortunately, I remained silent. The various lords were filled with regret, wishing they could slap themselves. This left the surrounding orcs puzzled. Wasn't that individual merely a botanical type? Did he lack any offensive capabilities to warrant such fear? He is the first in the Phoenix Territory's trials and a disciple of Lord Phoenix. It is said that he vanquished an upper deity even before ascending to divinity. How can one not view such an individual as formidable? Furthermore, many races had come specifically for him. In the eastern regions of the Divine Summer, he had become a figure of considerable renown. Upon hearing this, the void platform fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a chorus of lamentations filled with regret. If only they could have enticed such a powerful individual into their ranks, perhaps they could have established a nation. Alas, it was too late. They had not anticipated the true strength of that lord. The elderly tortoise man responsible for recording was left in disbelief, sighing deeply. In my old age, my judgment has evidently waned. This boundless continent is a trial ground crafted by several divine emperors of various races, numerous divine kings, and thousands of strong beings, serving as a crucible for the young and talented. Centered around this boundless continent, it encompasses thousands of worlds, large and small, culminating in this lesser heavens realm. Here, one can find not only prodigies from across the cosmos, but also some indigenous inhabitants who have long resided within. For instance, humans, beastfolk, elves, gnomes, dragons, and so forth. The initial human settlements were established on this boundless continent, and many native races rely on the protection of human lords to survive. Each party has its needs. The lords receive support from these indigenous peoples, allowing them to fully devote themselves to battle, while the natives earn food and safety through their labor. At this very moment, on a remote wasteland situated in the southeastern corner of the boundless continent, a group of elderly and young members of the Rabbit clan, clad in tattered garments, stood anxiously before an ancient altar, awaiting something with bated breath. They yearned for their chieftain to return with a new lord, despite the slim chances of such a prospect. A little girl tugged at the wrinkled hand of an elderly man, questioning, "Grandfather, will anyone truly want to become our lord?" "Certainly, there will be," the old man replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Will this lord ensure we have enough to eat?" "I am so very hungry," the girl remarked, gently caressing her rumbling belly. "Without a doubt, the new lord will see to it that we all enjoy a good life," the elder reassured her. This child's mother had recently given birth only to be sent to the battlefield by the former lord, who ultimately perished, leaving few of her comrades to return. The Rabbit clan had been reduced to this ragtag assembly of survivors. How could anyone possibly come here? Chapter 66, The Location. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered above the altar, and a pair of figures, one large and one small, materialized before the crowd. "It is the Lord. Our Lord has arrived," the little girl joyfully exclaimed, instantly recognizing Chunimo. "Is it truly a lord?" The elder could scarcely believe it. "Congratulations on your arrival at the Endless Continent. Global communication activated, regional messages connected. Current location, Shimo region. Wishing you success in the Endless Continent." Upon his arrival, Chunimo was immediately greeted by a series of system notifications. However, he was presently preoccupied with his surroundings. The frail and ailing rabbit folk before him appeared overwhelmingly excited, kneeling and calling out for their lord. This group must surely belong to the little girl's tribe. Amongst them, she seemed the most vibrant. "Lord Chunimo, you won't abandon us, will you?" The little girl, still holding his hand, inquired with a hint of fear in her eyes, terrified that he might choose to leave. "Of course not." Chunimo shook his head in denial. The area was rife with sandstorms and barren land, with dilapidated huts barely standing, reflecting their harsh living conditions. The rabbit folk were mere skin and bones, evidently having gone a long time without proper sustenance. The moment the little girl detected no disdain in Chunmo's gaze, she felt a slight relief wash over her. As long as he stayed, she would do anything he asked. Releasing her hand, Chunmo inquired, "What is your name?" "Chi-Chi. I am the seventh child in my family, and everyone calls me Chi-Chi," the girl promptly answered. "Chi-Chi," Chunmo nodded, confirming her name and recognizing that her family was indeed quite prolific. "Have your fellow tribespeople rise. I am not fond of such troublesome formalities." He gestured toward those still kneeling on the ground. "All right." Chi-Chi swiftly dashed down to convey his instructions, and soon everyone stood up. A few elderly individuals appeared so frail that one feared the wind might topple them, evoking sympathy. Once off the altar, Chunmo began devising plans to develop his domain here, for in this otherworldly environment, acquiring sufficient energy and resources fundamentally relied on one's own efforts and infrastructural growth. After delegating tasks to his subordinates, he initiated the relocation process. Sister Chi-Chi, what type of new lord do we have? An older rabbit inquired. Brother Chun Imo should be an expert in plant cultivation, right? Chi-Chi scratched her adorable chin as she speculated. What? Plant cultivation? Oh no. It seems our leader may only be able to construct the most rudimentary of cities. What if those ferocious and ruthless wolf packs come attacking? We could never stand against them. The crowd erupted into hushed whispers, their hearts laden with apprehension for the future. According to records left by the previous fallen lord, such specialized fields were indeed comparatively weaker. Fear not, there will always be a way to cope with such circumstances. Despite her own uncertainty, Chi-Chi, as the clan leader, endeavored to maintain calm and encourage her people to remain strong. This desert was rife with powerful wolf packs, known for their formidable size and vicious temperament, having devoured many of their kin. Originally, they had hoped that with the assistance of a mighty lord, they could repel these monsters, only to discover that their savior was a scholar focused on botany. Just then, new prompt information appeared before Chinimo. Would you like to establish a base here? Once the decision is made, the location cannot be altered for 3 months. Confirm. Immediately. All the rabbit folk present were about to witness an unprecedented miracle. Vibrant, multicolored halos erupted in the sky, enveloping the land for hundreds of kilometers around. The intense, dazzling light forced everyone to close their eyes in avoidance. When the radiance faded, they opened their eyes to behold a dramatic transformation that left them utterly astonished. Emerald green grass blanketed the fields, blossoms adorned the hills, and fields were sown with numerous rare and unique herbal plants. The air seemed rich with the essence of life. And after just a few breaths, their bodies felt invigorated and rejuvenated. In the distance, countless magnificent palatial structures and towering defensive spires reached towards the clouds. Upon the walls stood uniquely designed cannons, exuding an aura of deadly intent, clearly weathered by countless battles. At the center loomed a colossal tree, its height soaring to thousands of meters, its form shrouded in mystery. Just a glance at this sight inspired an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. Below, springs gushed forth, steam rising from the hot springs like a scene from a celestial realm. In the ponds, golden-hued fish leaped playfully above the surface. Seated nearby was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, resembling a fairy, captivating all who beheld her. Merely a glance instilled a sense of awe. Gulp. Someone could not resist swallowing hard, exclaiming, "This truly must be a paradise." Chi-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really the weakest plant-based territory, as claimed by the former lord? Suddenly, a message rapidly spread throughout the lesser heavens. Chun Imo has arrived. Now, the lesser heavens would become lively, as the insect tribes had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Rumor had it that consuming his flesh would endow one with his formidable abilities, rendering even the highest gods powerless against him. I must admit, I'm intrigued. Many high gods are keeping a watchful eye from above. If you're not afraid of death, you might want to test whether the human race would still accept you. It was said that it was not only the insect tribes, but also the demon tribes and several others with strained relations with humanity who yearned to sample Chun Mo's essence. They would soon take action. Was anyone willing to form a team to witness the spectacle? In the insect world, within a resplendent palace, hundreds of ninth-tier insect queen mothers convened. They have been dispatched this time as elite forces specifically tasked with capturing the plant-based lord of the human race. Yet, at this very moment, these elites remain eerily silent. Suddenly, the 3 vacant seats at the main table tremble slightly, and 3 figures materialize there. Their presence is enigmatic. Although they are all at the 9th tier, the faces of the hundreds of insectoid queens below turn ashen with fear. These 3 are the seed-level prodigies of the insect race, rumored to possess the potential to ascend to higher divinity. It is a rare occurrence for an entire generation of the insect race to witness 3 such prodigies at once, underscoring their determination regarding Chinimo. Have you located him? Where is he? Inquired the insectoid on the right, clad in crimson armor. Report, my lord. According to intelligence gathered within the human ranks, the plant-based lord resides in a remote area at the southeastern corner of the endless continent, replied one of the insectoid queens. Oh, with his strength. Why would he choose such a desolate location? The insectoid in green armor on the left questioned, perplexed. It is said that he has an interest in the rabbit tribe's chieftain, thus he is willing to settle in that wilderness, came the response. So he is a lecher. Can we not employ the beauty trap to entice him? It is rumored that eons ago, the insect race's most beautiful female, Ivrina, successfully devoured a plant-based lord under similar circumstances. Upon hearing this, many insectoid queens glanced at their own transformed, exquisite forms, considering the possibility. The azure figure seated in the council flickered with a glint of intrigue, lost in thought. However, employing the beauty trap from the outset may raise suspicions and bring shame upon our insect race. The insectoid who had initially spoken, suffused in crimson, shook his head. Upon uttering these words, everyone recalled that their current actions were under the watchful eyes of the divine beings across the realms. In some void, several insectoid higher deities maintained a stoic demeanor, yet their mental exchanges were remarkably frequent, clearly having just received some intelligence. Ivrina, she believed she had buried that chapter of history deep enough, only to have it exposed by some younger beings before the divine beings. Yet, she soon felt a sense of relief. After all, she had succeeded. Now, she had achieved the status of a higher deity, even nearing the threshold of divinity. Who would dare to speak against her? Then let us act decisively. I shall personally lead the charge, laying down an intricate web to seal off the space where he resides, preventing any concealment. We will then unleash 10 divine artifacts to strike against him. I refuse to believe his territory is truly impenetrable, declared the red-armored insectoid resolutely. If that fails, we can resort to a secondary plan. This proposal, after some contemplation, was deemed viable by all. The insect race had brought several divine artifacts to capture the plant-based lord. They would first attempt to strike with 10 artifacts, a strategy that aligns with the insectoid combat style. Soon, numerous insectoids began to discuss specific details. Chen Imo has actually landed in the southeast. Hanli, who had just arrived at the endless continent, was taken aback upon receiving this information, a spark igniting within him. He was currently positioned in the central eastern region of the continent. Through the teleportation array, he could reach the southeast within days. Chen Imo, I shall see just how formidable your strength truly is. With that, Hanli summoned a colossal golden behemoth steed towering over 1,000 meters. In an instant, he stood atop the behemoth's head. The next moment, this legendary beast began its heavy-footed march toward the southeast. He intended to compel the watching Phoenix Lord to acknowledge from the depths of his heart that only he, Hanli, possessed the qualification to become the ruler of the Phoenix clan, while Chen Imo was utterly unworthy. Sister Yenner, Chen Imo has finally made his appearance. And he chose such a remote location. Do you think he is foolish? The dark-themed Lowly, by Xiaoming, stood on the grass, addressing the girl beside her, Xu Yanzhan. They had landed on the grassland and encountered their kinsmen, the centaurs. The tribe was large and powerful, allowing them to live quite comfortably. Xu Yanzhan shook her head, pondering why Chen Imo had chosen the rabbit tribe. Was it truly because of those adorable rabbit ears atop his head? Did men truly favor such things? She found herself perplexed but resolved to take a look. At that moment, in front of a dwarven village in the southeastern continent, a large, jovial figure exclaimed, "Brother, we are truly fated. To live so close is surely destiny. I am coming to find you." With that, Wang Fatsi and his fellow dwarves began relocating. Chun Mo's arrival sent ripples across the endless continent. Various tribes sought to win his favor. Human lords aimed to recruit him as a subordinate, while others feared he might become a future adversary and sought to challenge him in the genius competition. Yet, Chen Imo was in no hurry. Instead, he felt quite exhilarated, as he was in need of more vassal races. "Master, you have finally arrived. The little sprite has missed you dearly. Let us continue our game." The little sprite clung to Chun Mo's shoulder, pressing against his chest, occasionally sniffing at him with her petite nose, her gaze dreamy. Chi-Chi, who had previously thought the little sprite to be a pure and ethereal maiden, was now taken aback. What? How could this be? The young girl blushed, unable to believe her eyes. Her 2 sets of rabbit ears pressed tightly together, utterly devoid of strength. Did my parents not say that girls should be a bit more reserved? Is this how humans are? All right, now be good. I have matters to attend to. We shall play later, Chun Imo said, patting the little sprite's rear. Instantly, the sprite obediently lowered herself, standing quietly to the side, her demeanor transforming into that of a noble and aloof queen, leaving Chi-Chi astounded. Oh my, there's a little sister here. Suddenly, the little sprite, as if discovering something amusing, pulled Chi-Chi into her embrace, playfully ruffling her ears. Little Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from shyness or being enveloped in the sprite's bosom. "Come, sister, let us find some beautiful clothes for you." Observing Chi-Chi's ragged gray shirt, the little sprite frowned and directly led her toward the main estate, disregarding Chi-Chi's pitiful pleas. After conveying some matters to the rabbit tribe, Chen Imo arrived beneath the world tree. Now, he had reached the 9th tier realm, and among the many top-tier clans, the 9th tier had another designation, demigod. Only those possessing a modicum of divine power could be referred to as demigods. Once one achieved the status of a demigod, the next pursuit would be the divine throne. The source stones and source points were indeed a headache. Chen Imo furrowed his brow. His territory was too vast, and the quantity required to transform it into a divine realm was simply staggering. In the smaller celestial spaces, acquiring these resources could only rely on territorial conversion. Thus, he intended to assess the current efficiency of his territory in absorbing these resources. If it proved inadequate, he would have to seek alternative paths. Upon reaching the world tree, a series of information materialized before him. Territory, nature domain. Ownership, Chen Imo, level, 88. Area, 4,000,000 square kilometers. Buildings, Huaqing Pool, Lord's Mansion, Lake, Fan Tower. Conversion, 4,000 source stones per day, 400 source points per day. Residence, 35. Faith power, 5 strands per day. The 88th level of a 9th tier territory, spanning an impressive 4,000,000 square kilometers, far surpasses the typical 9th tier lord. The foundational infrastructure is largely complete, yet its fullest potential remains untapped. In the future, it will be necessary to traverse 10 major cities, where perhaps additional source stones can be acquired. Currently, it yields 4,000 source stones and 400 source points daily, a pace that would undoubtedly incite envy among other lords who only manage a few source stones and sporadic source points. Despite these accomplishments, Chen Mo feels a profound sense of dissatisfaction. To ascend to godhood, one must reach level 100. His territory has yet to attain its maximum capacity, necessitating a substantial influx of source stones and source points to fill the void. Thus, relentless efforts to amass wealth are imperative. Within the celestial battlefield, a mandatory blood-soaked feast occurs every 7 days. This venue presents a prime opportunity to procure source points and source stones. The stronger one becomes, the greater the spoils. Chapter 68, The Challenge. After some contemplation, Chen Mo identifies several potential avenues for resource acquisition. The territory's production is stable and enduring, and commerce offers a respectable revenue stream. However, the most crucial method remains the fierce battles of the battlefield. Profiting through combat, a venture with no initial investment, aligns perfectly with his ambitions. Yet, securing a solid foundation is paramount before considering warfare. To consolidate divine essence, faith power is required. However, the current accumulation is painfully slow. Each lord's needs differ significantly, though more is always preferable, with no fear of excess. Nonetheless, this process is bound to demand patience. Fortunately, Chen Mo has never harbored expectations of the rabbit race resolving all his troubles. Upon entering the Hall of Heroes, he relinquished 500 source stones. Soon, a silhouette of a bug race being materialized before him. Am I not already dead? Alice gazed down at her restored form, astonished. Indeed, you have perished. Yet, I have resurrected you, Chen Mo replied, hovering in the air, regarding the former queen of the bug race. Hearing his voice, Alice lifted her gaze, confronting the figure that instilled fear within her. This individual is truly terrifying. He can revive her even after death. Could you perhaps diminish in size? If Alice's 6th level form were any larger, he feared the Hall of Heroes might not accommodate her. Not yet, she replied, noticing Chen Mo's disdainful and dismissive expression, causing her to lower her head in sorrow. Standing beside him, she could feel the terrifying power radiating from him. The disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Chen Mo's progress has been astonishingly swift. While she remains at the 6th level, his aura surpasses that of the 8th level Lord Ant. Has he truly reached the 9th level? A wave of helplessness washed over her at the thought. She may never hope to catch up to him. Create some soldier bugs. I have some tests to conduct, Chen Mo instructed. He aimed to investigate whether the bug race could provide faith power, for if so, he harbored a bold idea. Alice dared not refuse. After a moment's hesitation, she birthed a batch of over 100 massive egg sacs, each oozing with slime. Before long, every egg shell cracked open, revealing a variety of small soldier bugs. There were black mantises, serrated centipedes, and various venomous insects with large fangs. Chen Mo waved his hand, leading Alice and all the soldier bugs to the world tree. Have them pray to the great tree, he commanded. Yes, master, Alice replied promptly, directing all the soldier bugs to offer prayers to the great tree. Chen Mo opened his panel to check. Territory, natural land. Residence, 147. Faith power, 10 strands per day. Upon seeing the potential to acquire 10 strands of faith power daily, Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This method truly works. While the faith power generated by the over 100 soldier bugs may only equate to that produced by a few dozen rabbit soldiers, the bug race's prolific nature offers a distinct advantage. Furthermore, they comply entirely with the queen's directives, making them easy to control. He could easily capture more queens to exponentially increase the production of soldiers, allowing him to rapidly generate a vast amount of faith power. Chen Mo was convinced of the validity of this idea and was eager to acquire additional bug queens to enhance his faith power accumulation. With this thought in mind, he opened the world chatroom, seeking information regarding the bug race. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by a piece of news. Internal reports indicated that the formidable Chen Mo had been located near the rabbit folk settlement in the southeast of the Endless Continent. It was rumored that the bug race intended to dispatch a high-ranking commander, accompanied by over 100 elite queens and 10 divine weapons, to confront Chen Mo. This time, he may find it difficult to escape calamity. Not necessarily, for Chen Mo is no novice. Perhaps he awaits the bug race's arrival with anticipation. This could very well be the first instance of such a heated confrontation since the commencement of the Celestial Champion Tournament, right? Wow. It is said that Princess Talina has officially issued a challenge to Chen Mo. Is anyone forming a group to watch the spectacle? I'm quite curious if he will dare to accept. Perhaps it's best to observe from a distance. Should we inadvertently become embroiled in battle, we might not even know how we met our demise. Will he accept the bug race's provocation against our human lord? Who knows? Those bugs truly lack any shame, daring to bring so many divine artifacts to the tournament. How brazen. This is not the first time such events have unfolded. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly as he perused the incessantly refreshing messages. While he sought them, the bug race was actively searching for him, even declaring war. A perfect synchronicity, perhaps? After noting his identity, Chun Imo typed 2 words, accept challenge. Plant Kingdom Chun Imo, accept challenge. The moment he sent the message, it initially garnered little reaction. However, it soon attracted widespread attention. Wow, the big shot has truly decided to accept the challenge. I wonder what the outcome will be. The bug race has dispatched one of the 3 great prodigies. I'm eager to see what strategy he will employ to navigate this situation. Which friend is willing to stream the event so I can witness the grandeur of the big shot? It is said that the opposition is exceptionally well prepared and may restrict Chun Mo's capabilities. The outcome remains uncertain. It's genuinely difficult to predict who will emerge victorious. The World Channel has transformed into a sea of discussions regarding the impending clash. Chun Imo glanced casually at the chatter before dismissing it from his mind, for this could very well be a fortuitous opportunity for him. With a gentle motion of his hand, 3 hero summoning tokens materialized before him. He gazed thoughtfully at the 3 tokens in his grasp. Now he has achieved the 9th level and must begin to plan for his future ascension to divinity. For a deity, strength is not solely determined by the size and stability of their divine realm, but also relies heavily on the support of their subordinate gods. From the 1st level to the current 9th, he has diligently focused on nurturing various types of troops, and now he must shift his attention to cultivating heroes. For instance, a being like a Jew, a plant-based entity whose essence is the 9-leaf sword grass, has a promising future as a deity capable of wielding sword energy. She will undoubtedly become a significant piece in his grand strategy. Similarly, the little sprite, whom he has recently assisted in reaching the 6th level, still has a long journey ahead on the path to divinity. Yet, no one can deny that she is a vital member of Chun Mo's team, symbolizing immense potential for future strength. Support-type characters typically flourish in later stages, once she evolves into a higher form. This little sprite will transform into a being capable of restoring vitality to the team, a strategic asset of considerable value. Chun Imo is eager to discover the nature of the 3 companions he will summon this time. He recalls that he previously summoned a sprite and then a Jew. Summoning 3 new members at once signifies that Chun Mo's team is poised for significant expansion. He gently tossed 3 bronze tokens into the air, and immediately, 300 special gems transformed into streams of light, merging into each token. The 3 tokens began to spin rapidly, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, a breathtaking spectacle. Chun Imo watched in silence, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 69, Transformation. Soon, the mystery was unveiled. Emerging from the first token was the round-headed, white-haired, soul-dominating dandelion. The second to materialize was the tall, verdant willow of life. The third, emerging from the radiant glow, was the sharply spined spiked moss. Rather than immediately consulting their profiles, Chun Imo bestowed each of them with the title of Endless Metamorphosis. When they were once again enveloped in light, their appearances had undergone a complete transformation. Analyzing their new states, Chun Imo began to assess each of the newcomers, data illuminating before his eyes. First was the seemingly unassuming yet profoundly destructive new species, demonic reed. Category, plant. Level, top tier. Stage, initial. Specialty, blood absorption, soul devouring, essence assimilation. Physique, 100. Agility, 200. Mental power, 150. Ability showcase, demonic whispers, by attachment. Can siphon the target's blood, spiritual energy, and mental acuity. Development stage, new generation. Loyalty value, 100, unchanging. Description, perhaps you have birthed a terrifying entity. Next was the pivotal character capable of altering the tide of battle, Holy Willow. Species, plant. Quality rating, top tier. Current level, initial. Special skill, multiverse control. Physical metrics, 300. Movement speed, 600. Mind strength, 700. Signature abilities, purification, any purified entity becomes a follower. Leaf blade, countless leaves as sharp as blades. Fountain of regeneration, revives and restores all damaged tissues. Growth cycle, early stage. Loyalty level, 100 loyalty. Overview. Within it lies an infinite potential world. It grows stronger with each new life form it assimilates. The final entity was one with formidable infectiousness and control abilities. Spore Envoy. Species classification, plant. Rarity level, unparalleled. Current tier, basic. Core advantage, parasitic symbiosis. Basic attributes, physical resilience, 50 points. Agility, 70 points. Mental index, an astounding 1,000 points. Primary functions include, but are not limited to, self-cloning replication and manipulating the minds of others to seize all they possess. The evolution progress bar indicates it is in the budding stage. It exhibits absolute obedience to its master and will never betray. The annotation states, everything that is yours will become mine. Wow, this is truly extraordinary. Chun Imo gazed at the data displayed on the screen, his excitement palpable. With these lethal entities, he could absorb the vitality of his opponents to replenish his own. The name Demonic Tree is truly well-deserved. Considering its 3 major characteristics and unique method of attack, it is difficult to predict how fearsome a creature it will evolve into. He couldn't help but swallow hard and continued reading. Although this holy tree is merely at the first level, its overall performance is explosive, especially the intricate structure of the multiple virtual reality worlds hidden within it. Each individual purified by it ultimately becomes a loyal servant. A bizarre ability that will catch many enemies off guard on the battlefield. Imagining the potential of utilizing this entity to transform entire legions in future wars, he couldn't help but marvel at the last parasitic being, which possessed an astronomical mental score starting in the 4 digits, an existence that defies common logic. Its capacity for near-limitless self-duplication and its ability to invade and control the consciousness of other beings make it an absolute trump card on the battlefield. After reading the information, he was deeply impressed. It seems I have acquired several more aces, enough to instill fear in the enemy forces. With such extraordinarily gifted warriors under his command, they would be a nightmare for those who once sought to oppose him. He hoped for more challengers of this caliber, otherwise, his plant companions might not have enough to entertain themselves. As the sun set, the hucking pool was shrouded in mist, its shimmering light casting playful shadows. In the hot spring, the fairy sister sat opposite the bashful Xiaoqi, who was submerged in the water, her face flushed. This was her first experience bathing in a hot spring, and it was inevitable that she felt anxious. Burying half her head in the water and occasionally puffing her cheeks to blow bubbles of various sizes, utterly adorable, she stole glances at the fairy sister's graceful figure. Unable to suppress her inner admiration, the fairy sister is truly breathtaking, capable of captivating even another woman. Her skin glowed like fine jade, exuding a subtle radiance. Her beauty akin to that of blooming peaches, with delicate, arched brows. Her bosom was full and enticing, her waist soft and supple, her fingers slender and elegant, her calves rounded and firm, and her feet dainty and exquisite. Every detail was captivating, especially the subtle allure of her slightly mature feminine grace. In contrast, aside from her chest being slightly more developed, Xiaoqi felt she paled in comparison. Compared to the enchanting fairy sister, she felt like a mere little maid. Perhaps only someone with such extraordinary beauty as the fairy sister could earn such affection from adults. Lost in thought, she inadvertently took a couple of sips of the hot spring water. Coughing as the water went down the wrong way, Xiaoqi spluttered. "What are you thinking?" The fairy approached gracefully, concern evident in her voice. It seemed she had something on her mind. In the castle, aside from mingling with the adults, my days were largely spent overseeing a Jew's martial training. With the arrival of Xiaoqi, I finally gained another companion to converse and confide in. "It's nothing." I quickly shook my head to dismiss the thought. Not wishing to divulge further, I shifted the topic and inquired, "How do you find this place? Do you like it here?" This realm is akin to a wondrous paradise, a dream I had never dared to envision. Upon hearing the little sprite speak of the territory, Chi-Chi felt an inexhaustible surge of words welling up within her. Under the guidance of the elder sprite, she explored every edifice within the domain today. The magnificent world tree stood lush and verdant, resembling a sprawling green umbrella, while the Lord's mansion was a breathtaking marvel, seemingly crafted by the hands of master artisans. Each structure eliciting awe. There was also the fan tower, brimming with a variety of delicacies. After savoring the culinary delights here, Chi-Chi found it hard to tear herself away. Had she not been utterly satiated, she would have undoubtedly continued to indulge. The enchanting little pond brought her immense joy, as it yielded precious treasures. Accompanied by the sprite sister, she even fished out a garment as delicate and smooth as gossamer, known as a JK, which she was told to wear for the Lord's inspection along with a pair of white socks. Everything in this place was so enchanting that it felt like a dream, and she feared awakening to find it all vanished. Yet, as she pinched her cheek, she confirmed the reality of her situation. Initially, in a void, she had witnessed Chun Mo being shunned, and she had tentatively inquired if she could accompany him, fully expecting rejection. To her astonishment, Chun Mo readily accepted her, swiftly ushering in a profound transformation. All the kin donned new attire and now enjoyed sustenance that had previously been the privilege of the affluent, which had now become their daily fare. Chapter 70. Intentions. Such a life had been beyond their wildest dreams, all thanks to Chun Mo. Thus, Chi-Chi yearned to assist Chun Mo in any capacity she could, hoping to prove her worth and avoid being easily discarded. However, as the day wore on, she found herself at a loss for how to contribute, for the Lord's domain was so impeccable that she didn't know where to begin. Elder Sprite, I am eager to assist the territory. Is there anything I can do? Chi-Chi's voice was sweet and melodious, her large eyes gazing at the little sprite, filled with anticipation for a response. The sprite studied Chi-Chi closely, her gaze eventually settling on her ample figure, and could not help but muse. Fate had closed one door, but opened another. How could there be such a petite girl with such a pronounced bosom? With this thought, and knowing Chun Mo's preferences in this regard, it seemed Chi-Chi would be quite favored by the Lord. Upon hearing these words, Chi-Chi shyly lowered her head, her cheeks aflame. The Lord is lacking nothing at present, perhaps only a companion to share warmth at night. Would you care to try? The sprite teased with a smile. Ah. The mention of that term suddenly reminded Chi-Chi of the content she had read about warm bedmaids in storybooks, and her face turned crimson. Please, sister. Guide me on how to proceed, Chi-Chi murmured nervously, twisting her hands. Oblivious to all of this, Chen-Mo had already established a translucent barrier near the world tree, ensuring that no creature could approach the area except for those he designated. At this moment, he had arranged for Queen Elise to reside in the newly constructed nest, promising to provide the necessary resources to aid in the reconstruction of her home. In return, all Elise needed to do was to continuously produce more insects and offer him corresponding faith daily, freeing her from the need to engage in battles. Faced with such generous terms, Elise readily agreed, pledging to devote herself to nurturing her forces and delivering the richest faith back to the Lord. The three newly emerged warriors wandered aimlessly within the territory, as Chen-Mo did not restrict their freedom of movement. Once he had cleared the backlog of tasks, his attention gradually shifted to the vast continent, a fantastical realm forged by the combined efforts of the deities, truly awe-inspiring. Opening the interface, several panels materialized before Chen-Mo's eyes, including Lord Information, Territorial Management, Arrival Records, Public Channel, Regional Chat, Level Leaderboard, Number of Followers, Main City Construction Status. In addition to the foundational 3 items, 5 new functional buttons had been added. The global communication platform allowed every participant to voice their thoughts, albeit limited to 3 messages per day. Exceeding this limit required the expenditure of source stones as an additional cost. The local chat area was restricted to players within the current zone, and at present, no one had spoken, leaving it unclear whether it was due to its remoteness or fear of exposing their coordinates to hostile forces. However, the rules were similar to the previous, permitting only 3 free messages per day. Chen-Mo then attempted to check the rankings, discovering that all scores displayed 0. In reality, participation in the points ranking would not commence until the dimensional channels were fully opened for calculation. To vie for more contribution points to secure a higher ranking for substantial rewards, fierce competition would inevitably arise among different races, ultimately leading to the absorption of each other's original planets. This would garner greater attention and favor from the cosmic source energy, enhancing their growth and progression speed, thus fostering a relationship of interdependence and potential conflict among all factions within the infinite realm. All efforts were aimed at the advancement of the world, fortifying its strength. Yet, the competition among them was equally intense. Some chose to ally and collaborate, forming alliances, while others opted for solitary endeavors. The choice lay solely with the individual lord. Chen-Mo then focused on the faith section. Faith, provided by the citizens, the richer the territory, the more inhabitants, and the stronger the sense of belonging, the greater the faith power generated. This revelation clarified his earlier uncertainty, as he noted that faith had increased remarkably throughout the day. Territory, Land of Nature. Residents, 147 individuals. Faith power, 30 units per day. Despite the population remaining unchanged, the faith power had tripled. This left Chen-Mo in deep contemplation, as he had created a favorable living environment for the rabbit folk, fostering their sense of identity and belonging. Thus they willingly provided more faith support. Given this, in the future, if suitable and commendable races were encountered, he could consider integrating them into his populace. For instance, rabbit folk, fox folk, centaurs, elves, cat folk, and fish folk, among others, an endless world teeming with diverse races. It felt as if he were engaging in a collection game, though he currently possessed only the rabbit folk. The future promised a vibrant tapestry of diversity. As for the yet-to-be-unveiled capital, that would not be far off. It was destined to become one of the busiest hubs in this city. With a sense of curiosity, Chen-Mo commenced his inspection of his territory. As he passed by, several rabbit folk promptly bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, esteemed lord." Chen-Mo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. In his heart, he had already devised a plan for these loyal subjects. The enchanting fields that had previously been left untended due to a shortage of manpower could now be cultivated by these diligent little rabbits, growing herbs and food crops. This approach would not only ensure self-sufficiency, but also yield profits for himself. At that moment, a thunderous boom resonated from a distance, prompting Chen-Mo to sprint towards the source of the sound. By now, numerous rabbits had gathered atop the city walls, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and awe. In the distance, a mushroom cloud gradually ascended into the sky, dispersing the last rays of the setting sun. Is this the might of our new master? Truly astonishing. No wonder the previous ruler claimed our territory was difficult to defend. The combat prowess here is far from what he described as weak. Indeed, to eliminate hundreds of magic wolves in a single strike is a display of formidable power. How fortunate we are to have such a powerful new lord. We need not fear the beast that once plagued us. An overwhelming sense of joy enveloped all the rabbit folk. Since the demise of the former ruler, they had been besieged daily by the threats posed by wild wolves. Had it not been for this new lord's arrival, it was likely that none would have survived the night. Chapter 71, The Monster Lair. With this thought, their gazes towards Chen-Mo brimmed with respect and gratitude. Observing this scene, Chen-Mo nodded slightly and turned to survey the situation beyond the city walls. He glanced at the hundreds of deceased low-level magic wolves, and with a gentle wave of his arm, These carcasses were instantaneously transformed into resources and absorbed. He then inquired, "Are there many monsters in this area?" "Indeed," replied an elder rabbit. "The wilderness conceals numerous monster lairs, which frequently launch large-scale assaults, with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of beasts spreading out in various directions to attack. Our last encounter with such a calamity resulted in severe losses." It became clear that the previous leader had scarcely settled in before encountering a wave of monsters, only to be swiftly overpowered by an even greater force, plunging their rabbit community into dire straits. After hearing this account, Chen Imo nodded, recognizing that such invaluable experiences and resources must not go to waste. He subsequently summoned 4 capable assistants: 9-leaf swordgrass, dandelion demon tree, divine willow, and spore parasite, all gathered at his behest. Conventional artillery units are ill-suited for operational tasks. However, these heroes are perfectly positioned to assist in the cleanup effort. Clear out all monster lairs within a 10,000 square kilometer radius, Chen Imo instructed the 3 newly matured contenders. There are indeed many lower-tier yet ideal targets here for bolstering your strength. Upon receiving the command, the dandelion tree swayed its branches in agreement, while the spore parasite leaped onto the branches of the divine willow, awaiting further instructions. "We are eager to accompany you." Just then, 2 little sprites, Chi-Chi and a small imp, approached. Upon seeing their 1-star captain preparing to embark on a distant expedition, Chi-Chi appeared somewhat anxious. After all, no matter how powerful a newly emerged individual may be, facing a vast horde of enemies poses significant challenges, should danger truly arise. Her agile speed could guide them to safety. "I want to go too." The imp chimed in, eager to join. "Very well," Chen Imo responded, showing no objection to their suggestion. However, a seasoned elder interjected, "But sir, the night is drawing near. Perhaps it would be prudent to set out tomorrow instead?" Upon hearing the doubt, the dandelion tree's black pupils widened in alarm, causing the elder who spoke to instinctively take a step back. "No worries, their strength is quite formidable," Chen Imo reassured, then addressed Aju privately. "Aju, please map the terrain around here. Be sure to mark any territories belonging to other lords, as this will prove useful in the future." "Understood, my lord," Aju replied, shaking its leaves before soaring into the dark wilderness, vanishing in an instant. The 3 heroes, along with Chi-Chi and the little imp, also swiftly disappeared into the night. "It is preferable to have no one nearby my territory," Chen Imo mused to himself as he gazed into the darkness. After resolving matters, he conducted another round of inspections across his domain. Now, all the rabbit folk had settled into their newly constructed homes, no longer fearing the elements. Each of them now had food to eat, albeit the most basic provisions. Even so, this was a significant improvement for them, allowing one to imagine the harshness of their previous existence. Chen Imo's arrival had undoubtedly transformed their circumstances. However, he remained indifferent to this fact, as the consumption of a few dozen rabbits was hardly substantial. Once the spiritual fields began to yield, it would become a lucrative venture. Having completed his rounds, he concluded that there was little left to address today. He wondered when the world battlefield would commence, suspecting it would not be long now. Perhaps the current calm was merely the last vestige of tranquility before the impending storm. After enjoying a bath in the Huaqing pool, Chen Imo returned to the Lord's residence to rest. Cleaning such a vast area would likely require their return tomorrow, though Chen Imo certainly did not need to wait for them. Meanwhile, not far from the territory, Chi-Chi, the little imp, and the 3 heroes arrived near a monster lair. Before they could approach, a horde of 1 to 2 meter-long purple scorpion monsters surged forth from within. These creatures were clad in purple armor, their massive pincers lined with menacing serrations. Each scorpion boasted a tail as long as its body, tipped with a sharp stinger. Now encircled by a swarm of these creatures, Chi-Chi's face turned pale, her little legs trembling uncontrollably. She could hardly fathom that her first venture into the wilderness would lead her to one of its rulers, the poison scorpion clan. This horde numbered over 100,000. A formidable force that even the usual packs of wolves dared not provoke. Compounding their peril, lurking behind the swarming scorpions was a 6th-tier giant scorpion, a creature that even typical 7th-tier monsters would struggle to contend with. Gulping, Chi-Chi fought the urge to soil herself, mustering her courage to ask the little imp, "Sister Fairy, can you contact our lord? We've encountered the magic scorpions. Their numbers are overwhelming, and their strength is far beyond our capability to handle. If we could reach out to our lord for assistance." Seeing Chi-Chi so frightened, with her rabbit ears drooping, the little imp couldn't help but chuckle. It was unexpected to find Chi-Chi so timid. "Fear not. Our master need not intervene for such trivial matters." With unwavering confidence, the little sprite contemplated the situation. Although she was uncertain of the prowess possessed by her 3 new companions, being dispatched by Chen Imo surely indicated they harbored genuine skills. Such diminutive trinkets? Chi-Chi cast a wary glance at the monstrous scorpions, which were several times her size, and promptly sought refuge behind the little sprite. A chuckle escaped the tree demon upon witnessing Chi-Chi's palpable fear, its expression morphing into one of derision. Subsequently, it turned its gaze toward the densely clustered poisonous scorpions surrounding them, its eyes instantaneously transforming into icy orbs. With a delicate, languid motion, countless diminutive white umbrellas, faintly glowing, ascended from the branches of its white crown, gracefully descending upon the grotesque creatures. Despite the scorpion's awareness of this peculiar phenomenon, their attention remained fixated on the unsuspecting prey before them, their greed rendering them oblivious. Once they arrived, escape was no longer an option. As each radiant, holy umbrella settled upon the scorpions, the tree demon erupted into maniacal laughter, its voice brimming with fervor. At that moment, the thousands of scorpions cloaked in the umbrellas gradually recognized the anomaly. No matter how they struggled, they could not rid themselves of these entities. Moreover, the flesh in the areas of contact began to wither, their sturdy exoskeletons seemingly melting away, as the very essence within was being siphoned off. In the span of merely a second or two, one scorpion after another was reduced to ashes, scattered by the evening breeze across the desert. The once tightly arranged formation now exhibited several significant gaps. Simultaneously, a tremendous surge of energy and light erupted from the position of the little sprite, propelling those nearby a considerable distance away. As the blinding radiance dissipated, the tree demon had not only grown substantially larger, but its white floral crown had also become more dense and robust.